you. Listen up, everybody.
Oh,
If
God.
you haven't seen the whole of the Earth, you can't make a shape claim. Is that clear?
So it could be curving down into a ball. All the water on Earth, all the level water could be curving down into a sphere. It's all curving
Jeremy,
down.
why do you feel
So
you have
if
to
I
get into
don't
water?
look at the whole thing, I can't claim
Because this
what the
shit is
shape is.
retarded, dude. That's why, SE. This shit is absolutely fucking retarded.
Can I hear what
SE. Wait,
Yeah,
SE. So if I don't look at the Poland as a whole, which is my country, I cannot claim what shape the Poland is. Is that your thing?
No, that's not the statement. Listen to the statement. If you
Yes,
haven't,
if I don't look at the whole Earth, I cannot make a claim about the shape of the
Let
Earth.
him repeat it.
Right.
Let him repeat it
Wait.
because I missed it.
a question and then interrupted him. What the fuck?
that is the statement. If you haven't seen the whole of the Earth, you cannot make a shape claim.
So
Are
it
you
doesn't
getting
work
biblical
only
on me, bro?
Why does it only work for the Earth? Why does it not
You've
work
seen
for
the
my
whole,
country?
That
you've
it
seen the
works
whole
for
shape of the Earth to know that it's not a globe. Then interesting.
Oh, yeah.
SE getting biblical. Look at you.
He's right.
Are you guys
No one-
fighting amongst yourselves? I come back from my piss and you guys are all fighting. I don't like that. You guys should be
No
getting
one-
along.
See how easy it is to take the statement flat Earth away from him? Just that simple. And then you follow it with nobody knows the shape of the Earth.
Wait a minute. Are you saying
Oh,
flat
bro,
is
I'm
a
not
shape?
finished, bro.
That
Why are
what
you
you're
getting
implying?
triggered? Why are you getting triggered, bro?
Because you're
Yeah.
just saying flat's a shape. That's what you're implying.
No, I'm stating a fact. If you haven't seen the entirety of the thing you're predicating, you cannot make a shape claim. That is a fact.
Okay. So let me run you down the logic that you're missing here, bud. Flat is not a shape.
Let me
It's
ask you,
an
why do
aspect
you
of a
feel
shape.
you have to step into the baller? Why did you and Jeremy, why did you feel that you had to step in? I was talking
Bro,
to
I
two other
understand you're
people.
triggered.
Why do
I
you
understand
guys...
you're
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Chill out. Yeah. I understand you're triggered, but I'm just gonna break this down really quickly.
I'm not
Flat is
triggered
not a
at all,
shape.
bro. I wasn't talking to
Yeah, so
you
you can't
or
stop.
Jeremy.
You can't stop, dude.
No, you can't stop, bro. You're the ones that
Oh, you don't
interrupt.
want to hear it. Okay.
Don't
that's
start
fine.
none, won't be
He
none.
doesn't want to hear it.
Midstream.
Don't start
Doesn't
another
want
one
to hear
here.
it.
You know what? You
Tell him
go
how it's
ahead, bro.
not
I'm gonna
flat,
go on
SE.
mute.
Yeah. Well, I don't know
Tell him
why.
how it's not flat. Go ahead.
Yeah, we love it. We love hearing it. Let's just. I mean, SE made his point. You can logically refute it, but there's no need to put a personal attack in front. Please refute it. With no
No,
lot.
tell him how it's not flat. Hold on. Let's let SE go through with Demon Stride, and you can tell him how it's not flat.
I ain't doing shit.
Because I
You
want to
guys-
see where this.
Another time, I'm gonna have a conversation with these two other guys because obviously you guys can't let me do that.
No, go ahead. I'm clearing the floor is cleared for you. Tell him how it's not flat. I want to see where this goes.
First of all, I wasn't talking with you guys, bro. I was talking with him. We already got through the it's not flat part. We got through it, elevation changes, and then we went to the shape claim that you guys just flipped out. Why don't you let him answer the shape claim and see where that goes?
Okay, it's cool. Go through it with Demon Stride and tell him how it's not flat.
No, it's demons. It's Demon Strides. It's in Demon Strides court. SC already responded.
Well, he just made a claim that it's not flat. I've been begging for measurements of flat and non-curve. So if the flat part ties you up, SE, you can go to measurement of no curve.
Nothing ties me up, bro. I made a two simple statements. The earth is not flat. That's a fact. The second one is you can't make a shape claim if you haven't seen the entirety of the earth. That's another fact.
So have you seen the entirety of the earth?
He didn't make a
Negative.
shape. He didn't make a shape claim though.
That's
I'm
right.
gonna have to agree with the gentleman from Montreal. I believe that the Earth is as well not flat.
Yeah, but you think it's a globe.
The Globers are going to agree with you on
And
that.
if you
Well, what is it
If you deny-
if it's not
if you
flat?
deny the globe, then you're making a claim about the shape it not being a globe. You can't say that it's not a globe because you haven't seen it as a whole. It may be a globe. How do you know?
Well, because the globe makes specific claims. So if
But
the globe makes,
He just told you that it doesn't matter.
Can we
If you
let SE
didn't
run
see-
through this? Hey,
wait,
yo, can we let SE run through this with these guys? Because I don't know what kind of shit this is.
All right,
but
you know
let's
what?
see where it
Common
goes.
ground, common ground. Can we agree that it's not a square? It's most likely not a square, please.
Other
Can
Globers-
we all agree on that?
Wait. When it's fucking 4 other Globers responding, why can't I respond? It should be a one-on-one. Who's going one-on-one with SC? I won't interrupt if it's an actual one-on-one, but I heard fucking 3 different Globers say all kinds of shit that weren't even to the argument that SC was.
You're goddamn right.
So where
Like,
we're
who's
at now, can't make a shape claim because none of us seen the Earth. So where are we at now?
And that shit is square.
You know what my answer is, SE?
I know, Stingray. I know, bro. Good to have you here, by the way.
I hope you looked at my EQ mount video that shows a distinct issue taking something in reality, which is an EQ mount, which we all know works. And we don't need to say globe or flat. We know that it points at a star. We know if we take it somewhere else, it points at that very same star if we input it, and it tracks. It'd be interesting.
On a
for you
side
to-
note, oh, I thought you were done. My bad.
No, I was just about to, Jeremy. I was just about to say, Essie, it'd be good if you could comment on the video and tell me why the one on flat Earth, where I've taken the reality of EQ mounts, looks like it's pointing all over the place. But when I put it on a sphere and rotate that sphere, it looks like 2 EQ mounts are pointing in the same direction when they're looking at the same star. Weird.
That's easy, bro. That's easy. I can respond to you with planetarium. You like that?
You've not watched my video then, obviously.
Thing in a planetarium, yeah. There you go.
You've not watched my video then, because even in a planetarium, the 2 EQ mounts on the flat Earth, equidistant from the polar northern point, tracking the same star with that motion taken out of reality, something that we experience here that we can go out and have a look at, means that those EQ mounts do not look at the same thing, not even remotely in the same direction on a flat Earth, but on a rotating sphere, they seem to hold track in the same direction in 3D space, and I just find it coincidental and weird.
Hey, you know what? Can we take a moment here just to step back from all the serious issues and just take a listen to maybe like a 20-second interp, a little bit from my most recent recording. I'm not sure if I've mentioned it, but I'm actually a studio artist, and I put out some pretty fire shit recently, and I'd really appreciate it if you guys would just take a listen for like 10 to 15 seconds.
Maybe at some point.
Yeah,
but not
post it
on
in the
topic,
chat.
So
maybe like that.
Well, no, it's. I'm telling you, it's very influential. It's going to be a really big deal soon. So if you just
I'm
give me
pulling my
a
microphone off, bro. He's probably gonna fry my brain with something. Why don't you DM it to me? I'll help you pass it along.
well, it's
Oh wow, you're just gonna start playing it, huh?
yeah, all right. Yeah, you're going to be temporarily muted.
I
for that.
continue
Okay.
with these guys.
By the way, you guys, from what I was hearing, Tactical French Cat actually was making point, got interrupted, and then Stingray. So I don't know, Tactical, did you? It was a bit before, but did you have your point that you were going to say? And then if there's someone want to respond to Stingray, because that would be on topic.
About the shape thing? Yeah,
Yeah.
I tried to make one. Yeah, I just want to say that if his claim is that we cannot make a shape claim about the Earth because we haven't seen it as a whole, we cannot make a shape claim about countries because none of us have, at least I personally, have not seen a whole country.
That's right.
But countries
Exactly.
have
Okay,
been mapped,
perfect.
right?
But SC,
You
he's
realize
right. Who would try to do that? Who would try to make a shape claim for a country indefinitely? Yeah, that's true. We wouldn't. Who would do
give
that?
them that?
Kind
really,
of a lot of people online here.
technically.
Yeah.
If you don't think that we know how countries look like, then yeah, I can't help you.
No, I didn't say that. Why are you?
No,
saying-
I'm not telling
Using
that to
my
you.
knowledge, which is-
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's
no,
no,
no.
Nobody claimed that. You can't make
Why
the
are you
claim. You don't know
changing
what
the
any
point?
countries. You don't know what any countries look
Hey,
like.
hey,
You live on the
XO.
internet.
XO, we got a lot of people in here, bro. I know you just popped in, but there's a lot of people trying to get in, and we're just trying to go one at a time here, bud. So we don't have time for 30-minute rants. And
I'm
shit.
sorry. I'll just talk to SC Montreal later, not him. SC, you let me know when I can talk to you. You and I will talk later. Thanks.
We're all in it together here, guys. I mean,
Yeah, I didn't really see him doing anything wrong. To be like, he was just responding to Tactical French
It's okay.
Cat.
You let me know and we can talk.
you see, I was really interested in talking to these new guys, right? The new ballers, and I was trying to get a new tact, but when I said the Earth ain't flat, I didn't realize that the flat earthers are gonna get like triggered. I meant it for a certain tactical point because I wanted to get over them, right? And then
You're
move to
kidding.
It's the new
move
Globers.
somewhere else. But yeah, I didn't realize what was gonna happen.
Sorry about that, guys. I just wanted to display my talent.
Did
Is
anyone?
there
Okay,
anybody? Oh,
go
sorry.
ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was just wondering if there was any new Globers here to this argument. That'd be interesting.
Did
I-
one of the Globers actually want to have a one-on-one with FE or maybe some, and then it's just that Glober and that FE and nobody else?
Well, what is a Glober exactly?
There's
Somebody who
A
thinks
flat
the Earth is a
earther.
sphere.
question.
Yeah, it's a
Somebody
flat
who
earth
thinks the
denier.
Earth is a sphere.
I
So
think
a Glober is someone who thinks.
I think I might fall under that
Thanks,
category.
guys. Yeah, it's somebody who rejects reality and thinks the world isn't flat. They're a Glober.
No, it's someone who thinks the Earth is a sphere.
Yeah,
Okay,
so
and how about next time people want to argue about flat Earth, we let one of the flat earthers do it instead of
wanna
someone coming on going, Earth is not flat.
does anyone on the Globes want to have a one-on-one and defend their belief? Any of the Globes?
I'm game, man. I'm game. If it's respectful, I'm ready.
So Tig and SE, does SE want to go with Tig, and then we'll all just shut up and have a clean audio one-on-one?
He can't talk about my family or like the girls I've dated in the past or like my my issues that I've had with my you know what I mean, like my junk. I don't really take kindly to people making fun of that kind of stuff.
All right. Let's leave the trolling aside. Is that what we're gonna do? I mean, also Stingray had brought something up too. Maybe if no one had a response to it, but then there was the thing of SE wanting to possibly do a one-on-one with someone. But it's kind of,
If you like, I'm here. No worries. It'll be polite, calm, and gentlemanlike.
Pick your opponent, SE.
No, I don't have any opponents. I mean, if anybody
All
wants
right.
to talk,
Sorry. Pick the partner that you wish to have a discussion with.
whoever wants, I'm here.
Which Glober volunteers to have a discussion one-on-one with SE? No other Globers. And
I will if I can share.
I just want to be involved in some way.
Well, one of the new guys, preferably. That would
All
be
right.
better.
Tig, do you want to go one-on-one with SE?
You know what? I don't know what that means, but I just want to be involved. So whatever it doesn't have to be a 1v1 if.
All right, so you have the first move, Tig, and then SE will respond to you. What's your first move for the globe?
I think that the Earth is not flat.
Okay, and what makes you think that?
I think that we're rotating, and you can see it based on things outside of the globe.
You just went to motion. We were talking about shape. You just switched it to motion.
I think they're related.
Yeah, but let's do one first, right? Have you seen the entirety of the object in which you claim you know the shape of?
I mean, I would say that I've seen pictures of it, but I assume that you will respond that those pictures are not genuine.
Well, yeah. I mean, obviously. How can you trust pictures, right?
All right.
Pictures of-
Have you ever looked at the moon through a telescope?
That's not the same thing.
Why is it not the same thing?
Because you can see the moon. You can point to it. Look. There.
All right. So let's go one step at a time then. Have you ever looked at the moon through a telescope?
Yes.
Do you accept that there is a moon and that it is spherical?
It appears that way.
So now why is it unlikely that the rest of the objects in the near vicinity are not also spherical, even though they look very similar to the spherical thing through the moon, even though you can't necessarily see them as obvious as the moon?
Well, you can very well guess that they may be that way or this way, but there's no way to definitively prove that.
It is a guess. It's some correct. It's some, no matter what, you're right. At some point, it is a guess. But do you have another guess that makes more sense than that guess?
Well, I'd rather not guess. How about if I say
Okay, so let's just not assume anything at all, right? Fuck it. Let's just sit on the beach and sip mojitos, and space doesn't exist.
No, you can assume. Well, now you're going all over the place. You can assume whatever you want. You just have to admit, right, that you can't make a definitive shape claim because you haven't seen the entirety. You can be honest and just say that, and then we can move on.
Do you accept? Okay, how about this? So the moon is a sphere, yes?
No, I don't know if it's a sphere. It appears to look like.
What do you think is most likely about the moon? Is it a sphere or is it flat?
I'll repeat again, and it's not going to change. It appears to be spherical. I can't make a definitive claim because even though I see it, I only see one part of it, right? Now it appears
in your heart of hearts, what do you believe? Do you believe that the moon is a sphere? Just what do you believe, man? Just be honest with me. What do you believe?
Hold on. I got to take 5. Hold on.
All right, no problem.
Has anybody seen that GIF where they've got 4 objects and they all appear to be spherical, but only one of them is actually spherical? The others are like 2-dimensional. Yeah, you want to post that, please?
That's what I was looking for right now, bro.
And I'm gonna ask you.
But you guys are Googling for things that's like.
No, it's not a Google.
Yeah, you are. You're looking for a specific image that supports your claim, made by people that support your claim.
We have. Do you not agree that we have to apply logic, common sense, and rational thought in order to discern something? So when you look at this GIF here that Andy posted 38 minutes after the hour, I'm not sure where you're residing, in Livestream text 1, only one of those objects are spherical. So not everything you see that appears to be spherical is going to be spherical. Not only due to the fact that the human eye doesn't work that way, we can only see 2-dimensionally.
Is the sun spherical? Is the sun spherical?
Again, appearing and having definitive discernment upon the matter are 2 different things. So when I say it appears, or SE says it appears to be, what he's telling you is that,
how do you explain the seasons?
Applies, but in order to have definitiveness upon what it is, you would have to be able to see around the backside of it, right? And when have we seen around the backside of the moon to ever make the claim that it is definitively spherical and not just apparently?
Do any of those red dots have like asteroid impacts?
Okay, that's a non sequitur to what my point was. I don't know if SE's back, but SE, take it away, man.
I'm back, sort of, but forgive me, I might have to step away because I'm kind of in the middle of something. But yeah, where were we? I think you said
he was asking you about the moon. He was talking about the moon and asking you if it's spherical and stuff like that.
Right, and I said it appears that way. So what next?
All right, how about the sun?
Oh, the sun. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, okay. We can say the same thing for it. It appears that way. Okay, what now?
Sorry, hang on 1 second. 1 second, sorry.
He's making beats.
Just to say, in general, though, I mean, you can be on a stage that is a planar shape with lights above. You can be in a room with a chandelier. Those lights above you can be any shape. They could be triangles, spheres, flat. They could be anything above you. And just because you're looking at them does not mean that you are one of them. So just because you're looking at a chandelier or a spherical light bulb doesn't mean that you're on a sphere. You may very likely just be on a planar shaped floor, flat floor, as it were, and be looking at something that has a shape in the sky. So just because they've done that in the heliocentric model, tried to say we are a sphere because there's circles in the sky, that we can't even validate as spheres is not a very strong argument for being on a sphere, in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. Unless you see the thing as a whole, you can't make a shape claim. I mean, that it cannot be disputed.
And that's the thing is like the human eye doesn't even work that way. Like I mentioned, it's only perceivably two-dimensional. Like unless you have the ability to step around and get dimension on the object to make that certainty that, you know, it is or isn't.
True.
Which, yeah. So even if you, basically what I'm saying is no matter how far away you are from the Earth, like you can only see one side of it at a time. So until you circle around and can see the backside to make that claim. And now we're talking space. And as far as the pictures go, like you guys have images. The only picture you have is the pale blue dot taken by Carl Sagan, which is like a speck on a piece of paper, which is kind of hard to make any heads or tails of. So in all actuality, you guys have composite imagery, and it's highly scrutinizable at best.
All right, I'm back.
I don't know if you heard anything of what I just said, Tig, but
No, I was away. Sorry.
yeah, I said the pictures you say you have are that you're referring to are literally composite images, which is a big difference from a picture. The only picture you have is the pale blue dot taken by Carl Sagan, which is a speck on a piece of paper, hard to make heads or tails of. So in all actuality, like the evidence you're providing is composite imagery, all of which could have been, you know, rendered a multitude of ways.
I think it was somebody else that mentioned the pictures, but you know, either way, you know, all right. Back to my point. We do accept that the moon is round, right? The moon is a sphere.
Yeah, then you went to the sun.
And then the sun. We do accept the sun is a sphere, yes?
It appears that way. I'll give you
All right.
that.
How about Mercury?
Well, we're not going to do it every time, bro. I'll give you every
let's just say all of them.
But
listen,
you know, we're giving him that it appears that way when he.
So why is it? So why do we draw the line at the Earth? Why does the Earth not appear that way?
Un momento, like can you even like look at that 4-sphere comparison or the 4-circle comparison?
Well, SE's sorry. Well, I was going to say SE's back. I don't know if they're going to continue the one-on-one, but finish your point, Snacks. Sorry. Snacks? No. All right.
okay. All right. If you want to continue, I don't mind. So we got the planets, we got the moon, the sun, the planets. They all appear to be the way they are. They all have their moons, the way they say they do. Okay, what now? How does that make the Earth a shape, a certain shape? Even if I give you all that on a planet, boom, they're yours. What now?
Well, you have no choice because that's the way. It's pretty hard to argue against that.
No, I mean, look, he said appears. What do you understand about appears? These luminaries appear to be spheres. Yeah.
All right. So are you arguing that the moon is not a sphere?
I don't know what it is.
Well, if you had to listen? Hold on a second.
Let us speak. Let us see respond to Tiggs.
Well, what Mr. Ross proposes is actually a very common argument that I run into, and I think it's very relevant. I think you know, he's avoiding the question for a reason. I think he knows that the moon is a sphere. He knows that the sun is a sphere. He knows that the rest of the planets are a sphere, and that kind of is in conflict with his views of this whole.
I didn't even get started, bro, because no one's letting me. Everybody wants to get in here, right? I understand. We didn't even get started yet. I gave you all this as a present. You still haven't provided one iota of evidence of the shape of the Earth. It's just assumption.
No, I did. I talked about a bunch of stuff. I talked about GPS. I talked about the sun and the moon. I talked about, like, you want to talk about weather patterns. We could talk about, tidals, like, there's differences in circumference of the center of the Earth versus, north to south. We could talk about, there's 100, we can go all day, man. I'm telling you. I don't think.
Every single one of those, one at a time. You want to try?
Absolutely. Absolutely, yes.
Okay, let me try one thing, right? Let me try something. You answer a question for me. What is the sun?
As far as I understand it, and I don't claim to understand it, because I don't think, anybody does entirely, but it is a collection of matter in space that has fueled a reaction that has provided energy for this solar system.
Okay, so you say you're a fan of physics, right? And you like science, I heard you say, right?
I like science.
Okay, so you tell me if this is scientifically possible. Can you have a thermonuclear reaction in a vacuum?
I don't really have the background to answer that question, but if I had to guess based on my limited understanding of things, I would say yes.
Based on your limited understanding of things, okay. But except there's no such thing ever shown or done here on Earth, right? It's never been shown ever.
Wait, but hold on a second. Let me stop you there. Have we not detonated nuclear explosives in space?
That's what they claim they've done, yeah, in the upper atmosphere.
Well, we have videos of it.
Yeah, but that's not the point. The point is, what is the sun?
Well, that's
it's not just one.
All right, so we'll just ignore the. All right, continue. Go ahead.
Oh no. Let's explore that fact. You just said a firecracker. I'm not talking about a firecracker. I'm talking about a campfire. Let's be one-on-one here, right?
Well, we haven't figured that out yet. We're just humans. We're not the galaxy. We can't exactly sustain a fucking sun-sized nuclear reaction for billions and trillions of years. I mean, just because we haven't figured that out yet, I don't think that means that it's not possible. That's just something we could do. It's what the sun does, though.
Well, you can just assume because somebody told you that it does something.
No, it's not because of what somebody told me. I stand outside and it's hot.
So you're just saying, look up there. That's what it is. That's basically your thing.
No, I'm factoring in all the, like, I understand. I'm not believing everybody that tells me this is how it works, but a lot of it makes sense. You don't think so?
Not at all. I just explained to you why. You have a thermonuclear reaction in a vacuum. That's physically impossible. If you know anything about vacuums or explosions or reactions, you know this cannot be possible. It's never been shown, never been done.
So you know what? Why don't we just solve Chernobyl by creating a giant vacuum chamber, and then we'll just eliminate all the radioactive energy.
So maybe we should move on. Are you conceding this point that there's no way you can prove what the sun is?
Yeah, go ahead. I don't know what the sun is.
Sorry, I missed that. Sorry.
I don't understand the nuclear reactions that occur within the sun.
Okay, so it's safe to say then that you should not be harping on this point. You should, at the very least, put it aside for further study.
I wasn't trying to harp on that at all. The only reason I brought up the sun is that it's a sphere. The moon is a sphere, the sun is a sphere, the rest of the planets are a sphere. So I'm just trying to understand why you have such a hard time believing that the planet that we're standing on right now is a sphere.
Well, believe is not anything that I do. This is not a belief thing. This is a shape claim, right? So you can believe it.
So give me some reason to believe that what we're standing on is flat.
I told you, I don't know the shape. I don't make a shape.
So then why would you make such an insane claim? Tell me why this is shit. Why is it flat? Why are we... What is your explanation? Why do you believe that so passionately? To the point that we're on a Discord channel about flat Earth. Why are we here?
Oh, we're not.
Hold on, Nessie. Let me just jump in for a second, dude. All right, this is not a flat Earth server. Okay, the term flat Earth is nowhere in the listings anywhere on the server. We discuss cosmology, we discuss health and nutrition, philosophy, religion, spirituality, a lot of different topics. However, the term flat Earth is used a lot because there's, for many years now, that term is what has been used for a stationary, planar based cosmology, and which is what all of the ancients thought the Earth was as well, a plane of existence, etc., with the heavens above and the underworld below, etc. So I just want to be clear on that. So you can't really just assume. You may have been on other servers that may be flat Earth servers, and they're all.
I've never been on any other server.
All right, please. All right, hold on. You may have been on other servers that may have been focused on that. I'm just letting you know that's not the case here. So whatever you're talking with SE, you have to take SE for SE and go one-on-one with him. You can't just assume that he's debating a flat Earth or whatever. And then before I muted you for a second because Tig, your mic has a really loud reflective echo. Anytime like you open your mic when someone else's is open, and it's so if you can fix that, it'd be great. If you can't fix it right off the bat, I guess just really try to not open your mic unless when someone else is talking, because it's if you could fix it, it would be best. But it does this big echo thing every time you talk at the same time as someone else. So, I just wanted to clarify that. So you can't just assume that SE is saying the Earth is flat. You'd have to ask him what he thinks and then go from that. So.
All right, sorry. Do you assume the Earth is flat, SE?
No, as you heard before when I said the Earth is not flat, everybody started freaking out in here. There's a reason for that, because I don't make a shape.
So we agree.
No, we don't agree. Not the way you think.
I think we agree.
No, we don't.
Oh, dude, we totally agree.
So back to where we're at now. We put the sun aside, right? Do you want to go anywhere else? Let me ask you a question about your cosmology, right? Do you know about the Big Bang?
I know of it. I don't really understand it.
You know of it. You don't understand it. But I find this perplexing because you seem to be championing a cause that you know, and but you're really not sure of stuff.
Yeah, that's pretty complicated, man. I don't think anybody's really sure of that.
Okay, sorry, I gotta take 2 minutes. I'm sorry, man.
Yeah, no worries.
Instead of asking the shape of the Earth, I like the question, is the direction of down in Los Angeles the same as the direction of down in New York? Are they parallel or not? So it doesn't talk anything about a shape or anything like that, but the two sides have different answers to that question.
I think it does speak to a shape. I think that's a really good question, actually. That was really insightful. And the answer is those vectors are not in parallel angles. They are most certainly suggestive that the globe is not flat.
I agree.
What shape is flat? Isn't that the main argument of EQ mounts as well? Just so we're on the subject.
You mean like EQ mounts for telescopes looking at stars?
Yeah, so if I'm in the northern hemisphere and I fix on a star at, let's say, 45 degrees latitude north, and then on the opposing longitude, set up an EQ mount looking at the same star, on a flat Earth, they would converge towards each other quite severely. On a globe Earth, they'd appear to be pointing in the same direction.
Oh, I see what you mean, yeah.
And that's just a matter of the difference in up vector at those 2 points. An EQ mount will not work on a flat Earth. It will on a globe.
Thanks, Walter.
Oh, interesting. I think you're right.
Thanks, Walter. Thank you, Walter.
Gotta say, I do appreciate this channel. It's a pretty interesting little community I haven't seen before.
Yeah, because we can stare at lights in the sky and make declarations about the ground that we're standing on. That's interesting.
Not what an EQ mount does. It simply works in our reality. Doesn't matter whether
Yeah,
it
it looks
doesn't
at
matter what.
lights in the sky. Then.
Yeah, doesn't matter what this reality is. Put that to the side. It could be a diamond shape. It could be a banana. It could be a globe, or it could be flat. But we know that if we take an EQ mount from one side of this Earth that we call Earth, could be flat, could be globe, could be anything, and we take it to the other side and we track the same. And we track the same star with two EQ mounts at opposing longitudes, equidistant from a north rotation that matches on both models. When we place them on both models, one model shows that they're looking in the same direction. One model shows that they're looking in two batshit crazy bullseye directions. Just saying.
Right. Cool. So in both models, they're just looking at lights in the sky and declaring what's on the ground. Correct?
No, incorrect.
Incorrect.
Yes, incorrect.
How am I incorrect?
Because
I'm pretty sure that's what you just explained to me. Both models require you to look at the lights in the sky, right, and pretend that your device is looking in some different direction. But regardless, they're still looking at the lights in the sky and declaring what the ground is.
Well, first of
That's
all,
ridiculous.
First of all, they're instruments. They don't declare what the ground is. It's not like they create sentience and a fucking voice and then declare, hey, it's a globe. No, what they do is they point at an object. That object is a convergence point, whether it be on a fucking dome, a sky plane, a stellar dome, or a distant trillion-mile away star is utterly irrelevant. The fact that they point at the same thing at different sides of this land, is the only thing that's relevant. In this reality, I take one from one side of the North Pole to the other, and they point at the same object. We can verify this. That's our reality. When we transpose that reality onto a sphere and rotate the sphere, we see that those EQ mounts look in the same direction, parallel. When I do that to a non-rotating stationary flat plane, those EQ mounts rotate in random or seemingly random directions that don't even match up on a plane that's hovering over top or a stellar dome or whatever you want to call it.
Oh, it can be random.
Hello? Oh, hell yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, I would like to address that guy, but I would need to have ability to share screen.
Let's see it.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Go ahead, bro.
Can I get the ability from a moderator to share screen?
Yeah, I got it. I got you.
Is this to me, by the way?
Yes, this is the Stingray, Mr. Stingray.
You got it. Go ahead.
It's not going to be nothing gay or anything like that, right?
Yeah, keep it clean.
I'm just joking. Joking.
Do you press go live?
Yes, and then you share something, either your screen or a window. But if you're browsing porn, only choose the window that you want to show.
Okay. Let me see. Okay, I think this is it. I don't know if you guys can see this, but
Yep, can see it.
There you go.
Nice.
There you go.
Nice.
There you go. This is addressing.
Yeah, got it. I got it.
This is addressing all the things that you were talking about. Look. Yeah. You see that?
I got you
right there.
I got you on that. Yeah,
yes,
it's amazing. It's amazing.
Sir. I just
love it. If we live in a non-linear mathematical world where light hits a perception dome and then works in a non-linear tangent based on the intersection point of that dome and the origin, based on Walter Bislin's algorithms, fuck me, I'm with you. This could be true. But unfortunately, it's batshit crazy, and it says so in the footnotes. Can I share? Can I share? Go on. Can I share? I'll share. Check.
Here we go. Here we go.
Check my
Walter
shit.
Bislin showing a working model on an AE map where the light bends in such a way that where you point your telescope is right where it should be.
So light bends?
There you go.
No. Light doesn't just bend. Upon intersection of the personal dome, it takes a fucking right angle sometimes. But it depends where it hits on the dome and what it needs to do. As I say, it's a non-linear perturbation of the angle based on that sphere, which is algorithmic in nature and really complicated. But fuck yeah, let's just have that as reality. I'm sharing now. I want your comments on this.
Holy shit, I love this guy.
Wait, no, you forgot that light bends only, except if you go to Santa Barbara and take a picture of the black swan, then it doesn't bend at all. 0%.
Wait.
Oh, wait, look at this. Okay,
Can
this
I
is
get
how you
my
do it.
response?
I can even like... Yup, look at that. Look at that. See, there's the star above. There's the light coming in, and right there. Oh, yeah, look at that. The star going around, the year changing. Yeah, look at that. Look at that right there. Look at that right there.
Give me 1 second.
As you guys can see.
What, you're going to share something as
Okay,
well,
look, right here. This is a perfect angle. Perfect angle demonstration. Right in the sky, coming in.
Holy
you guys.
Fuck this thing, man. You are funny. Continue, please.
Give me 1 sec, please. Again, I'm gonna say this. I already said this to Stingray, but I'm gonna say this to Noah too. We're gonna look at lights in the sky, and we're gonna make declarations about the ground, and then not only that, both you guys are gonna show me cartoons.
So yes, it's appropriate to look
Alright,
at the sky
thanks.
to determine
Good job,
the
guys.
ground in a similar way that it's appropriate to look out the window to determine how fast your car is going.
Okay, wait. I'm gonna respond to that. So, he said that he points his telescope in the sky, and it makes sense on a globe model, right? So my response is, I gave him a flat Earth model and showed him how it made sense, therefore taking away his argument that it made sense on a globe model, because that would be a non-exclusive thing. Therefore, it wouldn't actually be a support for the globe model. Thank you.
Can I address that? Can I address that? Simply coming up with another point of view that requires fucking batshit crazy mathematics, as you can see by Walter Bislin's statement on how ridiculous it is. That might present a possibility that our reality is made of mathematics that do some very weird things based on a personal radius around yourself. Which, yeah, I'm willing to concede that, you know, fairies might be true and that could be a thing as well. However, with no special pleading, with no fucking mathematics, no algorithms and no non-linear perturbation based on intersection of a personal fucking dome, I can show that they works on a sphere by just rotating it. No special pleading, no magic, no nothing. Amazing, yeah.
The sphere is mathematical.
You mind if I jump in?
The sphere is, but his complaint was that Walter Bislin's model had complex math and therefore it couldn't be reality. But the globe model is mathematics, although it is simple mathematics.
No.
They're both in substance mathematical models, and thus both of them share the same nature. The only difference in their nature is the globe model has a lot simpler mathematics than the Walter Bislin model, but there is no axiom of reality that says for something to be real, it holds the simplest mathematical formula. So your argument really doesn't stand. Thank you.
I get that, and I'll concede to that. I'll just can I explain what I'm sharing at the moment for criticism, because I've got to go soon because it's in the UK. It's coming up to midnight. But I'll just explain what this is or what I did.
Yeah, I'm sharing. I'm sharing yours on the live stream now.
Okay, cool. So I didn't understand the statement, and I'm actually being honest here. I didn't understand the statement that EQ mounts don't work on a flat plane. Deep down, being a glober and being aware of space, spatial awareness and stuff, I knew that was the case, but I couldn't visualize it. So what I did, and I can't remember the number, I went and put in a track of a star in the northern hemisphere that on a 42 degree latitude, which is my latitude, wouldn't drop below my horizon. And then I chose 2 points at opposing sides of a north rotating polar point, which is the same on a flat disk as it is on a globe. And then on those opposing longitudes, moved equidistant and put the tracks in for what a EQ mount would do in reality. Now, what I set up cameras on these so we can see them. Here, we've got the globe, let's call it A EQ mount. And we've got the opposing flat EQ mount, A, and then B is underneath. Now, you can see in these views here that when we progress through the course of one day, 24 hours, we see that the motion of these match if you're stood next to them. We see that. You see that the globe here and the flat earth here, they match if you're stood next to them. And same on the point A. They match if you're stood next to them and looking at them. This motion is taken from reality. We know in reality, we go set up a EQ mount at these 2 points at opposing longitudes. They point at the same object. Distance is irrelevant. Even the subject is irrelevant. They're pointing at the same thing. Now, all I did is I took this reality, which are the rotations of this, and I put them on a rotating sphere and a flat plane. And when I play them, you can see that the rotating sphere makes the EQ mounts look in the same direction in a night sky. However, you can see on the other side, the same EQ mounts doing the same motion do this, which is awesome, but I think it needs some work. I'm done. Thank you for your time.
So the Walter Bislin model addresses that. It addresses the directions.
Okay, awesome. So personal dome, where based on the tangent intersection of a dome, you get a nonlinear perturbation angle change defined in very complex lookup tables in his algorithm. Gotcha. Wicked. Awesome. I'm on it.
Yeah, so yeah, you have a model you have a model, and you said that because I made a model, it exclusively shows that it's a globe, but I showed that we can make a model for a flat Earth, therefore it is not exclusive to have a model. And therefore, and that's not even an actual logical claim. Having a model doesn't make what you have reality. But it just shows that even the non-logical claim still even has less ground than it would.
No, I'm just saying that without special pleading, without magic, without mathematics, I
That's
can
the
put
globe.
two.
You just described the globe.
You are correct. I did. It works without all those things. I need
No,
to
you-
rotate
you
it.
are
No, those things are what
sky.
is used.
You are assuming the sky. You are assuming we see the sky in a Euclidean manner.
I didn't get any of that.
Sorry.
I didn't either. Sorry.
Try it again, model builder.
You are assuming what you are seeing in the sky. You are assuming that the sky is acting with an Euclidean geometry.
Oh, so right. I think I get what you're saying. So I'm assuming that the sky has a certain geometry. I'm
Yeah.
actually. Is that what you meant? Is that what
Yeah,
you said?
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So no, I'm not. I don't even care about the sky, and I don't care the distance to the star. What the star was called, I think it's 269 something fucking B or something. I don't care the distance. I don't care what color it is. I care that these EQ mounts would look at something. That's it. Something. I care that the motion on these EQ mounts maintain that looking at something, and that these exist in reality. That's it. They're the only two things I care about. And then when I plot them on a sphere, they seem to be looking in the same direction. I wouldn't have thought this. I wouldn't think this if I was a layman and I was just looking at this one and this one thinking, hey, I think these two are looking at exactly the same thing because they're looking in the same direction. I wouldn't. But by nature of being on a sphere that's rotating, they are. That's it. I'm not saying it's a sphere. I'm not saying it's flat. I'm saying without special pleading, it works on a sphere just by rotating the damn thing.
Okay, but your model is wrong. I mean, when in reality we are seeing parallel things parallel to the level plane, we will see something. I don't know how to. I will write what I want to tell on the. I come back later.
Yeah.
Because translation problem.
Yeah. No, I get it. It's all right. I'll link my video as well, so anybody with criticism, besides Walter Bislin's magic math, can comment and tell me what I can do to make it work on the flat Earth. But anyway, cheers, guys.
Cheers.
So Tig, you still there?
Hey, sorry about that. Yep.
Oh, I'm sorry. I mean, today is really the worst
You
possible day.
are assuming the elevation angle is the same on the flat on the globe model on your demonstration.
Did I come through there? Am I mic check?
He's done.
Mic check.
Yep.
So Tig, you're still there?
Yes, sir.
All right. So sorry about the inconsistent in and out, but today I have no choice. It's one of those days.
Yeah, no worries.
All right. So would you like to further the convo?
Absolutely.
Okay. So where do you want to go next?
I believe that the Earth is spherical.
Okay, that's a belief. I believe in God. Where we're at now.
Can you represent your belief? Like, can you demonstrate? I don't want to insult any religious people. Maybe that's not the right argument.
Okay, forget about God. I'll restate that. I believe in a creator. Let's say an alien one. Forget about the religious aspect. I believe in the Anunnaki, let's say, and they were an alien race came down and messed up with their DNA. How about that?
Don't you think it's just more likely that the globe is kind of like the way it seems to be?
So you went right back to a belief. What's likely?
Well, like for example, you can recognize gravity, right? Like when you throw something, you see gravity, right?
You mean when you pick something up, it falls? Yeah.
All right. And now when you throw something, same effect.
When you throw something, yeah. When you throw something, it goes that way in the direction.
Do you believe that you can predict where that lands? Like, let's say that you can throw it with the same exact angle, the same exact force every time. Do you think that you can predict where it lands?
I guess so, yeah. If all the conditions are the same, yeah.
So why don't you believe when that happens in space?
Never been to space. Believe what, first of all? What do you think?
Like when you don't believe in, like, do you believe that we have satellites in space?
No, not the same way you do, no.
So you think that satellites don't exist? You think that's a conspiracy?
Do you think that these said satellites are in a place called a vacuum?
Well, most of everything is vacuum. It's. I believe that they are in the orbit of the gravity of this planet.
You believe thousands and thousands of those things, like they say, that are circling the globe.
Yeah, you can. You don't have to take their word for it. You can actually just go look at all the footage of the satellites being launched.
Don't be afraid to say just a simple yes.
No, it's a solid no. There is not one single shred of evidence that there is what you think there is up there in a vacuum. Absolutely.
All right, so let me ask you this: if I tell you that tonight, where do you live? You don't have to tell me exactly, just which state or where.
I know what you're gonna say. Let me preempt you. You're gonna tell me that look at the ISS at this time, right?
Obviously.
Okay. What would you say if I told you I've done it? I filmed it as well.
So what's your in your mind? What do you think that is? You think that's a conspiracy?
No, I think it's a military vehicle.
Okay, so how did the military figure that out?
Figure what out?
You say it's a military vehicle, the ISS?
Yeah. What you think is
So where is it traveling? In space or no?
where you think it is? No, it's impossible. That cannot be.
I think it's roughly 200 something kilometers above the surface of the Earth. Where do you think it is?
I have no idea where you say it is. It cannot be though. And I can physically.
Why do you think why is it? Why can't it be?
I'll tell you. Do you know anything about the ISS, or is it going to be like the other stuff? You have no clue about it.
Try me. Let's see.
Just want to know where you're at.
Well, I mean, how much do I need to know? What do you got?
Okay, do you know anything about the cupola?
You talking about the little portion they look out and view the Earth with?
Right.
Go ahead.
Okay, that's called the cupola. That has 7 holes. I mean, 7 windows. Now, those windows have shutters that open and close. You're familiar with that?
Continue.
Okay. Now, in order for them to work, there's a mechanism that runs right through the body of the ISS, and that goes right through. And there's a shaft, right? Now, what's preventing the inside atmos from leaving outside into space, which you think is a vacuum, 2 little tiny little O-rings.
Why don't you think it's a vacuum? That's a good question. Why would you suspect that it's not a vacuum?
He's not done making the point about the O-rings.
Yeah, but no, that's a really important point right there. Why don't he seems to think that space is not a vacuum? Why would you suspect that's not the case?
Are you going to hear him out about the O-rings?
I will, but I'm not going to leave that question. After this, we're going to need to find out why he thinks that space is not a vacuum.
Write it down for later, man.
Dude,
Yeah, I'll figure it out.
You know how a conversation goes back and forth, right? We're
Yep, sorry. Go ahead, finish that point, but I'm not going to forget that.
You don't have to forget anything, bro. We're in your fantasy. We're in space. We're in a vacuum, and you have your O-rings. You have your metal rod that goes right through the thing. Do you understand the implications of that?
I have no idea where you're getting at now.
I know, that's why this conversation is futile.
Well, let's make your point.
Well, the point is, those O-rings being there for 20 years, it's a dynamic system. That means they're rubbing back and forth. So they're exposed to vacuum, heat, cold, radiation. Those would fail. So that's why I think absolutely certain, I'm giving you physical stuff, not pie in the sky, why the ISS can't be what you think it is. That's the reason.
So what do you think that is when ISIS flies over and you can see it with your own eyes? What do you think that is?
I told you I don't know. It's some sort of
So you don't have a problem with that? You just accept, I don't know. It's just some fucking magical light in the sky, whatever. Forget it. Don't worry about it. It can't possibly be what it makes most logical sense to be. It's just, you know what? This conspiracy shit, this consumes me, and I'm not willing to accept whatever the actual reality about that thing might be. So I'm just going to look at this light in the sky that passes over my head right now and just pretend that it's whatever. I'll just go YouTube. I'm back to YouTube.
You hear a word. Calm down, buddy. Calm down. You didn't hear a word I said, right? Not a word. You didn't hear the detailed explanation.
Just tell me what the light is. Tell me what that light is. When I tell you tonight, I'll tell you tonight. What the light? I'll tell you when it's going to fly over. So what are you going to tell me? What is it? You tell me, what is it?
Between me and you is going to be over. I'm just telling you right now. If I commence to speak and you interrupt me again, me and you are not talking anymore. So go ahead, say what you got to say. You there?
Yeah, I don't want to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Okay, so I gave you a detailed explanation physically why this cannot happen. I gave you the mechanism and I gave you the reasons. Now, don't just tell me after what do you think that light in the sky is. Respond to what I said, please.
Do you need a refresher?
I'm waiting for. He told me not to interrupt him. I'm trying to keep my mouth shut.
He finished with a direct question and stopped.
What's the question?
He said, "Do you want to respond to the detailed explanation he gave you a minute ago?" And don't respond in the same way you did last time by ignoring all of it.
All right. What's the question? I'm sorry.
I'm gonna try one more time, bro. Okay? I
All right,
told you.
direct question, please.
I told you about the O-rings. Explained to you how I think that they would fail during all the years of operation. And I also told you that there's no maintenance record. I don't believe I told you that, but I'm telling you now. There's no maintenance record of this. So can you please respond to that specific point? The O-rings being there for 20 years and functioning perfectly.
What the fuck are you talking about? O-rings? I thought we were talking about the Earth being round or flat.
What you guys are talking about the
I'm done with
ISS.
this guy's obviously a troll. Me and you are done.
You guys already agreed.
There's no trolling.
You guys
going on.
already agreed.
Hey man, I'd love to get your honest
guys already-
review of the. Oh, sorry, Jeremy. Go ahead.
You guys already agreed Earth's not flat. Now you were talking about the ISS. SC brought up the O-rings. Are you following the conversation?
No, he's not making cohesive conversation.
I don't know if this is your
talked to you
O-ring
about
guy.
the cupola.
Yeah, I don't know if this is
He was talking about the cupola and then all. He's just going back and he's darting around, man. He's not making any fucking make it. All right, you know what? All right, let's all let's all right. Let's recenter. You know what? I'm sorry. All right, make your solid point. Just make one point, real quick. Just make one point. What were you trying to say about the O-rings or whatever?
He's saying the O-rings would never withstand those conditions, dude, for 20 years. So how do you deal with that?
How says who? Who? What?
Says the architect who designed it.
Yeah, rubber degrades, it off gases, decomposes. Been there for 20 years in the most extreme conditions. How do you live with that? How do you sleep with that at night?
Yeah, but who is saying that? You don't think that? All right, so hold on. In your mind,
the architect who designed the mechanism of the cupola.
All right, hang on a second. I'll address it. So your argument is that you don't believe that there is a seal capable of lasting that long? Is that what you're saying?
No, that's wrong. We are just aware that.
So what did you just say? How is that wrong? That's what you said.
Have a problem interrupting. What we all know that I guess you don't is that there's a famous interview with the engineer who designed the O-rings that are part of the mechanism of the opening and closing of the shutters in the cupola. And when he was approached and was told, your original design, it's still what's at play up there doing its job. And man, I asked the astronauts what they do when one of those O-rings fails that separates the vacuum of space from the inside of the ISS. And he's like, "Oh wow, those they still got the original O-rings on there after all this time? Holy cow!"
You have a personal communication with an astronaut?
No, there was a Glober who got a private tour of the
So this is like fourth-hand information?
Not the ISS. No, are you aware of a channel called Smarter Every Day?
Yeah, the YouTube channel for 5-year-olds. Yeah.
I mean, well, he's talking to Don Pettit and other NASA employees at their headquarters, the one where they got the ISS underwater there. You familiar with that building?
I don't doubt it. I can imagine. I've seen his format.
Right. So first he goes there, interviews Don Pettit for about 20 minutes worth of footage, and then because he's so blown away by none of Don Pettit, no one giving him a solid answer of how those O-rings could withstand the conditions there and still be functioning after 20 years, he goes afterwards, after he's done interviewing ISS astronauts, he goes to the engineer, his office, who designed them himself, who no longer works for NASA, but he tracked him down and interviews him afterwards.
Get to the point.
Hey, man, I'm not having any pleasure talking to you, so
That's not the point, though. Make a point.
Yeah. You're very ungrateful, so I'll leave you alone.
Just tell me why I'm wrong.
Not interested, bro. Not interested in you.
Oh my god.
Well, you didn't let him finish, Tig. So
I did let him finish. If that throws him off to the point where dude, if he had a fucking legitimate argument and all I said was get to the point and then he just fucking disintegrated instantaneously, then obviously he didn't have a fucking argument to begin with.
You're such an arrogant man, aren't you?
I'm just telling you what all of us are aware of that you aren't. And I can link
All
you
right,
the
so
video.
tell me. So tell me. Finish. Tell me. Yes, I'm listening. I'm listening. Go ahead.
I'm telling you to go watch the video for yourself and get back.
Go watch a video. All right. Yes.
Can't help but interrupt. And like I said before, done wasting my time.
Well, you make a very compelling point. I will go watch a video, and then maybe I'll be, more in the same line of thought.
Sounds like somebody might need a nap.
No, I sounds like somebody might need a fucking worthy competitor here. Can somebody please, I beg you, please, somebody please give me a worthy argument to believe that the Earth is not a sphere. Please, anybody. Anybody.
You're so
reversal
I just
of
wish
burden of proof fallacy.
Dude, I've heard you for the last 3 hours give zero evidence that it is, which is quite funny.
But I'm not making the claim. You guys are saying the Earth is flat. The general accepted consensus is the Earth is not flat, man. And there's a lot more evidence.
You just interrupted somebody that said it wasn't, and he didn't agree with you. But he said it wasn't flat.
How can someone prove a negative? Prove it's not this. That's not the burden.
Yeah, prove it's not this.
The burden of proof is not on somebody to prove that something is not something. The burden is on somebody who's making the claim that it is.
Okay, all right. You know what? Forget all that. You're right.
What we call
Listen. Let's not prove it to other people. I agree. Let's talk about just me and you personally. Do you believe that the Earth is flat?
I mean, I can just continue to talk while you try to talk over me.
Do you believe that the Earth is flat?
That's what you want to do. But nobody's going to get anywhere if that's the way that you're going to operate. I mean, I've listened to you talk
I'll shut up
and not actually make any valid points at all whatsoever for your positive claim that the Earth is a sphere.
Yeah,
Tig, I have an answer for you. You asked for evidence that the Earth is flat. Here's one. From the surface of the Earth, it appears flat.
That is a good point, and I've heard that point before, and I think that's probably the strongest point that these guys have ever made.
The other one is that from the surface of the Earth, it doesn't feel like we're moving.
That's true. I think that also you can't necessarily feel the spin, so we can't be on. Most certainly can't be on anything that's spinning.
So let me ask you a question.
There's many more points you could bring. My turn, bro. Please let me get in real quick. We both started at the same time.
Also, intercontinental.
No, it's his turn to go now. All right.
No, Tig. I'm gonna have to just really aggressively mute and unmute you because your mic has a very loud echo reflection sound. It's very disruptive, and you're interrupting constantly. So I'm just gonna have to mute and unmute you if you're gonna go back and forth with some of these guys, either Napalm or Jeremy. But just because it's unbearable. So either fix it or something. But I'll do the work here for you, I guess, so these guys cannot be interrupted and we can't hear this loud echo thing. So I guess either Napalm or Jeremy.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
Were you about to say something good? Because if you were, go ahead.
No, I mean, I was just going to ask for some evidence of the spinning that they claim is taking place, which I know he doesn't have, so you can just go ahead and go.
I'd
We
like
have
to make
so
one.
much.
I'm sorry, dude. I just want to make one correction to the choice of words. I think it's a little misleading to use the word feel when obviously we can design accelerometers to sense things beyond our ability. And so it's not so much about, you feeling the the rotation of the Earth. It's like, is there even an accelerometer sensitive enough to detect any rotation?
Yeah, that would be a good counterpoint. He
Like
was
a
just
pendulum?
asking for some evidence on the flat Earth side, and that's the one.
So the most sensitive machines we could ever fathom of building still wouldn't be able to detect any motion.
I didn't say
like
that.
the
I said that we
string
don't feel
of
it.
weight.
I like turtles.
I just think it's a straw man where you're like, well, we can't feel the motion with our human senses, but it's like, okay, well, we got more sensitive equipment, don't we? Is that
Right. So with
I
all
agree
these
with
types
that.
of things, it's disingenuous to say the other side has zero evidence for either side to say that. Instead, we should present the evidence and look at the counter arguments.
Personally, I
like
think
you
it's.
said,
Oh, sorry, sir.
so like you said, if somebody says we can't feel, humans standing on the surface cannot feel any movement, then an appropriate counter argument would be to bring up other things like sensitive instruments or something like that. But the point is, you can't just, nobody on either side should say we have zero evidence on the other side. We need to look at the evidence and argue back and forth.
fair enough? So is there anything in response to the most sensitive instruments don't measure rotation? And I know you can't measure stillness because there's nothing to measure, right? So it's very easy to call me out if I say all our most sensitive instruments measure stillness. I know that's like, there's no better way to put it than that. So is that not an amazing evidence to bring up? Our most sensitive instruments measure stillness, although I know the easy way out of that. You can't measure stillness. The rotation is just within the margin of precision of even our greatest instruments.
Well, even in their model, there's nothing that's still. There's nothing that's not, in motion. So
Right. That's probably the reason people tend to stay away from putting it that way. But you guys know what I'm saying. Our most sensitive instruments measure stillness. So where's that rotation? Well, it's somewhere within the margins of precision of the equipment.
I think part of the problem is Tig's not understanding that most of the people in here are pretty well versed on what he believes in, probably better than what he understands himself, or at least can convey. So I don't know, and he's making some harsh assumptions on our character because of the fact that we're not going along with the stream narrative. So
It's not so much the narrative; it's like physics.
yeah, let's talk about physics. Why don't you define mass for us? I heard you mention it earlier. Go ahead and define that word.
What's that, mass?
Yeah.
I'm not a physicist myself, but what I do recognize what mass is. I see its relationship with gravity and other things. What are you getting at?
So how do you define how do you define that term in order for it to work accurately within your paradigm?
Resistance to acceleration would be a good way to define it.
I thought that was inertia, a property of matter, while mass would, as far as Zanuck defines it as, I think Google as well, any amount of matter. An amount of matter, in other words.
I agree with that definition.
So why wouldn't you say that matter attracts matter?
Dude, you're asking a lot of me. You expect me to know how gravity works? Like, I see how it works. I can observe the effects. I see matter being attracted towards itself, but I can't explain to you how it works. I mean, just because I can't explain to you how it works doesn't mean that it's not valid.
You know where
So
we're
the
at right
original
now?
question was regarding physics, right? You were talking about physics, and you said the physics. The physics of what are you referring to as what we're kind of confused upon? Like, what do you mean? You can't just say Earth globe, proof, physics, and be done with the conversation.
Well, I'm willing to sit here and discuss the points if we dissect them individually.
Sure. So, which physics points do you think are pertinent to your idea or concept of what the Earth shape may be?
I think there's like an unbelievably overwhelming amount of evidence, like just in daily life, to kind of suggest that the Earth is round. Like,
Should be easy to pick one then, right?
Well,
okay, so how about
let's get into some specifics, right? Instead of speaking in generalities.
all right? How about the tides? How does that work?
You want to talk about the tides? Is that what you want to talk about?
That's
what do the tides have to do with the idea or concept?
How do the tides work?
Of what you think the Earth is?
How do the tides work?
Good
You
question.
jump
How
around
do
a
they
lot,
work?
Tig.
How do they work, Tig? In your idea?
If you're willing to give me an honest answer, I'll tell you how they work. But I want to hear yours first. I'm not. I have a rough understanding of it, but I want to hear your. I don't believe anybody in here actually understands it.
I'll tell you right now.
I would
It's
agree
a
with that.
resultant
I
of
would say
temperature
I
and
have
pressure
absolutely no
mediation.
Guys,
That's how
one
the
at a
tides work.
time, guys.
Yeah, tides are a result of temperature and pressure mediation.
What do they have to do with the moon?
It has nothing to do with temperature and pressure. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's how it works, bud. So
No, it
prove me
doesn't.
wrong.
Yeah, but they're on a
Okay.
29.5 day cycle just like the moon, so it seems like they must be somehow tied to the moon, right?
Uh-huh.
It most likely
So
has
what's the
something to
moon
do with the
effect?
moon. Yeah.
We're
What's the
pretty
moon's
sure it
effect
has
then?
nothing to. All right, go ahead.
You really believe the tides have no
No,
association?
not you,
with
the
the
other
moon?
guy that started. Yo, when two people start talking at the same time, that doesn't mean a third person goes. Guys, come on, man. That's crazy.
Tig, can you fix the echo in your mic? Is there any way you can fix it?
I'll try. Sorry, hang on.
Because every
Gio, I
time
don't-
you're interrupting a lot and clipping a lot, and then it's doing this big loud echo thing, so it makes it double worse.
Isn't it worth it though? It's so worth it though. No.
Well, otherwise I have to sit here and mute and unmute you like every time because it's.
All right, listen. I'm gonna take one more pee because I gotta pee, and then after that, I'm gonna definitely. I think there's a feedback issue, but I'm gonna fix it. I'm sorry.
Gio, just FYI, he does sound a little bit loud to me, but I don't hear any echo, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm
Whatever
not
the-
really hearing it either.
Whatever the tides is, we know it's definitely not the way your model says it is because it has to do with the sun and the moon and the positions on where they are. And the
Right.
problem with that is, right, and the problem with that is we have spots on Earth that don't get any tides. Yet you have the sun and the moon constantly being in all these different positions, yet we have these spots that are getting no tides.
Yeah, so the tides are influenced by the cycles of the sun, the cycles of the moon, and the local underwater geography and topology, and all of those things kind of influence how the water sloshes around. So we know for sure that it's connected to the sun because there's a 24-hour cycle. We know for sure it's connected to the moon because there's a 29.5 day cycle. And we know for sure that it's connected to the undersea topography because different places have different reactions to that. And like you mentioned, some places have no tides.
Yeah, no,
You-
we
you
know for
realize
sure
you guys-
that it's not. I knew I wasn't going to be able to respond. We know for sure that it's not your way because there's areas that get no tides. And when the moon's on this side and the sun's on this side, and then they switch and the sun's over here and the moon's over there, and they're in all these different spots. There's these spots in the water that aren't getting tides. And if it's the moon and the earth, or if it's the sun and the moon pulling on it, then those spots should be getting affected at least somewhat to where there would be a tide. But there's not. So we know it can't be your way.
Right. If
Part of
it
the
was only the sun and the moon, but I said there are three influences: the sun, moon, plus the
part of the
topography.
problem, man. Those are all unfalsifiable variables, bro.
Not really. I mean, correlation implies that there may be some sort of causation, so that doesn't imply causation, but it's suspicious that there's 29.5 day cycles in the tides.
Hey man,
You're
Yeah,
basing
it
your
doesn't matter
conclusions on
what
things
the.
that can't be manipulated.
Jesus Christ, man.
I got. Okay. Hey,
I was
Matthew.
hold on a second. No. I was peeing. Who was saying that? Who was that?
What?
When you come back into a conversation, you could sort of pause for 30 seconds, 60 seconds, just sort of see who's saying what.
Matthew, you needed to do some more speaking because from what I heard over the toilet there, you're making a lot of sense.
Thank you. I'm happy you were thinking of me while at the toilet, I guess.
All right, Matthew, man. I got a question for you about this tide cycle you're talking about, 29.5 days. Trust me that I know about like moon cycles more than I guess most others, but you know that the 29.5 days cycle for the moon is its like luminance phase, not its sidereal cycle, and so. Don't you think it would make more sense for the tides to be on a 27.3 day cycle? The actual placement of the moon versus its
No, you're right. You're right.
luminance. So,
Right.
So is it a 27.3 day cycle for the tides or a 29?
The 27-day placement of where the moon is. So you're right. Thanks for the correction.
Are you sure?
Pretty sure. Yeah. So
I mean, it could be either.
The moon appears in the same place.
Yeah, the moon will appear in the same place every 27.3 days,
yes,
but it'll be in the same like luminance phase every 29.5 days. So that's why I wanted to say something about what you're saying, because like, why would the light have something to do with it? But I'm not saying that's incorrect. That would just be, against the globe model. That the light has more to do with it than the actual location.
No, you're right. Thanks for the clarification. I did mean to cite the location cycle, not the light cycle.
Okay.
Can I address the underwater topography thing or no?
Yeah, no, that's relevant.
Yeah, so the underwater topography, great. Yes, there's terrain underwater, different shapes, there's different coastlines. However, there's times where the sun and the moon are both on top, right on top of the spot where there's no tide. Despite what the topography is under the ground, it's supposed to be pulling all the water towards this area, but that area is not getting the water towards it. These are open spots in the mid-ocean, middle of the ocean.
Yeah, so it has to do with flow also. I mean, this is why lakes don't have tides, because there's nowhere for them to flow.
So it's not the earth and the moon pulling on the water, pulling the water to this one spot.
It is, but there's a third component, which is the topography of the underwater. Where the water is flowing and what it's flowing past, and if there's a channel or if it's open water. Like, all these things have an influence. So it's complicated by all those things. The point being that there is this cycle that matches the location of the moon. So that sort of gives you, makes you wonder, well, could it be connected to the moon because it matches the cycle of the placement of the moon?
Right, but we know it's not the sun and the moon pulling on the water, because there's spots where there's no pull happening because the level of the water doesn't change when the sun and the moon are right on top of it.
Yeah. I mean, you can say that. You could say, okay, well, if it's not pulling, then there's something else happening. I mean, who knows? But the fact remains that these cycles still exist.
Okay, but we know it's not the thing you say where the sun and the moon are pulling on all the water on Earth, because when the sun and the moon are above these spots, the water doesn't. The level of the water stays the same. There's no tide there.
Yeah, to be fair, I didn't say that they were pulling on anything today. Anyway, I just pointed out that the cycles match.
Oh well, I mean, since ancient times, before Isaac Newton or whatever, people have associated the moon and the feminine and the ocean. That's why we call it marines, like Mary Marina, whatever. I mean, with the moon, sure. I'll be the last one to deny any sort of connection between the moon, as long as we listen to the ancients, with the ocean. But I mean, isn't that like safe to say what Jeremy's saying? Like, or are you taking it from a different angle? Because I mean, that's what you're saying, right? What Jeremy's pointing towards. I know you didn't say it today, but that's your point, isn't it?
Yeah, and he does bring up an interesting point that would need explanation in the globe model, which is, hey, if it is due to gravity and the pull of the sun and the moon, how come there are spots where it doesn't seem to work? And I don't know the answer to that, but I do know that there are variances caused by local topography and that kind of thing. So I admit I don't have an answer to why some specific spot in the middle of the Atlantic doesn't experience tides.
Well, you're a fairly honest glober, so I'll ask you a question I haven't asked any other glober directly before.
It's not about being honest. He's observed
Tig,
things.
man, that echo is still
Okay,
going
now
on.
I hear the echo. I didn't before, but now.
So Matthew, do you want to chalk it up to just the size of the body of water? If I ask you why, like freshwater, as in like lakes. I mean, a river can't. River's flowing, so I don't even know how you'd measure a tide. But a lake, right? Like there's no tides in a lake affected by the moon. Maybe because it's freshwater. Maybe or what do you want to say? You probably wouldn't go that way. That it's like electrical and it's about the salt content of the water. Would you just do you have something specific to say? Is like, oh well, it's not big enough to be affected by the moon, or
yeah, tides are water sloshing around, and so lakes don't have anywhere to go, so they're just sitting there.
What do you mean they don't have anywhere to go? The oceans are just the same thing as a lake, just larger.
Yeah, but a lake is in a specific spot, and so
would a lake just have to be big enough to be affected by the moon? Then
yeah, so some of the Great Lakes, some of the Great Lakes have a slight tide effects.
Some of the Great Lakes. What do you mean? Like
the ones that are east and west more?
So, I mean, when you say Great Lakes, do you mean just the Chicago area ones, or are you referring to more than that?
Large inland bodies of water have tides as well as oceans.
So you guys know like an example of a
he just listed them.
Lake? You did?
Great Lake, by Great Lakes, I mean the specific 5 Great Lakes in the northwestern or northeastern United States.
Yeah, which one? You said the east-west, like long length ones experience more tide?
Because tides are typically sloshing water left to right or east to west, you would notice it more on lakes that have a longer east-west distance than ones that have a shorter east-west distance. And then small little ponds, so you're not going to see anything.
But do you really want to stand by that? Like, if I find the Great Lake with like the most length laterally to the longitudinal, like people will easily tell me, like, oh yeah, this one gets tides, but the north-south ones don't.
So Lake
I'll bet
Erie,
my dick on it.
Yeah, Lake Erie is wider east-west than Lake Michigan. Same with Lake Superior, wider east-west. And so we would expect to see more tide effect in those in Erie and Superior than we would in Lake Michigan. But it sounds like you're talking about smaller lakes anyway, like a small lake in.
You're right. You're right. I am.
So
you would say that, like I said in the first place, tides, like the noticeability of tides is all about the size of the body of water. The larger the body of water, the more you're going to see tides.
Yeah, so if you go to the Pacific Ocean and you notice a tide, it's not because there's more water magically appearing from somewhere. It's because it's sloshing around within the basin of the Pacific Ocean. Kind of like if you're in a bathtub and you slosh the water back and forth, it's not more water, it's just sort of sloshing one direction or the other. And so if you have a small lake, there's not much left to right sloshing happening, so to speak.
But it's not directly proportional, right? Like if I said the tallest wave ever in the Pacific Ocean compared to the tallest wave ever recorded in the largest lake in the world, you're not saying it'd be proportional. If like the ocean was 1 million times larger than the largest lake, you wouldn't have a tide 10 feet tall in a lake versus 1,000 feet tall in the ocean. Or, I mean, no, that's not correct math.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect it to be proportional. No.
I mean, when it comes to lakes, I mean, what's the largest wave anyone's ever seen? Like 5 inches or something? What?
Waves? You're talking about waves are caused by weather and wind, so there's pretty big waves.
Okay, you're right. I guess there is a difference between tides and waves. Tides is what, more like how far it reaches up the beach versus the low tide.
Ocean level. It's the ocean level going up and down. I don't know what he was talking about sloshing around. It's like they don't go in and out. They go up and down. The level of the water literally goes up and down.
Hmm?
So why wouldn't a lake go up and down just the same?
The
It
reason
doesn't
the water,
matter if it's really small.
yeah, the reason the water goes up and down is because more water is coming in and going out. So, for example, San Francisco Bay has tides, and you can tell that water is coming in because of the currents under the Golden Gate Bridge, for example. So, when the tide is higher in the San Francisco Bay, it's because a whole bunch of water has come in under the Golden Gate Bridge, and when the tide goes out, a whole bunch of water goes out.
There's
You've got to pass backwards. It's actually going up and down. Therefore, you get the result of it going in and out.
No, no, that's not accurate.
By the way,
Yeah,
the
the
claim
moon
is
has a. You go, Gio.
well, I was just saying the claim is that the Great Lakes do have tides, that freshwater do have tides.
I found that I just Googled it. That it says it's within 3 centimeters.
Yeah, 3 to 5 centimeters. I've seen.
Yeah, I was going to say 1 inch, but that's about the same.
Thing is, though, is that I mean, those Great Lakes are connected to the oceans through various channels. So
Yeah, but that's got nothing to do with it. The gravity is what's causing that effect.
Did we speak about the nodes yet? I'm in and out. I'm sorry. Did you guys speak about the nodes yet? Where
Yeah,
there's
there
no
are places.
time?
Places in the
We
Atlantic where
we
there's no
hadn't
node.
Montreal actually. We haven't actually mentioned that point yet.
Yes, we did. I just mentioned them.
Hey, Matthew, what do you do for work, man?
I teach computer science at a university and work in the Office of Digital Learning.
Oh, okay, cool. I'm just trying to figure out because I assume you're on. I'm just trying to figure out how you ended up in this channel here because I feel like me and you are kind of like maybe not the typical clientele.
Right. I made a YouTube video a while back about geometry and flat Earth, and sort of ended up down this rabbit hole.
Okay, all right. So you're more on the reality end of things.
I like reality. I like truth. I'm interested in
reality. Is pretty sweet, man. You have to admit.
Yeah, and the reality of the situation is that it can't be the sun and the moon pulling on the water because there's places where a lot of places where they get no tide when the sun and moon are all over the place, different sides, opposite sides, same side, antipodal sides, all over the place. And there's no tide there.
Where? All right, where is this?
Amphotic nodes.
Hey, Montreal posted a map of where it happens.
Amphodromic.
I thought science.
And is that because these forces don't exist, or is that because there are a multitude of forces that just kind of cancel each other out at that particular spot?
If they canceled each other out, hold on.
I thought science says and physics say that there's no such thing as a pulling force.
I mean, that sounds like a semantic sort of thing.
Thanks, Gio.
They can't cancel each other out when you have the sun and the moon above the tidal node. Then you have the sun and the moon on the opposite tidal node, and all in between, all various spots in between. How do you figure that cancels each other out?
Those two don't cancel each other out. You're right. We're saying that there must be some third thing that is also influencing the tide.
Yes, but if you have the sun and the moon, if you have the sun and the moon above this one spot, above a tidal node, and then later, okay, so now it's all being canceled out and there's no tide. Now you have another time where they're on the antipodal, and now it's still canceling each other out when there's no tide, even though it's on the opposite side. And then you have them at 6 o'clock, all different positions in between. They can't always be canceling each other out when they're always in different positions and always going to be having a different effect.
No, they can. There's like a million different factors canceling each other out if you really break it down.
If it cancels, if the sun and the moon cancels it out when they're in one spot, and then the sun and moon move, it's no longer canceling it out because now it's in a different spot. There's a different pull on it.
All right, so look, we're in a room right now, a very small room, and you know, like let's break this down really elementary. Like as a child, you understood like when they talked about like a high concentration moving to a low concentration. You understand that concept?
Listen, man, you're the new guy here. You probably shouldn't be talking to people like that.
I won't be condescending about it then. But you do recognize that effect can also exist with a similar effect. Like let's talk about like temperature, you know, equalizing also. Like there's a whole bunch of different things going on here. It's not a very simple, straightforward thing.
Yes, there's a lot of things going on, and the main thing is the sun and the moon. And when that is equalizing out with these other things that you say is going on, then that's fine. But when the sun and the moon start moving and now they're in different positions, they have a different force, it can't still be equaling out because now it's different.
Yeah, but in this instance, I think it made sense. I don't know.
Jeremy, I'm actually just kind of I'm ashamed, but I'm unfamiliar with this like debunk. Could you take me maybe from the beginning to where we're at right now? I swear you can go fast. I learn fast.
There's a lot of spots on Earth where there's no tide.
Okay.
Some of them are in open ocean, some of them are on coastlines, whatever. Now,
so what are
they say the
tides?
sun.
Shut the fuck up.
Oh, that's not nice. That is so not nice.
I'll ask you another time, Jeremy. No big deal.
I mean, he told you, dude. It's pretty simple. No tides in specific spots.
Yeah. I heard no tides in certain spots. But you know, he's making the point about you know, then they move position and I'm not sure if he's saying and still no tides in a certain spot, then they go somewhere else and still no
He's
tides
talking about they try to bring up the fact that they're equalizing at those particular points in the sky.
Right.
So there's no displacement. And Jeremy's saying the second that they move out of those respective locations, that there should be a fluctuation, i.e., water displacement, i.e.,
But there
tide.
isn't. But then even
there's
once
not.
it's out of place, out of like linear geometry or whatever, it still doesn't make a difference. Okay. Like I said, I learned fast. I get it quick. So it's like even when they're not directly like 180 degree aligned, there's certain spots that still have no tides. So it can't just be a direct canceling out.
Right. Like to
yeah.
say that that's the factor of tides is the sun and the moon, when he just showed you that that's obviously not the case in these particular areas, and then they want to throw a multitude of other variables in there just to try to dogpile on the inevitable witness of them being wrong is pretty odd.
That would be a daily miracle, or that'd be a twice a day miracle in those locations. All the times that it doesn't have a 180 degree geometry, then.
Or it could be due to these standing waves that cancel each other out, as clearly explained in Wikipedia. I posted a couple paragraphs at 59 past the hour, and JA's posted something a minute after, and you can see a picture 57 past the hour. So if you want to know
so you're
why,
saying there's
if you want to know what
standing
our
waves in these
explanation is,
particular regions, even though there's fluctuations all surrounding that. Because that makes a lot of sense. Right.
It does if you read the paragraphs I posted.
Well, let me ask you before I read it. Do you think Jeremy is saying that twice a month there are locations without tides, or more than twice a month there are locations without tides?
I think it's without tides all the time.
All the time. Holy shit. Okay. Then I don't think your
Yes,
paper
all
is
the
gonna.
time. So if there's, it's all the time. So if there's forces that are canceling them out, that's fine for one period of at one moment in time. But then the sun moves. Now there's a different force happening. Now the moon moves. Now there's an even different force. Now the sun and the moon are both on the opposite. Like it's different. Like if it cancels it out at one time, I don't know how it can always cancel it out. It's pulling on the water, right? Is that what's going on? Is it pulling on the water?
Yes, it's making a progressive wave that reflects against the continental shelf. It bounces back, and so there are certain spots in the ocean that tend to cancel each other out, like my diagram at 57 past the hour.
Yeah, and that would stay consistent no matter where the sun and the moon are.
Right. Because the sun and the moon
Right. Even when the sun's north, the sun and moon are north, and the sun and moon are east, and the sun and moon are west and south. Even when they're in all those different positions, it's just always magically canceling it out.
Not magic. It's just that's how the Kelvin waves and Poincare waves.
It's magic. You can't replicate this.
Math isn't magic. It's just math. It's not magic.
Ah, come on.
You can't replicate this.
I mean, there. So you're saying that, like, there's no such thing as a sweet spot? Like you're basically saying that certain locations are in a sweet spot where, things add up at a certain time where things are canceled out. But you're saying it's like a permanent sweet spot where things always cancel out no matter what? Even though we're in a dynamic system, there's like a permanent sweet spot? I could believe like a twice a month sweet spot, but not a daily one. I mean, that's a miracle. The geography, the coastlines are so, wild in their geometry. How could things add up so perfectly?
Well, I wouldn't say it's perfectly. I would say that these are general areas. If you look at the map that was posted up above, the colorful map, you can see where those are generally at. But I wouldn't say that there's one specific spot. It's more like an area where the tides generally don't move much. Like the blue areas in the map that Geo posted.
I see the one by SE Montreal. I see the Geo one. I see like a sine wave graph by you.
You don't understand, dude. It's pulling. Sometimes the sun and the moon are both north of this tidal node. So it's pulling on it in one direction. Then sometimes it's south of the tidal node and it's pulling on it at a different direction. Sometimes it's east, sometimes it's west, sometimes it's right above, sometimes they're antipodal in your model. And it's always magically they're always magically canceling out the other forces.
So you're right. Those things are causing waves that move from east to west and kind of go across the ocean, but they also get reflected on the continents and make another wave that kind of goes back. And so those two waves can cancel each other out. And that happens. It's not magic. It's just the math of how waves can cancel each other out. That's how noise canceling headphones work, by the way. And these blue areas are where they generally cancel each other out mostly.
Yeah, I could see it canceling out if it was always east west or always north south or something, maybe, but it's all over the place here. Sometimes it's pulling hard south. So why is that spot not getting pulled with it?
Yeah,
the waves aren't going east west. I mean, the moon and the sun are pulling them north south.
Yeah, so that's why it's not like this perfectly symmetrical map. It's kind of like this wonky map with different places based on the geography of the continental shelves and all that stuff.
Are you acting like you have an answer, or was that like an actual answer?
If you want to see more details, you could read the Wikipedia page that Geo posted.
I don't know. You keep trying to hand wave this away with standing waves, and we're telling you that in order to have those conditions, where
dude, he's been the
there's no
most
tide.
respectful person on this channel so
Okay,
far.
we don't need your opinion, bro. That's all you've given today. Come with some facts. But Matt, the standing wave only exists within those given conditions. The second those conditions change, You don't have the standing wave to support the fact that there's no tides here in this station year round.
Right. So standing waves exist, and they can cancel each other out. That's a pretty well-known fact, and I'm
Did
not
you not just
surprised.
hear me?
I heard you. I'm explaining.
Your method of dialogue is pretty much crap. He's providing a lot of really good points, and you're just sitting there and like trying to antagonize or something. I don't even understand that.
So are we saying?
It's okay. I'm used to it. It's fine.
Are we saying that whether it's because I'm still playing a little bit of catch up here? Are we saying whether it's new moon, full moon, or first night of a crescent moon, that there's locations at any one of those phases that doesn't experience tides consistently?
Yes.
Under each three circumstances?
Maybe you could say less tides. Fewer, shorter, smaller tides than typical. So different areas of the ocean have different levels of tides, and that can be explained by standing waves and local geography.
Gyres, etc.
Well, this is fascinating. I didn't know such locations on Earth existed, but if the only excuse for it is, just like a harmony of sorts that results in a standing wave or a canceling out, I've never seen nature be so consistent like that, especially with all the different fluctuations and inconsistencies and just the wild nature of the ocean. I know it's predictable to a certain extent, but for one location to just be so uniquely unaffected or extremely affected by coincidence, however you want to put it, that just seems. I'm just saying. I see where Jeremy's coming from. Where this seems to be something very hard to explain if you think that the moon is causing the tides.
Yeah, no, you're right that is a fair criticism of this model, and it does seem surprising. I guess I would say that the map that we've been looking at doesn't look like all that regular, and it does seem kind of a little bit chaotic, and that is not surprising because the shape of the continental shelves is irregular all over the Earth and all over the oceans, and the counter argument to the idea that the moon has something to do with the tides is just that the tides follow this 27-day cycle, which matches the location of the moon cycle. So it seems like the moon has something to do with it, even if these other standing waves might cancel out some of the influence in some of the places.
Hey, Matt. One of the I want to. It seems like it's just kind of the same four of us talking right now. I don't mean to.
And FYI, I'm going to have to leave in a couple of minutes, but go ahead.
Okay. Well, I don't mean to prevent anyone from maybe taking this into more serious realms of conversation, but just as a sort of bullshit and small talk sort of thing, I was just wondering if you've ever come across all the cycles and instances where that same number associated with the moon, like 27.3, is also found in nature, especially in the, well, I guess not nature, but in the blueprint, if you will, of the solar system NASA provides us. Are you aware that
don't try to butter me up with 27.3, Fundy.
Jeremy, I was researching 273, but before you even heard about it, man.
Well, okay. So
shit! You know that because you just a couple months ago, you were like, "All right, Fundy, you go ahead and take over the 273 list." Because when you brought it up, I gave you like 10 more things you never heard about.
But you Matt, never know about that shit.
But Matt, like Jeremy is making notice of here. Are you aware of all the 273s?
Yeah, so
he didn't even know.
I have a couple sort of complicated answers. First of all, it's not super surprising that there are lots of animals and moths and whatever that that sync up to the cycle of the moon, the visible cycle of the moon, the phases, 29.
I don't know a single thing about animals and their connection except for human females, but that only adds to the list. But
yeah,
go ahead.
human females are one, but there are lots of examples in nature. And then you're bringing up sort of a bigger question of synchronicity of numbers.
That's correct.
Having different
that's
things showing up in all over the place. And my general answer is,
if you fucking say pareidolia or I'm sorry, apophinia is what I meant to say. If you bring up apophinia on the 273, I'm not going to listen.
yeah. So my general answer is apophinia. No, I'm just kidding. I don't even like this. No, my general answer is that, whenever you look at like a whole bunch of numbers, you can sort of see patterns, some that might be there, some that might not be there. And I'm not surprised that there would be patterns. Because
these are profound examples. Where 273 pops
I'm
up
about
is
to agree
beyond.
with you. The second half of my paragraph is going to agree with you.
Well, I am so sorry then. I'm sorry then. You should start with that though. Go ahead. Sorry.
So yes, maybe some things are coincidences, but I also think it's definitely possible that there are things where there's not coincidences there by design. Because
you're Christian, right? The God angle.
There is an intelligent designer, so I think that some of these things might be synced up on purpose. Like I think the size of the moon and the size of the sun are the same size by design.
Okay. Yeah, but the whole 400 diameter versus distance thing is your way of looking at it?
Yeah, I mean, same apparent size is what I should have said.
Uh-huh. Oh, man, you there's got to be at least one of you Glovers taking that angle. I guess you filled those shoes right there.
To be fair, almost all of the Christians and Bible-believing theists that I know would agree with me about this kind of thing, about the shape of the earth and the way that God designed the universe and stuff like that.
So you recognize these, as I learned to call it from a channel called SGD. He called it a symphony of coincidences, and this was the channel that taught me all about these synchronicities and the blueprint, if you will, of the solar system as given the measurements given to us by NASA. And I believed it for a long time. You got to understand that this guy, right, Alan from SGD, and you actually believe these things to be this way. He taught me, hundreds of numerological sort of Freemason vibey coincidences, if you want to call it, or God's design that NASA provides as its description of the solar system, to the point where when Flat Earth came along about 2 years after I had been following him, like every single word he says about this like amazing, coincidences left and right in every aspect of the solar system. When Flat Earth came along, I said, what's more likely? That the solar system really does have all of these divine ratios in its orientation and in its layout? Or is this a system designed by the same people who put all of these same exact numbers into every single state capitol building, every single skyscraper that they build, every single monument that they construct?
What are you talking about?
Yeah, you're way out of your league. I get it.
Pleasing ratio, and so many buildings have it. Listen, it sounds like we would have a fascinating discussion, but I really do have to go, and so I will talk to you later, Astropiece. It was fun, and I'd love to talk about numbers and stuff because I like mathematics. I teach mathematics sometimes too.
Hey, Matt.
Good talk, Matt. We'll have to go over to number 2.
Can I ask a question before you go?
Sure, I'll give you one quick answer.
Is an equal potential surface parallel?
Not necessarily. It might be. It might not be.
Okay, first of all, I knew about the number 273 when Fundy was still pooping in diapers. Okay.
Yeah, right.
Just for the record.
Yeah, right. No way. No way. How long you known about this number, man? How long? Tell me.
Dude, over a decade. 15 years, maybe.
All right. Are you bullshitting me? If you aren't.
Dude, this is not my first day as a conspiratard. All right? I've been in this shit a long fucking time.
Well, listen. 8 years. 8 years is when I was introduced to this. That's when I first started watching SGD Alan's channel from Australia, Sacred Geometry Decoded. So I've known about it for 8 years. If you got 2 years on me, if you've been at it for a decade, then
I might have a decade on you, bro. I don't even know. Like I've
not
been
a decade,
into this
2
stuff.
years. If you've been at it for 10 years, you got 2 years on me, and I'll bow.
Bro, I've known about this since like the internet came out, bro. This is like I've been on this shit, dude. I've been on this shit from day one. Like flat, just because flat Earth is new. Like I was heavy into a lot of this stuff, bro.
Dude, okay, I mean, I'd love for you to prove that to me if you could find some screenshot from 20 years ago.
I'm questioning it because he called himself a conspiratard, so that's all. That's suspect.
Hey, but if that's true, you got major props from me. That's crazy that you've been aware of this shit for so long.
That's what I'm saying, bro. I've been knee deep into all this stuff for decades, dude. Since like the late '90s.
What do you got on 108?
I like 108. 108. I'm not a big numerology numbers guy, but
Me either, man.
273 and 108 are pretty. They're pretty big.
They're big, dude. They're big. The one thing that I've been meaning to get around to is that there's this Buddhist symbol. I have no idea its meaning. I have no idea the message contained in its symbolism. But you can Google this. It's called Buddha's foot symbol, and it's this rudiment, sort of simplistic drawing of the outline of a foot, and it's broken down into like a cross square grid, like a sectioning, and it's broken down so that there's like this bottom view of a foot, and it's broken down into 108 separate tiles or squares, and like it's like, why? You know what I mean? Like, why would anyone put in the time and effort to design a foot diagram broken into 108 squares? What does it mean? What are they even talking about? And why choose a foot in the first place? But the thing is, I have respect for these people who like give us all our ancient symbols. That I don't like think that it's like a silly idea. I'm pretty, like if I'm going with my heart here, I'm saying there's probably a really good metaphysical reason why they made such a thing. I don't believe they were wasting their time. I think they were communicating a deep ass fucking lesson.
I think they were wasting their time.
Nah, I mean, there's probably some brilliance that you'll never comprehend contained within that symbol.
No, it's probably a waste of time.
Only one way to find out. You'll probably just sit back and do nothing. I'll probably look into it and gain enlightenment.
Well, I mean, it's not surprising though, because isn't there a Buddhist prayer bead or something?
You know what? I can't argue with that. While you Google that shit online, I will probably do something.
Now you're right though. Both the Christians and the Buddhists both have prayer beads, and for some reason both of them sync up on having 108 beads per necklace. Either 108 Hail Marys as you like thumb through the beads, or 108 Hail Buddhas or whatever.
Fucking Christian and Catholic though, bro. That's two different things.
No, they fucking aren't, because I don't give a fuck to respect.
Yeah, they fucking are.
I don't give a fuck to respect the difference between Catholic and Christian. Honestly.
Hey, I don't appreciate the foul language everybody's displaying right now.
Yeah, watch your fucking mouths, all right?
Isn't that like the best joke in the entire fucking world? Watch your fucking language.
Seriously, though, let's watch the F-bombs. Oh my god, guys, come on. I know I set a bad example, but
it's your.
So the number you're looking for is.
It's yours and Gio's house, as far as I'm concerned. So whatever you say, Jamie.
I mean, this is just like our house in the middle of the street. Know that one? Listen. We have tangible measurements of plumb lines being parallel. Tangibly, physically measure that. We can tangibly, physically measure water being level. Also, right? Those are huge proofs for flat Earth. Like, they're the ones saying that if you go farther, they start magically deviating or bending or whatever.
Well, that's why I was asking Matt if an equipotential surface is parallel, and they describe sea level as an equipotential surface, which is parallel.
Yeah, I don't care how they I don't care how they describe it though. We can measure level tangibly. We can tangibly measure level being horizontal. They match. Talk is cheap. You can write anything down.
All right, let me ask a stupid question. Another one. What's the end goal? Like, let's say we all figure this out. We all get to the bottom of like who the Illuminati is and like, you know, all that kind of good stuff. What are we doing about it? What's the end goal?
What?
All right, I'll restate my question. You know, hypothetically, I mean, we're all here to like, you know, get to the bottom of things, right? You know, like the Illuminati and stuff, you know, like that kind of thing. So at the point, you know, assuming that we do figure it out, like, how does that play out? Like, what, how do we sort that out exactly?
That's a good question. Good question. I don't have the answer for that. I don't know how we go about doing this or whatever. I mean, I have ideas. I can throw you spitball some ideas and stuff, but as far as how to take back control, I don't know how we would get
Well, from our
control
keyboards
back.
right now, like, how do you think that we should address this?
I mean, I don't know. We're trying to spread the word. They're suppressing us. We could, you know, what do you want me to do?
I don't know. I'm not the one. You guys are out here, not me. I'm trying to figure out what's, you know.
We're trying to like wake heads up and, you know, get this ball rolling here. As far as shutting down the Illuminati, like I don't know. We could let our money talk as a people. I mean, some people don't even think that's a thing, that there's this giant conspiracy, Bilderberg group, Freemason, Bohemian Grove, Skull and Bones peoples that are actually running the show here on Earth, which is nuts. So we're not even going to be able to have all those people they're not going to have our back because they don't even think anything's going on. So what do we do with that? They all think Earth's a globe and they're having poker night and you know, doing goofy shit.
So what do we, you know, like, I'm with you, man. I get your argument. What are we doing though? Like, what do you? I mean, I'm here. I'm ready to dedicate my time. What do you want me to do?
Well, you can just hang with us, and you know, if something comes up, we'll let everyone know.
Well, fuck, that doesn't sound efficient. I'm trying to do shit, man. What do you want to do to fix this?
I mean, bro, it's tough. What can we do? You know.
Yeah, I mean,
you telling me that hanging out on Discord is the only answer you guys got?
Nobody said that, dude. You're also assuming that somebody's here with something related to an Illuminati. I don't think anybody said that. Being aware of truth there's multiple layers of that for one's own personal spiritual growth and process, that people may perceive it that way, their own process of truth just in and of itself. But if you're talking about the larger situation of deceptions going on, I mean, I think awareness is a huge factor, massive. I mean, I think, like, let's say like medical cannabis, for example, for decades, there wasn't really the awareness of the medicinal effects of cannabis. Over years and years and years of doctors and research groups pushing it forward to do the research on it. Now it's regarded as a medicine and has been legalized, etc. So awareness is a huge factor. But I mean, if you're talking about like some of the wealthiest people in the world that own the Federal Reserve and control the money, that's a huge factor. Now, if everybody was aware of what they're doing, then they would lose their power pretty quickly. So that's why they're suppressing this. So there's a lot of factors, but I personally am not a fan of violence. So, I mean, I'm not going to show up with a machine gun or try to do any violent stuff. So otherwise, they have a certain level of control. And there's only so much we can do. But I think awareness, truth are, in my view, viewpoints, two of the leading tools that we have and we'll continue to have. As finances and resources become more available, then those doors will open. So I think it's a large process. It's not really something that today you and I could just go do something dramatic that I'm aware of. So
Yeah, he's like, let's go. What are we doing? Like, dude, yeah, I agree. Raising awareness, that's huge. But like, we're trying to raise awareness, and some of these people don't even think like there's anything wrong. They're like, no, you're crazy. I don't need to be aware of that. That's not even a thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, what do you want to do? Like, I mean, you could argue that we're free, but you got to pay taxes to somebody. You got to use someone else's money, all of that. So whatever you think about the shape of the earth or whether, there's a cabal controlling things, there's clearly something going on that you're not free. So what do you want to do? Instead of asking us, I'll ask you, what are you doing? What do you want to do? What solution do you have for the fact that you can't live free on the earth without paying taxes to an organization with the money that they're printing and demanding that you use?
I don't know. I mean, I got some crazy ideas, but I guess he doesn't have any.
What I'd like to know is why are they so sure? Why are you so sure of this belief you have? That's what fascinates me. Why are you so sure, Tig?
What's up?
I'm curious why you're so sure of your model.
What's that? Spherical Earth?
Yeah.
It just makes the most sense.
It's not a sphere. There's a. My bad. My bad. Go ahead.
I can see the way things spin. Like I can make observations with my own eyes, and then also, like there are, speaking from like a, like let's say I'm a stupid sheep and I'm just absorbing the information I get from my phone. Like even on my phone, I can look up exactly the way things orbit, and I look up in the sky and I can see that. Sure enough, they're there. So I mean, unless you have something more compelling than that, then I'm gonna go with that.
You should have told him it's not a sphere. Hold on, Essie. You should have told him it's not a sphere. There's elevation changes.
Yeah, but do you have something more compelling than being able to predict where something is going to be and then looking up in the sky with your bare eyes and seeing exactly as predicted?
Well, that's not impressive for a spherical Earth because, for example,
that's not impressive. Are you kidding me?
No, not at all. So, for example, you can map the stars on something called a planetarium.
Dude, hold on a second before you move on.
Please don't.
I can't let you get no.
No, you can. You absolutely can. Let me speak. We will guarantee that. Now, what I was saying is you can use a planetarium. The planetarium will have a domed ceiling, and you'll be on a planar shaped floor, and you can map the stars. So there's nothing about the way the stars move that show a globular Earth. I'm finished.
Seeing is not real.
I temporarily muted you for interrupting me. I finished, so go ahead now.
So you don't believe what you're seeing, but with your bare eyes?
Okay, did you hear what I had said, or were you talking through it while you were muted the whole time?
Continue.
Okay, so what I said is that a planetarium is a building that has a dome-shaped ceiling, and you're on a flat floor, and it maps the positions of the stars. Also on Stellarium, which is a star mapping program, you can switch between what's called an azimuthal grid versus an equatorial grid. The azimuthal grid shows a flat foundation with essentially a hemisphere dome of stars. So the stars can be mapped over a flat surface.
That's oh God, man. Come on, man. You're not serious right now. That's a way of representing it to make it, oh my God.
Okay, outside of your condescending tactics here. The truth is that they're.
It's not tactics. They literally did that so that you can easily understand it. It's not a conspiracy. It's to help you more understand the way. Oh, all right.
Okay,
Sorry.
I did not say anything about a conspiracy. What I'm talking about is astronomy, the astronomical realities of the geometry of the sky. There is a geometric transform that you can take a planar surface with a sky above, and you can transform that and try to make the sky a sphere and put the stars outside of it. Those are geometric transforms. There's nothing conspiratorial. Those are just two transforms. So what I was saying is that just because you're told it's a globe and they can tell you positions in the sky based on that model, does not mean that that model of the globe is the correct model of what the Earth is.
I just want to hear a good argument to why the Earth is flat. That's all. You give me like a one solid argument that I can't refute, and I'll do, bro. I'll suck your dick. All right, I will suck your dick if you can tell me that the Earth is flat. And
All right. Well, you've been trolling the room for long enough. I think we can move on.
Yeah, it's obvious that you don't want to have a decent combo, like back and forth. Told you so many things that just went in one ear and out the other. So your ISS got destroyed. You didn't realize it. You didn't understand. You didn't look into what O-rings are, what outgassing is. None of it.
I disagree. I think I've approached this in a fairly scientific manner. I don't know.
Well, dude, when I first found out, the thing is, dude, when I first found out about the shape of the Earth discussion, I didn't go on the internet begging other men for things. I researched it myself on multiple layers. I did a lot of my own observations and tests in the world, and I did all my own research. Now, I'm not saying that everyone has to do it that way. If you want to beg men on the internet for hours and hours for things, you can do that. But if you're going to do that, it would make sense to listen to what they're saying and actually
Mostly
consider what they're
blowjobs.
saying, instead of talking about sucking dicks about something that's not related to anything. Like you're just trying to troll.
But it's funny.
It's not funny. It wasn't even funny at all. So if you want to actually have a real conversation, then the thing to do would be to actually listen, and actually hear what people are saying. Because if you're a real truth seeker, you would be doing it on your own, and you wouldn't necessarily be begging men endlessly on the internet for your answers to your life.
I don't necessarily agree with your account of the event, but I do understand where you're coming from. But maybe we could just, I think we got off on the wrong foot, to be honest. I think. All right, let's try to refocus and think about what we're trying to do here. I believe that the Earth.
Well, please, man, you've been doing this over and over. You're trying to get back on a. Oh my gosh, man, are we really going to entertain this, guys? I mean, he's done this over and over for how many hours? All right, let's start over.
All right, so I believe that the Earth is round. That's my personal
the horizon
opinion.
a physical location?
I understand that you guys do not agree with that. The impression I'm getting is that you guys believe that the Earth is
You'll be dust under someone's boots.
flat.
Well, let's not do threats north. All right, so dude, what I would say is this: what I said before about asking other men for things, I can.
Why
also
is he
see,
being so?
I can also see. Hold on a second, dude. Hold on. Don't interrupt, man. Just go one at a time. All right.
He was threatening my life. I was just.
No, I asked him not to threaten anything. He said something about you'll be dust under someone's boot someday. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't like that. That's not nice.
Very non-Christian thing to say.
Anyway, sorry. Go ahead.
Well, when I was saying about asking other men for things on the internet, it's not necessarily a bad thing either. I mean, I was saying, like, you seem to be kind of like doing this, like a kind of a tactic thing of like asking people for evidence and then not really listening to what the discussions that's being had, and then trying to kind of restart it or whatever you're doing. But with what I said, it doesn't mean it's wrong to want to ask other people. I mean, I think it's great to have discussions and to be able to engage with other people. It's what we do here every day, and it's awesome to be able to share all kinds of ideas and learn from others. but it just doesn't seem like you're doing so in an authentic way. Like you're not really like actually listening to what's being said. I mean, if you want to know my viewpoints on why I think what the Earth what it is, I'll be glad to share it. But it kind of seems like from what I've been listening over the last hours, if I were to spend my time and put my heart and energy into explaining, my journey and where I've come to, I mean, are you going to receive it in a way that's,
Dude, I can definitively say that if you give me something that I can wrap my head around, I swear to God, I will defend it to my dying breath.
defend what? Something someone else told you? That's what you're doing with the globe now, just defending something someone else told you?
No, I'm
Or-
saying like if you make a good argument, I'll completely get behind it.
All right. Well, I mean, anything I would share, it's not to try to get someone behind it. I'm not trying to create a.
Well, just try to convince me that the globe is not a globe.
All right. Well, what topic? There's hundreds of different components of it. So, which part would you like to talk about?
Well, you're making the assertion. I think it's generally accepted that the globe is a spherical object. So if you're saying it's otherwise, then you tell me why it's otherwise.
No, dude, you got it wrong way round. No, the claim is the globe. We want to see evidence for the globe. That's the claim.
I have it the wrong way around. So basically,
Yes.
every scientist on the planet is in on this conspiracy, huh?
Well, I haven't seen evidence for this planet. I want you. The burden of proof is
No,
on
no,
the
no.
globe.
That's not what we're talking about right now. We're talking about what is the general consent. Like, what is the more uncommon opinion, right? What's the more unpopular opinion? You're
Have you got any
telling me that
evidence for
my
this globe?
opinion is more unpopular? Honestly, think about what you're saying right now.
I want to see your evidence. That's what I want to see. Just show me
That's
your
not
evidence
what
for
we're
the globe.
talking about. Dude, you called me out on the statement simply for
Yeah,
me
you're
saying...
a liar. I want to see your evidence.
What?
Look, I'm happy for
I'm
the
a
Earth to be a
liar?
globe.
What am I... Dude, all
I'm
I
happy
said...
for the Earth to be a globe. Just show me the
All I
evidence.
said was that the more popular opinion was that
I
most
don't give a
people
fuck
think
about
that...
popular opinions.
Okay, that's fine, but that's all I said. I'm just saying that the more popular opinion is that most people think that the Earth is a globe. So, that being said, I was just asking you to... you're making it seem like I'm crazy over here, but that's... Most people actually, if you're going to make
Do you
that...
have any evidence for your globe?
Well, Andy, is it really that unfair for him to? I mean, if he's heard that people think the Earth is flat or a stationary plane, etc., like he wants to know why people think that. Isn't that fair? That he wants.
Yes.
To,
Yeah. Thank you. That's it. It's a big claim.
Everyone in his life has told him it's a globe his whole life. They've shown pictures of it on TV. They've pushed it and forced it with propaganda.
Correct. Yes. As a person that has not been exposed to this before, like, I want to hear the compelling evidence to believe that everyone that has ever told me otherwise is wrong.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is that what I would say is that what you're asking for is not something that can just be said in one quick statement, meaning there's multiple components. For example, there's whether the Earth is moving, and there's hundreds. It's like an octopus. There's hundreds of components that branch off from that. There's interferometry, gyroscopes. There's many layers and components of whether the Earth is moving. And then there's whether there's curvature. That's an entire field. There's multiple components to curvature. Then there's the sky. There's multiple components to the sky. So there's a lot of different layers and levels. Now, if people want to do a more debate mode and then you prove the globe and other people prove their viewpoint, you could do that. But I'm just saying, if you want to know like why people think the Earth isn't a globe,
I don't think it's that crazy to doubt it, to doubt the flat Earth thing. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying that I think there are legitimate reasons to be dubious of the flat Earth model.
Well, then see, the next question I would have to ask though is then like where are you at with your journey of the Earth being stationary and having planar geometry to it? If you want to call it flat Earth, you can, if that's the name you're using. But like what have you researched so far? What have you looked into? Like, are you starting at ground zero? Have you already looked into some things? Like, that's the other thing I would, it'd be helpful to know where you're starting from.
When you say journey, it leads me to believe that a lot of things that you have come to understand about this whole situation have come about from the community that you're in. Like, I think there's a lot of like YouTubing and like a lot of like confirmation bias and like a lot of people have similar opinion and stuff like that. I think I don't think it's like such a subjective topic. I think that like if
Well,
you're really
big assumptions. Those are big assumptions. I have a master's degree in cosmology.
well,
So
I mean,
for you to assume that my journey was YouTube would be completely false.
you know what? I'm gonna be very vulnerable right now, and I'm gonna admit that I don't fully understand what cosmology is. I assume it has a lot to do with the obviously like celestial objects and stuff like that, but I don't. It's not my jam. But I would have a hard time believing that somebody that has went to school for a long time and has a really good understanding of the way that celestial objects move to be under the belief that the Earth is flat.
Okay, I mean, you're saying you just have a hard time, comprehending that. But I mean, there's a lot of people that have all kinds of degrees in engineering and professional degrees all around the world, pilots in virtually all fields out there that have come to the conclusion that the Earth isn't a spinning globe in a vacuum. Now, maybe all of them are not coming out about it, fully because they, in various ways. But I'm just saying there's a lot out there that have all kinds of professional degrees.
So let's say there's like, what would you say the percentage of that is? Like how many, like out of the pilots out there, for example, since you mentioned pilots, let's say, how would you represent the percentage that believes the Earth is flat out of all pilots?
I wouldn't have any way to know that number. I don't think that would be tough.
Well, what's your guess?
Well, I mean, you were asking originally though, like about the Earth. I mean, do you want to get back to that instead of? Because I don't know how many pilots that would be.
I think that's an interesting question, though. I would be curious to hear what you think. Like, how many pilots do you think really believe the Earth is flat? Out of let's say out of a sample of 100, you think what 1, 5, 10? $20?
Out of 100, it's probably a pretty small percent overall.
Well, it's a percent. It's a proportion. So,
I mean, they're trained to fly. They're specifically trained to fly over a non-rotating planar surface. So that is how they're trained. How many of them have gone through the entire process of researching this and coming to a conclusion? I wouldn't be able to put a number on that. But dude, I mean, when it comes to like the Earth itself, like let's just start here.
How can you make such bold claims and not be willing to answer a question like that? That's a really basic question.
All right, so you interrupted me for what?
These guys are flying around all day, right? They have a fair understanding of how all this stuff works. How many of them do you think, like, where are all these claims coming from?
What's this got to do with anything? What do you think he can divine the thoughts or something? This is the stupidest thing. And even if what are they going to do? Come out and lose the job? No, they're going to keep them to themselves. And what's the globe got to do with them navigating?
All right, never mind all that. Yeah, navigating. Good point. Good point. So all that stuff they learn about how to navigate is that all bullshit? Like
they use charts. What are you talking about? They don't use globes.
And what are those charts based on?
They're based on the. Oh my god, this is going to take so long to unpack.
Yeah, it's based on a round Earth. It's not convenient, right?
There's a celestial sphere model, isn't there? And the
do you have any personal experience with like land navigation or any kind of navigation?
No, navigation's certainly not my forte.
I
All right.
am.
Well, if you did, you would probably have a different perspective on this. I'm telling you, man. It becomes readily apparent that the Earth is a sphere as soon as you try to actually make sense of things and use it like in a practical matter.
Well, it seems
I
they
have
made
done
the sphere from
cartography
the.
software.
What was that? It
I
looks
have
like
done cartography software, so
You
yes,
think the
I am an
government just
example.
like arranged all the stars and all these stuff like just to conveniently help us like navigate on our own?
Well, I thought they derived the sphere from the from the angles to Polaris, right? That's what
Yeah.
I've
So what's the
learned through this.
motivation? What's the motivation behind the government doing all that?
I mean, we could speculate about motivation. Control, I suppose that'd be up there. To hide the creator, that'd be that's what I think it is, but
Is that more likely than the other scenarios?
is what more likely?
What is more likely? Do you think that the government, first of all, where did the government come from? You think did the government exist before the flat Earth? Like who's in on this conspiracy here?
Well, I mean, you only need to look over the last 4 years or so to know that they're all in cahoots. That should be pretty obvious. They closed the whole bloody world down, didn't they? With a snap of the fingers. So it's pretty obvious they're all working together. That should be obvious to you, even you, right?
No, it. Can you provide? Maybe if you give me an example, I'll agree with you. Go ahead.
I just did. They just
No, you
closed
didn't.
the whole Earth
You
down.
made a statement and then said I was supposed to agree with you.
You did.
And not only that, it seems like there's only a handful of shareholders that literally own everything.
You're changing the subject.
I'm talking about State Street. What is it? BlackRock, Vanguard. These are the same. They
Here
own
we
the
go,
same.
trailing off into conspiracy shit again.
No conspiracy
like I said,
shit,
man,
dude.
it's
It's
all
a
tied
fact.
together. You guys can't stick to one thing, man. It's all you don't understand.
Dude, that's what you're doing, dude. You're asking questions and then twisting it all around and then going back to conspiracy and then people saying we're on conspiracy. We don't have to talk about conspiracy. You were asking about the Earth.
Yeah, but we can't keep it on topic.
Okay,
It always goes to.
Okay. Let's stick on one topic. Nobody's talking about any conspiracies. Let's stick it to no conspiracy.
No, we are though.
You want to know?
Not me.
You're asking why we don't think the Earth is a globe, correct?
Yes.
Okay. There's a lack of geometric curvature to the surface of Earth.
No, that is absolutely untrue and provably not true.
Okay, so let's start with there. So you're saying provably. So what proof do you have that the Earth curves?
I have not proven it myself, but I am aware of many, many experiments throughout time. And not just experiments, but I have observed things myself that leads me to believe that the most plausible scenario is that the Earth is round. Now, hold on a second. If you're telling me that you have something really compelling to convince me that all of that evidence isn't as good as whatever you're saying, that's fine. I will look at it. But nobody has been willing to present me something like that yet. I've never seen it.
Okay,
So,
we can get to that though, but we're first talking about the surface curving. I could definitely show you a lot of evidence that the Earth isn't curving, but you said that it's provably so that it is. So why don't we start there? So what is the proof you have? Because you said provably. So what's the proof you have that it's curving? That the surface curves at the rate they claim the globe is?
Like from a personal perspective, I mean, I can explain it in a number of ways scientifically, but if you're just talking about what I'm limited to based on what I can observe, okay, the stars look differently when I'm in Florida versus I'm in New York. I can see the angle that certain things are at and it makes sense based on maps that I've seen of the stars. The movement of the stars makes sense with the movement of the Earth, if it's, you know, the way that we're told it is.
Okay, so that's your proof the Earth is curving, is positions of stars in the sky above you?
No, the Earth isn't. What do you mean the Earth is curving? Say again?
Well, we were talking about the curvature of Earth, and now you're talking about movement, and you're talking about the stars. You originally said it's provable that the surface of Earth is curving, and I asked you for what that proof is, and then you said different positions of stars moving. That's not curvature of Earth. We're sticking on one thing at a time, remember? So we're just doing curvature.
Relative to, like, if I'm sitting on the Earth and I see the stars moving in a certain way, it suggests to me that either they're all moving together out there, which is unlikely, or I'm moving. And based on my movement relative to their position, I can make an assessment as to, you know, the physical layout of things.
Okay, so that's your proof of that the surface curves.
No.
Is you probably won't even know what these mean, but a reification and a begging the question fallacy. That's your proof that the Earth curves.
Ooh. Okay. All right. Catchphrases. Here we go. Let's go. What YouTube video you picked that up on?
No, they're not catchphrases. They're logical fallacies.
That's your catchphrase.
All right.
It's fine though. We don't have to focus on that part of it. The thing is, your proof for curvature is that the star angles in different positions that seem to fit on a model that you're given.
It's not just that, man. Have you ever seen a sunrise? Like, do you not see the sun progress throughout the sky during the day? Have you ever tracked that? Have you ever thought about the way it changes season? Have you ever thought about the way that, like, you know, the same kind of relationship happens between all kinds of other objects in the sky?
Remember that we were going to stick on one thing? Because now you're fire gunning a bunch of other things.
It's pretty relevant.
Wait, why would the sunrise not work on a plane Earth?
Okay. I mean, we can get into this in a very deep way, but like, just since you just threw it out there, I mean, why isn't it sunny in Japan right now? Or no, it is sunny in Japan right now. Why isn't it sunny in here in New York right now?
Are you saying that if the Earth was a plane, that the entire Earth would be light all the time?
I mean, if light travels in a straight path, yeah, I think so. No, you don't agree?
No. Do you know what attenuation is?
You know, it's funny you say that because I was just making a whole argument about the physics of light bending around based on other factors, but I don't think that really applies in this situation. I'm pretty sure if everybody was on a flat plane, then there is no chance in hell that one part of it would be completely fucking black and one part of it would be perpendicular to the sun. That is, it's pretty, yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah. Attenuation has nothing to do with light curving. It's the absorption rate of light relative to a medium. So light is absorbed relative to a medium.
You guys really like catchphrases. Attenuation is a...
Tig, you got to not interrupt, man. I'm just going to temporarily mute you every time you interrupt, bro. You can't interrupt. We're just one at a time. Go ahead. What's it?
So it's just the rate at which it absorbs into a medium. It's called attenuation rate. It's not a catchphrase. It's just a scientific phrase.
There's actually a problem with why is it dark on their model? Because if everywhere you look, there's a star in the sky, and these photons are traveling nonstop, you know, through space, and nothing's stopping them. Why is the whole night sky not lit up? It's called Obler's paradox or something.
Yeah.
But that's advanced. Let me ask you this, bro. Like, I'm not understanding what you're. I mean, I understand what you're saying, but it doesn't make any sense. So I can take a model of a flat Earth. I can take a light over top of it, and I can literally replicate the day and night cycle where part of the light is lit up, but the rest of it isn't, with a local light source. So why are you saying that it's impossible?
Say again? Sorry.
You can literally replicate the day and night on if you took a flat Earth quote unquote model, you can take a local light source and move it over top of it, and it lights up just a portion of the Earth at a time as you move. Like you can
No, it
literally
doesn't work like that.
replicate it, but it literally does. You can do it in
No, it
real
doesn't.
physical reality. You can literally do it in physical reality.
I mean, I could have a model of a flat Earth and move a flashlight over it, but it's not going to mean that that's what's actually happening.
Oh, but you claimed it was impossible, and that the light would light up the whole thing. You couldn't have part of it be dark. That's just patently
It wouldn't
false.
light up the whole thing evenly. I mean, there would be a varying amount of photons reaching each part of this little diorama that we got going on, but it absolutely would not look like what you're talking about.
But we can replicate it though.
Not like what you're talking about. No, you would not have. No, you would not be able to have Japan and New York City dark at the same time. Absolutely not. Not on your model.
Does anyone have the GIF where the dude just replicates day and night cycle?
So you're going to refer to like some GIF from somebody? Is that your evidence? That's really.
No. It's a physical demonstration of what you claimed was impossible, dude. You didn't
Physical demonstration via GIF from somebody. Dude, can you please like take me seriously? Come on.
You're almost just slipping into trolling at this point, but
No, it's not trolling, dude. You're actually, believe it or not, the level of patience that I've exhibited so far is more than you're going to see probably from most people. Honestly, like that have my ability to see the world for what it is are not going to waste more than 5 minutes in here. I guarantee you that. That's the reason that you're never faced with actual, like, you're never going to have a real good argument against somebody. This is probably the best you're going to get for like probably 5 years.
Well, that's crazy. I debate like astrophysicists and.
No, you don't. No, you don't. You don't.
It's recorded on YouTube. Thousands of people have seen it.
You don't. You don't. No,
Yeah,
you don't.
Professor Parks has been in here. I mean, Jay Ace is a molecular biologist. Chronics Chronics got his PhD or something. Like, there's a lot of people that come in here, bro. You're honestly on like the low tier from what I've heard of you with your arguments so far.
Yeah. Wait, so which GIF were you talking about? Yeah, I mean, that's what this guy's been doing with it for a few hours now. He's like, he's kind of acting like a new guy, and then he's asking questions, and he ends up trolling and doing all kinds of weird, like, ad hoc moves in the middle of getting to it.
You notice how you guys have to keep muting me?
Yeah, I think we'll just probably leave you on mute, to be honest. You're just ruining the entire live stream, actually. But anyways, just so I know, which one were you talking about? You talking about the one with the... Because he was trying to say a GIF is not a demonstration, but obviously you were referring to a demonstration. So you're talking about the one with the little paperweight thing? The glass dome thing?
Well, yeah, there's a few of them, right, where the dude just takes a flashlight and moves it over top of like a flat Earth map, and you can replicate the day and night cycle. I mean, I'm just like just on my phone in the car, you know.
Right. All right. So Tig, do you want to actually respond to that, or we can post one? But the thing is can it be demonstrated that you can have a local light source that lights up a portion of a planar surface at a time, and as it circles around, it will only light up that local portion? Do you want to actually respond to that?
I don't want to fuck up the live stream, as stated. I want you guys to continue and just continue with the better content. I'm sorry. I'll just sit back and watch.
Just be real, dude.
Yeah. Like, believe it or not, we've thought about the things like day and night and the seasons. I mean, isn't that like some of the first questions you think about? And
yeah, I flip-flop with this for 6 months because of a sunset.
yeah, but probably not this part of it, right? It probably
How
not.
could you? Well, I was flip-flopping with how can you have a sunset on flat Earth? Doesn't seem possible. So I was like, I was teetering with it.
I would probably not say that out loud anymore. Just
bro, bro, I'm just saying, like, I mean, this was years, 4 or 5, whatever years ago. So I don't.
No, but
I
I
was
mean,
still in that.
did you ever struggle with the idea that part of the Earth would be dark?
Not that specifically. No, just how could it set? How could it?
Yeah.
My problem was like, how could it actually set?
Yeah, well, there's many reasons why it does that. Like the most dense part of the atmos is at the bottom, so that's where the attenuation rate is the greatest. Angular resolution. So the resolvable angle is going to be smaller at the bottom of the sun than the top, so it's going to disappear first. So if the Earth were flat, it quite literally we would have to have sunsets with the local sun.
All right, shut up. All right, listen, honestly, I tried to give it 5 minutes, but that was totally uninteresting. Come on, this channel's going to die unless we keep talking. What else you got?
Bro, this channel's not this channel's not gonna die if you stop talking, trust me.
Well, let me
it
ask you a
died
question.
immediately.
Let me ask you a question. Do you have any actual evidence that exclusively shows that the Earth is a ball that orbits around the sun in a solar system?
I do.
Go ahead.
Are you going to believe me if I give an example?
Bro, just be real, bro. Just give the information, man. All the tactics. Just leave the tactics behind. Just drop the info. We'll just keep with the content. Don't worry about if someone believes you or not. Let's just stick with the information.
Do you believe in satellites?
That's called a red herring fallacy.
No, it's not. It's they exist or they don't.
I think that something referred to as satellites exists. Yeah, things up in the sky. Do I believe that it works the way that some people believe? No, I don't
All right,
believe
so
that
what do you?
objects
How do
free
you?
fall.
No problem. No problem. So, can you please explain to me how you believe they work?
Well, I thought you were just now magnetic levitation. I thought you were just now about to tell me how we knew the solar system was real.
Quantum locking.
I'm asking you, how do you explain satellites?
There's many mechanisms like quantum locking, which is also referred to as magnetic levitation. You could follow the magnetic flux line if you actually map out.
Yeah, but did we figure that out?
What do you mean?
Like, I don't even understand what you just said, but assuming I have an idea of what you're getting at, like, that would still be a human figuring that out, no? So it would be plausible that a human could also put a satellite into Earth orbit, no? If a human can do what you're talking about, it seems like it would be fucking easy as cake to get a satellite into orbit.
Yeah, well, the problem is that the equations used for satellites assume a stationary Earth. They use what's called an Earth-centered, Earth-fixed reference frame. And they actually...
No, they don't. No, absolutely not. That's a lie. No. What are you talking about? That's not true.
Yeah, they use... It's called ECEF.
No. Scientists are very aware that the Earth is not on a stationary plane. That's crazy talk. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, but they treat it as if it's stationary.
Hold on, what were those initials? What's it? What were those initials?
ECEF.
Earth-centered, Earth-fixed.
You're parroting some shit you heard on a YouTube video. I'm talking to you about why is it that you can't believe that there are satellites orbiting the Earth?
Yeah,
Just to clarify, I didn't hear this on YouTube. I read this from NASA's website.
All right, so then just answer my question. Why can't you believe that humans have put satellites into the Earth orbit?
It's not that I can't believe it. I just see a substantial amount of evidence contrary to that claim. And I was trying to explain it, but you kind of were freaking out.
Go ahead. I'll shut up.
So the actual equations we use for satellites utilize a stationary Earth with an Earth-centered, Earth-fixed coordinate system, and then they account for a real
No, they don't. No, that's not true. I'm not interrupting you, but that's not true. I can't let you get away with that. That's not true.
Shut up, man.
Yeah,
but he's saying things that are not true. That
you're interrupting and you're running a lot of tactics. It makes it very difficult to have a real conversation. So I just posted the Wikipedia for Earth-centered, Earth-fixed. You tried saying it was something somebody watched on a YouTube video. That is completely false. This is used by GPS. So
yeah, let me read this real quick. Quick, this is from GSSC.ESA. This computate what
I
coordinate
can
what
confirm.
coordinate system?
I worked with GPS. I can confirm.
Why?
Wait, dude, he was in the middle of talking, man.
I'm just reading the citation real quick. What
All right,
coordinate
sorry. Go
systems?
ahead.
What coordinate system do satellites use? This computation can be done in either an inertial or a rotating Earth-fixed, Earth-centered ECEF coordinate frame.
Correct.
So why do you guys
this is like
accept
a
that? Like, how do you think that they came to understand that? Like, you don't think that there's a relationship between that and understanding how things spin around the Earth? Like,
Well,
you
it's the
guys are
same here.
clearly
Well, that's
willing
the
to.
whole point.
You just cited that. Like, you use that piece of whatever to disprove me, right? But you don't actually believe it, because that would insinuate that you actually believe that some scientist understands how things rotate around a spherical object.
Well, you would need to actually listen to the full argument that I was making first, I guess. But
Standing by.
okay, so the one part of it is they actually utilize the Earth-centered, Earth-fixed reference frame, like a coordinate system, but they also account for inertial forces as if the sky is rotating. So they actually account for the sky moving instead of the Earth. They use real inertial forces in their equation. So that's what doesn't really add up, right? I mean, also the idea in my mind just doesn't make sense that, like, there's a stationary, it's over there. There's a stationary satellite, a geostationary satellite, just sitting over top of an Earth that's spinning, and it just stays in the same exact area over the same exact land forever.
Well,
like that's just goofy.
Do you mind if I explain that?
Yeah, good.
So yeah, geostationary orbit is the thing. Like, you can totally predict where you have to be spinning around the Earth and get the speed right, and you will be able to stay over one position. And there's quite a bit of satellites that do that, and that's really like an integral part of all the stuff that we like GPS, and there's all kinds of stuff like that. It's really not up for debate. Like, it's out there. It's totally, you could prove it.
Oh, that's kind of my point, though. Like, the vast majority of them are geostationary, and they use a stationary Earth in the math. I've actually went and looked at the math itself. They use a stationary Earth, and then they use inertial forces as if the sky's moving. So basically, they treat it like the satellite's moving into a sky that's moving against it, that keeps it still, like kind of like swimming against a stream. So I just think that's pretty interesting.
So why do you believe that, but like you can't believe? All right, hang on a second. Let me phrase this better. Like, all right. Again, I mean, no disrespect. I keep getting muted by somebody, but I'm not trying to be disrespectful at all. I'm trying to figure out how you can see these things and really think that, like, the sky is a government conspiracy. I mean, do you realize that you're essentially saying that the sky is a government conspiracy?
Yeah, I mean, it seems like you're not particularly great at like following a point through to the conclusion, but it's all good. But basically, man, there's a claim we all experience the Earth as if it's a stationary plane, right? Like, that's what we experience. We don't feel the Earth moving. We see the stuff in the sky moving. We see the horizons horizontal.
No. If you have a deeper understanding of it, that's not the truth. No. You can totally experience.
Wait up, bro. Like, you gotta let me finish here. That by the way, that's why you're getting muted. It's because you're interrupting. I'm letting you finish. Just let me finish. That'd be great. So
Right,
what I'm saying is that's the default position, right? Like, if I were a caveman and I just jumped out of a cave for the first time, that's what I would think. Okay, now applying Occam's razor, it is that which requires the least amount of assumption. Sucks. So that's kind of the default, right? So if the opposite is true, that it's actually a tilted, wobbling, spinning water ball in a vacuum flying around the sun, then it just needs to be proven, right? Like, the other position is the default. All experience, all evidence shows us that. So we're just waiting on the evidence.
I missed the compelling part.
Oh well, the point is that you have the burden of proof. So if you can give me some evidence that the Earth is a ball, we can't do it. Tilted, wobbling, spinning.
Yeah, no, I can do that. I've been doing it.
You haven't done it yet.
I missed that part. What did you say?
All right. So, how do you explain gravity? What do you think gravity is? Like, what do you think? Like, why is somebody in Australia being pulled towards a different direction than you are?
Well, how come every time we ask for your evidence, you ask us a question?
Okay, ask me a question. I'll answer it.
What's the evidence that Earth's a ball, spinning, rotating, orbiting,
Ask me a
wobbling,
specific question, dude.
space, a million miles away?
Ask me a
Pick one.
question. Ask me a question.
What's the evidence for orbiting the sun?
You can see the changes in the rotation. You can see the changes in temperature based on the distance to the sun. You can see.
Hold on, one thing at a time, man. Where do we see the?
You can see the
change in
angle
rotation?
of the sunlight
Where
hitting
do we?
the Earth's surface. You can. I mean, there's like I'm just spitting off the cuff here, but
Or you're
yeah,
scattergunning. Okay, let's pick one thing and go through it. Where do we see a change in acceleration?
Change in acceleration. I didn't see that. I didn't say that.
Is that what you said?
I mean, there's. I mean, there is.
I know you scattergun so many things. I forgot.
You mean I laid out so many facts?
None of those were about the Earth orbiting, and you were misinformed on a lot of it. You said you can tell by the temperature fluctuations based on the proximity of the sun. That's not what the model says. It says that during the winter, the sun is actually 3 million miles closer, but because of the axial tilt and the direction that it hits, it supposedly changes. So actually, that doesn't make any sense. And all of that was about the alleged rotation and/or tilt of the Earth. We're asking you the evidence that the Earth orbits around the sun.
Huh?
Yeah. So, do you have any evidence that the Earth orbits around the sun?
I believe that the Earth orbits around the sun. I mean, we've known this for quite some time. It's the basis for a lot of the things that enable the society that we enjoy right now. Like, for example,
This
Discord.
is rhetoric. It's not evidence.
No, it's not rhetoric. I mean, do you know how do you guys have the same amount of doubt as far as like you can't see a semiconductor, right? Like you don't know how this computer works, right? It's crazy, right? It's fucking crazy, man. It's fucking totally government conspiracy. It's like not. It can't be actually like somebody just figured it out. It's got to be like
There's not a single thing that we enjoy today that requires our Earth to revolve around the sun. Not one single thing exists that we actually use today in technology that needs the Earth to go around the sun. Not one.
I don't really think the universe gives a shit about how we feel, to be honest. I think
I didn't mention anything about how I feel. I just made a statement to you. There is not a single thing that we use that requires the Earth to go around the sun. You can't identify one. There is literally not a single thing that we use today that requires the Earth to go around the sun. Not one.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, you claimed that the Earth going around the sun, which was the question, is the thing that provides us.
I didn't ask any questions.
Today. I'm saying that your statement is incorrect. The Earth going around the sun is not the reason that we enjoy the society that we do today. There is not a single item in existence
I really like how
it requires
if
the Earth
you
to go
measured
around
the
sun.
YouTube statistics, I bet you this channel has gotten more attention tonight as a result of me than it has in the last 6 months.
So
That's
you're
not
gonna,
true.
you're
You're
gonna
really
just
not that
address.
interesting, bro. You're really, but it is interesting to have you here if you're actually being honest. I'm a guy that started talking with you earlier, and you said something about alcoholism. Are you like?
You're the guy that ran off, right?
No, I'm the guy that.
Yeah,
I'm the
yeah,
guy that
yeah.
had.
You made a point, and then you got upset, and then you ran away.
No,
Is
not
this guy
me.
drunk?
Yeah, talked about his alcoholism, and now he sounds drunk.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize that he was a
Yeah.
drunkard or whatever. All right, never mind. We don't need to
Yeah, it's
bother.
not really.
Yeah,
It's not really entertaining either when people get drunk and try to have a real conversation. But if you actually are honest about trying to figure this out, just listen. It's not about belief. Don't you find it weird, bro, that like science is talking about like believing in science? Doesn't that sound strange to
Don't
you?
you
when
find it
think
weird
about
that the sun rises in a predictable fashion every morning, and you just deny it?
Dude, I'm not denying that the sun rises. What are you talking about? That's the kind of shit that makes you very uninteresting. Saying stuff that people never said.
If I could tell you that I could predict the position of every object that you can see from where you're at right now, I'm sure you're in like I'm assuming like what, West Virginia, Kentucky, something like that. But I'll tell you, man.
Dude. I'm in California, but listen, bro. I talked to
All
you
right,
for a long
Northern
time.
California, out in the sticks. I got you, man. But
We had a
listen,
cordial conversation. We had a cordial conversation. I just wanted to say this, bro. You've been on here all day, right? And you seem determined to just troll or to just convince somebody that you must be right, but you haven't opened your mind up to the possibility that you're not right yet. And that's what we started with.
no. I have not heard one fucking convincing argument, man. Dude. I swear, you don't even. I'm telling you, I'm speaking from a genuine position right now. I want to be convinced. I want it, man. It's just.
Listen, bro. You have to listen. We don't care to convince you. It's not about being convinced. It's about finding out if you're right or not. If it's not a spinning ball, you can find that out. If it's impossible for the spinning ball model to work, you can find that out. Where you go from there doesn't mean you have a new belief. It just means you lost a belief and you're back
Yeah,
to
but
your
I mean,
base
if you're getting all your YouTube,
Listen, bro.
getting all your evidence from YouTube, then that's.
We agreed when we started this that your base axioms is you experience a stationary level Earth. That's all you can know as your default position. Okay, that's the best argument for flat Earth. The belief comes in when you think you're spinning and going all these different directions, different speeds, and curvature that you can't really see, but it must be there. And all these predictions that you think only work on a globe model, but the Sero cycle, which was based on a flat Earth, were all they needed for all those predictions long ago, before the ball model even came around. So your predictions mean nothing. It's a reverse engineered model, bro. Just pretend that you found. Hey, just pretend that you found that out. Let's just do like a thought exercise here for a second. It might be fun. I think you might be fool enough to do it. Like,
All right,
just imagine you found out. Just imagine
assuming
you found
that
out. Right. Just
assuming that I agree with you, would you be willing to consider?
Just a minute. I'm going to finish my thought exercise for you.
All right,
Try this.
sorry.
Just for 15 seconds. Don't say anything, and imagine that you found out we're right. And just try to go through the process of what that would mean to you and what the first thing is you might want to do if you found out we're right.
Oh fucking hell! I'd do all kinds of horrible things, to be honest.
Like what? Like what?
If I thought the world was gonna end?
No, I didn't say the world's gonna end. Who said anything about that? I said that the Earth is not a spinning ball. That's all. You found out for sure that the Earth is not a spinning ball. What would be like the first thoughts that you'd have to that? Like, how would that possibly make you? Just imagine that's what you actually did find out. What are your thoughts?
I'd feel pretty dumb. I'd feel real dumb, actually.
You mean because you've been on here all day defending something that just doesn't make any sense? Like, pretty much is exactly what happened.
It made sense at the time, but I mean, if I was proven wrong, then I would certainly feel pretty dumb.
But you think about it, don't you think that if we were on a spinning ball going all these different speeds, spinning through like the Earth, like spinning all around the cosmos, don't you think that it'd be like so many ways to know for sure that that's happening? I mean, that's an extreme claim, bro. The extreme claim, you think there'd be extreme reasons that we would know that for sure. Not just a belief in something about an interpretation of what the sky does or the sun does or any of that shit that could be explained on a stationary level model just as easily.
Have you ever been on a plane?
All the time, bro.
So that's like 500 miles an hour right there. Can you believe that?
Absolutely.
Yo, let me
Alright,
go
so
through the plane thing with him.
hang on a second. Let me finish my point. So the spinning thing that you're talking about is only 1,000. So that's only twice as much as the plane. So what's the big deal? Why is that so unbelievable?
Tell me this: how are you flying a plane over a spinning Earth, bro? If the Earth is spinning when you're trying to land on it, isn't that going to cause a problem?
Because the atmosphere is spinning also. No, it doesn't cause a problem.
Yeah, but you're going to fly against the spin now.
No. There is.
Yeah.
It's all
What happens
relative.
when
There
you
is
fly
no
against-
spinning.
How could you be in lockstep with the Earth and still fly
Guys,
against the
one
spin?
at a time.
Because the Earth is the atmosphere is spinning with the Earth.
Right. It's not in lockstep anyway, but regardless. So if you're going to
No,
fly
it is
against
in
the spin,
lockstep.
flying
It's almost
No, but-
it's.
But then if you fly against the atmosphere, bro, you're not moving with the atmosphere any longer. You're flying against it.
If you're flying against the atmosphere, it takes longer. That's why flights from Los Angeles to LA take longer than the other way around. That's a proven fact. You're right. Absolutely. I completely agree with you.
That's actually not something they claim that your side claims, by the way.
It's not a claim. It's scientific. Dude, are you
Science
dude?
doesn't claim that.
You can look at dude. Don't take my word for it. Go on fucking delta.com right now and check it out.
You're saying that on delta.com they're saying that flying against the atmosphere.
I'm saying that it is, yes, absolutely. You will be able to see that flights are shorter one way than the other. 100%.
But does that answer your question? If you're flying against the spin and against the atmosphere, how are you still in lockstep with the
You
atmosphere?
didn't listen to my point. The atmosphere is spinning with the globe.
Yeah, but if you're going against
The
it, how is
atmosphere itself, listen, hey, hang on a second. The atmosphere itself, has a lot more of an influence than its relation with the globe and the spinning of the globe. If you look at the weather patterns, that's a much more influential factor on air travel than the direction the Earth is spinning.
Okay, you don't get it still, but Jeremy probably.
No, you don't get it, dude. Dude, have you ever flown a plane? Have you ever flown a plane?
Dude, the planes debunk the globe Earth more than anything, and I'd be happy to go into it.
Jesus fucking
Jeremy
Christ.
Hill, it's impossible to land a plane on a spinning ball Earth because you wouldn't be in sync with the Earth because you have a tangential gradient of velocities as you go to and from the equator, which is 1,000 miles an hour, and then it's supposed to be 0 at the North Pole.
I can't take you seriously at this point, man. I'm sorry. I've presented some serious fucking shit in front of you here. I can't take you seriously.
You're so drunk now compared to when I talked to you earlier. Jeremy, if you want to talk to him about the plane.
Yeah, absolutely. No doubt about that. I've had a couple drinks since we first spoke, but you're still just as fucking crazy as you were.
Like, I would care what you say. The state you're in, your opinion means nothing at this point. Okay, bro?
Dude, I don't think anyone's opinion means anything to you.
You can say that.
Do you know how planes fly? Are you done? New perspective?
Yeah, take over, please. I'd rather not talk to this guy, actually.
Yeah, I don't even know if I don't know. Do you know how planes fly?
I do, man. I fly planes. That's what. Yeah, I do.
They fly in great circle routes.
What?
They fly in great circle routes, right?
Gray circle routes?
Great circle routes.
I don't know what you're talking about right now. You talking about traffic patterns?
Talking about the path planes take when they fly.
They don't take circle routes. They take the most efficient route between A and B to conserve as much fuel as possible. And then, when they get to the airport, if they have to circle around because, the scheduling mandates that, then that's what they do.
He doesn't know what a great circle route is, Jeremy.
That might be. This is
Well,
maybe
why
a
don't you
more
tell me?
advanced
I mean,
argument.
educate me, please. Why don't you YouTube or educate a pilot about what pilots do?
You said you're a pilot?
I've probably got a lot more. I'm not a pilot, no, in that sense, but I've spent a lot more time behind the seat of an airplane than I'm pretty sure, from what I gather, of anyone here.
Rocks.
Eh?
So you don't know what a great circle
No,
is?
just tell me what it is, dude.
So a pilot would
Come on,
know what a
nobody
great
tell him.
vehicle.
Don't tell him.
No, don't tell him. You just gave yourself.
Well, there's
away
no
that
way
you're
to
not a
more.
pilot.
Yeah.
You just gave yourself away that you're not a pilot, sir.
Well, you know what? There's no more way to convince the opposition of your argument than to rob them of.
You're really struggling, man.
Yeah, what
I was
is
distracted. Hang on a second.
What is
Give me a second.
topic
Hang on.
right now?
Hang on a second. Give me a second. Hang on.
What's the shortest path between 2 points on a sphere?
Hang on. Give me a second.
Take your time. Our viewers are at an all-time high because you're here. Thank you so much.
Oh, you don't think I recognize that?
Bro, that was sarcasm dripping.
No. It's the truth though. Like
Hey, pilot.
dude,
to
if
help
you
you
really
out,
don't think,
I
dude,
posted an
hold on a
asset
second. No,
document.
shut the fuck up. Shut up.
yeah,
Shut up.
calm
Shut up. Shut
down,
up.
bro.
This guy, shut up. Hey, you, shut up. Listen. Listen.
I don't think that's how it works.
There's a
around here,
direct
bro.
correspondence between my shit and the amount of people that have been listening. Trust me, there is.
Yeah. I'm just trying to help you out. I have a NASA document in the live stream text. Maybe if you read the first line, that might help you out a bit.
Sorry, say again. I apologize. I'm sorry. I didn't mean that like that. That was rude of me. I'm sorry.
Trying to help you out. I got a NASA document.
I was used to these guys. These guys have been busting my
live
balls
stream
all night.
text. Yeah, I hear you. I'm just trying to help you out. Why don't you read the first line of this NASA document on flight? That might help you out.
You know what? That's the other thing. What's the beef with NASA, man? It seems like all you guys have like this impression that NASA is like.
Bro, just read it.
So what's the beef with NASA? What do you guys think NASA's up to?
How about you just read it?
How long is it gonna take?
About 10 seconds.
All right. You sent it? Where is it?
26 minutes after the hour.
28, son.
Dude, do you know what a great circle out
Read
is?
it out loud. It's a straight line.
Whoa, wow.
Just
Where is this article? I'm trying to read these things and I can't find them.
I said it's 26 minutes after the hour. It's a screenshot from Rob on the level.
You guys aren't helping me, man. I'm just trying to. Oh my god.
Live
You're
stream
devolving.
text. Yeah, he's crumbling.
Hey, buddy, if you think you're winning any trolling points, you're not, because we're on to you. Just want to let you know.
Who said that?
Odysee.
I love
Canadian.
We's on to you, boy.
Yeah, even the Canadians on to you, man.
Imagine that.
I know you guys like me though. Come on, admit you can see my humanity. At least admit
I'm not
that.
a big fan thus far.
Yeah.
I'm not even
Come on
impressed
now.
thus far.
Come on. Oh, come on, man. Give me. That hurts.
Well, I mean, you're not even being funny yet, so I'm kind of with Jeremy, I think.
Just because we don't agree on politics and fucking, the way the Earth is shaped, that doesn't mean we can't have fun.
Do you agree that we're clearly more informed on these subjects than yourself?
We're getting to the bottom of that. I'll let you know in an hour.
Okay.
Don't forget to search them O-rings, huh? And outgassing, that's your homework for tonight.
No, we gotta stay on the. It's
Bro, I've been outgassing for the last fucking 3 hours, man.
Jeremy was trying to show you.
My cat is complaining about my my outgas.
All right, man. Jeremy was trying to explain something to you, but you don't even know like the basic fundamentals of flying a plane on an assumed globe. So you need to figure that out, bro.
All right, I'm sorry.
Well, he is a pilot, but not in that sense of being a pilot. So I don't know what that
Well,
means.
well, can we talk about like pilot specific things?
In what sense are you a pilot if you're not a pilot?
In the
You
sense
told
that
us you saw the plane hit the building. Then you said, "Well, no, I didn't actually see the plane hit the building." And you said you're a pilot, and you said, "Well, no, I'm not actually a pilot."
Well, I don't have a pilot's license, but I've flown a plane a lot of times. And
Yeah, my dad used to let me hold the stick in the plane. I remember that part when I was a little kid, 10 years old.
No, I was in control of the whole operation, and I have a decent understanding of everything.
You were in the
Okay, if you have a
pilot seat, let's be real.
Nope. No, I got the only reason I don't have a pilot's license right now is because financial and because of legal things.
All right, let me explain this to you. You've obviously only flown like maybe a Cessna or a small plane a short distance, or you would
Piper.
for sure you would
Piper
100
Cherokee.
or you would 100% know what a great circle route is, dude.
I mean, I don't know.
Well,
how
you know what?
Don't know what that
Maybe
is,
because,
even
like I
without
said,
legal
I only
hire.
have just about enough to just enough hours to get a license, pretty much. So maybe that's more advanced. So perhaps if you explain, I will know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I said we just tell them, so you can make your
Dude,
argument.
He was not going to understand it. He's not like we're going to tell him what a great circle route is, and he's going to understand the rest. You know how intricate this is.
No, he can understand this. So, okay, you agree that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line?
Yep.
Okay, but on a sphere, you can't do that. You can't have a straight line because it would have to go through the Earth, right? So if you're going to fly over a sphere, the straightest point between the shortest distance between those 2 points is going to be a curved line. It's going to be a curved line, right?
I agree with you, but I mean, I think that when they say straight, they're not taking it literally. I mean, that's just like the straightest, I think you're taking it
not the
more
point. Not the point. No, not the point. The point is that the shortest distance between 2 points on a sphere is a curved line. So this is where you get great circle routes.
And what is that?
It's the shortest distance between 2 points when flying a plane on a globe.
No, it's the shortest distance between 2 points on the surface of a sphere. That's a great circle route.
Term?
All right, let me try it. Or go ahead. You can do it.
No, well,
no, you got it.
You need to practice. No, you need to practice. Go ahead.
Buddy, I'm eating. You got it.
No, I understand the concept. I'm asking you if that's an aviation term or like.
Yes.
Yes, it's an aviation term. They claim the claim
great
is
circle
that they're
is what it's called.
A great circle route. The claim is
great circle.
You saw I had the milk in the bottle still.
It's a claim. It's an aviation claim. They claim that they're flying.
Put it in the bottle, but she fell asleep before I could even get back in there.
What's it? Your hot mic.
Oh, my bad.
Hey, no jumping on the couch. Yo.
Yeah, I'm not seeing
anything
circle
about
this.
About a great circle route, just Google it, dude.
Yeah, I'm looking.
You put great circle route into Google and you can't find it?
No, I haven't tried route yet. I put the great circle, but I would assume if it was something that significant that I would have had a result already, but I'll try the great circle route. Hang on a second.
All right. Painstakingly.
The shortest point
a daunting task.
2 points on the surface of a sphere lies in a plane that intersects the sphere.
3 hours later, in my SpongeBob voice.
I mean, all right. So what's the point about this? I mean, this is
Okay, they claim that they're flying. The claim is they're flying in great circle routes because that's the shortest path they can take, right? That's the claim that airlines make.
All right.
We're cool with that so far. So, okay. So let me ask you this: if you shoot a bullet on Earth you have to shoot? Say you're going to shoot like a mile. You have to shoot where the bullet, where the target is, or where the target's going to be, because we're on a rotating body, and there's the Coriolis effect.
The vast majority, your shot would almost the amount of compensation that you would. I understand what you're proposing here, but the amount of compensation that you would have to introduce based on the rotation of the Earth is almost completely insignificant when you compare it to the other factors involved, such as the momentum of the existing, you're not. Do you understand the concept of like relationships between different planes and stuff like that? Like speed is not a. It's not a. It's not a. It's not an objective fundamental thing. It's a relative thing. Like there are a lot of different planes of reference for speed. So if you're firing a projectile from the Earth's surface, it's. I think that you're missing. Yeah, no, I know what you're saying, but you're.
Oh, you're saying dude. If you're gonna shoot a ballistic on Earth over a mile or more, do you have to shoot where the target is or where the target's going to be?
It's completely there. There is no when the target's going to be. It's insignificant in that short amount of dude. What kind of fucking projectile are we talking about? Something that travels a mile in what? Less than a half a second?
So
come on, man.
So you're saying snipers, long range snipers, don't have to account for the Coriolis effect. That's what you're saying,
dude. You're talking about a mile shot with a 50 caliber and fucking like.
Well, tell us, man. Tell us, what distances do snipers get asked to murder a person from?
Oh, Jesus Christ! All right, so.
Dude, the point is when you shoot a bullet.
Yes, you know what? All right, you're right. The Coriolis effect is occasionally taken into account by the most elite level fucking snipers when considering their ballistic trajectory on some kind of fucking target range. Yes, you're right. So what are you trying to say?
Okay, I'm saying when they fire the bullet goes straight. You meaning not curving left to right. It goes in a straight line, but they shoot where the target's going to be, right?
Because the rest of the Earth is spinning with them.
Okay, but you agree on what I just said? They shoot the bullet goes in a straight line, and that straight line that the bullet takes is the shortest path, right?
No, it's the path it takes. I don't know if it's the shortest path. That's the path.
Well, it goes in a straight line.
No, it's not even a straight line. It's not.
No, a bullet.
Straight meaning not curving left to right. It just
curves left to right.
The bullet.
It does curve left to right. It's just not significant.
The bullet, it's not controlled flight. It's a ballistic. It's not curving. It doesn't turn left to right. The bullet just goes in a straight line.
It doesn't go perfectly straight. You gonna tell me it goes perfectly straight?
Well, I'm telling you that when you shoot a bullet, it's taking the shortest path. Yeah, it goes in a parabolic arc up and down, but as far as going left to right, it doesn't curve left. It doesn't curve left to right.
No, Jeremy.
It does. It does. Even just what you're talking about with the spin can influence that. Absolutely.
Jeremy.
Why someone's desperately trying to get in? What?
Yeah,
right in the middle of this. What? You're taking over now. You're taking over the whole thing. Go.
Yeah, nah, he's just correct in correcting you, man. As long as we're talking about the globe model, Jeremy, say at the equator, something's traveling laterally at 1,000 miles per hour, and say 45 degrees north latitude, something's traveling at 800, 600 miles per hour, right?
All right.
Model. Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on.
So you're on his side. I can start debating you on it now, or I can just finish.
It's not a side thing.
Listen, man. Listen. In their model, the bullet still retains the 600 lateral miles per hour. And so when you fire it, it isn't going in a straight line. The Coriolis comes with the difference between...
Maybe you can let Jeremy finish off with this guy and you can go after, bro, because, it's kind of aggravating in the middle of something.
I'm just saying in the globe model, the bullet does not take a straight line. It is
It
taking
absolutely does. I can show diagrams of how they say the ballistic actually goes in a straight line. And
no, that's only
Do you shoot?
I can show diagrams from colleges and universities. Hold up. I can show diagrams from colleges and universities. Is that what you want to see?
That doesn't matter unless you're shooting from the North Pole. Only at the North Pole would a sniper fire and think that the bullet is moving in a straight line compared to the target, which is moving at some difference of speed laterally, perpendicular to it. But if you're firing from any sort of degree, more than 0 latitude on the globe model, then the bullet does not take a straight line because it keeps that lateral momentum. And so the Coriolis, it comes into play when it comes to 600 miles per hour at 40 degrees north latitude versus 1,000.
Okay, but Astropiece.
When the bullet is fired,
Jeremy has already said he has receipts for what he's saying. So now what you're claiming is that he's wrong and that this thing actually does take place according to you. Where's your receipts? What's the receipts? Where are the papers?
What me and the other gentleman
So we know that this actually does take place according to accredited authorities on this matter. What are your receipts?
All we're saying is that when you shoot, if the Earth is moving, when you shoot, there's already some momentum on the bullet, right?
We already have the claim, Tig. We already understand what the claim is. He just explained it. You don't need to say it again and repeat it. What I'm saying is, Jeremy says he has receipts for showing
we all know what you're
what
doing,
he
man.
says is
Hey,
true.
listen,
What
I
are
know what you're
your
doing.
receipts for what you're saying is true?
Shut up. Hey, shut up. We know what you're doing, and you're being sarcastic. I'll be serious and say
I'm not being sarcastic. I am legitimately asking you for your receipts.
No, I know you
Please
are.
provide them.
I know you're sarcastic. Stop.
I'm not being sarcastic. I don't know why you're assuming I'm being sarcastic. I am being serious right now. 100%. Show us your
21,
receipts, please, for what you're
listen to me from
claiming.
another perspective.
Jeremy has already said he
Hey,
has his receipts.
Your persistence reveals your sarcastic levels.
Okay, so you don't have any receipts. You're pulling this out of your rear end. You're literally making this up as you talk right now. You know
God
nothing
damn, this is
about the
boring.
topic, and you have no way to prove it. Is that what we're supposed to take from this?
I'm gonna say this: if you're on a train and you
Okay, so
throw
you're
a
not
ball,
going to answer the question, and you're not going to prove anything that you just said. We can ignore it entirely because you have no idea what you're talking about. Got it.
Really, drop it, bro. Hey, dude, drop it.
I'm going to. Yeah, you can't prove any of it. You don't know what you're talking about. Awesome.
When you're shooting a ballistic, the bullet can't correct for Coriolis effect. It just goes in a straight line. Same with any ballistic.
No, it doesn't.
The ballistics just. So I'm debating you now and not this other kid guy.
Yeah, let's do it, Jeremy. If you're on a train,
we're in the middle of this. We can debate you some other time.
Yeah, Jeremy, I don't give a fuck, dude. If you're on a train moving left to right and you're facing perpendicular to the movement of the train, it's going straight and you're looking out the side window. If you throw a baseball when you're riding on a train, the baseball doesn't lose the momentum of the train you're throwing it from. It's going to go
precisely. Yes.
Yeah. The baseball you throw off the side of a train will not go straight from the point where you throw it from. It will move straight in the direction you're throwing it, but also left to the degree that or to the speed that you were, and then it'll be slowed down by air resistance. But the baseball you throw off the side of a train will move both in the direction the train is traveling and in the direction that you throw it in, perpendicular to the movement of the train. So a bullet fired fired anywhere from the North Pole. If you're on the North Pole, bullet goes straight in the direction you fire it. If you are anywhere south of the North Pole in the globe model, then the bullet does take a curved path because the lateral movement of whatever latitudinal position you're at will have its speed added on to it, which will cause like a diagonal vector.
Give this man his fucking touchdown dance, please.
When you shoot a ballistic on Earth, there's a difference between ballistic and controlled flight. The controlled flight can adjust for Coriolis.
Throw a baseball
Bro,
off
what are you doing?
Dude, I already gave you the best example ever. Throw a baseball off the side of a train, perpendicular to the train's direction it's moving. It's not going to go straight.
Like it's going in the same movement, bruh.
When you're on a merry-go-round and you throw a baseball, the baseball goes in a straight line.
Don't worry about the merry-go-round. Use the train.
All right, we're talking about Coriolis.
Yeah. Well,
rotating bodies.
That
Are you
only
talking about
matters.
trains? It's not even relevant. Trains aren't even relevant. We're talking about rotating
There's
bodies and Coriolis effect.
okay. Well, I'll go ahead and just
It's a little
stick.
relevant.
I'll go ahead and stick to your specific example if you give me a clear answer of my train example. I just want
Your
your
train's
honest
not
opinion.
relevant. We're not talking about trains, planes, and automobiles. We're talking about the Coriolis effect with rotating bodies.
I
think
it is. I think it is. You think it isn't, and I'm happy to just move on to your example as long as we settle mine with a very simple question and answer. If you throw if you throw a ball off the side of a train, do you think it goes straight off the side of the train, right where you're looking at the moment you threw it, or do you think it's going to miss the target you throw at when you at the moment of throwing? You say, okay, I'm about to pass a sign. I'm going to throw it off the side of a train. As soon as I'm in front of the sign, and you throw it, you're gonna miss the target you're throwing at. If you think the ball is going to travel in a straight line, if you're throwing a baseball off the side of a train, or do you think it will hit the sign as long as you throw it at the moment you cross in front of the sign?
Comment.
I was talking about the Coriolis effect with rotating bodies. We can bring it to a merry-go-round if you want or something. Is this the Coriolis effect?
Yeah, man.
This train thing is the Coriolis effect?
Yeah.
Then if you throw the ball in a straight line, it goes in a straight line.
Not if you're on a moving surface compared to the target you're aiming at. And
well, if I'm on a merry-go-round and I throw a ball in a straight line off a merry-go-round, guess where way the ball goes? It goes in a straight line. You know why? Because it's a ballistic and it can't curve. It just goes in the direction you throw it at.
Okay, then give it a.
I love how you came in here and tried to school me on the Coriolis effect, and you don't even understand it.
Honestly, man, you really do need to be schooled because we can just make the merry-go-round a million times larger. So I'll ask the same question. Sure, with the merry-go-round, why not? If we have a merry-go-round traveling at, honestly, whatever speed you want, 1 mile per hour, 2 mile per hour, 3, 4, 5. Your choice. It doesn't matter as long as, I don't know, say it's above 1 mile per hour. If you're on a merry-go-round that is, let's say, 100 miles in circumference, and you're traveling at any speed whatsoever, 1 mile per hour, and there is some target outside of the circumference of the merry-go-round that you're circling about. If you try to throw that ball at the target outside the merry-go-round as you're passing by it, you're gonna miss. If it's going, let's say,
and that makes you think the ball doesn't go in a straight line. It still goes in a straight line, no matter how fast the merry-go-round is spinning. You throw the ball. Do I got to bring up examples from MIT? There's a zillion examples of this online of the ball going in a straight line. They even slow the video down, and they'll put little dots behind the ball's path so you can see it actually went in a straight line.
If you're standing,
I can't believe you blew the whole thing for this. You don't even understand it.
Well, you're wrong. It depends where you're throwing from. If you are standing on the edge of the merry-go-round, where you are at the outermost horse, if there's like lanes of horses that you're riding on, if you stand on the very edge one, near the very outside ring that you're rotating on, then absolutely no. The ball will not travel along a straight line from the radius to the target. It will travel in a straight line. If you're standing on the circumference on the outer edge of the merry-go-round, it will travel in a straight line, but it won't go in a straight line in the sense of from the radius outward. It will be diagonal from any surface or from any point on the any point along the circumference.
Do you know what the Coriolis effect is? It's when you throw the ball in a straight line and it actually goes in a straight line, but it just appears to deviate. It doesn't matter where you're standing on the roundabout. Anywhere on the roundabout, you throw the ball in a straight line.
When the poop spins in the other direction in the from Australia.
What is going on?
Jeremy, you got this messed up, man. A bullet.
Really?
A bullet.
I'm confused about the Coriolis effect, Fonda. You think so?
No, it's you are, man. If you fire a bullet from on the globe model, if you fire a bullet out of a gun or a ball out of a cannon anywhere southern of the North Pole itself, then it will not travel in a straight longitudinal line. It will be diagonal, crossing both latitude and longitudinal increments.
Okay, we can watch a video someday. Me and you can watch a video someday about how when the guy throws the ball off anywhere, that wherever the hell they are in the roundabout, they'll pause the thing and we can watch it go in a straight line someday.
Well, it works both ways, man. If you are anywhere south of the North Pole, in between the North Pole and the equator, when you fire it, let's say from the North Pole southward, it's going to go one way laterally, and if you fire it northward from, say, the equator toward the North Pole, it's going to go the other way laterally. It's not going to follow a tangent that stays along one longitudinal line. It's gonna change its longitudinal position, whether you're throwing it north or south.
Yeah, because they're viewing it that's their claim, and the claim is because they're viewing it from the non-inertial frame, which is what gives it the appearance of the deviation, but actually it's going in a straight line. You're confused, Fundy. It's okay. I was confused once about Coriolis 5 years ago myself.
You're the one who's confused, man, because you got 1 point right. It does go in a straight line, but the straight line that
you said you're confused.
Hey, shut up. You're correct in half of what you're saying, Jeremy. It does go in a straight line, but the straight line it goes in isn't a line of longitude. It changes its longitudinal position in a straight linear manner. But when you when a ballistic is fired northward or southward, it goes straight, but it doesn't stick to one of the globe's lines of longitude. When it comes to the longitudinal, latitudinal coordinates, when a ballistic is fired, the Coriolis makes it so that it travels diagonally to some degree, depending on which latitude you fire it from.
Yeah, it's a deviation to the non-inertial reference frame, but the ball actually went in a straight line.
Yeah, it went in a straight line
from the Coriolis effect.
But it didn't
so
north,
you can see the ball does go in a straight line. Good, we're
diagonal in reference to longitude and latitude grid frame. It doesn't follow a longitudinal line in a straight sense. It goes diagonal through the grid. It's a diagonal straight line, not a north-south longitudinal straight line.
Can I ask like
curve left to right?
Can I ask like the most
right straight line?
I'm gonna ask a real simple, stupid question, and I think this is the most important question that can be asked right now. What is the single biggest motivating factor to believe in the flat Earth?
We can tangibly measure water not curving, and we can also tangibly measure plumb lines not deviating, meaning the plumb lines are parallel.
What is the single biggest factor that drives people to believe that the Earth is flat? Is my question.
I just told you.
No, you listed.
Water's not curving. Water's not curving, and plumb lines are parallel.
All right. Anybody else?
Do you need more than that?
I don't need it, but
we have non-curving water and parallel plumb lines?
I mean, so far all I got is non-parallel water, but that's conjecture. That's
non-parallel water. What, dude? Plumb lines are parallel. We can measure them tangibly. Also, water's not curving. Water at rest, still water, static water, not curving. We can measure that tangibly.
Jeremy,
I was about to break you off with this Coriolis argument, but I don't know. You think ballistics are curving or something?
Huh? I don't even know. I'm confused about my own argument at this point.
I want to make another example to Jeremy.
What is your argument? You haven't made an argument this whole time.
Well, you might.
What's your argument?
I don't even know. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
You don't have one, bro. If you had an argument.
I'm just not sure if Jeremy, I don't know, was convinced by my point earlier, but the way I see it, if you're in a 2-lane road, like a one-way 2-lane, and you're looking out the side window of a car driving 60, and there's a car passing you going 70. If you, at the moment that you see the other car passing you, you try to throw a baseball out of your window to them, the car going 70 is going to move ahead forward out of position to receive the ball by the time it gets to them.
And that dude is going to get a fucking horrible surprise.
It's gonna miss. It's gonna go behind the car because they're moving ahead, and you're gonna miss them.
Oh, I misread that. Sorry.
Dude, the ball goes in a straight line. You shoot a ball. If we're talking about the Coriolis, okay, so we're clear. The ball goes in a straight line.
Yeah, diagonally.
Whatever you want to say, the ball goes in a straight line.
Well, it depends if they're Jewish or not.
Earlier, guys, that was my whole point that you derailed this whole thing for earlier. I was just trying to make the point that the ball or the ballistic or the projectile goes in a straight line.
Yeah, a diagonal straight line.
Dude,
not a longitudinally north-south straight line. It goes diagonally.
What the fuck? I don't even know what you're saying now, Fundy.
When you're on a moving surface, which is a different speed depending on your latitude, and you throw it to a different latitude, a north-south trajectory, either one, you and your target are moving different speeds, just like you on the highway on a 2-lane road, same direction, one way. You're in a 50-mile-per-hour car. You throw a ball at a window at a car passing you going 80. At the moment you see them in front of you, you say, "Hey, catch this." You throw it to them. They're moving faster than you. It's not going to go in their window. The only way that you can throw a baseball out your window and it'll enter into another car's window is when you're traveling 50 miles per hour and the car in the other lane next to you driving is also going 50 miles per hour.
Or that's not the only way. Or you lead the target and shoot it where their window is going to be by the time the ball gets them. That's another way to do it. And that was my whole fucking point that you messed up. Thanks.
No, I didn't mess up that point, because if that's all you said, then I wouldn't have said anything.
Well, all I said was the bullet goes straight, and now here we are agreeing that the projectile does go straight. So what is your point, Fundy? What is your point?
Hey, listen, if anybody's going to disagree with you guys, it's going to be me, all right? I don't want you guys to be infighting amongst each other. Just fight with me.
Yeah, very funny. You were making the point that it follows a line of longitude.
Never said line of longitude. I never said that.
I know. That's just. I know you didn't say that verbatim. That's just a better way to sum up your point, which was incorrect. That's why I stepped in.
My point was, I never said line of longitude. I said the bullet goes straight, which we both agree on. The bullet goes straight. The ball, the bullet, whatever projectile ballistic we have is going straight, right?
Yeah, but not.
We shot it in a straight line. All right, cool. Can we move on now?
Sure. Let's move on.
I mean, did you disagree with that, or I thought we disagreed with it?
I'm getting jealous. I was trying to start shit, and you guys are starting shit. I thought I
was trying to walk you through this Coriolis thing, but I knew I had a feeling it wasn't gonna happen.
All right, let me take the pressure off it, you guys. The Earth is round.
It's not. It's not. Water is not curving. Still static. The static water have to curve in order for Earth to be a sphere.
Dude, it's so round, man. All you got to do is just look. It's so round.
Can plumb lines be parallel on your round Earth?
Like, for all intents and purposes, they're parallel, yeah, but not technically.
Yeah, you think parallel plumb lines can happen on your spherical Earth?
I mean, you're not gonna see it in the framing of a house, but if you want to be technical about it, I suppose yes. Like, if you have one string hanging a certain amount of distance away from another string, in theory they're going to be affected by gravity.
In theory, when we go farther, however, we can tangibly measure them not doing that. Now, the burden of proof is on you, because you're saying this thing happens that you can't show.
No, I can show it. I can definitely show it.
You can show us plumb lines not being parallel or deviating. Let's see it.
I think we talked about Cavendish experiment earlier, right? If you look at
you got to echo.
well, because you can demonstrate gravity like in a even inside of like a house or something like that. Like you could see it. It's reproducible.
Yeah, what's things fall down? Yeah, it's awesome. What does that got to do with
not just fall down.
Take, you got to fix the echo, bro.
Sorry.
You got to fix your echo. Like, turn your speakers down a little bit. You got earbuds, maybe?
They don't. I'll try, but it sucks. The point was though, it's not just up and down. Like you can get objects that pull. That's what the Cavendish experiment was. Like there's like you got two giant, massive steel iron balls, and they pull against each other because they actually have gravitational forces acting on each other.
That's cool. There's some kind of force pulling balls together. Awesome. How
Yeah,
does
but I
that
mean,
have to do with lines?
how can you discount that? You're not interested by that? You don't think that's remarkable?
Dude, you're that familiar with Cavendish?
No.
All right.
But that experiment, I guess, I mean...
Is it an experiment?
I mean, do you think that it's... Like, are you trying to say that it didn't happen, or...
No, I'm trying to say you don't know the cause. You have an effect, right? These two balls.
Yeah, but do you deny that the balls pulled together?
No, the effect is real. Now, what's the cause? You know?
First place I would look would be the Casimir effect or the Van der Waals forces.
Oh shit. In theory, the cause is like gravitational pull between them, but I don't know.
That's just an idea in your head, though, and you can't actually scientifically validate it.
Well, it's the word that we use to describe that effect, because we don't obviously have any way of understanding what gravity actually is. But I mean, I don't think it's like a bad thing to be able to recognize it. Like if I see gravity doing things, I can say, "Hey, look at gravity doing that," and I'm not like wrong.
You could be wrong. You don't know why those balls go together, dude. You have no idea.
Well, you know what? All right. I'm willing to accept that. You're gonna have to give me a better. Huh?
Take, you gotta fix your echo, bro.
I think Jeremy wants to say something.
Yeah, I want to say you gotta fix your echo, please.
All I was saying is that I'm willing to accept that, but you're gonna have to give me a better explanation for what's going on.
I don't have to give you a better explanation. You have a clear-cut case of affirming the consequent with this Cavendish thing. You have no idea why those balls go together. You have an effect, and that's it.
That's fine, but do you have any hypothesis? Like, what do you figure is going on?
I have no hypothesis we can validate scientifically, and neither do you. You don't either, though. We're in the same boat when it comes to this.
No, you're wrong. I gotta stop you right there.
You don't know why the balls go together.
Hang on a second.
You gotta fix your echo. Take.
No.
You gotta fix your echo.
All right, listen. I do have reason. I explained it, and if you want, I didn't realize we're like going to get into details here about this, but like if you want, I can definitely I'll put in the chat like all kinds of explanations as to why this is the case. But the thing is, I don't think that you can. I understand that you're not going to take anything that I put forward seriously, but you have to realize in these kind of situations, you make a comparison between what the most logical conclusion is and the other one, So if you have nothing better to offer than like pretty obvious reality, like, you know,
Dude, you have an effect. You have an effect. You can't scientifically validate what the cause is of that effect. If you try to say you do have a cause, you just have an you don't have a cause, bro. I don't know what to tell you. I could say anything. It doesn't matter. Neither one of us are going to be able to scientifically validate it.
no, that's not true. I'll definitely be able to prove my case better. I promise.
Okay, well then tell me why the balls are coming together.
Because there's a force between massive objects that attracts. I can't explain it, but you know, that's what you can observe in the universe, like all
Yes,
over.
we know the effect. I'm not denying the effect. We know the effect's there. The balls go together. Okay. Why?
I don't know why.
Okay, exactly.
So what are you saying?
I'm saying you have an effect that you don't have a cause for. So now what?
You're saying because
What
there
does
are
this have to
certain
do with the
things.
plumb lines not being parallel?
You're saying there are certain things I don't understand, therefore other physics aren't valid.
Bro, I was telling you that we can tangibly measure plumb lines being parallel. And you brought up the Cavendish for God knows what reason.
I'm telling you
Here
the
we
Earth
are.
is round.
Yeah, and I told you it's not round because plumb lines are parallel. Also, static water, still water at rest, is not curving. We can tangibly measure both of those things.
I don't really think that you know what you mean when you say that. I think that you can very obviously see that the oceans are curved. The surface of the oceans are curved. They're not like what do you like? You think if you shine a laser straight across the horizon, it's just gonna like just kiss the tips of the waves forever? No, it's the ocean curve. The ocean curves away. The globe is a fucking sphere.
You do realize some of us have done that with lasers, right? Like in this room, have done that with lasers
In your backyard,
and
yeah.
with mirror observation.
Listen, I don't mean to insult the legitimacy of your experiments, but I just have a feeling that probably they're not really like scientific grade.
Well, here, it's kind of simple, dude. So, you know mirror flashes, right? Like flashing with a mirror.
Go on.
You know how they've been using that to contact people from long distances for quite a while? The military uses it, right? Back in the day. It's like your fallback, right? If you ever run into some shit and you need someone to see you from a great distance, you can use a mirror flash, right? Because they can be seen for miles and miles and miles and miles, bro. So we got the idea to do what, like you're talking about, how water curves. So we went out to a lake. It was what, like 20 miles across, right?
Who's we?
A fucking whole group of us. I mean, do you want
You were there?
specific names or whatever? Like,
You were there?
yes, I was there.
All right. So tell me about your experiment.
So we went out there with a couple decently large mirrors, right? One of us on one shore, one of us on the other shore. All right, with over 20 miles in between us. All right. Now, you're talking about curve of water. Do you know the calculation for the curvature of the Earth if it's a 24,000 mile around ball?
I can do the math. Yeah, it involves pi, and honestly, you know what? I bet you I could. If you give me like a few minutes here to think about it, I bet you just on paper, I swear to God, I think I could.
There's actually shit you can go online. Fucking Mick West had a great website back in the day of an Earth curve calculator. All you have to do, and he's not a flat earther, he's a total glober, all right? So you can totally trust him if you want. But you go in and you can type in how far whatever you're looking at is from you, all right? And it'll tell you what the curve of the Earth from where you are to where it would be, right? It's technically, it breaks down to 8 inches every mile times every mile.
That sounds a lot. Sounds a lot. I don't believe that.
Fucking look it up, bro, because that's not us saying that. That's your scientists, your mathematicians saying that. That's the 24,000 miles curvature of the Earth, dude. This guy is the one that came up with this shit, dude. There was a PhD from Caltech named Spiros Makalakis that we also debated that backed that. Okay, so I mean, I don't mean to insult your intelligence, but I think that in your world, these people are a little bit smarter than you. You know, as far as numbers go, and they go with this, and it's technically not 8 inches per mile; it's 7.88 or whatever the fuck.
I just Googled this. You know what the funny thing is? The only Google results that come up when you search in curvature of Earth 8 inches per mile is all a bunch of flat Earth shit. I'm not doubting that that's actually the curvature of the Earth. I'm just saying that when you search that, there's no coincidence that obviously that's a talking point. Like you guys obviously say it a lot.
Actually, no, that's a baller claim. You know.
No, it's if you Google it, you'll see.
Well, it's obvious you haven't been around for long, but
No, that's my point, though. I'm not involved in this community, and I didn't even have to be, and I understand that there's obviously like you guys have like a lot of like boilerplate talking points. It's like
it's not a talking point. It's your model.
No, it's not my model. I just Googled it.
Yeah.
You Google it. Go ahead. It's
whether you like it or not.
Doesn't matter. Why don't you go ahead and Google curvature of Earth 8 inches per mile? Go Google it and see what you see.
How about you don't use Google, because Google's fucking retarded to research shit because they.
Oh, Google is retarded. All right. Yeah.
That's a
Oh my
more
God, bro.
layman's description of it, like more simplified, and they claim that it's only accurate up to 1,000 miles. Actual formula is 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
That's fine, but do you understand my point in that like that's something clearly that you guys like all say together, and like that's why Google led me to that?
No, we don't all say that. I just said something different.
Well,
And I
well, you
explained to
did.
where that
Okay.
came from.
Well, you did, but I mean, obviously, you know.
We've explained to you where it came from, right? The reason that term was even used was in rebuke of what they say, like debating and contradicting of what they say. Like if someone makes an argument, you have to debate that argument. And the only reason the 8 inches per mile square was ever used was because that was their argument. If you get down to the fundamentals of it, the actual formula is.
But do you think there's any?
This
Do you think
formula is
there's
what's
a?
been tested, right? It's been tested and it's not accurate.
I hear what you're saying. My only point is that I believe that the reason that he said that in the first place is that he's seen this on flat Earth type websites.
Dude, I'm telling you, I got that.
Yeah, but that's where you got that information from, man. Because you spend all this time on these flat Earth shows.
You don't know who the fuck I am, for one.
Dude, the claim of 8 inches per mile squared comes from the globe Earth, man.
Every single dude, just do me a favor, just Google the 8 inches per mile thing. Every single Google result you come up with is going to be related to flat Earth people. All right, so there's clearly a relationship between whatever information you just cited and the mindset that you're in. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, don't interrupt now. Let somebody respond, like Gio, like you interrupted him. Don't interrupt, please.
Does this guy have a problem with the math or something?
No, it's not. No, it's all right. I like reality, right? I think reality is important. I think when people like make up things to make things more fit to ways they want, I don't think that's necessarily a good thing. I think.
Okay, so 8 inches per mile squared is actually up until 300 miles, actually gives the benefit of the doubt to the globe Earth, and then after 300 miles starts to no longer comport to the exact geometric measurement.
Comport. I've heard that sentence, that word, so many times from you guys. Comport. You guys love that word, man. I'm telling you.
So can you address what I actually said and instead of trying to psychoanalyze the words that I said?
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, why do we have to repeat everything we say to you?
Yeah,
What
what's
he's saying
your
is-
intention with what I said?
What he's saying
So-
is you guys have a script and you keep saying the same
Yes.
thing over and over.
Yeah. No, it's true though. It really is true. It's like
we have,
unbelievably
because we have to
true.
deal with people that ask the same repetitive questions over and over again to just continue to get the same repetitive.
Yeah, but dude,
answers, right?
why don't
Because
you
it's
think
very
about maybe
easily
there's a reason for that?
very remedial stuff, and typically this room is not for the 101 shit. To be honest with you, no offense.
Yeah, but why don't
But
you think about why that
this
is?
room is kind of well past this whole 8 inches per mile square is not the right math. Why don't you use the right math? And then when you ask people for the right math, they don't know it. And you didn't even know that the 8 inches per mile squared actually is in the benefit of the globe up until 300 feet.
You're right. I didn't.
I'm sorry, 300 miles.
I'm sorry. Yeah, you know what? I wish I could have capitalized on that one, but.
So would you retract your statement that you prefer reality and people not bending and contorting things to try to make reality fit whatever they believe, when in actuality that would kind of be what the globe would be doing? So can you retract that, because it's not trying to bend to anything, it's actually giving your side the benefit of the doubt, and it still doesn't work out?
It is my impression that I think there is a lot of people stretching for things right now, like that, and I don't think the truth is the biggest priority. I think there are other motivations. I think that it's, I'm not even saying this is like a bad thing. I'm not, it's fun. It's these people aren't doing it for a bad reason. It's but it's not. It's
Right,
not.
That's more.
honest.
That's just rhetoric and speculation. Since extremists
Doing what?
Since you. Go ahead, Napalm.
No, I think I was cutting out. Go ahead.
I was just going to ask, if extremists came in and tried to say something about scripts. I mean, the topic was the curve of the Earth. So, extremists, what do you believe the curve of the Earth is? What's the calculation?
Well, I don't think we have to get into like mathematics. I mean, it's
I am busy. I am not going to get involved. I just wanted to kind of move the conversation along. So you guys keep going.
My only point is that I think things are, I think you can look at things, and a lot of the times they are as black and white as they seem. And I think as much fun as it is, and as attractive as it is to think about things like in another way, I don't necessarily think that it's helpful. I don't know.
That's an odd kind of like thing to put forth. Like, things aren't always as they seem, but then you want to just go ahead and believe.
No, that's not what I said. I think things are for the most part, they're what they seem.
Yeah, like when you walk outside and it seems flat and stationary. Is that what you mean?
Well, if you have such a limited worldview and you don't understand physics and science and like,
I was just making your point. I was just making your point for you.
Fair enough. All right. Fair enough.
Things are just how they seem, right? And you have no idea.
Right, but listen, I'm willing to. If you're going to express to me a worldview that I don't understand, that is maybe beyond my understanding, and then that will help me to understand why the Earth is round or flat, rather, then that's fine. But I've never met somebody that's been able to do that. Like, if there's one person in here that can provide me with some kind of consistent, and that's a key word here, consistent. You got to be able to say something and it matches up with other things. Like when you challenge me on my model of the solar system, I can easily.
You have no idea what that model is. Can you provide me that model, by the way? Can you link it
Well,
to me?
challenge me on something on it. Well, what don't you believe about it? You tell me, and then let's talk.
Yeah, sure. So can you give me the mathematics? So the
No, I'm not
actual
going to give you a
scientific
video
mathematical
formula
model
taking the trajectory.
regarding the way that gravity actually works within. We'll just do the solar system. You don't even need to go outside of the solar system. So can you tell me how all bodies within the solar system comport to your gravitational model? Can you link me to that, please?
Comport again. I'm going to chop my penis off. Sorry.
So is that a no?
How do I explain that all, dude? Come on, man.
I didn't ask for an explanation. I asked for you to just link me to the model that you claim that works. And I even gave you just the solar system, so you can take just the planetary bodies.
What kind of a
and the sun
bullshit fucking
within the
broad
solar system,
question
and
is
then
that, man?
provide me
Link me
fully
to the
working
model that.
mathematical gravitational model for that solar system, or you can just continue to talk over me because that's apparent that you're not listening to me. So I don't think you actually care to understand, which is why probably nobody's been able to convince you that something is one way or the other, because you don't care to listen to have your worldview be maybe actually questioned in a rational way by yourself, right? Take a step back, put your worldview aside, and then maybe look at it rationally from a different perspective. I don't think you have the ability to do that, which is why somebody hasn't actually, quote unquote, convinced you. I don't think anybody in this room cares to convince you, nor do they want to convince you. Most of us would like for anybody interested to actually set aside their worldview and take an honest, actual look at the world around them and what we've been told about it and put it to the test like we all did. And when we came out on the other side of that, we realized that maybe there's some things we've been lied to about.
We good? We good? We talking about stuff again?
Why do we even bother? Why are we even bothering with this guy? Me, for one, I had enough of you, dude. Honestly.
It's hilarious.
Dude, bro.
I can explain that. I can answer that. Do you want an answer? Do you guys want an answer? I can explain why you guys are bothered.
So were you just not listening because you were looking for the link that you were going to provide me for the gravitational model within the solar system? The
No, I was
working
responding
mathematics
to text
allows
messages.
for that. So you're not going to do that? So you don't have that evidence? So you don't actually have what you claim?
I don't
You
remember
just
what
want
you
to
said.
come here and try to psychoanalyze people or try to act like you have some larger than life mental capabilities. That these people are certainly below you, and
It's
in
not
no
so
way,
much
shape, or
that. I
form have
mean,
anything to provide to you that could be maybe teaching you something or people could learn from it. To be honest with you, dude, there's a lot of people that come in here that are very smart, that are Globers, that actually glean. They come back because they glean a lot of other information and they learn whether they fall into
bring him,
our
dude.
side ever.
I'm waiting. I want to hear.
Go ahead, Napalm. Tig, we may have to leave you on mute simply for your echo problem, dude. You're interrupting and it echoes every time. It's making the conversation completely difficult to listen to. So, I
Yeah,
think
no, I'm kind of monologuing, so I should probably wrap it up. But what I'm saying is, there's a lot of very smart Globers that come in here that actually hang around because the conversations do get in depth enough to where everybody's learning things on both sides. Everybody's pushing each other in different ways to force both sides to look and dig further into a lot of different things. So if you actually wanted to stick around for those things, you can be honest with yourself and participate in the conversations in an honest way. And you can glean things, whether you ever come to a different understanding of a worldview or not. I can't guarantee you that, but you'll definitely learn more about what you already think you know about the world. And actually, flat earthers will probably teach you a lot that you don't know about your model that you claim. But yeah.
it's like I have to mute and unmute him every time because of his echo. But go ahead, man, if you want to respond. Otherwise, we really should move on. I mean, you've been kind of running the room in circles with this inauthentic asking for evidence and then derailing to another topic, and then ask for evidence, then derailing, and then someone asks you for evidence, then you derail. It's really inauthentic.
I disagree. I mean, I've been really just trying to talk about very tangible things.
No, dude. I've been doing this for
No, you didn't,
I've been
bro.
doing this for 8 years. I guarantee I know exactly what you're doing.
Oh, I don't doubt you've been doing this for 8 years. I'm just saying I definitely made some points that it wasn't just like conjecture. It was like really straightforward stuff that people weren't able to address.
You had no points, brother.
I did, but you guys like you seem to think just because that you've addressed these points before, like the ISS and stuff like that, like just because that you've addressed it before and you have like this boilerplate response to it, it doesn't mean that it's legitimate. But actually, believe it or not, the ISS exists, and you guys are retarded.
Can you show me some footage
What-
of the ISS building itself? Because apparently,
No, it's
Well, it
fine.
didn't build
That-
itself. You see, there was like a bunch of humans involved, like a bunch of really smart dudes, and they like.
That really has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, though. And when you start talking about the ISS, you're getting off topic. And that's
No, but it does because it's related to orbit and like.
No, but
yeah, no,
but
no.
what orbit?
See,
What
you don't
orbit are you
understand
talking
that.
about? What orbit are you talking about, bro?
I'm talking about the orbit involved in staying at that distance around the surface of the Earth.
But the Earth isn't round, so you got to prove that first. So that's what we were talking
You know what?
about.
I disagree, and I think that the majority of the evidence would suggest that the Earth is round. So I think the burden of proof lies on you, sir. And I would
no,
beg
you're
of
making
you.
the same
Hey,
point.
shut the fuck up! Shut up! Listen to me. I would beg
Yeah,
of
I
you.
can prove it to you easily. I've proved it many
I would-
times before.
I would.
and
All right.
It sounds like you never
I
tried
would-
for yourself. You could easily go to sea on a clear day and
Honestly,
check it out for yourself.
Sir, respectfully.
While he's on mute,
Respectfully,
Big,
sir.
can't name call, so you keep calling people idiots and stuff like that. That's against server rules.
I've
Like,
never
if you
called
want to-
anybody.
That's
an idiot.
fine. He
No,
can call
I've never
whoever he
called
wants.
anybody
an
an-
idiot.
I dropped the
Over
R word.
talking
I
is-
never called anybody an idiot.
No, you could call me an idiot. That's fine.
No, I called you a
know.
retard. I absolutely have never called anybody an idiot on this
All right.
server whatsoever.
I think you're retarded, so that's fine. But I'm still
Seriously,
saying
dude,
if,
I literally
if,
just came in to moderate for name calling, and then you start name calling. What's wrong?
yeah, freedom of speech. That's fine.
We're making jokes. We're making jokes.
Freedom. Here's the
funny,
thing:
man.
freedom of speech is fine, but when you come into a server where the terms of service for the server, like the server guidelines,
He said,
strictly prohibit
Slender,
name calling.
he said I called people an idiot. I did not call anybody an idiot. I swear to God.
I have a big
Idiot,
problem letting
retard, it
people
doesn't matter. You were
finish.
name calling. That's all I'm pointing out.
Big deal. Come on.
Well, he's like, it's not fair to call somebody like. Somebody.
Anyways, you could take some binoculars, go to sea, go to a lake, and you could do the math for yourself. You could check it out, and then you could come back and argue with us.
Let me tell you something. I would never call anybody an idiot. I've never done that in my life. Retard, yes, but never.
Dude,
idiot.
move on from it. If you
All
continue
right,
to talk
we
about
heard
this, I'm
that,
just gonna
bro.
mute you.
It's
I mean,
semantics, bro.
all
What's
that's
really the
being
difference?
demonstrated here is that the moderation is just playing as much of a game as the, what do you call it, the offenders
Dude, what do you
are.
expect, dude? It's Sunday afternoon. We're on a
both the
fucking
offenders
with server. What are you talking about, man?
Both the police see and the police are pretty much fooling around here at this point.
Good lord, dude. Do you take yourself seriously? Come on, man. Flat Earth. Come on,
The point is, I'm
Come
not
on,
taking anyone
man.
seriously here.
Obviously, you're not
Come
doing
on, man.
anything. You're just
Funny,
kind
Funny,
of
you're
bored.
saying that. Wait, Funny, you're saying that because you think he should just be perma-muted? Is that why you're saying that?
Dude, if you guys mute me, I will literally not think about it for another second.
I'm
I will,
just asking
I will
you,
move
Funny.
on,
I
and I
know.
will never look back.
Right.
No, that kind of shows a bit of like a weakness.
You guys have been muting me literally
like,
for hours.
Like this guy is offending the policy in a very obvious manner, but the moderation is like giving him the undue benefit of the doubt, where it's like, we've learned our lesson, so it only shows weakness in the moderation to be like, hey man, that's against the rules. It's like, yeah.
Yeah, you've muted me like 4 times. Not even 4 times, like probably 8 times.
But do whatever you want. I'm not here. Like I know how it goes when
Dude,
it's like complaining about
probably will,
moderation.
man.
It's not my place to do that, and I know you guys are great at it. And maybe you guys are overly optimistic, but I can't even tell you're doing the wrong thing, letting this guy talk, because it is entertaining to a degree. he is participating and interacting in a pretty entertaining
You're
way.
right, bro. I just timed them out for 5 minutes. You're right. We have to make an example. You're absolutely right. No more bluffing. I timed them out for 5 minutes.
Well, yeah, people were kept asking him questions and wanting to engage, even though it's kind of a slippery situation because he wasn't really responding to any, and then he would just derail into another topic. But I think part of that is that people were wanting to continue to engage with him.
On the other hand, strict enforcement of the rules makes for a pretty dull afternoon because we all break the rules, and if it was enforced strictly, then there'd practically be no conversation half the time.
No, this guy was running us around in circles all day, bro. All day long.
He's not here to really learn anything, bro. He's just
Exactly.
here to waste his time. He's got nothing
Yeah, he
better
sounds
to
like
do.
a time waster, 100%.
Yeah.
We're all here to play around to a degree, though. So I understand why as soon as we caught on to his agenda, we didn't mute him. Hardcore ban or whatever. We're all having fun here. We're enjoying ourselves.
So here's the thing: like, there's certainly servers in moderation where it's like ridiculous. I'm getting an echo. Maybe it's my side.
Last
Where it's
style benders echoing.
Oh, okay. Yeah, where it's pretty ridiculous and everybody's quick with the ban hammer, right? And that doesn't necessarily make for a good time. Let's put it that way, all the time, right? So, we try not to be too strict with that. But then on the flip side, it's like I've been on and off most of the day, and this dude's kind of been around for almost half the day now, just taking the server around and round and round and round in circles where we could have had some probably pretty good Sunday conversations. Sundays seem to be pretty good on, off-topic conversations lots of times. So I don't know. Not saying we need to ban the guy, but
I only spoke up just because.
No, we didn't ban him.
I
Just
only
timed him out for 5
spoke up
minutes.
because I just didn't like hearing him getting a soft warning when it's maybe like the 10th or 12th soft warning he's gotten. It's like 3 or 4 soft warnings are good, but it almost becomes a little embarrassing when it's like the 12th soft warning, like, hey man, please behave.
Yeah, well, he
You're
got like
misbehaving.
40, 50, bro. Maybe 60 of them. And I'm not exaggerating.
At the same time, people seem to be enjoying engaging, and I'm not going to stop that because if that's just the modality of the the room tonight, sometimes it just be that way. Fool around with the trolls, it's all good.
I think he exposed his agenda and his purpose when Palm tried to stick him to the math, and he's like going back to talking about the personality. So I don't know if there's anyone else that needs to hear about the math, but that's what I would have preferred to have heard about.
He was exposed in the first 2 minutes of me talking to him.
He's obviously a little retarded.
Andy wanted to get him like the first 2 minutes. He was on his case right away. I hear you, bro. I hear you.
Who was that? Who was that just called him retarded?
Yeah, I said he's a little retarded, obviously.
What's your name, bud?
Stylebender.
Okay, are you new here? Welcome to the server.
Well, I think I've been here for years now.
Oh, you've been here for years? Okay, cool. I just didn't know if you realized we try to avoid just randomly calling people names.
Well, I'm not calling him names. I actually think he's a little retarded.
There's this sort of axiom or principle at play that I see here as well as I saw growing up, getting a public school education where there's this I don't know, this bad kid in class, right? We're like at third grade. He's gonna swear. He's gonna cause a disruption, and the teacher knows that giving him detention isn't gonna work because he stopped caring a long time ago. But the good kid, right, the one who follows the rules normally, who makes a small disruption, talks to the person next to him during a test or something, that person gets sent to the principal's office because the teacher knows that enforcing the rules on him will make a difference in his behavior. But when the teacher knows that enforcing the rules and going through the motions with the bad kid isn't going to change his behavior, they stop putting in the effort. They let the bad behavior kid that they know they can't make a difference in just continue to behaving that way, while they actually put an effort to enforcing the rules to the person they think it will make a difference upon, which makes a little bit of inconsistency, in the way the rules are applied. But I mean, I don't know a better option. I honestly don't, because, yeah, you guys get it. It's like, what do you do in these situations?
I thought he was just joking, the last style bender, because he was just saying like, I just said it was retarded, like it wasn't a big deal, and then he's, I don't know, were you being sarcastic? Because I thought you were just kind of poking fun at the.
No,
I don't think you were actually.
I literally thought about his answers and the way he was talking, and I think he's got some mental
Oh,
disabilities.
so you weren't. I thought you were just being like sarcastic because that's what he was.
No, it's a new age autism, but he's got it. I don't know.
I mean, we all in here. I think every one of us is on the spectrum. I'm not gonna lie. Like, for us to be in here for like hours upon days debating with each other, we all got to be a little bit on that shit. Like.
Well, you
Just
say that you
keep it
say
real with
that
yourself.
you say
Just
that
saying.
now when all this Discord and all these servers, it's pretty new, but I bet you this is the future of everything. So this is just like meeting up and talking to people. It just gets you closer to people you're more like-minded with. I think this is the future. So I don't think it means you're retarded in any way.
I suppose Matthew Learns deserves a bit of a shout out for setting a bit of a Glober role model example. You know what I mean?
No, I missed your point.
I'm just saying that if we're talking about the rules and shit like that and Glober behavior, I suppose Matthew Learns deserves a bit of a shout out as like a role model or what do you call it? An exemplary model of how a Glober should behave.
A gentleman, a true gentleman. Yep.
Yeah. He's here to do his role and behave properly and fulfill that role properly. It seems. Not that I'm always.
Matthew's
with the
certainly
YouTube channel?
cordial, but let's just say he's not. He's definitely cordial and easy to have a conversation with, and he's not gonna like raise his voice and.
Are you talking about the dude with the
about
YouTube channel?
Whatever. Yeah, he has a YouTube channel, but he's certainly not outside the purview of using fallacies and things like that. That's for sure.
Yeah. Still tactics. He'll still use the underhand tactics, but as far as cordiality, if that's a word.
The problem with being a flat earther is that all the heliocentrists, they have so much information to go to, like, about everything, and we're literally like based off memory and information we just started gathering. So we
Why
still
do you consider that a problem instead of?
I think it's a problem because it kind of makes them feel like they're right when we don't have answers for everything. And then I'm sure if there was more information, just like they're religious to their information, they could be religious to other information. It's just not out there. And some people
Out there already. All the information that we use practically in life at all times is flat Earth. The only thing I guess maybe you're referring to is the globe
space
model.
and the whole model, yeah.
But all of reality uses flat Earth math, if you want to call it that, or flat Earth measurements. So
because there are so many things it's hard to explain, and we can't explain really. No one really knows, but
like what?
There's so much, things about the moon and
the moon's not Earth.
and the
That's what you're talking about,
stars.
the Earth.
Yeah, but they have so much information about that. It's annoying, pretty annoying.
They have stories, man. They
All
don't
these
have
Freemasons.
They don't have explanations of any of that.
I really don't think that's a
Oh,
problem.
they don't have
Maybe
demonstrations.
maybe
An
in the
explanation is not a
beginning,
demonstration.
I would say maybe in the beginning that was an obstacle, but to like a very high percent, in the high 90 percentile, those have been addressed, and it's really not a problem anymore. In fact, it wasn't even a problem in the first place. They were just obstacles, and we've overcome them.
It's a mental block. It's a mental. It's something in the psyche of people that you have to address. They correlate the Earth to water, right? Like the Earth is not flat, right? So we know it's not. Otherwise, the water would fall off the edge. Because what would hold it in water if the Earth was flat, right? But there's something where people can't separate Earth, water, sky. Something stuck.
One thing that's always gonna be a bit of a challenge is a combination of like undue confidence and a bit of ignorance, where both of those combined, it's like, oh yeah, that they might think they have answers that are rock solid, but you've seen how the conversations go between experienced globers with flat earthers. They don't bring up the same things that people new to this conversation typically bring up, because they've been through the motions. They know it doesn't hold water.
Yeah. So I was just at dinner with my family, and I have this cousin. We've been going at it for years, like since 2017, 16. And he was almost like convinced a little bit, started doing his research, but then he started studying and went to college and everything, and like he's way off. He's way into space now, and so he bought this telescope, and then I live in Israel, so we saw Saturn, like it was right in the sky. So we took the telescope out, we looked at it, and he knows a lot because we've been arguing for a while now.
Does he
And
know how far away it is?
What do you say?
Does he know how far away it is?
I didn't get that.
Does he know how the distance? Does he know how far away it is?
Oh, I bet he'll just take his phone out and just look it up. But the point was, we were looking at Saturn, and I was like, every picture of like an amateur telescope of Saturn, like it's always like the same angle. Like you see it with the same angle. You'll
Right.
never see the like the disc go around in like a ball in the middle, or like a disc like crossing it like a straight line, or you always see it in the same angle. And then he's like, it's tidal locked to Earth, and I'm like, no, that's impossible if you think about the orbits. And then he's like,
Is he saying
actually,
so the Saturn changes the tides on Earth?
no, he's saying it's tidal locked, just like the moon. So you see the same
So
side
the
of it.
moon causes the tides, so it's tidally locked. The Saturn does too.
So that's what he just said, out of nowhere. He's a religious zealot. Okay, so I brought that up, and then he's like, it's tidal lock. I'm like, that can't be. He's like, you're right. Well, I'll find you pictures of different angles, and like all the pictures were from the same angle. All these amateur satellites. Then there was like one, like collage of images where you see at different angles, but it was from NASA. So
I would just approach it in this way, man. Like what I do. I say, listen, this is pretty cool. Let's look at Saturn, but this is really weird to like look up at the sky and tell me what's under my feet. But let's look up at Saturn. It is cool because it is cool. I don't know what it is, but it's cool.
yeah, that's what I told him. I have no clue what it is. I'm not afraid to say. Whoever says he knows is a fool. So you're telling me it's tidal locked to Earth, like you see the same face all the time. And the same
Yeah,
thing
why?
with Jupiter. Why you see the same face all the time? So that disproves the whole solar system, in my opinion.
Yeah, I would
Well,
just
I mean,
be concerned. I mean, it's, you know, if you want to ask him things, ask him things. But it's, you know, people. It's enjoyable to think you know some things. Okay, you can pretend to know it. It doesn't even make sense. Like, okay, it's tidally locked. Okay, does that mean the Earth's a globe? It's always facing us. How does that prove the Earth's a globe? He doesn't even
Well,
know. I don't know.
well,
It just does.
his answer was, it's obviously you see it floating in space. It's a fucking huge planet or whatever.
that's a really tough situation to deal with, because you're just dealing with a claim that he's making up that the official narrative doesn't
Exactly.
even stand by. It's like, how do you tell someone that their understanding doesn't comport with anything that anyone else in this entire world agrees with? Like, you're not like, hey, brother of mine, you're talking nonsense. No one else thinks that. That's something you just came up with. You're so wrong, and I have no idea where you got that idea from. You're being crazy and absurd. That's a really rough thing to tell someone, that they're living in their own private delusion, and
It's
that's a
not
hard
his.
one to walk.
It's
That's a
a
hard
whole
ledge
bunch
to
of
walk
others
someone down
also.
from.
So that's why I think it's always important, going back to the point where I told him, okay, you're assuming we're on a ball in space, but where's that assumption coming from? Prove
I mean,
it to me that
yeah.
we live on a ball. First of all, like, I think we keep on losing track of that. So
Yeah,
it's the
people would
most.
just say things like science, graph. I mean, that was a good point. It's not even the globe model. Like, if you want to debate somebody, then hold them to that what they're claiming. And now he's not even claiming it. So that's a good point. But um, yeah, people just say things like science, gravity, globe. Like that thing in the sky means globe. Like, you don't even know why you're saying you think it means globe. Like, you're just saying no, it means globe. Like,
Yep.
why? I don't know. It just means it.
Yeah, some people are gonna put in the effort and do their due diligence, and some people are gonna just, take the coward's way out and use catchphrases or even make up things off the top of their head, like the story you just told. And I mean, there's nothing more complicated than human interaction, especially when we got all this bullshit to sort through and deal with. And when people get all like defensive and start making things up on the top of their head, people you want to address with respect and stuff. I mean, when the delusions are when the propaganda has gotten to them so deeply, where you tell them, "Listen, man, you're you're so wrong. It's hard to even explain. It's hard to even begin explaining where
Yes.
you've gone off track." And here's the thing. Here's the thing that maybe we should all be disappointed in ourselves for. None of us have created anywhere that's like agreed upon by all of us to the highest degree we can, where we've collected and like an assortment of like. Well, let me just put it this way: if you ran into a stranger who said, "Hey, I don't know if there's a globe or flat, or I don't know what to think about the world. Where do you recommend I go to?" Like an elevator pitch, right? Like, I don't have the time to explain this all to you right now, but hey, here's a YouTube channel, here's a link, here's a whatever, here's some link to information. Go here, and I agree with everything you get, everything you'll be told from this source. Because I can't honestly recommend Jeranism, Eric Dubay, Flyer Society, whatever.
Well, I like Eric. I would recommend Eric Dubay.
You would just so if you met someone in the elevator and they just randomly said to you, "I don't know what to think about my cosmological worldview. Where do you recommend I go to,
I'd hit
get
the
the best?"
emergency stop button, right? I would just stop it. I'm lying, but if I had to suggest one YouTube video, it would be the 200 proofs, because there's no real assertions in there. It's just open your mind and start
Yes.
reasoning this out.
But wouldn't there be like a little bit of a disclaimer or caveat, like, "Hey, first of all, go to search 200 proofs by Eric Dubay on YouTube," but you wouldn't say, "But don't take every single one of them as absolute like best examples. There are some in there that are kind of stupid." You wouldn't say that?
No,
No,
I was just say check it out. I would just say
I'd
check
say
it out and
yeah.
see what you think.
No,
Do
I
the
but I
like
mean,
putting
research.
proofs.
but here's the thing: are you going to say, "Hey, watch Eric Dubé's proofs," and I agree with everything said in that video, or are you going to say, "Watch that; that's a good starting place, but don't believe every single one of them and repeat it"? You know exactly
That's
Yeah, I
as you
would
were
say
saying.
something.
that's too black and white.
I'd say something like that. I'd say check this out, and it's gonna open you up to to the idea of it. Yeah.
But that's kind of my point. There's not a single place anyone seems to be able to point towards where they can put their full confidence and recommendation behind.
Well, yeah, but that is like sort of what happens along this progression is that you stop asking other men, grown men, like, "Hey, Dad, tell me what life is about." You stop.
No, but you could make one yourself. You could make your own
Oh, I have my
source
own proofs. Yeah.
compilation. But
Cool.
none of us here seem to have done that where you can say, here is my personally vetted source of compiled information. This is all the information I stand behind, and this is the one place I recommend more than anywhere else you go to if you want information.
Well, you've
Well,
got
I mean,
some people like that.
this Flat Earth app or the Flat Earth Dave app or
Well,
something.
I'm sure
Yeah.
Eric Dubé would say, "Hey, watch my YouTube channel," but I wouldn't say that about his. He might say that about his videos, but I wouldn't say that about his videos. And so
I like
I'm talking about
Hibbler's
you guys.
level documentaries. They're pretty good for beginners because it doesn't get only like scientific, like only proofs. They show how NASA lie and all that. So
I
that's
definitely get
pretty
your
good.
point. There's not a comprehensive, proofs page. Yeah.
There should be
Yeah,
like a good
at this point, there should
documentary.
be. At this point, each of us should have either found or made ourselves a compilation of this is the stuff I strictly stand behind, and we should all have a little Google, what do you call it, Drive link or something like that, or a Google Docs list of links. Where it's like, this is the stuff that I absolutely stand behind, and it's not as important to say here's a list of stuff I disavow, but the stuff you do vouch for.
Yeah.
I mean,
People did make YouTubes and they got deleted. They probably got. I have a little list. I could read it read it off to you. I have written down number one, large bodies of water at rest lie flat and level. A water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane. A straight line does not bend. East and west are circles around the North Pole. Objects rise and fall according to density. All molecular interaction is fun. I mean, I have a list that I've compiled of just proofs.
That's great,
Parallel
man.
lines do not converge. I mean, these are just proofs that
Yeah.
there's not a globe.
That's fantastic. Now it's just a matter of making that something, like I said, the elevator pitch. Like, you meet someone in the elevator and you say, "Hey, you ever researched flat Earth?" They say, "No, but I'm interested in learning more about the nature of reality."
In it, yeah. Go ahead, sorry.
And you say, "Hey, search this on Google, search this on YouTube, or here's my card." And this is, even though we got to separate in a few seconds, you got to go your way and I got to go my way. Here's the information that I, endorse.
Dude, that's what we're doing here. You could invite him here.
Specifically, if I was in an
No.
elevator,
No. Let me tell you the problem with that. This is an open platform that has an open invite to the public. And if I said, "Hey, if you want to know the nature of reality, just join GeoServer," and I got a lot of respect for so many of you, like more than a handful of you on here, mad props. But here's the thing, I can't vouch for everyone who comes and speaks on here. I'm not going to name any names, but I would think it would do more harm than good. Some people, if the person came at the wrong time
dude.
of day.
They have to get the information the way it comes, man. You're being way too controlling over the scenario. This information is going to come this way, and this is a fine place for anyone to listen in and come to.
I'm not going to put like my reputation on the line by saying everything spoken on Earth Awakenings is something I stand behind as long as it comes from a flat earther's mouth. Sorry, I'm not going to stand behind every flat earther's opinion stated on here.
yeah. Well, here's like what I would do in an elevator specifically, right? Like I would go to the top floor with them, right? And I would take a bar. Like this is Jeremy and me's idea, right? But I would take a bar and I'd put it end to end, right, real tight up against the elevator shaft. and then I hit the button down to go down to the ground floor, and if verticals diverge, it should crush that bar. And by the time we get to the bottom of the elevator and it doesn't crush that bar because it converges at the bottom, we'd be done. It'd be proven to this guy on the literally on the elevator that the verticals do not diverge and converge to the surface. So
Yeah,
elevator is really a good.
I think that doesn't make any sense.
It's ridiculous.
Why?
I'm going to do it anyway.
If plumb lines diverge, that's perfect explanation right there.
There can be such
elevator is
there can be such thing as a rigidly straight metal beam held horizontally on an elevator on either model. A metal beam,
not if the walls are
isn't going to start bending under some sort of crushing
so
force.
Which side of the elevator is diverging, and which one is actually the plumb?
I know what you're saying, except for the point where the like rigid metal firm beam made out of steel is going to be crushed under some sort of force. That doesn't make any sense.
So, well, then the elevator shaft, the elevator, whatever it's built out of, must just be conforming. As it raises
that doesn't make any sense at all.
It makes great sense.
Yo, if you have an elevator shaft, hold on. If you have an elevator shaft, and and say there's like 4 posts, on every corner of the elevator, and all those posts are plumb, right? All the posts are individually plumb. An elevator that fits snug in at the top, if it's like snug at the top, by the time it gets down to the bottom, it won't be able to fit there because the plumb lines have converged in the globe model. Is that what you're saying, No Tanks?
Yes.
No, that's stupid, man.
That's what it is.
I don't.
You obviously build an elevator on a flat surface made of concrete.
You can't build it on a globe. That's the point.
Well, it reminds me of an idea where if you have a plumb line, like something that's made of something solid that would be a very, very high altitude one, like a high height, then you have another one, at a distance away. And then if you were to tie like a string between them or like a fishing line at the top and then measure it, and then as you move it down, it should measure differently, like the actual distance.
Yeah, they did that with lasers, but between buildings.
It reminds me of that, though, with what you said about the elevator. It's similar in my mind.
Yeah, it should crush. It should get smaller.
Who's gonna say it? Who's gonna say it, man? Really, elevators aren't built with that that amount of precision.
You couldn't do it with that, because it's too close.
So
together.
what's too? How thick is a plumb line?
Well, it's
like
cool. If you're talking about 2 rails of an elevator, those are way too close. You have to have them far enough away for the proposed curvature to actually take effect where that plumb line would diverge. Although, I mean, technically at 10 feet away, it would diverge to some extent.
At every
precision of that, that'd be
after 2 miles, maybe.
No, you have to just have it go up high enough.
No, because you have a top piece and a bottom piece, and they're the same size. So
we can't be making examples like this like they mean anything. That whole elevator thing, like, it makes you look silly for thinking that any amount of, like, any typical engineering of a building or an elevator like that has the precision that would come into play when proving
what precision?
The Earth.
A square container that you stand in.
You know how big they say the Earth is. When it comes to an elevator, it doesn't come into play.
Who is they?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. You push the walls at the maximum, right? You're at the max. You have a piece of it won't fit anymore, right? If it's converging, it's going to press. You're going to measure some sort of pressing against a container, right? So I mean, listen, I get that this won't happen. What is truly like going on in the mind of somebody is that the globe is flat, right? This is what must be happening, is that the globe is flat, that we're literally, these dimensions just fold upon themselves or something like this, because there's no dimension to it. Is what's happening.
Who do you guys think can control this? I know you're joking when you just said the CIA, but like, who do you guys really think is like because I imagine, like, you have to imagine that, like, I mean, assuming that you guys believe this, you have to assume that you guys believe that there is like some kind of some kind of authority that is like kind of pulling the strings here.
No one in this entire room would enjoy my answer.
Well, I just want to know what the popular theory is.
Controls what?
What are you talking about, man?
Yeah, I have my thoughts. Yeah, you talk about. I don't know. Are we shifting topics? Is this what we're shifting?
Well, in the flat Earth model,
It's not too off topic. He's just saying that in the circumstances where someone does need to be in on it, and the elevator thing, obviously no one would need to be in on it. That's why it's such a bad example to bring up. Like, oh, the elevator wouldn't fit as it goes up and down levels.
That's not how elevators are built.
But in the circumstances where engineering does need to take into account curvature or flatness, he's saying, what level of conspiracy do you guys believe in as to the application of who's in on it? He's saying, well, who do you guys believe on who's in on it and to what level?
Yeah, he's basically asking
why?
Who are the they?
Yeah, and why?
And what is the nature of their agenda?
What's the whole point?
A bunch of Freemasons.
All right, what's the point?
We all know that in most applications, no one needs to be in on it because there's no big difference between living on a globe of the size purported versus a flat Earth. Most things work exactly the same on most engineering project, whether it's a sky. Yeah,
no one's got to know. No one's really got to know. Just a bunch of Freemasons that want to kill God and believe in Lucifer, and that's why they do it. That's your answer.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, Lucifer.
What are they doing? Doing what?
Did you ever talk to a Freemason?
If kill Lucifer is your response, that's not going to satisfy me.
I didn't say kill Lucifer. You obviously didn't listen.
I just want to know what the motivation is behind it. Like, if there's some kind of conspiracy going on, I just
told you, brother.
Well, dude, for that, in terms of who they are and why would they lie, as it were, because like for myself, for sure. I already kind of knew there was some, even as a child, I could tell there's controlling factions in the world. But when I fully realized the Earth, there's no doubt that is a major factor of being, fully aware of the fact that because we're being told it's a globe, then obviously there's some group or some group of entities that are claiming it's a globe and pushing this false concept of what the Earth is. So I think a lot of us would have a lot of different ideas of speculation of who they are, as it were. But whoever they are, they're controlling the money, and that means they have basically infinite money. So whoever is printing the money in the Federal Reserve and running the world banks, to say that they have trillions is not really relevant. Like, they have infinite money, meaning they have bank accounts and credit cards that have infinite zeros. They can buy anything they want anytime.
Yes.
So that's
and
why
it obviously has to do with the Freemasons, brother.
I just want to know who they are.
In terms of a motive, we could start there, an infinite bank account.
Well, let's start with who they are. Yeah, the obvious answer. Let's start with the obvious answer. The astronauts.
Oh, what are the?
Yes,
so
the astronauts. Yes.
Let's start with the obvious answer. Anyone who's ever claimed to go to the moon or the ISS.
Yes.
Yeah, they're definitely.
But what does it have to do with my bank account? I'm just trying to figure out who they are.
They are the Freemasons, brother. The Freemasons.
They run the money system, which is why I brought that up. But Fundy was bringing up the astronauts would be in on it. If you're talking about who would be in on it, then yeah, the astronauts would have to be.
They don't have to be in on it at all. They can be told that, hey, listen, you're going to go do this fake moon mission because we got the real astronauts doing moon missions over here. So, and they're not in on anything.
Or they could be told that you can't.
No, hold on.
Yeah, they're in on a lie, yes, but they don't have to be in on flat Earth or whatever.
They don't have to know anything.
Well, they don't have to know maybe further things, but they would know they're faking space. At least they're
yes. And who are they? They're all these astronauts are a bunch of Freemasons.
Wait, why are they faking that?
Well, they're faking space travel, human space travel.
Yeah, but why do they fake all that stuff?
If there's a news story out there that this person spent a year in orbit and that person says, yes, I really did spend a year in orbit, then yeah, that person is in on it because they know they didn't get in a tuna can and go anywhere.
Yeah, but they're just in on exploration of space lie. Doesn't have anything to do with the shape of the Earth in their mind.
Do you guys believe in spaceflight
Obviously not, brother.
at all?
Space does not exist as you know it, brother.
I believe that we can definitely fly in space.
Wait, hang on a second. Wait. You guys don't believe that you can go to space?
I don't know. Like,
No,
if you could ask and then
this
while I'm
guy.
answering, ask again, it'd be cool.
This guy has no clue about what we think. So
I don't know. That's why I'm asking.
So space does not exist, in my opinion, at least.
No, space definitely exists, right? But what you're doing is you're claiming an outer space, right? So we can fly in space, no
I'm
problem.
not claiming
right?
anything. I'm just asking if
right. But what you're referencing is an outer space, right? A space that's outside of space as we know it, length, width, and height. What do you think of it?
I'm just talking about outside of the Earth's atmosphere, like outside.
Yes, you cannot leave Earth.
Let's go past that. Let's go past Earth's atmosphere. Let's go to your ever expansive model. You guys claim that space is ever expanding, do you not?
It ain't my model, man. I'm
that's the one that you appeal to. That's the one that you're supporting.
It's really
it's the one that seems. I mean,
it's really interesting.
When you say a model, hold on a second. Let's hold on. All right, I like you guys, but let's slow it down a little bit, just because like.
Hate your guts. No, I don't hate you.
I was just gonna say that you know what. All right,
let me get you back on track, man. You sound like you're struggling. Let me get you back on track.
Sound like you smoked some weed, brother.
I'm gonna try not to like stereotype you guys or like put you in.
Dude, we really gonna let this guy go around and around again? He's about to.
Hey man, let me just say, hang on a second. I'm not gonna stereotype you guys or anything like that. Like, but at the same time, like I can tell that there's a lot about there is a lot about of that coming back towards me. Like it's not my model. It's just like, it's like.
I understand. You understand.
It's the model you subscribe to.
Yeah. When you're asking, can you travel in space? What do you think space is? This place you're asking if we can travel. What are you imagining it is? Something different than you experience?
He also said you guys don't believe in outer space. Like he was about to argue beliefs against beliefs or something. He said, hold on a sec, just 2 seconds. And then he said, I'm not claiming anything. But when you asked that question in that manner and you said, wait, you guys don't believe in outer space, you are claiming that outer space exists and therefore we are the dumb ones for not believing the same thing as you. It's convoluted bullshit.
But maybe you didn't mean it. It's all right.
I mean, okay, you know what? He might actually have a point there. Perhaps I was being a little condescending, assuming that the standard belief is that.
Well, that's fine. Let's not beat around the bush. I asked you a direct question. What is outer space expanding into?
Oh, I don't know. I wasn't prepared for that question. That's.
Well, I mean, yeah, I know, but it would have to make logical sense in order for what you're appealing to, like the model. I don't know if you like that word or not. It seems like you don't like that word, but this is the reality that paradigm that you're appealing to. So if that's the case, then you would have to have a logical.
Well, like you know what it is, like it. All right, here. You know what? Let me just. This is going to be
10 to the negative 17 tour.
All right, like let's pretend I don't know anything about flat Earth because I really don't, honestly. But like and I understand that you guys think that I'm coming at you from like this kind of like some a little bit of like antagonistic point of view, but I'm really not, honestly. Well, at least I wasn't originally. Sometimes when people I can't help myself, but like that's not the way I came in. Oh, come on, man. See, I'm trying to make nice and.
No, you're talking for a long time.
Let's let him finish. I think he's trying to right the wrongs.
Lost in the Shire.
No, I believe him. I think
he's trying to right the wrongs.
Anyway, I'll make a long story short for you, bro. You've been trolling, but you want to make a serious statement. Go ahead and make that serious statement. We'll forgive you for your previous, actions.
That's the thing about trolling. Once you do that inauthentic thing, you know that story of the boy who cried wolf. So once you troll,
I was the one that I used that phrase earlier.
Hold on, and then just please don't interrupt, man. Let everyone finish. What I was just saying is that in general, when somebody trolls or when they're being inauthentic, then it basically is like just destroying their own reputation. Like they're just taking their own reputation, and just smashing it. So it's hard because then when you want to actually be legit, then everyone's going to treat you like you were before. So
you know what
I'm
it
not
was,
saying
though?
you were like you didn't even do it that egregiously. I'm just saying, like, in a sense, like.
But can you also imagine like my trolling? Like, listen, I'll be the first to admit.
It has to do with cognitive dissonance. When you hear about an idea that's very, very different from your own, there's a process that's natural, and many people go through it. We all do in different ways.
Well, I think it's more simple than that. Like if the whole room is like doing their thing, and like it's natural for somebody at a certain point just kind of like just take a little. Take umbrage and take fun with it.
Great. Also, Geo is he's kind of like the owner, like the guy who you were just talking to of the server, right? So when he talks, you got to stop talking.
Well, no, nobody has to make room for me. We just should let all of us talk. Yeah, just no one should interrupt anyone. I was going to say, because a lot of people are trying to get in, we should just try to let everyone have their full time, like until there's silence. Like right now, for example, I have the mic, like no one should talk. And then when I'm done, boom, like a second or two of silence. And then, yeah, maybe like 3 people want to talk at once. And we can do like a list or a queue, like we can structure it. But if we could keep it more open, which I think is more organic and it's cool because then everyone has a chance to speak in that sense, So the thing is, though, if like 3 people start talking at once, then like 2 of those have to back down. And that's the problem. Sometimes people don't want to back down. But like ideally, like, and then whoever the 2 that back down, that guy goes. And then of the 2 that back down, the rest of the room should kind of know that they're next, ideally. Now, I know it gets complicated if you're trying to go back and forth with someone. And for that, we can do a one-on-one. Like if anyone wants to do a one-on-one, just ask for it. And then we can do, 5 or 10 minutes of just you 2 going back and forth. Because, yeah, sometimes that is good to get to the bottom of something.
It does get a little tough, especially like when somebody's saying something that you have like a really like a very much related point.
I'm requesting a one-on-one. But
me too.
But not for myself. But not for myself. I'm requesting a one-on-one on behalf of Tig and Dicelo.
All right. Well, they were talking about the space thing. So, yeah, if those guys are cool with it. Because I guess, Tig, you had asked about outer space and is space travel real or not? That was a question. And then Dicelo.
Well, you know what?
Hold on. Don't interrupt, man. You're interrupting again, dude. All right. So, anyways,
no, it's related, but yeah.
Dicelo, I know, but you still have to wait, dude. Because the problem is when you interrupt, then the audience, it's just like audio chaos. Like, especially your mic is still echoing. So the thing is like, it's just more effective to wait until you got the mic and then boom, you go for 30 seconds, 45 seconds, whatever you need to lay it out. Anyways, I'm just saying, right, Dicelo was asking about space expanding. If you guys want to pick up on that, if Dicelo's at his mic, you guys could do that. But we should, seems like there is a lot of jumping around on topics. So whatever topic we pick, we should maybe try to stay on it, especially Tig, if you're going to be in the convo and you want to continue to ask questions about stuff, we should stay on one topic at a time.
Do you mind if I, since I seem to be the provocateur and the odd man out here, perhaps, do you mind if I propose a topic?
I mind.
Oh. All right. Did anybody else mind?
What's the topic?
Well, he's upside down, so take it as the opposite.
Basically, I'm just trying to figure out, and as condescending as I may have come across at certain points tonight, my overall, honestly, I'm just trying to figure out, like, what is the main motivation for this sort of thing, and like also when it comes to space stuff in particular, like at what point do you guys fall off? Like, all right, like. Let me just.
What do you mean fall off?
Give me like 20 seconds. I'll just put it out this way. Like, for example, like, all right, like you guys do, like you've thrown a rock, right? You understand like that. You've maybe some of you may have had experience with like model rockets as a kid, right? Like you're willing to accept that, right? Like,
what are you talking about, bro?
I'm just trying to figure out, like, at what
I can answer your question.
At what point do we stop believing? You know what I mean? Like,
okay, so approach everything with a skeptical mindset. That's your duty as a curious.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Right. So so here's the things. This is where we draw the line. We want a level of transparency. So we need to be able to look into these things. We need to be able to know the people. If we choose to dose, it can't be a nameless individual that we're taking things from, and we're gonna take into consideration more strongly than say a government institution, any sort of actual flight. Like if you want to talk about like footage, right? We're gonna take into consideration more seriously than NASA's footage, balloon footage or rocketry footage from, for anything outside of a government institution. But also there needs to be a level of transparency there. Who are these people doing this? Like a lot of people like to look into the Go Fast rocket, right? Because it's a private group, but the members are listed. The problem is there really aren't a lot of people doing much in this field. There's not a lot to work with, but we're gonna expect a level of transparency. We're not going to accept information from a nameless, faceless source, or some sort of private government institution.
But there are a lot of people working in fields that confirm like that the Earth is, to put it bluntly, like that the Earth is round. I'm sorry, but I know it's not
round like a
what about
disc.
those levels of transparency?
You know what I mean by round.
Round is like a sphere or like a disc, so you need to be specific. And can I just ask you something?
Like a pizza.
Can I ask you something? Because you're using words that I don't think you know the meaning to. Your premise was like, when do you stop believing? Do you know what it means to believe in something?
Well, when do you stop having faith in what you're being told? As far as like,
okay. Hold on a sec. I asked you, do you know what it means to believe in something? You opted the word faith, which are synonymous. So faith and belief are the same. Do you know what it means to have faith or belief in something?
Yeah, we could break it down like that, but I mean, like, I think it's like, we're talking about stuff that, like, it's not that deep.
But we could break it down like that. We could break it down like that, but there's a reason why you're stuck in like a certain level of programming where you say questions like, when do we stop believing? You don't say, when do we stop knowing, right? Because there's a difference between believing and knowing. The reason you say, when do we stop believing, is because you have a belief, right? That's all you have.
What's the difference?
Well, the reason I gave the rocket example is just because, like, for example, like, I'm just trying to figure out like where you draw the line as far as like what
let me ask you a question, man.
Well, do you mind if I just finish the one point?
Yeah, I thought you were. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. Just like for example, like, okay, I think a lot of the, like, right now what I'm detecting is like there's a, like, altitude seems to be a point of like issue here. Like, for example, like,
no, outer space, external of, outer meaning external of, meaning me and you are in space right now. The room that we're in is space. You're saying that there's a space outside of this space. That's what you refer to as outer space. So therefore, you need to determine the point which it becomes external of this space.
I mean, there are other places in this. Yeah, I mean,
for sake of
all I'm saying. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Just so you know, like there's a key phrase that can be used. It is arbitrary, but it's called the Kármán line. You're familiar with that, right?
Yep.
Yeah, and outside of that is where where you believe that the line between atmosphere, I guess, and outer space are divided.
Yeah, but
that's not correct.
Well,
that's not correct because the Kármán line, depending on whether you're the European standard or the US standard, is different, but it doesn't vary much. But we'll go with the US standard, which which is 100 kilometers. Now, the heliocentric model has extended the atmosphere all the way up into the moon. Now, the moon isn't 100 kilometers, meaning the moon is still in Earth's atmosphere. So, how can 100 kilometers be outside of the atmossphere, where outer space starts?
Yeah, we know what you're saying here. Maybe this guy isn't familiar with that, how they extended the atmosphere. But I mean, a real crucial point here is just your opinion on. Do you think that let's like pick a country other than their own? Do you think that say China has ever put on the news to the citizens propaganda? Do you think the Chinese citizens have ever been delivered?
Hold on, before we shift
propaganda from
gears,
the government?
can I finish my point? I didn't want to interrupt anybody, but
I suppose. Yeah.
Well, all I was trying to get at with that is I was just trying to figure out like at what point do we stop? Like, all right, I know it sounded kind of corny or whatever. Like, at what point do we stop believing? But I meant that very literally. Like, at what altitude do we stop believing? Like, for example, like you can't like just let me make my point, and then you guys can tear me apart.
It's not tearing you apart, but that's the reason I asked you, do you know what the word believe means? Because every time you start your question with that, you're arguing beliefs against apparent beliefs,
Okay,
meaning
let's say accept.
an acceptance.
Let's say accept.
An acceptance that something is true. Acceptance that something is true, especially one without proof. Meaning, the second you say, I believe it to be so, right?
No, but
you admit that you don't have any proof.
No. Well, I didn't. Well, I don't necessarily agree with your interpretation of the word believe.
Well, then you need to take that up with the dictionary. It's not an interpretation. That's the definition. I don't
you're
care if you don't
interpreting it more as like
agree
a
with it.
religious thing.
I'll tell you one point, Tig. Continuous footage does a lot for us in this community. Uncut, continuous footage that we don't detect any editing happening within.
So how about you remember the Red Bull drop? You remember when the dude jumped out of the?
Where Neil deGrasse Tyson said that Neil Baumgartner, whatever his name was lying. Felix, he said you don't see the curvature from that height.
Oh,
Is that what you're talking about?
You guys are tuned into that. All right.
Where you can literally see it's a fisheye, and then it cuts flat, and then it curves.
I did a video on that. I just paired Felix on the Sunrise interview saying, you see the curvature of the Earth, and then I paired that, and I just did it like 3 times with Neil saying, you don't see the curvature, because he was talking about Felix. Yeah. So, and then I said it's called conflicting information, because which one do I lean towards? The astrophysicist or the parent guy who jumped from there? Which one?
Yeah, and we all know that the footage from takeoff from ground level shows the horizon just as curved as it appears from the highest climax of the altitude footage. Or
with that one, yeah, it's got a curved lens on it.
Did you know that, Tig?
You know what? I will say, and I don't mean this. I don't mean to like stir things up or anything like that. But you guys have been like calling me out for like trying to interrupt you guys, but I haven't really been able to finish a point yet.
Well, here's the thing: you've been having really long stretches of talking, and obviously a lot of people want to get in and keep the conversation flowing. But if you want to do another one to actually get to the point, then do it this time. Go for it.
Well, shit, I gotta think about it.
Well, I mean, I'm not trying to knock you for not getting to a point, but I'm just saying if you don't think you did, then like I don't know, can you do it?
No, it's good. It's fine.
20 seconds, drop a point, and then someone can respond.
Yeah, no, we're good. We're good.
So, what do you believe in rockets, right? But you've never seen them. But
what I was getting at earlier, I guess, is I just don't understand, like at what altitude, like, do you not, like, at what altitude do you stop accepting that?
Oh, that's what we're asking you. What altitude do you think that everything then reverses, right? Like, we know that what goes up must come down. We throw a rock in your example. We all know these things. We throw a rock, it comes down. You're claiming that there's this place, this altitude that you get to where reality stops existing.
No. That's not what I didn't say that at all. That's.
It's not about a specific altitude. It's about transparency, man. There has to be the right stuff there for us to put our faith in.
What?
The information we're being delivered.
You think? Wait, hold on a second. You think that Trump, whatever? All right. So when you say transparency, you're insinuating that there is some sort of government limitation on physics or something like that.
It doesn't. It doesn't have to do specifically with government involvement or not. It's
so then, who's limiting that? You said transparency. That's a kind of.
Please, hold on a sec. He brought up like rockets that he's worked with, like, you know, model rockets and stuff, and then he's asking us, at which point do we stop believing like these rockets can go somewhere?
Thank
But
you.
like, no, yeah, but the real question is like, you have a belief that at some point that you can't see, these rockets do, like the rockets you launch,
They got
the
a
model
camera
ones,
on them.
yeah, but the model rockets that you launch, they all come back down, and you're saying that
After a
the
long
government
time.
rockets,
Really high, man.
hold on a sec. You're saying the government rockets and the special boys with special toys get special knowledge. Those boys, they can launch rockets higher, and they go into the non-existent fairy tale fantasy, right?
Where things
That
don't
you've
come
never
down.
seen. That you've never seen, and then you're asking us, why don't you believe the same thing as me? Well, because we're not idiots, man.
All right, so Tig, I did just mute you for a second. Let me just get back in. I just want to say, yeah, if you want to respond to that, and then I just want to say what No Tank said was a good point. I just wanted to say because he was putting it similar to the way you did, upside down Australian, in terms of you know, the belief that something happens at that height that we don't observe. Like that's actually belief for us. He's trying to make it like, when do we stop believing or something? So yeah, it's like a reversal.
Yeah, they don't even get. That's what. This is why I was asking him. I would like it if he just answers, if he knows what the word believe means. Whenever you ask someone like, "Don't you believe in that?" It's like I don't even know the term for it, but like belief is already accepting something as true without proof. So when they say, "Oh, don't you accept it as true without proof?" That it's retarded.
Hey, it's, you know, just FYI, I'm not like one to, like, if you tell me to not speak over people, I will do that. You don't have to keep muting me.
Well, I had to, because like I said, every time if he's not done and you start speaking, there's this really loud echo and we can't hear anything. It's been happening all day. We normally don't have that on this live stream, and I've asked you about 30 times to see if you can fix your echo. So like I said, if you interrupt, I have to temporarily mute you because all we hear is echo back forth. It's totally audio chaos. So
all right, fair enough on the echo, but yeah, I've been doing my best to try to not interrupt people.
Hey Tig, I got a question for you.
Well, let's let him respond though. Hold on, a lot was thrown at
Okay.
him. So if we're all focusing on responding to his kind of letting him kind of host it in a sense, and we have to let him go between every time, because I think Fun to You had said stuff. Oh no, No Tanks did, and then Australian. So this is about the Carmen line. So yeah, Tig, go ahead.
Oh shit! Now I don't know what we're talking about.
Well, I was just addressing
the point at which they claim that the sky turns into what they claim is outer space, and the vacuum of outer space. That point.
Well, yeah,
and then you asking us why, like you are believing something that you've never seen or proven, whereas we're talking about what we actually do see and can prove, that what goes up must come down, that what goes up comes down from everything that we've ever been able to test ourselves. So you're going off a belief due to basically pixels on a screen, more or less, and other belief systems, that they are indeed in this medium of outer space, because there's no like uncut footage where they leave the Earth and go to space. There's always a cut in between. So you are believing that is existing, that they actually are going out into a vacuum based upon their claims.
I mean, I have other reasons to believe that mankind has sent objects into space, but you know, that I guess that's one of them.
In your example earlier,
sorry, I was distracted. I think I sorted out the. I got my headset going though, so it shouldn't be a feedback problem anymore. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Oh, no problem. I just wanted to keep you to what you had claimed: model rockets, rocks, right? You had said, hey, we all can throw rocks and they come back down. We throw model rockets, and then you had said, why don't we believe in outer space, and space outside of space? And now it's on you to, I guess, clarify what you think that is within that, what's in that space.
Well, I think that you can prove that we have, in fact, achieved that level of, we shot stuff up there. We've not just shot stuff up there. We've we have a good understanding of how to shoot stuff up there very accurately, and we can get stuff to spin around the planet in ways that make things really useful for us. Like, for example, what we're doing right now, has a lot to do with all that.
No, it doesn't.
Not at all, brother. Not at all.
I mean,
You
not
believe
directly.
it
Like
because your phone works? Is that what you're saying? So you believe it because your phone works, even though you can never. I mean, maybe you can, but do you think you could ever demonstrate something going up and not coming down yourself? You could show that we have an area of outer space right next to a place where things come down, but at a certain point, I don't know what you would call that point, like a magical point, it stops coming down, and then the up actually becomes down, and it starts getting attracted the other way. You think that that's something you could replicate for me, or?
well, I can't personally throw something with enough velocity
course
to
you can.
escape the gravity of the Earth and achieve intergalactic
Intergalactic.
travel.
Is that a Beastie Boys reference?
Oh, dude, great song, man. That's one of their best for sure.
Yeah, but you have a belief, right? That's the point. So if you understand what it means to believe in something,
I don't believe anything, man. I see that's the beauty of science. Science doesn't science is willing to accept. Well, let me just finish this point. Science is willing to accept that it's not always right, but science is very humble about that. And
yeah, okay. So science has nothing to do with belief. But you have a belief, and then you saying you don't have a belief doesn't negate everything that you've just said, which is based on a belief system. And then you conflate. Okay, do you know what the definition of belief is? Yes or no?
Why did you take such offense when I used that word, but now you're using that word on me? It's not a belief, man. Belief.
Which word?
Belief.
Yeah, belief means to accept something as true, especially one without proof. So belief, faith, trust, they're all synonymous. Do you know what a synonym is? Like, it means they're the same, but a different word.
Why did I?
Well, that's your false assertion of me being offended, your assumption, but I'm not actually offended. But what I'm trying to address is that I'm trying to address that you have a belief and that's all you have. But then you conflate your beliefs with proofs and you say, oh, we can prove. Well, if you proved it, then you wouldn't believe it. You would then know it. That's the difference.
No, I think if you really think that you know something entirely without any degree of uncertainty, I think that's kind of arrogant, and I don't think that's a good way to go through life. I think you should always consider that.
No, there are obviously things you can know for sure, man.
Well,
there are absolute truths. I'll tell you absolute truth, right? I'll tell you absolute truth.
Yes, I agree, but come on, man, we're talking about very complicated things here. We're talking about
we're not. We're talking about very simple things.
No, we're talking about astrophysics. It's not simple.
Are we?
That's bullshit.
You do not understand.
That's a fantasy.
Tig, he's not offended by the word belief. It's just that you're not supposed
Well, he called me out for it earlier.
Hold on, let me finish. You're not supposed to just believe in something and use that in an argument, or he's saying you have to have proof. So once you say, when do you stop believing?
Well, that's
start
semantics.
believing. That's not the word you're supposed to use. We're not looking to believe in anything.
Okay.
We're looking for proof.
Yeah, wrong word.
I'll tell you something. I'll tell you something. Like, I'm not saying it like I'm some sort of veteran. Honestly, I'm not. But Flat Earth, the mainstream thing, has been going for 8 years now. For 8 years, Globers.
And you know why that is? Do you know why that
is? I haven't finished. I wasn't finished. It's maybe 30 more seconds. So Globers since then are out here arguing their beliefs. And we're all waiting for some sort of demonstration or proof. We're all waiting, man. And you continuously come out here and say, well, I believe in outer space. I believe in rockets. We don't care about your beliefs, man.
It'll be belief, science, gravity, and there's one more I'm forgetting, but go ahead, Tig.
Rockets.
And he's talking about complicated stuff like astrophysics. He's talking about beliefs, let alone before he goes into the complicated stuff, which science actually proves that the Earth can't be a globe, right? Let alone him talking about actual science, right? Him talking about beliefs and shit.
That's your belief.
Yeah, well, I just want to point out that...
Let's let him respond. Tig, I did have to temp mute you, but that's the thing. I got multiple screens open. I'm multitasking. Sometimes I might forget to unmute, so it's best just not to interrupt because he was in the middle of his thing when you interrupted. But
you know what?
Give everyone their time. Sometimes conversations can go with little interruptions quicker, but right now it seems like everyone wants their time. So
the unmuting is getting really unfair, man. It really is
you
because
completely blatantly interrupted him. That's why he said, "Let me go."
No, man, no. You have not. Please, man. No, at a certain point,
Can you respond to him? Otherwise, we're moving on. Did you want to respond to him?
I wanted to, but you really been killing me with the muting, man.
I'm just going to actually
don't argue the point. Just respond.
I'm actually hold on. I'm going to leave you on mute if you keep interrupting because it's too disruptive for the live stream. So you have to stop interrupting. I've been asking you all day. I will just leave you on mute for the rest of the day.
I've been providing you with content all day.
You've been interrupting, and when you do that, it's disrespectful to another person. So out of respect,
the reason these people are
doing
content, brother.
You're doing it to me right now, dude. It's very disrespectful when someone else is trying to share their mind, their ideas, every component, and when they're in the flow of it, to just be side slammed. Nobody appreciates that. Nobody wants to have that happen to them. And then for the people listening, they can't make sense of what's going on. So it's very important not to do that. You know, and I'll mute others if they interrupt you. And he left. So yeah, we should just carry on because he seems incessant on doing that, and it's incredibly disruptive.
He's trolling.
Yeah. Funny the believe argument. That's a horrible argument.
Yeah, that's I mean, I always emphasize on the belief thing because if you cut it at the head, like it honestly, man, it's a belief. The globe
No,
is a
but what I'm
belief.
saying is what you're saying is a horrible argument.
Is it what?
Horrible argument.
It's a horrible argument. Well, it's very important because when you come out here defending the globe, all you're defending is a belief system. So that's like me telling you, I believe in Bigfoot, you don't, so therefore you're an idiot. That's just retarded. So
Well, you're
that's the
defending a
horrible
belief
argument.
system as well.
No, I don't have a belief system. Mine's an observation.
You just said that science disproves the globe.
No, science proves that the Earth cannot be a globe and it cannot be rotating.
That's a belief.
No, hold on a sec. It's demonstrated through science.
Which is
hold on
your
a sec.
belief.
Okay, let me tell you something. All right, let me tell you something then. Let me tell you something then.
You believe
you're saying that. Yeah, you're saying that it's. Yeah, but he's saying that it's a belief that science debunks the globe, right? So therefore, he's telling me that if I levitate in a helicopter, where I want to go won't come to me because what? I'm in the non-inertial frame of reference, spinning with the Earth. Science, Coriolis effect. So, in order to have the Coriolis effect, you need a non-inertial frame of reference and an inertial frame of reference. So, could you tell me which one is the non-inertial and which is the inertial, please?
I don't know. It's your belief system.
No, it's not my belief system. That's science. If you don't agree with it, then you disagree with science. That's just how it is.
If I don't agree with you, I disagree with all of science.
No.
Oh, you disagree with all of science? Is that what you said? Seems pretty outrageous. Okay, so like he disagrees with gas pressure requiring container because it's physics, so he disagrees with it.
You don't know what a container is.
Yes, I do. It's an object. An object has to be a material thing.
Can you explain what a container does?
Yes, a container is an object to contain something. What's an object? A material thing.
And what?
Do you know what? Do you know what a material thing is?
What would a container look like?
It doesn't have to look like anything specific. It's a container that contains something. That's why some deodorant cans are cylindrical. Some deodorant cans can be little balls, right? Balloons are balls.
Could a plate be a container?
A plate?
Deodorant plate?
A plate?
Yeah. Could a plate be a container?
Oh, I don't know. Can you describe the plate to me, please?
A dinner plate.
Yeah, it could be.
Okay, so like,
why would you assert that? Like, why would you say could a plate be container? As if like if I answer no or yes,
I probably have a point, Riley.
It has some sort of like argument to it. What's that?
Probably has some sort of reason I asked it, right? So,
no,
could a flat surface be a container?
No, if the Earth was flat, if the Earth was flat, water would fall Yeah,
He says a flat
yeah.
surface.
You need
Flat is a
a
descriptive
container
term for a surface.
needs higher edges.
He really got you.
So if
Oh,
I
yeah,
have
I
a
figured you
gas
killed it.
pressing against a flat surface, could you describe that flat surface? Could it be described as
No,
a container?
no. Gas pressure, right, is the force exerted against the walls of its container.
Yeah.
It's not about the descriptive surface of the base of that container or the walls of that container. Gas pressure is the force exerted of the gas on those walls of that container. So you asking whether it can be on a flat surface or a dodecahedron surface, right, or a spiral surface means absolutely zero.
But a single surface can be a container in that instance.
Okay, listen. Listen. Man's knowledge. So all of man's knowledge, man, woman, and child's knowledge, is that all gas pressure. Every example we have: terrariums, kettles, deodorant cans, balloons, all require a physical container. So until you can present something that negates that or like suggests anything different, we go with the available knowledge. The available knowledge known to man is that gas pressure requires a container. Now, when you pair that with 14.7 psi at sea level, the atmos, being made up of nitrogen, argon, oxygen, and various other gases, makes it gas pressure. Meaning, in order to have that gas pressure, it must be contained.
Yeah, I agree. And the container is the surface of the Earth.
No, the container cannot be a surface. The gas has to bounce off the walls of the
I
container.
thought we just agreed that a container could be a surface.
No, we didn't agree on anything. You asked if a plate could be a container. You asked if a plate could be a container, right? We didn't agree on anything. You asked a question.
So, but he's going to try and stretch and say that a plate contains gas? I mean, man,
I don't know.
that's so sad.
Well, why doesn't he show an example of that instead of talking about his retarded belief system?
He might have another belief. That's the thing. He might believe something that science has disproven, but he might have a belief in something. And I was told this is a place to entertain ideas and thoughts and minds. So what do you believe without proof? Obviously, I mean science denier, but you have beliefs. What are they? Hey, orangutan. What are your beliefs?
Well, what happened just then is he just got debunked, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I got
Boy
debunked.
just don't even understand
Well,
debunk has nothing to do
hold
with
on,
proving and disproving.
Well,
Like, they don't even get that.
let me jump in and see if we could try to move it forward. So I could actually debate the gas pressure thing because upside down. Are you saying that that means that we have to be contained, like the sky has to be a container because of the gas pressure? Is that what you're going for on that?
I'm saying that if we have a pressurized system, which we do, then with our available knowledge, what we must accept until someone demonstrates otherwise is that we must be contained.
What about a gradient that a certain gas will not move beyond a certain level because of a gradient? And what if the sky acts as a gradient? Even like,
Well,
now,
then,
I'm not saying this is what it is, but what if it went off into infinity? I'm not saying it is that. I'm not saying the globe thing
I
either.
know.
I'm saying if there was an infinite gradient versus a solid surface, how would we know at that altitude?
Yeah, so without being like, it's not to be like that, but we can talk about the gradient after we address the initial pressure because we already understand that 1 + 1 = 2. So if you don't have 1, you don't have the 2, right? You can't have a gradient without the initial pressure. Pressure, like gradients don't cause pressure. You can have a pressure gradient inside a pressurized system, but gradients don't cause pressure.
Well, gradients can contain pressure at various gradation levels.
No, false. You can have a contained system, and in that system, you can take a terrarium, for example. You can make one yourself. In that terrarium, you can have a pressure gradient. But in order to have that gradient, you must have a container and an initial pressure to begin with. You can't just say that we're not contained and therefore have a gradient. It doesn't work like that. That's just basic physics. And that's what I mean when I say statements like science proves that the Earth cannot be a globe, right? A spinning space testicle, water ball, floating in imaginary vacuum, right? It's impossible.
That's a sweet belief.
Yeah, you have a belief. Yes, mine is different. Mine is observation. And this is the catch, right? My observation is the same as yours. You don't see the ground curve. You don't feel the ground curve. You claim we don't feel it move, but it is moving. That's me and you have the same observation.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't want to talk about your beliefs. I want to talk about
We're
what
not
you
talking
know.
about beliefs. No, so observations aren't beliefs. So if I asked you how many hands do you have, you would tell me 2. Why? Because you can see 2 hands. We've established a concept that 1 + 1 = 2. Therefore, I have 2 hands, right? Me and you observe the same thing. The belief is when you tell me something that we can't see. I'm not telling you anything that we can't see.
I have a question for you. Let's say you know something, right? Is there ever a situation in which something that you know, you can be informed that actually you were misinformed about it originally?
What the hell, man? So something that in order for me to originate,
Where's
I know.
feedback? This guy's terrible.
I know. For me to initially know something means it's either been experienced by myself or demonstrated to me. Therefore, I know it to be so. I know I have 2 hands because I've observed 2 hands. On those hands, I observe 4 fingers and 1 thumb. I know this to be so. You can't come along and present something to me and tell me you actually have 3 hands. Where's the 3rd hand? Okay, you're going to tell me that there is a 3rd hand, but I can't see it. I'm not interested in that. And this is what I mean. Listen, you globers, you get debunked every time. Every time. I'm sorry to tell you like that. You get dragged across the floor, spun around, thrown up in the air, slammed back down, and dragged all over again every single time.
It's like talking
I
to a
can picture
cat.
that.
You just have the most weak arguments, man.
Like
Weak,
belief and knowing.
pathetic.
Well, okay. Does the
pathetic.
apophenia, before we go into personal stuff, apophenia, did you have an actual response in your
Yeah, I was
to-
trying to demonstrate how you can know something and it actually, you think you know something and it turns out you're actually incorrect. But he
Okay,
can't grasp
now
it.
that may be the case for some who have gone through that. We've probably all gone through some phase of that at some point. I certainly, I did it. I wouldn't say I ever like strongly was convicted that the Earth was a globe. In fact, I always questioned it my whole life, and I have my own story and everything as well. But I would say for me, but I did generally accept it that there was a globe. Like I did think it was a globe for most of my life, as it were. At least on the surface, I did accept it. So I had to admit I was wrong. And I had to admit that was a deception, and I had to go through that process. So, and we've all gone through that, and I'm sure various times in our life, especially with the globe Earth. Anyone who knows the Earth's not a globe, most likely believed it was at one point, etc. So, with that being the case, but the thing is, what he said though, what Upside Down Australia was talking about is that things you can validate versus. So, do you have any actual response to that? Because he was talking about the process of validation that will protect against deception by validation. Essentially, then you can't be deceived. Whereas if you're going to accept things without validation, then there's always the potential to be deceived.
And you have a response to that.
Like what?
Yeah, he's not going
that
to
whole
respond.
explanation. You have a response to that.
I would say that flat earthers have a strong inclination to see things for themselves.
No.
That's a personal opinion. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a generalized kind of insult or whatever that was about to be.
It's not meant to be an
Do you have any
insult.
actual response to
Not
the?
meant to be
A bunch
anything
of
like
people just made a lot of effort to make points to you. Is it just that you weren't listening, or you're not interested in engaging, or what?
Do you have a specific question? Like this is like a generalized my opinion on validating things. Like I was looking for a specific question.
Yeah, that would be
obfuscate. That's what they do.
You were asking
No,
how
no, that was a
is it
very valid.
hold on, it's a pretty direct line of logic. Apophenia. You're saying that I don't know. Your name used to be pareidolia, now it's apophenia. I guess you're really into those things, because those are similar things, I guess. But anyways,
we kind of
you
all are.
asked about having some piece of knowledge that you think is true, but you're actually false. So that's what you're saying. Something you think is true, you're convinced is true, but it actually is false. You were asking him. I'm just trying to summarize. He then responded about validation, about not just accepting things that are not validated and just is, blind belief, etc. Describing how he was saying that he doesn't believe in things that he hasn't actually validated. And then I added on to that if you don't validate things, there's the potential to be deceived. So there's a multiple line of logic there that have been proposed to you, all in response to what you brought up. So I would imagine you would have some response if you in terms of that. So that's if that helps to summarize a little bit.
Yeah, he believes things, and he says he knows them, right? So he says that he knows that science disproves the globe, but he doesn't know that. He hasn't verified that. That's a belief.
What? No, I said that science, real science, proves that the Earth can't be a spinning space testicle. It can't. But that's according to science, not just a belief. The available science known to us, physics, chemistry, right? It proves that it can't be a globe and it's not rotating.
Your belief. You don't know that.
No, okay. That's you just like it's stupid, right? Your response is that's a belief. No, I've just explained it to you, and I'll explain it to
All
you
right,
in depth.
let's not be disrespectful.
Okay, I'll try, right? But you got to give them like child level explanations. If my cousin goes out, the Globers. If my cousin goes out and catches a fish,
how condescending you're speaking. Do you think that's helpful to your cause?
I don't have a cause. The only cause is right here, right now.
To understand what you're talking about.
Somebody was just going to say gravity, science, and you have a belief and add nothing else to the conversation. You're asking if we want those people to come to ours. I'm talking. I'm literally talking like at that moment. I'm talking right. Like you're asking, do we want those people to join our cause? The people who just say things for like 10 minutes. The response is gravity, science, proof. But you have a belief with adding nothing, no context, nothing of value. Do we want them to be part of our cause?
No,
I'm not sure.
No, and that's the answer to the question. Do we want? No, I could care less, man. You're here right now, so what's happening is you're engaging and you're being engaged with. That's it. I'm not interested in converting you to anything. I don't get any bonus points if you turn around right now and say, "Yeah, I'm a flat earther." I don't get anything from that. But let me ask you a question. Do you think the Earth is rotating? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay, so if I raise up in a helicopter, all I need to do is wait for wherever I want to go to come to me. True or false?
False.
Why?
Because the atmosphere is also rotating with the Earth.
Okay, so I want to say, so the atmosphere is rotating with the Earth. Okay, so no Coriolis effect then.
There is a Coriolis effect, but it's minuscule when you're talking about a helicopter.
No, false. So no Coriolis effect then. Okay, so you say there is a Coriolis effect. Okay, so therefore, I'm on the ground, the non-inertial frame of reference, that's the spinning one, in case you don't understand. So now you're saying that the Earth... Did I finish?
Man?
I didn't hear myself finish.
This guy came back to interrupt. Just try to avoid being condescending, man. We can just.
I didn't hear myself finish. I didn't hear myself finish. So I'm on the ground. That's the non-inertial frame of reference, the spinning one. So you now say that the air is also spinning with us. They have to be going at the same speed. So can you please tell me then, in that situation, which is the inertial frame of reference in order to have the Coriolis effect? Can you please tell me?
Why are you so fixated on the Coriolis effect? Do you realize how minuscule that is in the terms of what you're talking about as far as aviation goes?
No. Do you know what the Coriolis effect is?
Yes, I do. dude.
What is it? In your own words. In
If
your
the
own
Earth
words,
spins,
please.
all objects
Dude.
that leave the Earth's surface will experience Coriolis effect. All objects.
In
Go
my
ahead.
own words, it's the relationship between the rotation of an object and its travel through its trajectory. It affects its trajectory.
You misrepresented it. So it's an apparent deflection, meaning if you're on a roundabout, like a child's one, and that's the non-inertial frame of reference. You're going around in a circle. Two people are on opposite sides of each other. They throw a ball. They are in the inertial frame of reference, the one that's not moving. When they throw the ball, it appears to curve to you on the non-inertial frame of reference. So plane flight's curving, hurricanes going in different directions. That's an apparent deflection, meaning not actually, but it appears to do so because you're.
What's
Hold on
the
a sec.
significance to your point?
Did I finish? You're on the non-inertial frame of reference, the spinning one. In order to have the Coriolis effect, you require an inertial frame of reference, one that's not moving. If you say plane flight's curve, that would mean the planes are in the inertial frame of reference. But you just told me that if I go in a helicopter, I'm moving with the Earth. So then you don't have a Coriolis effect.
All right, just to mod this real tightly, upside down. I'm just going to temporarily mute you. You said your full point. I'm only temp muting you just so he can feel his full time respond. There's kind of an impromptu one-on-one with you two guys. I guess Apophenia kind of stepped back a little bit. So Tig, go ahead. I'll just mute and unmute you guys. You can have really clean audio. It's nothing personal, obviously. It's just to let you both have your full time. So Tig, go ahead.
Can I take the low to say hi to everybody? What's up, G?
Yo. What up? What up, Don? But yeah, Tig, if you're going to respond, they'll be on topic unless someone else wants to, because he just laid out direct thing.
Well, now after all that, I'm a little discombobulated, but I don't really. He seems fixated on the whole Coriolis effect thing. I mean, that's the thing. I understand. I kind of understand how that works, but it's like one of the most minor forces involved in what we're talking about right now. I don't really understand like how it comes into play.
Well, do you understand if the atmosphere is coupled or decoupled?
Don. Sorry, Don.
Australia's up.
They're kind of doing one-on-one for a sec. Go ahead, upside down.
Thanks, bro. So your lack of understanding isn't a valid argument, just as long as you understand that. So when you say I'm discombobulating that just means you don't understand your own model. Okay? So on your own model, the Earth is spinning, and so is the atmosphere. That's the reason you told me I won't see the ground come to me. I'll be moving with the Earth. That's your own model. So therefore, all you have so far is one non-inertial frame of reference. You don't have an inertial frame of reference. Therefore, you can't see plane flights curving. You can't see hurricanes going in different directions. Now, you are subscribed to your own model, which is Newton's 3 laws of motion. Okay? Newton's 3 laws of motion don't apply on a non-inertial frame of reference. That's how much you don't understand about your own model and science or anything like that.
All right, I'm going to send it back to him. And let's try not to do the personal attack stuff. Try to not have it go there, but if possible, so we can stick to the info. But yeah, go ahead, Tig.
Yeah, no worries. And I promise you won't have to mute me. If he's talking, I won't interrupt. I promise. Hello?
Yeah, you're good.
You're up,
I
man.
only did it because to kind of so you guys can go back and forth to have really clean audio.
Gio, you can't even talk. He's gonna forget. You can't even talk, Gio. He's gonna forget.
Probably all new to him.
Did he go? Is he? Oh, there he is. Yeah, you can unmute him, man. It's all right. Even if he interrupts me, I'm not. That's all right. It's cool.
Yeah.
No, Gio muted me like he just explained to you for clean audio. I don't mind being muted to wait for you to finish the talk. I'll even mute myself.
Well, I got a little lost there, but like as far as like, all right, whew, man, we got lost there. Yeah. All right.
Not we, you. Sorry.
All right, fair enough. You're probably right, actually. So like.
I mean, this is one of the major claims of the globe, so that's why. I mean, Coriolis effect is. We've talked about it for years. It's a claim of the heliocentric model and the globe Earth, and their explanation of the Coriolis effect.
But wouldn't that? I mean,
yeah, you don't get it. Sorry.
I don't want to get too specific, but like,
Why not?
wouldn't the Coriolis effect kind of like reinforce the whole globe model thing?
No, no. Okay, so can I respond to you because you seem a bit lost? You've already admitted that. So the Coriolis effect is a real phenomenon. Okay, it's when you're on a spinning a roundabout at a child's playground or a merry-go-round, whatever you want to choose, and you're on the spinning one. That's called the non-inertial frame of reference. Two people are on opposite sides of that. They're on the inertial frame of reference, the not merry-go-round, the one that's not spinning. And then they throw a ball to each other in a straight line. And you are on the merry-go-round, so therefore you see the ball appear to curve. It doesn't actually curve. It appears to curve to you because you're on the spinning frame of reference. Okay? That's what the Coriolis effect is.
Well, have you ever played paintball?
No, hold on a sec. So when you say you're on the ground, and when we look at plane flights, they appear to curve. Why? Because they're the Coriolis effect. Well, that means that you're on the spinning frame of reference, the ground, and the air is the inertial frame of reference going in a straight line. But you just told me that I can't go up in a helicopter and wait for the ground to come to me because the air's also moving. So by that logic, you follow that same logic, right? By your own explanation, all we have so far is an non-inertial frame of reference, meaning we don't have what's required to have a Coriolis effect. But and then to top it off, look, this is the cherry on top. Newton's 3 laws of motion, physical reality, don't apply when you're on a non-inertial frame of reference. You can apply them, this is the heliocentric model's words, not mine. You can apply them by applying, you ready? An imaginary force. If you need to go seek the definition for imaginary, go right ahead. But what we've just demonstrated is that you have a fantasy, an imaginary belief system.
Well, they call it a pseudo force.
Yeah, imaginary.
Well, the word they use is pseudo. Yeah, pseudo force.
Or the word they also use is imaginary. I have links to that if you need it.
All right.
Meaning, imaginary is existing only in the mind. Meaning, yeah, fairies exist. So do pixies, and so do elves, and so do Bigfoot and leprechauns.
So Tig, on an Earth
Are you
that
thinking of
isn't
the word fictitious force? Fictitious force? They use pseudo force and fictitious force. I've never heard of imaginary, like in.
Okay, I'll get it for you. I'll get it for you. But imaginary, fictitious, pseudo, they're all synonymous.
Well, but I'm saying the words they use are. It's all good. It's just it's just fictitious. Fictitious force or pseudo force is the ones they use. That's all.
No, I'll get it for you. Hold on a sec.
Tig, do you imagine that if the Earth were not rotating, that this is exactly what we would experience?
As far as hold on, let me think about what you just said. Like as far as like when
not
it comes
moving,
to being flung off the surface, or
and like when you're standing still, right? Like right now, wherever you're at in your room, you're standing there, right? And the air around you, standing there, is it? If it wasn't moving, right? Neither of them are moving. Is this kind of what you've experienced?
That would be such a big problem. Yeah, big problem.
Okay.
I would be most likely the flesh would be ripped off of my bone with 1,000-mile-an-hour winds, and it would be such a big bummer, man. I would just it would really ruin my Sunday, to be honest.
What, are you at the equator or something?
But it would
No,
satisfy
but
like your desire to say that you were on a spinning ball, though, right? If your flesh were to rip off of you.
You know what? You make a good point. That would be worth.
Definitely say then that you.
That
were
would be
in fact
worth
on a
it.
spinning ball.
Yes,
Yeah.
that would be worth it. Yeah.
You had no more flesh. Yeah.
But that's what they do, right? They don't have a spinning frame of reference. Like, they don't have an inertial frame of reference, meaning they don't have the Coriolis effect. It's called the Coriolis effect or Coriolis force. It's the same thing. It's an apparent deflection. If you don't have an inertial frame of reference and a non-inertial frame of reference, you don't have the Coriolis effect. That's as simple as it gets. So either the ground is spinning and the air is not, or they're both spinning and all you have is a non-inertial frame of reference, therefore you don't have the Coriolis effect. It's that simple.
I actually believe you.
Coincidentally,
Is there any chance
coincidentally,
that
it resembles like a non-rotating Earth? Coincidentally, but
Well, that's
go
what
ahead.
that was what I meant by the statement that science proves that the Earth is not moving and it can't be a globe, right? That's what I meant by that because Coriolis effect falls under the science, right? It falls under that category, and in their own model, this is what I'm trying to say. In their own model, on top of the Coriolis effect needing those two things and it not being existent, they also add a cherry on top. And the cherry on top is that Newton's 3 laws of motion don't apply on a non-inertial frame of reference. Meaning,
you
if
said
you're
that.
spinning, meaning meaning this is what I mean by that is if you say, yeah, where the Earth's spinning, well then Newton's 3 laws of motion don't apply. So you have to pick one. You have to pick physical reality, push, pull, or you have to say, no, I'm on a non-inertial frame, meaning those 3 laws of motion, they don't apply unless I apply an imaginary force. And if you want to do that, then go ahead, but don't posture yourself as more intelligent than us. That's it.
And Tig, that's your best proof of the globe. That's why you believe it.
What's that?
Tig, that's your best proof of it. Fuck this guy. This guy's a fucking idiot. I'm going to bed.
You gotta be more specific. No takes.
What did
Which guy is the?
What did I do?
No Tanks is a fucking veteran, man. He knows what he's talking about. When he says he's a fucking idiot, what he means is
you.
Right, but we do
no,
need to
he
be a little
wasn't talking about
respectful.
me.
This stuff does seem simple. The stuff that he might seem surprising, we're all familiar with. The stuff that he thinks is old news, he's new to. The stuff he thinks we're new to is old news to us. I mean, it's like we all know. We all can see him being walked through the initiate. This new guy Tig is being basically initiated into his. He's you know what I'm saying? Yes,
You
sir.
are
Yes,
mean.
Tig. You can join. You can join the
He's
Flat Earth
amazing.
Cool Kids, Tig. You're welcome to explore with us.
This is the catch, right? Like, you come to this side here, not that we need you to. We're fine. We're cool over here. But if you come over here, there's no ridicule, man. We're not going to fucking, rub it into you. We're just happy that you made it to the other side. That's it.
You guys have made me regret a lot of things in my life. I don't even know how to continue at this point. I'm joking. I'm just fucking around.
Well, there is a component of one's worldview being foundational in one's philosophy of life and in a lot of different ways. So I think a lot of us could share our experiences and have over the years in terms of the various processes we went through. There are a lot of reflections on multiple components of life. I would say that I've heard many other people's journeys and then mine as well in terms of the process of going through. Because to me, it's like the globe Earth there's a lot of things about it I could say, but I mean, it's like an isolated cosmology. There's like the Big Bang and this huge outer space, and we're this tiny little ball. So there's this insignificant quality to it. So it's like a philosophy of insignificance. And then you're on this little pale blue dot, as they call it. And then it all came through evolution. So when you involve the dinosaurs story and then the evolution, their whole history, we just evolved out of, sea slugs over thousands of years on this random ball pulled together by this random sort of gravity force that's flying through infinite space. And it creates this a lot of components, I think. And I'm not saying for any one person that believes it today, I'm just saying collectively as a whole, it creates, I think, a lot of this competition, hierarchies amongst others, and division in a lot of different ways. It's like a mentally isolating type of concept. So for myself, I can say coming to the Earth being the ground, the floor, the foundation of the entire cosmos, the heavens being above us, and all of that. To me, there's a much more like encompassing and decentralized sort of grounded stability to sort of being just in creation in its form, rather than before when my mind was, when I was like, the idea of being on a ball spinning, it was a very like disassociating concept to be on a ball spinning rather than in the actual, this massive room, if you want to call it this, like a dimension or a realm, many different words, but like actually being in the actual place I'm in and not moving and flying and being dislocated, but actually being right here. Like when I go to bed and wake up, I'm in the same place. I'm not 500,000 miles halfway across the universe.
A lot more comforting
what?
to think of things that way.
Well, it's like time zones, like the same sort of thing you're talking about right now. Like you're in America, he's in another place, but we're all talking instantaneously. Why? Because we're all in the same time. There's no such thing as different time, right? There's time
But
zones. That's conceptual.
those ideas kind of give comfort to like the world around us. They give a simple explanation.
No, not anything I said. If you're saying that, but if you're trying to relate that to me, no, that's not how I'm referring to it as at all.
I mean, I kind of got that
And-
vibe a little bit.
Well, I just want to tell, like Gio, like you said when you said, it's along those lines. But like, so the indoctrination, which it is indoctrination, they've convinced that the people who choose to believe it, which is accepting it as true without proof, they are the dummies, right? The ones that just do it without question. That what they've done with that is convince those same people that if you believe in this, that makes you the intelligent one. And it's yeah, and so those people go around believing on top of another belief that they are the intelligent ones, and anyone who doesn't align with those same beliefs is the dumb ones. But it's the opposite. It's the opposite, because true intelligence is questioning what you're told.
I couldn't agree more.
Not out of ridicule. So when whatever you're told in school, if you question it, that's true intelligence. When you see a child and they question things, then they go, "But why?" They're the bright ones.
Yep.
Then
why? Real quick, I wanted to respond to the guy who was talking about it being some kind of comfort, mental malfunction happening. It's not a choice issue. Reality presents itself. It is what it is. And so it's not about picking the comfortable option. It's about understanding reality as it presents itself. If that happens to be comfortable for somebody, well, then they're not thinking about it properly. Again, the truth isn't about comfort. It's just about the truth.
Might I interject?
Yeah, but the people, you're not going to tell yourself that you're selecting the truth. You're going to select what you find to be appealing and then label it as
No,
truth.
I'm not.
That's how,
I'm an adult
I'm
human.
Not,
I don't
I'm
think
not
like
talking
that.
about you. I'm talking about humans. That's what humans do.
Well, that's
Okay,
not true,
I'm a
though.
human.
That's a straw man of humans.
Yeah, man. Listen,
some
listen,
humans.
listen. I'm
some
not going to
humans
sit
do
around
that.
and suck my thumb because I need to be comfortable about some beliefs. Okay, I want to get to the nitty gritty. So I'm going to go with the truth for the sake of it. I am not going to live life simply to be comfortable.
Yeah, and when just let me respond too, because you had mentioned that in relation to what I had said. What I was talking about, I mean, it's like this might be too much of like a debate vibe, and people are all like wanting to defend more than it is where we can actually share our minds, more like a podcast style. Because what I shared is more that. What I was sharing is, well, partly I was talking about the heliocentric model and how, in my viewpoint, it is very isolating and it makes you feel insignificant. Whereas if being on a stationary Earth that has a planar foundation, that is the opposite of insignificance, meaning that we are very significant, so significant that we are one of just however many million or billion people are on this earth, one of those that are under the same like magnificent heavens above us and in this entire realm together. So it actually, like, there's a significance. And then I've been studying astrology for all my life. So seeing the actual significance of, well, not all my life, but at least the last 20, 25 years, to the point to where I've seen just thousands upon thousands of very intricate correlations with the luminaries and the heavenly bodies and how those correlate with so many components of our lives. So even that significance is also revealed there as well. But anyway, so I was referring to some of those components of it. And then, and what I was referring to was really not about some kind of like comfort, like a blankie kind of comfort thing. I was referring for myself to an actual process of joy and integration for myself in terms of from the isolating fractured globe concept of spinning. That's what I'm just saying. For me, that's absolutely, it had that representation. I think for many it does, versus actually being in a more like holistic, integrated state with the earth and with the nature of the creator, creation, and the entire process of being human.
Can I make a testimony, Joe? Look, man, I hope you guys have identified the same as me, where I think we could share and help this new gentleman out. I've been listening a lot all day. I know I just popped in here, but it seems like the main issue from the beginning was he wants to validate this idea that he has about this general grouping or whatever. Everybody's into the conspiracy or whatever it is. You know,
I'm listening to this guy. I like what he's going. I'm hearing it.
I mean, right? That's what he came in with. He's attacking these side point, but my man, if you know, people have misconceptions, want to enlighten, buddy, you got a general misconception. The cream of the crop, bro, are going to be, you know, intelligent, honest people, logical people that you are going to want to share and learn from. In most groups, you should think. So, you know, I think you should understand that you probably get a lot of testimony that while this may interest people, that's why they're here in this thing. It's going to be both sides. You immediately have somebody like a mainstream believer telling you they hang out in here, they don't believe in no conspiracies. I bet like we got a really the dude you said had a really rational conversation. I think it was Matthew Lawrence was talking. He's a what do you call the normal guy, the Glober with respect? You know what I'm saying? He used to
I
be
would
like
say
he's
a
just a mainstream guy.
science guy.
Right.
That's what I am.
So he gave you a nod and was like, yo, Matt's in here being all chill, guys, respect like this. But Matt, wouldn't you agree with some
If it comes to
aspects
war,
that
me and
like
Matthews
even
are
the
all
craziest?
against all you
I'm
guys.
saying, but the point
That's
is, I was
it.
going to reach out to Matthew and be like, if you respect Matthew, maybe Matthew could validate a little bit of this to ease your suspicion about all the flat earthers are stupid or crazy.
I was
Because
hoping
it's
to ally
clearly,
with Matthew a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. Matthew, help me out, man. Come on, you're my guy. Come on. Get over here, man.
No,
you
he's
know,
right.
like we may be
It's
wrong.
not so much about intelligence as differences in epistemology. So it's not about the content or the raw intelligence. It's about how we come to belief and what types of things we count as evidence and how we come to believe truths.
Do you hear this smart motherfucker? Listen to this guy. That's all you need to know, man. Listen to this guy.
No, but you should listen to everybody. Everybody.
And also,
Matthew, I mean, the thing is, though, the thing that can't be defeated, though, Matthew, is the fact that the thing is, at the end of the day, though, the globe Earth is a belief. Like there may be things that you think are that one could think are evidences, quote unquote, that point towards it. But even those evidences, you can't validate yourself as actually showing the Earth to be a globe. And we could go over all of those things in detail, and I will stand by this. Whereas the thing about the Earth not moving and having planar geometry, you can directly validate and you can directly experience. So there is a difference there. The one is
on the small scale. Yeah.
The one is an actual empirically validatable reality. The other is based in belief. So in terms of, if you're talking about how, I agree with you that, because there are very intelligent people that believe in the globe. Like I would agree. Like I have family members, people I know in my life. Now, many of them have not even looked into all this, though. So it's not like they've actually, because that's something different. Like to believe in it is one thing, but to be presented or shown or to research it yourself, all the actual truth of the matter, if you then remain with the globe, then there is, in my viewpoint, something going on there with one's logic and a couple of things there. But people can have very high intelligence who haven't fully researched it or looked into it as well. And I'm not even saying people that still, I'm not saying that people, I'm not like that if you still believe it by looking into it, that you necessarily are unintelligent either. But I'm just saying, to be presented with the information, there is a litmus test involved.
True. You got to look at all it.
Yeah, I think
this is the difference though as well. There's a key difference, and that's all them globers there that are defending it. We already went through the same shit as them. We just questioned it. That's the difference. They think like we didn't go through the same curriculum as them or something and get told the same shit. We all did.
We don't think
They
that.
just
It's just different people. Like we're all different people.
no. Well, one group chooses to believe it, the other one questions it. That's the difference.
And there's a big mess though, where a whole lot of them assume the other people don't understand it, and then on the other side, there's a lot that don't understand. So I mean, it's a big mess here. You got to go for the cream of the crop.
Well, let me ask
Yeah, well,
this. How about
nine.
this as a question? Matthew, well, let's just go one by one, and I'll answer too because I have a response to this too. Matthew or Epiphania, whoever, or we can go one at a time, and I'll answer this. When it comes to what the Earth is, how much of your conclusion is based upon a leap of faith? Like 10%, 5%, 100%? Like what percentage of it is based on a leap of faith? Because there are things you can prove for sure, like the old temperature that water boils at, or you pick up a rock and drop it. Like now you can get into a sophistry thing and say that nothing's provable or something. There's all those other components, but just in general, I don't think most people would say that it's a leap of faith as to what temperature water boils at. As long as it's the same vessel, the same water, the same heating temp, etc., it will do that every day at that temperature consistently. So you don't really have to leap of faith that water will boil. You don't have to take a leap of faith that you pick up a rock every day out front of your house and drop it. It's going to fall to the ground. But there's a lot of things I think that people do take as a leap of faith. And I could maybe even name some myself. I'm trying to think about it as well.
I'd say 0.
Okay, so you think 0?
Yeah,
I'd say,
no, I don't think
10%. I
Okay,
could give you some examples.
Matthew's going to be more honest at 10.
Yeah, so for example, I think that there's lots of things I can personally observe and that the heliocentric model explains the best. And so until I find another better explanation, I would count that as sort of my personal observations. But things like the moon landings, pictures from space, astronaut eyewitness testimony, those I think you would count as me taking a leap of faith that I believe that those astronauts are telling the truth. So in that sense, maybe 10%.
Okay, so you think there's observations that fit. You think there's some that could be explained on a globe enough, and then the other things are the leap of faith. Well, then what? Okay, then if it's only 10% leap of faith, then what is the rest of the 90 that that is not a leap of faith? What have you? Because if you think there's a globe and you're 90% no leap of faith, it's only 10. Then I mean, you should. It seems like you should be able to. If you're correct, then you should be able to. We should be able to replicate everything you've done, and we also should be at 90%.
Yeah, so I'll give you one example that I've seen the sunset over the ocean and it disappears bottom up. And I think that the explanation that it's being blocked physically by the ocean, it sounds like the best explanation to me. I get that you have other explanations. I'm just saying for me, the physical blockage is the best explanation. That coupled with the belief that people farther to the west of me are seeing the sun high in the sky would be an example that I would count as not faith, but just something that the observation, I believe, is best explained by the heliocentric model.
Can I just ask one question though to that? You said that one of the things was like the sun setting. So are you saying that the sun's moving?
Yes, from my perspective, it's moving, but I would say that that's not what's actually going on.
Okay, so hold on a sec. Yeah, okay. Okay,
we don't need to argue about the words that we use. We all know what I mean.
But we do because he asked you what was the other 90%. So you said like I just asked you. You said it from your perspective it's moving. So can you provide the evidence that suggests that it's actually us moving and not the sun?
That would be more evidence about whether the Earth is moving versus the sun. And I was talking more specifically about the shape of the Earth is round. And that's why the sun is being blocked. So there's two different issues there, and I'm happy.
No, you won't, because when you said that the sun's moving and it appears to be blocked, that's due to movement, not the shape of the Earth. So you are talking about movement,
right?
Because
so that's going down the rabbit hole of like
it's not a rabbit hole
and all that type of stuff.
No, it's not. It's not semantics. I'm not asking about the reason you call it a sunset. I'm saying that if you're saying that the sun's not moving and that's one of your other 90%, can you provide the evidence apart from your belief which
Yes,
suggests
that's a different
which
topic than Geo is. Geo is
no, it's
asking a
not.
simple question. I gave one example. Maybe we could continue
No,
with Geo's survey, and then we can come back.
no,
Well,
no,
let
because
me
your
jump in.
answer.
Let me jump in. I think I maybe can synthesize this. Okay. No, well, so Matthew, I think what he's saying is that we were trying to say one of the 90% that it is not a leap of faith. And then you were saying the sun, when it visually obscures from the bottom up as it sets, etc. And so I think maybe what he's saying is that you're using the terminology sun setting, and it's and that it's doing that. However, I mean, your belief, I think, would be that the Earth is actually moving, and that you're turning backwards, or spinning on a globe, and so the edge of that globe is going to obscure the sun, which is stationary. So I think what he was then asking, if there's no leap of faith involved, if your whole thing is that the sun cut offs like that because you're on a globe that's moving, and then if it's not a leap of faith, like it seems like to me there would still be a leap of faith in there that the sun is stationary, that the Earth is moving, unless you have some other proof of that. So you see what I mean? It actually is like, if it's in your 90%, then it would have to all be no leaps of faith. And I think he's digging into places where there could be leaps of faith in there.
No, and you're
Can
right
I
to
just?
bring up the idea that what I'm really saying is that the Earth is rotating and the sun is stationary, and it's being obscured and all that type of stuff. It's just that saying the sun sets is a typical and normal shortcut for that, and so I wasn't
No,
trying to bring up that whole issue. I was just giving an example for the fact that the sun appears to be blocked by something physical. That's all.
yeah, but like he just explained to you is the exact thing I was trying to say, right? You're including that in your other 90%. Your 10% you said, which you admitted was like a belief and a leap of faith, was like pictures and people going. But then you claim that, oh no, but there's another 90% which isn't based on faith, and yet you include faith and belief. That's the problem.
Well, I could
So
reform it to fix that and to say something like, part of the 90% is that during what we call a sunset.
Let him finish.
Yeah, part of it. So he asked for examples of the 90%, and I said, well, one example is during what we call a sunset, is that the sun and the sun and the Earth move relative to each other, and at such a point that at some point the sun appears to be blocked. The bottom half of the sun appears to be blocked by something, and so that was an example of personal experience that I wouldn't put in faith. I would just say that the heliocentric model explains it best for me, until I find something that explains it better. And so that's something that's like personal observation, not faith. It's more observation and explanation.
But is it a leap of faith that explanation that the heliocentric model gives is the correct one? Wouldn't there still be a leap of faith in that? Because I understand it as an
yes,
explanation. Isn't there still a
yes,
leap of faith that the helio one is the correct one?
Well, that's going to be
he
true
also
for if you use that definition, then everything's a leap of faith.
no, but he also says into another explanation, a better one. He's like in not including perspective. He's not including maybe the sun is moving and not the Earth. He's not including the fact that you can provide this exact same observation on a flat table, right, by just moving the light away from you on a basketball court, on a football field. He's not including any of that, and then he's claiming that the globe provides an explanation, and if unless another one's provided, therefore. Right,
Another better one specifically. I'm aware of those explanations, but I think that perspective makes things.
But that's your own. That's your own personal. That's your own personal opinion on what's better.
Exactly.
Right, on what's better. But like, there's more that suggests that the sun's moving, opposed to you just saying, like, this is the reason I asked you. I said, can you provide any evidence that it's actually the Earth moving? That's because in the heliocentric model, there is no evidence that suggests the sun's moving. It's based on a belief and opinion that instead of the sun moving, it's us, and it just appears that the sun's moving. There's no evidence that suggests it's the sun moving.
Okay, fine. Let's just say that it's the sun and the Earth are moving relative to each other, and we could talk about which is moving, which isn't later.
But then it's a leap of faith. So then don't include that in your 90%. Let's go into your other 80% now.
GPS satellites work, and the explanation,
which is all based on telecommunication cables, which are all undersea cables.
Also, satellite.
So let's go in. Well, that's a belief. Let's go into your 70%.
So,
So you have a belief system. Let's go into something that you can actually demonstrate and validate to us.
yeah, my GPS works.
Well, that's based on telecommunication cables, so and towers.
When I'm using my GPS, there's no cables connected.
Yeah, but you're pinging off a cell phone tower, which is connected to the underground sea cables, which cover how much percent of the Earth? The Africa 2 link alone is 45,000 kilometers. It goes around that.
Can't ping off of cell towers in the mountains or in the middle of the sea.
Yeah, you're suggesting that in those mountains. You're suggesting that in those mountains, that cell tower cannot, the closest cell tower cannot reach you. That's what you're suggesting. That there's no cell tower here, so therefore no cell tower. No,
dude, I'm looking for some anecdotal evidence, man. They say the GPS is like a special network that works when the cell tower shouldn't, but yet when I'm in the mountains, the GPS fucking goes out. That's some weird shit.
Mm.
I mean, whatever.
Can we just keep him on this? Can we just keep him on this? Can we just keep him on his, because originally it started at 90%. I think we're down to 70. Can we go into something like that he's actually going to provide that isn't based on a leap of faith?
My answer is probably not. You can't get me to something that I will actually provide that will satisfy your criteria.
Okay, so in your own words, can you be honest enough to admit that it's a belief system? Like, you don't have to. I'm just saying. You said that 10% was a leap of faith, and you said, and then he asked you, so then by that logic, there would be another 90%, and you haven't provided anything to us.
In my mind, I have. I'm sorry that it doesn't meet your criteria, and so Gio is asking my personal opinion, my personal percentage, and that's why I gave 10%. And we could talk about
I don't set the criteria.
But I would be interested to hear the other percentages rather than like picking apart each and every little thing that I say.
Well, the argument here is, and the point that's being made is that heliocentrism, right, and globe belief is nothing but a belief. And this is a bold statement, but it stands corrected until you can provide something. There is zero evidence there's no observation known to man that would suggest that the Earth is spherical, or that it's moving or rotating or spinning around a sun. None.
Well, zero evidence is a strong claim, so I would.
It's a very strong claim, but you need to negate it by providing evidence that suggests otherwise.
Pictures of the Earth looking like a circle.
I have pictures of Bigfoot. Is Bigfoot real?
No,
yes or no?
No.
Okay, so then we've just determined by that statement.
You can't refer to pictures, Matthew.
Pictures
exactly. So by that statement, hold on a sec, guys. So by that statement, we've just established that pictures may, in your mind, be evidence, but they aren't sufficient as proof. Because I can provide pictures of Bigfoot and believe that those pictures are real, but they are not sufficient as evidence or proof. Right?
Yeah, you said zero evidence. I was talking about
correct, and you've just, and then your first response was pictures. So my statement stands corrected so far. You said it's a bold statement. I'm waiting for you to debunk it.
Right. So you earlier said zero evidence. So would you concede that you really meant zero credible evidence?
No, I meant zero. This is what I said, and I said it properly, right? So in a debate, a correct debate, right, you'd start with your opening statement. My opening statement would be that there is zero scientific evidence that suggests that the Earth is a sphere or that it's rotating. There is no observation known to man recorded in history that would suggest that the Earth is spinning or rotating or is spherical, right? Thank you.
There is evidence that you don't believe, I would say.
That's sodium uranium. Nuh-uh. That's a nuh-uh statement. Sodium uranium. If you know anything about chemistry, you'll get the pun. But
I know what you're talking about. But so you said that there's no evidence, or that there's no evidence that meets the criteria.
So I gotta repeat myself. I gotta repeat my opening statement, which is fine. I can do it. There is zero evidence, zero scientific evidence to support the Earth being spherical or it to be rotating. There is no observation, which would be the first step of the scientific method, that is known to man that would suggest that the Earth is spherical or that it's rotating. If you think that's a bold claim, well, that's just what you're up against. Now, if you have anything to suggest otherwise, because I'm not worried about being proven wrong. Okay, so if you have something to negate that, go right ahead.
I mean, you can't be proven wrong if you know it, right?
Yeah, I'm just flabbergasted that you say that there's zero evidence when in fact there is
Or
evidence.
that your
but you disagree with it.
flabbergastedness is not a valid argument. So I'm sorry about your personal
So pictures,
you know, but
pictures are evidence. They need to be discovered and figured out if they're valid evidence. If
He
they're
said
credible
scientific
evidence, they are
evidence.
evidence. He said scientific
you, I didn't-
earlier, but he meant scientific. Yeah.
what? I said scientific.
He said
But
scientific evidence.
Yeah, a photograph scientific?
I
They're
remember you said that.
observations.
Sure. Yeah, observations can be part of science.
So I have pictures of Bigfoot. Is he real?
You take the picture, it is evidence of Bigfoot. You need to look at it and determine if it's credible evidence or not. And I agree with you that those pictures of Bigfoot are not sufficient evidence for his existence. However,
So we've
when you
just
look,
established, but we've just established that photographs are not sufficient as proof. Whether you call
no,
them
that's not
evidence
true.
in your own,
You can't.
well, it is true because
You can't group all photography into the same box. You have to look at each individual case and determine if it's credible or not. You can't just lump the whole thing.
yes, but
And
we've
have you done that
established
to your photos, Matthew?
he
Yeah,
hasn't.
I think that they're credible.
Okay, but we've established that photographs are not proof because it requires a belief in that photo. It's not proof of anything.
I don't think you can prove the globe. I think that you can't prove that there's salt water in the ocean. I would say
Yes, you can. You can take you can take that water. You can take a sample of that water, and you can measure the salinity in that water. So this is what I mean about you, right? Like when you're making these little comments and stuff that don't equate to the actual argument. Oh, we can't measure the salt water. We can take a sample of that water and measure the salinity in that water.
I agree.
Hey man, is there any chance that you could not be condescending during your arguments? Like you just yeah, like if, for example, you just mock the guy, like you just like,
shut the fuck up, please.
Pig,
Yeah,
let them
please
do
don't
it,
start
though.
lecturing
Pig,
on how to
Pig,
behave.
don't.
bro.
Pig, let him
Actually,
do it though. That's the best.
No.
That's the cherry on top. It's confident ignorance.
No, I
but all right.
I actually agree with him because all that stuff just creates more like shit. It just creates more dumpster fires and.
But what's condescending about following his own? Hold on a second. I'm not.
Although I don't really think you're over. I mean, there is a line we have to draw somewhere, and we're adults, so there is some line. I don't really think you're like, you know. I mean, like it's one thing to like moderate for people just blast insulting each other, but like the slight condescending tones and stuff, we can't mod for every little thing like that. So.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I respond to that, please? Can I please respond to that because I'm the one being accused?
You are being a bit condescending in those ways, and it is going to create more like visceral whatever rather than.
Can I respond to that since I'm the one being accused of condescending? Like me following his own logic is not condescending. It's not. I'm following his logic. I'm not condescending him. I'm not insulting him.
He's
in
talking
any
to
way.
him like an adult. That's for sure.
Exactly.
Can he handle being
And
talked
now-
to like an adult or what?
Correct. And can I address something? Because this is my personal opinion, just like your personal opinion that I'm condescending. I've been in here for like 8 years now, not Discord. All right. When you go past the point of presenting things and these people got their fingers in their ears, they are the argument. Not the actual argument, which is the shape of the earth, rotation, like any of that. They are the argument.
What do you mean? I'm not sure what you mean.
Okay, and I just think it's really unfair on this side to be accusing me of being condescending when all I'm doing is following his logic. It's really a cop out, just turn around and say, "Oh, don't condescend him." Like I'm following his logic, man.
No, it's they're not related. I mean, I wasn't disagreeing with your points. I was just saying that you seem to be, you ain't got to be like that.
But this is okay. I'm not. But this is the problem. I'm following his logic, giving it back to him, and then that sounds condescending. because the other side is presenting a retarded argument. You cannot
Yeah, it's
dance
annoying.
around that and coddle it and comfort it. You have to address it for what it is. And now it sounds like I'm being mean to him.
You know what?
Far out.
As a massive retard, I take offense to the R word.
Okay, well, okay, but you're not following the definition of retarded. You're using it. It's not even what retarded means. It means held back from learning. Far out,
All right,
man.
well, maybe we could just get back. What was the actual last point that was made? Let's just stick to the. You were making a point, Matthew. Where was it at there?
Yes, I was trying to explain in detail why I prefer to say things like evidence for rather than proof for. And I would say that, yes, we can have strong evidence that the ocean is made of salt water. And I agree with them that we can measure the salinity of water, we can taste it, we can do all these types of things. And I would just call that really, really strong evidence that there's salt in the salt water. And I would reserve the word of proof for mathematics and logic and that type of thing, because I don't think you can actually 100% logically prove things, even something as simple as the water, the salt, there's salt in the ocean. I would say that you can't prove that. You can just,
Of course, you can prove it.
You just have strong evidence for it. That's just my preference for the use of those words, I guess.
They always refer to like, no, you can never know anything. That's like.
Yeah, you talking about
you can prove things. No, not solipsism. It's just that logical proof is a different type of thing than strong scientific evidence.
No, that's listen, the heliocentric model requires science to not be able to prove anything. It requires the philosophy and that nothing can be known. If and it's the second you claim that things can be known and proven, well, the heliocentric model's done. Just how it works.
I think things can be known. I think you're right. Things can be known.
100% they can. I will tell you what can be known. You will age and die. That's known.
Right. That's a good
Water
point.
boils at 100
And you
degrees.
have to
Whether
pay
you do that,
taxes.
whether
You
you
have to
do that at at certain elevations or not, what we know is that when the water reaches 100 degrees, it will be boiling. We know that. Whether it boils at 95 degrees or not, the statement is water boils at 100 degrees. That statement has not been proven false. Heat always goes to cold. Hot always goes to cold. That hasn't been demonstrated to be false. That's what I mean, man. Heliocentric model don't even understand their own
beliefs.
Yeah, I guess
No, they don't.
I'm just coming more from the math and philosophical logic side of things, and I prefer proof to be stronger.
Yeah, I haven't talked to you much. I don't like. I respect you. You know what I mean? But you're talking about maths, which is a language and a concept.
Yeah, but for example, you can prove things in mathematics. Like you can prove that there are an infinite number of prime numbers, and that's sort of deductive, logical, step-by-step proof that has a stronger truth claim than something like there's salt in the ocean.
But you can describe what you're talking about. You can describe like your reality, two apples, whatever, using the language of maths. But you're not. It's a concept. Like we agree, it's an agreed upon concept that 1 is 1, 2 is 2. Like it's all measurement, all distance, length, height, width is all a concept.
Right, I agree.
So when you say things like, not you, but when the heliocentric model's best proofs are ships disappearing beyond the horizon, we'll just get a freaking binoculars. And then they say gravity, which is the curvature of space-time. Space and time are two concepts. This is their best proof. And then pictures.
Yeah, I wouldn't call those proofs for the globe.
Which is fair enough from your side, but the majority of people who are defending the globe consider that as proof. And because proof, everyone has their own standard of proof. So for someone, everyday citizen, their standard of proof is pictures. So,
well,
Matthew, is there
pictures-
any? Oh, go ahead.
Well, I said pictures not being true would carry a considerable quantity of baggage that would be, impossible.
Yeah, I would call pictures evidence, not proof.
Impossible to fake a picture?
Impossible for those specific pictures to be faked.
Which ones?
Like the globe.
A terrestrial-looking ball in a black void? You think that's hard to fake that?
Wouldn't you agree that it would require a considerable quantity of baggage to go along with it?
What do you mean by
I'll stop
baggage?
talking. I'll go on mute. I'll go on mute. But please hold them to their claims. So now, man, the guy who said blah blah blah, post the picture, and then let's go through how you demonstrate whether this is real or not. Let's go.
Because you can't just say like, is this picture fake or not? If the Earth picture that NASA is providing is fake or not, now that has a bunch of additional things that go along with it.
No, you have the burden of proof, not us. So you provide the picture, and then you go through the method or the process of determining whether that photo was real or not. You do that because that's your claim. So just pick a picture, like pick anyone from NASA, anyone you want. It doesn't matter. And then you run us through the process, whether that's through software, whatever like method that you use to determine whether or not this picture is real. We will wait. We'll wait for you.
Because like the picture of the Earth that they would provide as being from outer space would require the additional baggage would be a conspiracy, right? That's the additional baggage.
No, that's you adding on things, right? All I'm asking
No, that
is
would
provide.
necessarily be required to be added on.
Why?
No.
Why does that, well, just people faking pictures. You're labeling that a conspiracy? You know that they're doing it for a criminal act?
Yeah, hold them to their claim though.
It doesn't have to be criminal to be a conspiracy.
Hold them to their claim, because whether or not it's a conspiracy or not, whether that photo is real or not, you have to run us through the method of how you determine whether or not pictures are real.
Yeah, I'm deciding not to go down that route. I'm just saying that if a picture is real or fake,
I'm not.
isn't as simple as that.
No, see how they just dance around it. So, for example, if we go through the process of how we determine whether or not a photo is real or not, then we can use that process and that method. Then we can say whether it's real or not, and then we can ask the question of motive. You're jumping straight to motive. You're not willing to address whether or not the photos are real or not. You claim that they must be real, otherwise conspiracy. We say they're fake because we don't need to know the fucking reason.
They hold a contingent requirement if they're fake.
Uh-huh. So you're just going to go around in a circle of reasoning now, but you're going to posture yourself as intelligent. Mm-hmm.
Well, I can answer for the picture that I posted that was taken yesterday. The reason that I believe that it's real is because I trust the people who posted it online. And as a way of validating that, the cloud cover in my area seems to match what I experienced.
Thank you for sharing your beliefs with us. We appreciate them.
Right. Now, the thing to do would be to look at the two different stories about where that image came from and see which one seems more reasonable.
Yeah, and make up your mind on what to believe.
Right.
So a belief, yeah.
Yeah, they're beliefs when you have them, Matthew, and it's known truths when he has them.
Yeah, so
no, I did, but
yeah,
It's fair enough. I'd like to know where those pictures came from. Can you tell me where and how far and what type of camera or data or imaging they used?
Sure. Let me paint a picture.
Start with how far away.
Let me paint a picture about these two different stories about where that picture came from. Story A is that NASA took these pictures from the Epic Discover spacecraft and posted it on their website, and they represent a real image. Story B is that NASA is intentionally lying to the American public and presenting this as real when someone in the organization knows that it's fake.
Stick with A. How far away is that spacecraft?
Oh, that doesn't matter. I'm just saying that.
Doesn't matter. It matters to me. I just asked the question. Why
It
can't you
doesn't matter,
answer?
bro.
I mean, I
It
can
doesn't
answer. I'm
matter.
just trying to.
Okay,
keep
go
it simple.
ahead. Go ahead. We'll
So
wait.
my answer is that NASA posted it, and I trust the people at NASA. And that's
We
why I
heard
think it's
that
true.
part. Now, how far away is it from?
That one's about 900,000 miles, a million miles.
About specific place.
946,000 miles, 328 miles.
Fair enough.
Okay,
Close
now how
enough.
do
What type of camera took this picture that you just posted?
A digital camera mounted on a spacecraft.
A digital camera from 900 and something thousand miles away?
Yes.
it's a Nikon 28,000.
28.
Which one are you referring to, Matthew? Which is the one? Epic?
Chad posted it most recently at 47 past the hour, but he was replying to one that I
Chad,
posted.
take the dicks off the picture.
I mean, dude, you know a lot of
45.
these are not just like regular visual lenses. They call them like radio telemetric data that they then transport into an image. But it depends on which one you're referring to. But if it's if you're talking about millions of miles, yeah, they're not just snapping a GoPro.
Yeah,
It's
it's
a
a
family
specially
show.
built camera. You're right about that.
It's a P1000.
But no, I'm saying they refer to it as
It's
radio
a Nikon P28,000.
radio telemetric data is what they claim it is, which is essentially ones and zeros pinging signals that they claim that they get this radio telemetric data, which of course is proprietary, and they don't give you the raw data, and they don't give you any of the equipment that they claim to, any of the proprietary quote unquote engineering of the equipment. And then that is somehow that's also proprietary that we cannot validate, is turned into a quote unquote image.
Yeah, it's similar to taking a picture with your phone and texting it to your friend.
No, it's not. No, it's
Yeah, it
not.
is.
That's a lie. This is an image,
That's
what they
amazing.
think it looks like from the base of what?
Matthew,
Say
did you
again?
ever go into
Oh, I
a
was just going to
phone
say that's
and
amazing.
see the
Matthew, do
picture?
you really think that it's the exact same thing as taking a picture on your phone and sending it to somebody?
No, that's why I said it's similar in the fact
Similar?
that it's an image sensor that is taking an image and converting it into electronics and then using radio waves to send it somewhere.
But have you ever gone inside your phone and verified that the picture is there?
I have not.
No one's asking him to do that either, by the way.
Well, what's wrong with just admitting it's a belief then? Like, I don't understand the
Yeah,
problem.
man. Like,
I'm fine with admitting it's a belief. It's possible to have true beliefs though.
I was going to come in and say earlier, Matthew, that I've heard you say multiple times, we have recordings of it. If I really need to go dig them up, I hope I don't. But you've said I'm just reporting on a belief of mine, which is good.
Right,
It's
right.
just something that I've really appreciated about your stance here, your at least your position
Yeah.
in public about this.
So let's be clear. There's two stories about this image. A, the NASA story that they posted on their website, and camera, beaming it through space and putting it on the website. And B, somebody faked it on purpose.
No, I don't know. I don't think it has to be
From-
faked on purpose. I think they can take the data and put it into what they think it is based on prior beliefs or prior teaching.
Yeah, it's called Blender.
That's what they admit to.
Yeah, Blender.
What
So
Blender?
I would say that they're not doing it on purpose to fool the masses. I would just think they're trying to do their job, which is to create an image that the public, that they think the public will think it is. Like that's how they think Earth looks from that far away with that data given.
Right. Well,
Well,
then
check
at
this.
least, even if that's true, that's at least being somewhat disingenuous by taking something, kind of manufacturing a fake image out of what they think it should be like, and then saying
Yeah,
that it is a picture from that far.
Or in the beginning, like in the early whatever, they start trying to launch rockets and get somewhere, and then they realize that, oh shit, we can't go any further. But they want to be the ones with like intelligence and power and that, so they have to make up shit. They can't just tell you we don't know. So they make it up.
Yeah, making up is by definition deceit.
Hey, can I ask, I'm sorry, I know you guys were talking about something.
Nah,
like,
we're sort of beat this to death already. Go ahead.
this is going to seem like a very overly generic question, considering all this. But what do you guys figure? Like, what is the motivation? Like,
I knew it. I knew it.
Just so you know, why would they lie is kind of like the a standard Glober question that they make fun of us for.
Oh.
Well, okay.
I'm not familiar, so I didn't mean to do that.
No, that's why you're getting the reaction. I'm just letting you know that yes, this is a common question.
Okay, so two detectives walk into a murder scene. You've all heard this story before. Two detectives walk into a murder scene. There's blood everywhere. First detective suggests, which is the available evidence, and says, either someone's been murdered here or seriously injured. The other detective says, but why? And the first detective says, senior sergeant, whatever he wants to call him. Are you suggesting that unless I can tell you why right now it didn't happen? Do you not see the blood everywhere?
It's bloody, but I mean,
meaning what's presented to you is what you need to address, not the motive. We can deal with that after. But what you're doing is skipping past the blood on the wall and going straight to why. That's the point. You don't want to address the blood. You just want to ask why.
Yeah, but it is valid
This is
that
hilarious.
someone's going to want to know why, though, right? I mean, they're, you know.
No, it's not. No, it's not because a psychopath can murder someone for multiple reasons.
It's like saying
people could.
Unless
people
listen,
could-
it's like saying a murder can't happen unless we know the reason why it happened. If we don't know why, well,
Correct.
then it just didn't happen.
Well, yeah, no, that's a
Correct.
good point. Yeah, I mean, the fact that the fact that whatever is what it is outside of the possible motive speculations of why the thing was done or why someone did it. Yeah.
And can I just tell you, in the murder trials, like in a murder trial, right, the reason why comes into account, but it's irrelevant to the fact that murder took place. The reason why is irrelevant. Who cares if the reason why is simply just to lie to us, or it's money, or it's to hide from us? It doesn't matter. We're dealing with the actual lie, not why they did it.
Actually, it does.
I think
it does
it's-
matter quite a bit.
I think it's
Motive is a large
irrelevant,
piece.
perhaps in the trial itself, but I think it's also really important to figure out why that happened, so that we could not also murder other people.
Well, yeah.
Okay, so you want speculation?
I was going to say, to be fair, if you do find a motive, that actually bolsters your case. That if you can establish a motive, then that helps you figure out why a murder happened. So if we do find a credible motive for NASA faking this type of stuff, then that would be evidence that they did.
All right, hang
fake
on,
it.
though.
For
Hang on,
example,
Matthew. I
the amount of money they make.
I know what you're saying. Let me real quick, please. You have to first admit there was a murder, then you can get to the next parts of it. You can't even do that. You can't even admit that you've been lied to about the globe, i.e. murder. There's evidence there's been a murder, i.e. there's so much evidence against the Earth being a globe. Okay? You need to admit that first. Then we could talk about why we'd be lied to and all that stuff. You haven't even gotten to step one, admitted there was a murder.
All this murder is making me uncomfortable.
No, but take the murder trial for example. They have to first arrest. They have to first arrest the man, charge the man with murder, and then determine why he actually murdered it. They determine him as the guilty, the perpetrator, and then they go into why he actually did it. First,
Guilty
they
until
determine
proven
the actual
otherwise.
murder.
Guilty until proven otherwise, which is silly.
No, isn't it innocent until proven guilty in your country?
No, that's what I'm saying. That it would be in the scenario you're describing. That would be guilty until proven otherwise.
Yeah, that's not how it goes.
They have it. No, they have enough evidence to suggest that this man is the one who murdered the other man or woman or child or whatever. And then in that same trial, they present the evidence, and then during that trial, they try to determine why. But ultimately, they're determining that a murder took place, and that's what they're determining. The reason why, if he turns around and says, "Oh, I murdered him because he took my thing," it doesn't change the fact that a murder took place. That's the point. And instead of giving all these elaborate analogies, instead of giving these analogies in the argument that's taking place right now, we're dealing with the fact that you have been lied to. We have enough to suggest that you have been lied to, and you're not addressing that. You're going to why they would lie. Who gives a shit why they would lie? No one cares. It doesn't change anything.
Well, I hear you on that, but I don't necessarily agree that it doesn't matter at all. I mean, dude, when you were first coming to all this yourself, was it not a significant portion of your mind considering possible reasons? Like, why the heck are they doing this? What's going on? I mean, that's pretty normal to want to think about that, right?
No, I already
Dude,
know why they would lie.
it smacked
I
me
already know.
in the
I don't
face.
need
I
to
was like,
question.
yeah. I was like, of
I know
course.
that's the same with
Of
me.
course.
I never had to ask anyone, right? Like I'm sure it's the same with you. Like who would have to actually ask someone that? Like, right? It's there's so many reasons, but like,
Right.
yeah.
It was
It's
an
like when you
of
hear
course
about.
moment for me. I was just like, yeah,
Okay.
okay, yep.
But it's clearly not apparent to him, which is why he asked.
Yeah, it's like,
That's
again,
fine.
I don't want to use the analogy of the murder case, but you take like Richard Ramirez and shit like that. You don't need to ask why. It's like the dude's a sicko, bro. He's a sicko, right? He wants to hurt people. He gets enjoyment out of it. These people here want to control you.
I don't want to use
They
a
demand.
murder case, but let me just use Charles Manson as an example for a minute, if you don't mind. All right, sorry.
No,
I was
we don't
trying to
need to
make a
go
joke.
all into murder cases.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It was just an analogy. We don't have to go all into murder cases.
Yep,
It was
sorry,
just an analogy about if there's an act that's been done, you don't have to know the motive to look at the act that's been done. So in terms of what the Earth is, you don't really have to come. The thing is, dude, whoever they are, the group of beings, entities, whoever they are, whether they're human or non-human, that are at the root of the whole thing, in the perspective of them deceiving us with the globe and putting it, forth as where we live and it not actually being where we live. The thing is, dude, whoever they are definitely would be pretty obvious that they're protected with a lot of money. There's one of the main reasons as to why is that there's more land. So the globe confines the amount of land as to what exists on the Earth, meaning it's just those continents, little ice at the top, little ice at the bottom, and that's it. There's no more continents. But if there are more continents, if there is more land, and if these entities that are lying to us have access to that land and we don't have access to that land, that would be a major reason to lie, because on that land could be massive resources, including who knows how much gold or other I speculate this maybe how they actually took our world over financially is by taking over the gold standard, because if they had access to this other land, they're selling to us it's a globe, trying to confine us to the globe over decades and decades. And then after world wars and establishing the Federal Reserve and everything that they've done, they finally got to a position where they could slowly take over the gold standard. Well, who could take over the gold standard? Someone that has a lot of gold, like way more gold than you're going to find, anywhere in the United States or whatever. So if there's access to more land and they had that way more gold, then that is one huge possible reason. But just the more land in general is one huge reason as to why they would do this. But okay, I guess I finished on that. There was a I was on, but yeah, that was linking into that. But
I just feel like the reason why is speculation. Like I agree with you, but that's what they try to do. They try to shift the argument into speculation so that they can just argue beliefs and like, oh no, I don't think they would lie because of that. What's the point? And that's the whole point.
Right. That's a very good point. Yes, in the debate, exactly. Well, it could be their motive. It isn't always, perhaps, but yeah, because that was the beginning part of what I was saying is that whoever they are, I was saying they're probably protected with a lot of money, a lot of military resources, whatever they have going on. They're not going to let me and you walk up to the door, knock on their door and say, hey, let me sit in your meetings. Hey, will you give me your computers, hard drives? We're going to just audit you. They're not going to let you and I do that. Maybe someday in the history of humanity in the future that could happen in some way, perhaps, where they could be, revealed as to if there's more land, all that. But I'm saying today, you and I. So the thing is, if we're going to talk about it, that we could. But the thing is, it has to be clear that it's 100% speculation, because nor you or I can go ask them and they're just going to tell us. And even at that, if they're liars, chronic liars, then even if you had them in a room and you had a gun to their head, doesn't mean they're going to tell you the truth. So ever getting to the deep, deep roots of the motive of someone is something that is difficult to even ever do, even if you try to interrogate them, because they could still not even reveal it on that level. Nonetheless, I could give you 20 to 30 off the top of my head, very, very solid, viable, likely speculative reasons as to why they are deceiving us about the globe Earth.
Well,
exactly.
A good thing. Another question is, who are they?
They are like Voldemort, right?
Well, that's the other thing. How do we know who they are? Well, yeah, that's the other thing. That plays into what I just said. We don't have their addresses. We don't have their phone numbers. I can't text them. But the thing is, the reason I think there's a lot of reasons. Because to deceive, to lie, be lying about the globe, that automatically means there's a they. There was someone, I'll just finish real quick, just say this. There was someone in my life who, in my personal life, who is totally a globe earther. etc. So, and 100% all of that. And even it's a family member, and they're quite mainstream perspective, in their views on everything. But when I asked them, I said at one point, I was like, if the Earth is stationary and planar, just those two things, stationary and has planar geometry, meaning it's not curving, it's not a sphere, and it's stationary, does that mean that there is a cabal, some kind of some kind of something? And in that person's mind, and they said yes. So to them, it's like this literally shifts it from, no, there couldn't be, because that's what their perspective is now. No, there couldn't be a cabal. No way. There's no way all those people could be lying or whatever, even though, or that anyone could be lying. Like they don't think that they could have pulled this off. But simply the truth shows them that indeed there is. So that if that gives you a little bit of a sense of where many of us are at, I don't want to speak for anyone else directly, but meaning that once we realize what the truth is in terms of the Earth, it can't be the globe, or it is not the globe. Therefore, it has to be an actual group that is pushing it. There has to be
doing it intentionally too.
Intentionally, yeah, absolutely.
Your series of conclusions have led you to believe that there is a they, but we don't know who the they is, and we don't know.
We don't need to know the they.
And we don't know what the they's motive is. All we can speculate as to who the they is, and as to what their motive is.
But that's not really out of the ordinary, considering the situation and what we're dealing with in terms of all the levels of this and the money and the finances. Because in the same way with the murder scene thing, if there definitely was a murder, I guess there's two things. It could be a suicide or a murder. But in that example, it would be the same thing. Like you'd be able to conclude, okay, it was a murder or a suicide, but you still wouldn't know who. Like, okay, if you were able to conclude it was a murder, then because of the situation, whatever it is in the environment that it has to be that, you still could be in a situation we don't know who did it and we don't know why they did it, but we know what happened. So then the investigator would go on the quest to figure out who did it and maybe why they did it. They might never find why they did it, but maybe they could find who did it and then go to court and do the whole deal. But I'm just saying, it's the same thing, dude. Like it's not different than that, in terms of the, it's knowing that there is something that has happened, but so we don't have to know their exact motives and who they are to know the Earth isn't a globe.
That's the point. But we don't need to.
Wouldn't you then agree that the information that led you to believe that they exist is a highly important epistemology? Like, wouldn't you want to absolutely get that part correct?
Epistemology.
Of course, absolutely. Yeah. But I mean, dude, you don't have to look. You don't have to look at only the Earth to see that there's a they. I mean, bro, they've been keeping our plant medicines illegal. What do you mean pharmaceuticals? Monsanto. I mean, dude, I could give you. It's not just the Earth, too. So I mean, the fact that there's a they, there's many.
You want to make sure that your epistemology was pretty absolutely sound and airtight, right?
This man sounds like he's talking about the.
Yeah, of course, dude. That's always the quest for in discernment of truth. Absolutely.
Like, wouldn't we want to, if we were trying to determine if our epistemology was sound and airtight, try and view everything from like all possible angles and scenarios?
Sure. Yep. I'm into that. But if you walk in on your girlfriend while she's cheating on you,
hold on.
No. Dude, this guy's interrupting again. Unbelievable. Please stop interrupting, bro. I don't want to have to go for my mute button to mute you just so I can speak for 10 seconds. Anyways, if you walk in on your girlfriend and she's cheating with another guy right there, and she jumps up and it's her 100%. You're 2 feet from her face. She's grabbing her clothes. She's screaming. Whatever the case is, and somebody tried to come and convince you that didn't happen. My point is that in that scenario, to say to them, well, wouldn't you want to be open-minded? Maybe it wasn't her. I mean, your friend would be saying, no, dude, it was her.
Right? Oh, yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, but how is that? Can you help me understand how that's analogous to this situation? Where would that, girlfriend scenario be here?
Well, I can't relate because that actually never happens to round Earth.
Well, I'm relating that if we're talking about the Earth, I'm relating that the idea of as obvious as it is to the person that it is indeed their girlfriend and she's cheating on them right there in their bedroom. I'm saying it's not even a direct analogy because analogies fall short at some point, but I'm just trying to, connect that to in terms of if someone knows a truth to that point, that's what I'm, whether you want to extend that to the Earth or but yes, that's what I'm referring to.
Yeah, but I would say it's pointless to draw on that analogy if you cannot make that analogy match your idea here, right?
It does match it. It does match it though. Like it to me, it matches. It makes perfect sense.
I know, but
To
can
me,
you draw an illustration? Like what specific
yeah,
scenario is as
yeah,
obvious as that one?
yeah. I'll tell you. So, like the example is, and the analogy is like once you establish something that something's happened, the motive is secondary.
Yeah, but
That's all there
specifically,
is to it.
what thing is analogous to that?
So the lie of the shape of the earth, right? So we're dealing with the fact that he has walked in on his girlfriend cheating. We're
Yeah, but
dealing with the fact that
how? What's
I
the
didn't finish.
instant?
I didn't finish. That's why I was trying to answer you. So the instance is we have established that we've been lied to.
But no,
Why we?
that's the thing in question. What is the smoking gun, this girlfriend analogy, that leads you to believe that you have been lied to?
It's not belief. It's listen. We went over that with the Coriolis effect. We've
I don't
gone over
trust
that
this
with gas
hero.
pressure. We've gone over that with gas pressure requires a container, right?
But I think
We've
he's
gone
trying
over
to.
that.
I think he's just trying to say, like, if we're trying. What the point is, if we're deep in this analogy, I think what he's trying to ask is, what evidence of some truth have we come to that is as obvious as walking in on your girlfriend cheating? Right? That's what you're saying in
Yeah,
the analogy.
Exactly.
yeah. Coriolis effect. Gas pressure requires a container.
Yeah, but that's
You don't have a
obviously
sphere, and
not.
you don't have a rotating sphere.
That's
Yeah,
obviously not
simple.
analogous, though. That's just a misunderstanding of gas pressure and the definitions of gas pressure and what
It's not
creates
the
gas pressure.
misunderstanding. No,
Yes,
it's
gas
the
pressure is created by
Mm.
gas being pushed against a wall of a container. That it's not an
Oh,
omnidirectional wall.
container.
Yeah, like a table contains my keys from falling on the floor.
No,
My
it doesn't.
keys, sure it does. Sure
No,
it does. It
your keys are
contains them.
resting on your table. No, your keys are resting on the table.
Bro, go look up the definition of container.
Yes, it's an object. What's an object? Do you want the definition of object? A material thing.
Gas pressure is created by being pressed against a container. That's how it
No,
is.
that's the definition of gas pressure. That's not how gas pressure is created. That's the definition of gas pressure. Gas pressure is the force exerted on the walls of the container. Meaning, all examples of gas pressure are in a container. Listen, all you have to do is show me a balloon without the balloon. That's it. It's not hard, man.
Besides that, gas pressure does not just sit on the table. Gas pressure travels in all directions at high speeds until it comes in contact with a surface. Then it bounces off it and goes in the other direction. Gas never just sits on the table. It's a totally
does
wrong
gas have a
analogy.
weight?
Totally wrong analogy. Completely ridiculous.
Does gas
Yeah,
have
hot
a
air
weight?
balloons aren't
Hell
containers.
yeah.
They have a big hole in the bottom.
Mm-hmm. And if you take an empty oxygen, like for welding, argon, oxygen, right? You take an empty one, it's lighter than the one filled with oxygen.
Hang on a second. I'm going to confirm that. That is most certainly the case. When you compress a gas into a cylinder, it has mass.
So a
This
gas
is-
would press against the ground?
No, we're talking about gas pressure. The reason we're talking about gas pressure is because we measure 14.7 psi at sea level. PSI. Do you know what PSI stands for?
It's pretty remarkable, actually, if you think about it. Like, try to imagine 14 fucking pounds on every square inch of your body. Think about a 14-pound weight. You just living your life, just taking a walk. And
Well, here's a trick for you. Here's a child's experiment for you. You can find equilibrium. So when you breathe out and breathe in, so hold your breath, but reach that equilibrium where it's just you're not holding your breath and you're not breathing out or breathing in. And guess what will happen? The air will fill the available volume, which is your lungs, because you're in a pressurized system.
Or your anus in some cases.
I think we got a little sidetracked on this gas pressure thing because originally we were talking about like a smoking gun or that girlfriend example.
That is a smoking gun.
Yeah, I disagree.
Then that's your opinion.
Yeah, and it's your opinion that you think it is.
No, it's not, because if you don't have if you have pressure, which you can measure, and then every example known to man is gas pressure requires a container, then you have a contained system, meaning you don't have a place where you can leave and come back. It's that simple. Same as the Coriolis effect. If you don't have the required a non-inertial frame of reference and the inertial frame of reference, well, you don't have a spinning frame of reference.
Actually, just because gas has weight, that demonstrates that your analogy is wrong.
No, it doesn't. What the fuck? It means what?
Gas has weight. He's right.
Yeah, yes.
That shit is heavy, bro.
But how does that negate the definition of gas pressure?
It demonstrates that gas pressing down produces gas pressure.
No, gas pressure is the force exerted on the walls of the container.
By pressing downward.
They're not pressing downwards. They
Bounces
fill
off.
they fill with the available volume of the container, and they bounce off the walls of that container. They don't press downwards.
Why does it weigh something then?
But that's your misconception of like what you're talking about scales. You're saying I stand on the scales. The mechanism in that scale is I press downwards on that scale and it gives me a reading. That's weight. That's not gas pressure. You only have a weight if you put that container, which the gas is in that container, on a scales. Once you put that container on the scales, then that container itself presses down on the scales. That has nothing to do with gas pressure.
I don't like this Australian guy, but I think he's right.
Exactly. Well, that's the point in truth. You might not like it. You don't have to like it. This is what I mean about these false like equivocations and conflations and like you're like, oh, what gas has a weight? It's like, yeah. Duh. What does that have to do with gas pressure requiring container? Nothing. Absolutely zero.
That's how the pressure is created. Because
No, it's not. The pressure is created by the gas because the gas fills the available volume. It exerts pressure because, listen, you know how it exerts pressure? Why it's called gas pressure? Because it's it's exerting pressure on the walls of the container. Why is it exerting pressure on the walls of the container?
Gravity?
Because gas wants to fill the available volume. It's trying to escape.
But it doesn't do it equally. It has a slight downward bias because of the weight.
No, it doesn't. Once you put that container on scales, that container which contains the gas, you get a reading on those scales because the entire weight of that container, which includes the gas in that container, presses downwards on the scales.
Yeah, but
it's not the gas
the
pressing.
pressure at the top of the container is less than the pressure at the bottom of the container.
Show me how you measure that.
With pressure gauges.
Yeah, show me.
You can do it in your room right now if you have a sensitive barometer. Put your barometer at the top of the ceiling where you're sitting, and then put it at the bottom by the floor, and you'll see there's a difference.
So you're talking about a gradient.
Right. There's temperature gradients, different pressures without any container in between.
Right. So you have a pressure, but you would agree that we have a pressurized system, correct? In your example, a contained pressure. Okay.
I don't think it's
so your gradient
differential.
Yeah. So your gradient is secondary to the actual argument.
No, you just have, if the gradient keeps going and going with no container, you can still have a gradient that goes from 15 psi.
There's no such no. There's no such thing. Show me a gradient without a container.
Sure, the top of your room and the bottom of your room.
Well, we're contained in the room.
No, you're not. The window's open.
Yeah, upside down. I think this is where this argument does like at least it just doesn't complete the whole system of logic in my viewpoint. Like I do definitely hear what you're saying because the way gas pressure exists on Earth, like in a container, etc. I agree, like propane tank, all that good stuff. But in terms of what's happening at the very high octave levels, like in terms of using that as a direct argument, just because you can that the gas on Earth needs a containment like that, to just link that directly to that means that there has to be a physical container. Now, I'm not saying there is or isn't. I have my own thoughts on that. But the thing is like, how could you isolate between that versus gas still needing container on Earth? However, there being just a gradient by which in the same way, like due to densities, like water is contained at sea level because there's a natural way in which the material of water won't go any higher. in terms of that. So in the same way, like you could have whatever this gas pressure we're living in, there could be, just like there is at the top of water, there could be somewhere up there where there, like by the gradient, it does exert a limitation on what the gas can do, but that doesn't necessarily have to be a physical container. It could just be the layers within a medium.
Well, when you say it doesn't have to be a physical container, the definition of container is an object. Definition of object is a material thing. So you can't call it a container. Now, with the globers, they say that gravity is the container. That's where it sums down to, whether they want to admit it or not. This is how, listen, I've been doing this for a while now. Globers can't even admit. So when you say gas pressure requires a container, you know how many of them get it wrong? They say, no, it doesn't, because gravity. They don't even understand what they're saying is gravity is the container. They're admitting that all gas pressure requires a container. They just say that gravity is the container. That's the heliocentric model, whether you want to give your opinion on it or not.
That's incorrect.
We could call it weight if you don't.
It's not
like the word
incorrect.
gravity.
No, it's not incorrect, because the heliocentric model, whether it's you or not, claims that gravity contains the atmosphere.
That is part of their explanation for it. But what I'm just saying in general, though, is to say, like, what originally what I was just saying is that I hear you, that what I'm saying in a sense parallels what they're saying. What I'm asking you, though, is how have you isolated, like, the idea that how gas pressure physically works on Earth? I agree. It works that way with containment, everything like that. But when going at high altitude, just because it's contained like that on Earth, how can you logically make that leap to say for sure there has to be a physical barrier up there? Because like I said, there's another explanation for it, that it could be in gradient levels, and it could have a natural limit based on the gradient and the density layers.
Yeah, in order to have that
gases
gradient,
weigh differently, gases act differently towards each other. So Gio's right.
in order to have that gradient, you first require pressure. In your example, when you say, how do we know at certain heights? Well, we know, what we do know is that gas pressure requires a container. If you want to claim, not you personally, but if you want to adhere to that, if you want to claim that there is such example without a container, just demonstrate it. That's all you have to do.
Not saying there's not a container, just saying that.
So then demonstrate it.
Where we are, hold on. Gases where we are right now, right? There's a multitude of them, right? The oxygen we breathe is a multitude of gases, right? There's argon, nitrogen, all the oxygen, everything, right? And and then they do separate themselves as you go up. Okay, we never go up, right? We always sit here down on Earth, just very happy.
So how do you know they separate themselves?
Well, because people have climbed mountains, let's say. Okay.
So people have you climbed a mountain?
No, people have though. Yeah.
Okay, other people. So belief, yep.
Yeah. So what I'm saying though is there's a less concentration of the gases that we breathe down here, right? There's less
that's called a gradient.
concentration up there. I'm not saying the gases are flying away into space. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying there's less concentration of. Are they?
They fill the available volume. So if you take a terrarium, right, the pressure is lower up the top.
You're saying that on the top of Mount Everest with Sir Elliot, whoever climbed it, right? He had to bring an oxygen mask with him, right? You're saying that that's because gases were escaping above him?
The gases fill the available volume.
Yeah, okay. We're speaking the same thing. What I'm saying.
Yeah. So but this is science. This is physics. Yeah. So gases fill the available volume.
I don't know if you're a scientist or a physicist.
Are you all
that's your opinion. So you would never be able to determine whether I am or not. So gases fill the available.
Either.
Okay, I have something.
I'm willing to bet that he's neither.
I also build vacuum chambers. Would you like to hear my point? I'm only going to add one thing. I've been listening for you guys for 2 hours.
I was just about to finish my sentence, but you can go after that, which is fine. Gases fill the available volume of the container.
Listen, we understand your point, right? We're all flat.
And why are you arguing it?
Or not,
I totally agree with your point, but have you ever thought that things like electromagnetism can do the same thing?
Exactly.
No.
Within a medium. Yes.
Demonstrate it.
Plasma.
I can do that, actually. Would you like me to? On video?
Yep, I'd love you to.
No, I don't think you want me to.
Are you using
I'm
like
waiting
are you talking about electromagnetic fields with plasma?
I would love you to demonstrate it.
With
I can literally
gas?
move clouds
no.
with
Oh
energy.
no. With gas? Oh no. That causes light, doesn't it? It's called neon lights.
Yeah, if you
Can
want
you
to
demonstrate it?
Yes.
if you're gonna
of a
show, if you
plasma,
want to show
correct.
something by sharing your screen, just let me know because I'll just have to give you the role.
You start charging gas with electricity. I mean, what do we get? We get light. Oh boy. Here we go.
Which gas? What type of gas?
Argon, neon,
Which
What
make up
color
the
do you
atmosphere?
want?
all of them. Yeah. All the,
Argon is part of the atmosphere. It makes up the atmosphere.
yes.
So
Yep. Oh, they'll just go
Does
down the
weighted
layer of
gas-
every gas that's in the atmosphere. And if you
Uh-huh.
charge it with electricity and put it in a tube, you'll get a neon
tube.
bar sign. Like, hey, strip
So a
club
container.
over here.
So a container. So a container or not a container?
No,
No
that's
tube
true.
or
Yeah.
tube?
It's in a container, but it's also
Oh,
electrically
so
charged.
I do not have the ability to show you without a container right now, but I can arrange
you.
that, and I can do it on live video. With,
Why?
With whatever you want, I can do it without a container, other than that
Which-
we are inside of a a system environment.
Run us through it. Run us through it. Run
You
us
know
through
how
it.
you do it? Would you like to have it explained? It's very simple. Take argon gas.
Stop
put it in a
getting
bowl.
offended.
It's heavier than the
Hold on a
rest of
second.
the air.
Hold on, just
Then
let's
you
let him
put your
talk
high
for a bit.
voltage electrodes inside,
Okay,
and then it lights
okay.
up without the container, without the vacuum.
Easy. Everybody easy.
Yeah, hold on, guys. All right, let's just be quiet for a second. Okay, Limitless hasn't spoken much. He said he wanted to get in. Let's give him the floor for a bit. Let's let him describe this. Go ahead, man.
Okay, so like he was saying, without a container, you take a bowl, you put your argon gas into it. You then take your high voltage plasma driver, and then you put one electrode on one side, another one on the other side, and it will illuminate without it being inside of a cylinder or a tube, like he said.
Did you say? Oh, can I ask?
JJ Thompson.
I missed the word. But I missed the word. I missed. Did he say a bowl?
Yeah,
Without a
bowl.
bowl.
A bowl.
Guys, calm down.
Or it could be a cup, anything that will not allow the gas to flow over the side, right? You're going to fill this container up, right? And then you wait until it flows over the side, right? And then
I thought you said if it
can
doesn't-
then
what the
power this container with high voltage energy without it being contained in a cylinder or in a
Container.
light bulb.
Listen,
Okay.
hold on a sec. Did you just say this? Was this your words, your own words out of your mouth? In a container without it being contained.
Yeah, he said that.
Yes, in a container without it being closed, as in not a light bulb.
So, but now you're hold on a sec. Hold on a sec, guys. Hold them to their claims. Hold them to their claims. In a container without it being contained. Is that what you just said?
Look at you guys cannibalizing yourselves.
He did say that.
Yeah, but he corrected it, so
No,
he
that's
didn't
not-
acknowledge the correction. So
He didn't correct it. He moved the goalpost. Listen, hold on a sec.
Guys,
Dude,
we gotta go one at
hold on
a
a
time.
sec. Yeah, okay, let me just get this out. He didn't correct anything. What he did was move the goalpost, and then he plans on continuing his same argument on the same basis, on the same premise. Right? He didn't correct
Of a
anything.
heavy gas. Of a heavy gas.
I know it sounds weird to all of us. Container, not contained. I mean, I don't know if you're trying to be funny, but can we all get along?
Stop, dude. Just stop with this.
D-Mark in the house.
Unlike
Well, listen.
Let's not-
Every
if it-
example.
if it
Listen.
has-
Let's
Oh,
not demark,
shit,
but let's let
man.
Elbow get in. Upside down, chill
Oh,
for a
wasn't?
second.
Oh,
Let's
sorry. I thought it was D-Mark.
Go ahead.
So you're trying to do the JJ Thompson experiment without supposedly not contained, but in a container?
In a bowl, not contained in a high pressure point. You want me to take the vacuum out? in
What's
other
a
words,
bowl?
right? Do you want it to be vacuumed as well?
Why do you require a container?
For the gas to be somewhat in local area, otherwise it's going to spill. What do you want me to do? Do it flat?
Yes, because gas pressure requires a container. That bowl that you put it in, it
Well,
won't
you
stay
just
there
said
forever
a light
because
bulb. You used the analogy of a
Mm.
light bulb, and I'm correcting you and telling you that you're wrong. That I can do it without the light bulb.
I
without
didn't
the
say a light
vacuum.
bulb.
Well, let me jump.
I
in.
didn't say a light bulb.
Upside down. What about this? Here's the thing. So I don't know that
Upside
anyone in
down,
here- hold
depending on the gas.
guys.
Yeah, I can do that too.
I mean,
You guys,
that's
let's all go, let's
Geo,
guys, let's go one at a time. We got to stop all this interruption. We got to go one at a
I
time.
can do that with helium.
Say,
Upside down.
say we go say Geo. Say we go say Geo. But listen,
Ah, thank you. Somebody muted you guys
Geo was
temporarily. Yeah, you guys, let's just
Geo
go one
was
at a time, guys. Yeah, just one at a time, please. I was in the middle of speaking. Just give everyone like a good 20 seconds. Like slow it down. Let everyone get their thing out. Okay, what I was just gonna say, upside down. In terms of like, I don't know that anyone in here would disagree that gas pressure does need containment, although they could say if they do. The question would then be, what is the nature of that containment? Meaning that, I mean, the idea of that gas does have to be in some level of containment, unless things just go on infinitely, which I guess is what they're going to try to do in the globe thing with gravity. But that there will be some containment. The question is, what is the nature of that containment? Are you saying it's a physical thing? Could it be an electromagnetic field? Could it be plasma? Could it be medium density layer? Limitation point.
buoyancy.
Bon, okay, so like you just said, right? You just asked me the question. Now, I just wanted to say quickly, because I wasn't talking over you. I was saying it was funny because you were like upside down, and he was like, yeah, upside down, I can do that as well. He didn't realize like you were talking to me. He was saying upside down, he can, yeah, so I thought that was funny. All right, so container, an object for holding or transporting something. An object, okay? The definition of object is a material thing that can be seen and touched. So before you ask me, like, can it be this and can it be that? Well, a container is an object. An object is a material thing that can be seen and touched. It's quite simple. This is like entry level physics.
I don't think
Entry
anyone's
level.
debating that.
No, but you were asking me, like, can it be electrical? Can it be? This is what I said before. I'm not accusing you of it. I'm saying whether these guys admit it or not, the heliocentric model's explanation for the container is gravity.
No. The Earth's
Yes.
surface. Hold on. Please listen. The Earth's
Well.
surface is the container. Gravity is what pulls the
No.
gas against the container.
No, in the heliocentric model, they admit gas pressure does require a container. What they do is they call gas pressure atmospheric pressure. They claim that atmospheric pressure is caused by gravity. They are calling gravity.
That's part of it.
That's
yeah.
the heliocentric model claim.
I've never,
my claim.
I've never seen like the outside of a ball be a container itself. You know what I mean? I've never seen that. So.
You've never seen a balloon?
No, he was saying the outside of a ball because that's
the,
what
the outside of a ball.
Yeah, the outside, yeah.
How is the Earth containing the gases if the gases are on the outside of the Earth? That just doesn't even make sense to me.
Exactly.
Because the container is just something that prevents it from moving. So it presses against the container. So like my keys are on my desk.
Into the gaseous space called vacuum. That's what prevents it from moving. Sorry, go ahead.
Violation of the second law of thermodynamics. Sorry.
My violation. I'm sorry.
Terminology. Can everybody hear me? What would you call, like, for instance? Okay, thanks. So the heavy gas tank, with the heavy gas and the open container. Okay, is there gas pressure in that system? Like, and is it because the Earth is involved and the whole like, you know what I mean?
you're saying. Like if you have like sulfur hexafluoride in like a glass with no top on it, and it stays down in the bottom of the glass.
Right. It's like you guys are
in a
really just
container.
talking about the same thing. Y'all all are like agreeing. It's like no, but they mean it this way or they mean it that way. Guys, man,
But you know that also the even if like say it'll stay there for a little bit, but once the air starts moving around, it'll start escaping. It doesn't stay there forever.
Right, so
because it doesn't have.
Say you
Because
were
it
in
doesn't
a
have.
vacuum.
No, not if. No, not if we were in a vacuum, because the example you just referred to was a tube or a bowl or whatever without a lid on it. That doesn't have anything to do with a vacuum.
Okay. But I guess what I'm saying is, if you guys are going to be all strict about definitions, like maybe don't, because you could keep being more strict and more strict. Like, what about the scenario when the gas is just flowing across the top of the table? Right? Is it moving sideways? Is that gas pressure? If it pushes something sideways,
It fills the available volume. It fills the available volume. Gas pressure does require a container. So listen, I'll give you the best example.
man.
You can do this yourself. So like, if you take a deodorant can, inside that deodorant can, there's gas pressure. There's a certain amount of gas pressure. If you pierce that container with a sealed room, that entire deodorant can will fill in equal parts the available volume of that room. When you open the window, this is entry level physics, man. Just stop acting like you know if you don't know.
I ain't acting like I know. Chill.
Fuck, man. Okay, so then why don't you understand this? Why are we even arguing entry level physics?
Because you're not in a room.
We are. We're in a room right now.
Shut up, Dad.
If you
well, it's all good, man. Just share your point, and then we can keep going here. It's all good.
What I'm just trying to say, like, it's like you guys seem to be definition fighting. That's really all. Thank you for listening.
No. The definition of gas pressure is the pressure exerted on the walls of the container. That's the definition of gas pressure. We're not arguing the definition. That's just the definition. People are claiming that there is an example of gas pressure not requiring a container. That's it.
And plus, anyway, we weren't even talking about the limitless energy. Was saying that we're gonna put this, what was it, argon gas, not contain in a container.
Or argon.
Exactly.
By the way.
Argon.
Argon.
Contained in a light bulb in a vacuum.
All right,
Which is a container.
Let's let Limitless describe it again. Go ahead, Limitless. You got the mic.
He said that he mentioned a neon
Try
light
it
bulb.
again.
Okay, a
No one else
neon bulb
talking. Let him go.
is in a container, and it's also vacuumed, as in it's not 1.0 over 1.0. Okay, it's vacuumed. Why? Because it requires less ionization joules in order for it to fire and become light. I can do the same thing without it being in a vacuum at the same pressure in my room inside of a bowl.
Is gas pressure not when it wants to move away from each other, like when it wants to spread out? Is that just not gas pressure?
No.
Gas pressure is when the gas exert a force on the container.
Yeah, that's
gas pressure.
If there wasn't gas,
be a
there'd be no
container.
pressure, right? Yeah. You know what I mean? It'd be like,
What if you had it contained compact, and you magically just remove the container in the moment when it's spreading? Hold on, hold up. In the moments when it's spreading out from itself, right? Does it not have pressure against it? There's no fucking container there. It's pushing away from itself.
If you didn't have the container,
Yeah, but the light's going to disperse because it won't be centralized enough.
You'd have a vacuum. That's like the end result, right? If you didn't have a container, you'd have a vacuum. Gas would disappear. Everything would disappear. You'd be dead. I'd be dead.
All right, hold on. Limitless was trying to get in. He was next. Go ahead, Limitless.
No, I think Matthew made a claim. He said that you don't need a container.
Yeah.
So
can I just
gas
vacuum?
pressure is pressure against any surface, not specifically a container.
No, it says the definition of vacuum gas pressure is.
What about the surface of other molecules if we get gas around itself?
How long have you guys been in this argument, man? Fuck's sake. A vacuum is a space devoid of all matter. That's what a vacuum is. Not your vacuum
That's the
chamber.
definition of man.
Doesn't exist. Prove that shit to me.
Cannot be proven, just like you said. That's a definition given by Einsteiners.
Sake. A vacuum, listen, if you want to call it
you
something
literally
else,
are claiming you're a flat earther while bowing down to Einstein.
No,
you realize
I'm not.
that?
Ah, Jesus. Listen, The definition of a vacuum is is space devoid of all matter. If you want to claim that there's such a phenomenon where there is some matter but not none, then call it something else. Don't call it a vacuum.
Ether, quarks, deuterium, I don't know, whatever you want, dude. You can't suck everything
So
out.
this is but that's just words. So you don't have to.
Also, the point. You can't suck everything out. Exactly.
So now you're so all right. So whoever it is, but you're saying that the vacuum of space is a sucking motion, like a vacuum, like the one that you sweep up dust with.
My fridge.
Oh, when we make vacuums on Earth, that's what they are.
Yeah,
Have you
my
ever
fridge.
created a vacuum?
No. A vacuum that you're referring to, the one that sucks up dust and shit, has a sucking motion. An actual vacuum, a vacuum is a space, which is any kind of space that is devoid of all matter
and pressure. Yep.
So when you say that you have a vacuum, which is a space devoid of all matter, next to a pressurized system without a physical container, if you didn't have that physical container, all the gas in that contained system would escape to the available volume. This is what I've said for the fifth time now. In the heliocentric model, the container is gravity. A non-existent, imaginary force that contains the pressure. This is what I mean about
And not only contains it, just contains it. It contains it equilibriumly, like across the whole Earth or whatever, right? Like it's so magical.
The
It
surface
does
of
this
the Earth
across
is the
the whole
container.
whole Earth. Yeah. Oh,
No,
apparently.
you can't have just one surface.
No, like there's no deviations in
You need an
the
area.
pressure. Yeah, I know. Yeah, because gravity is that specific, right? It's that specific where it knows how to get us 14.7. Right?
Yeah,
At the
because
same time, you say
can't
at the same
press against the wall of gravity, right? That's what a container is.
But gravity is the curvature of space time in the heliocentric model. It's caused by the curvature of space time. Two concepts.
Okay, we could ignore gravity and say the weight of air is what causes pressure.
Okay, so what do you mean weight of air? What is air made of? Right.
Air is made of mass, and all mass has weight.
Argon, nitrogen, helium, hydrogen, blah blah blah. Right? Everything's just made there. We got density of gases. That's exactly
He
what
said
we
the
do.
gas contains itself.
Everything rests on the ground is what we always know. And then here we go.
14 pounds. 14 pounds.
Listen, the guy who doesn't understand anything about science says the effect is caused by the effect.
Yeah, right.
The effect is caused by the cause. The effect is the cause, and it's caused by the effect.
Yeah.
He doesn't understand anything.
That's actually pretty similar.
Gravity is
That's
the
pretty
reason
similar.
we have gravity.
Gravity causes gravity. Mass attracts mass. Right? The cause is the effect. The effect is the cause.
Causes air pressure. God damn it.
Yep, gas
Exactly.
contains itself somehow, which that's completely against its nature.
So
Well,
this
listen,
being like a
I
slam
got a
dunk
children's.
argument.
I got a children's party
Guys,
coming
we
up.
gotta go one at a time, please. Let's slow down. Let everyone have their full time, and please try not to clip and interrupt because it makes it. It's like we're all on high stress because like we know we're going to be interrupted within 5 seconds, and it just makes it like a really high tense thing. If we can just everyone can have their chance to have the mic. So I think was Paradolia. Were you talking?
Yeah, I was just gonna kind of rehash like the past 30 minutes. I would say even amongst flat earthers that have been debating this, it doesn't really appear to be a slam dunk argument as what was claimed, right? It's not really that girlfriend cheating type of situation, clearly, as other flat earthers have, could attest to. So,
Thanks for your opinion.
no problem.
Gio,
I
that
like
was
hearing
a
yours.
shot at you, Gio. But anyways,
No, it wasn't. It was a shot
No, it
at
was
upside down.
Technically, yeah.
We appreciate your opinion.
I don't know where you get this opinion stuff from. You have an opinion too.
But anyway, so what did
No,
you mean by the upside down girlfriend thing, though? If you were here with the last 30 minutes, I was too. So what did you actually mean by that when you're apologetic?
No, he's
Response?
talking about. I made an analogy earlier where I said that if you walked in on your girlfriend cheating on you or
Yeah,
wife,
Gio, that's exactly.
and
Yeah,
she's,
I was here.
dude, you guys don't interrupt, man. Please, come on, let everyone finish, dude.
No, I heard it.
Well, hurry. Like we have to do. We all have to be patient. If we want to have 20, 30 seconds to speak and not get interrupted, then we also have to give patience to listen as well. So, but anyways, it was just an analogy that I was saying that if you walked in on your girlfriend or your wife cheating on you right in your bed, boom, she gets up, you're right, you see that it's her for sure, 100%. And it's obvious, it's her voice, it's her thing. She's running, whatever it is, she's putting her clothes on. It's all a hectic thing. All I was saying is that like, that would be such a direct experienced truth in that sense that if somebody came to you and tried to like debate you on it, there's nothing to debate. Like, what if they were like, oh, cool, why don't you have an open mind? Maybe that was someone else. Maybe she has a twin sister, like started doing that. I'm just saying like something that has that solid level of truth to the point to where you don't have to debate anyone on it. You don't have to debate anyone on whether a rock falls, whether water boils at a certain heat. Okay, I'm done.
I'm just saying I got next, bro. I got next.
Okay,
so, yeah, so to the man who said that it's not a slam dunk argument, it is, because like he just said, Gio, there's no debating it, right? Your woman cheated on you, you saw it. You haven't, every time we bring up gas pressure, you haven't provided an example with gas pressure not requiring a container. So it is a slam dunk argument.
That's an argument
You got
from
no escape.
ignorance. It's an argument from ignorance.
How is that an
Opinions. Opinions.
Just because you don't have evidence of that not existing doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
That's correct, like fairies, but until you provide evidence, it's a belief system.
Have you recreated the sun on the Earth?
Have you shown a gas pressure system?
I guess it doesn't exist then.
Straw man fallacy. Have you presented an example of gas pressure without a container?
Yes, so you stick your hand out of the window of a moving car.
Have you presented an example? Have you presented an example of gas pressure without a container?
Yes, the wind load on the side of a building.
The wind is a begging the question fallacy because that's the very thing in question. The wind is the gas pressure that is contained.
Have you demonstrated God recreating the universe?
Straw man fallacy. We're not talking about that.
Have you demonstrated spontaneous life being created?
Straw man fallacy.
I like
straw
these
man. We're not talking about that.
One. The one you said, I've done it.
I like that. It's like someone's like, okay, I believe someone's like, yo, I believe in the creator or in a creator, or even if someone says I know there's a creator, and then he says, dude, have you demonstrated the replication of the entire universe to validate on a small scale?
That's right. Yeah.
That's funny.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
we're talking about gas
actually demonstrate this.
Grind
you
it
can
up.
actually demonstrate this in a software. I could recreate.
Let's grind it out, guys. Let's grind it. Let's go.
But we're talking about gas pressure, and you're talking about God. And
no,
Want to be specific? It's called
an argument from ignorance. That's what I'm trying to demonstrate.
You guys, Elbow, your mic's kind of low. Everyone's interrupting Elbow. What were you saying, Elbow?
I mean, we can actually demonstrate that. You need you could recreate stuff virtually, meaning I could virtually create a world, but I would have to create it. It wouldn't just come out by itself. I could recreate plants in that world, in the virtual world,
digitally.
Right?
Digitally.
But it won't. But it won't.
We
it
all
won't.
know that. No one's.
But it won't. I know. But it would not happen by itself, by luck. You
right, and the people outside the video game don't know that there's anything else. We know that. I don't think anybody argues with that one.
Right. But I mean, he says Apophonia, whatever his name is. I'm gonna call him Apo. Said that have you demonstrated? Have you demonstrated? I'm still in the middle of the conversation.
Limitless. You can go next, man. You can go next. Let him finish.
His question was, sorry, Gio. His question was,
you demonstrated exactly.
I got him. Go ahead.
Have you demonstrated the creation of a world? It's replicating the whole thing to demonstrate there was a creator. So we can do that by creating it in a virtual world without it being somebody creating it. Therefore, you can't have that world being created.
Which was the deflection anyway, but
it was a deflection. A
Was that
redheaded.
to,
example. I like it.
to Apo or someone, or was it? Because I think
Yeah, Apo.
Limitless. All right, Apo, do you have a response? Otherwise, Limitless is next. Do you have a
The
response?
virtual creation it's not a recreation, right? Because you're looking for an exact recreation, right? So yes, we have an example of gas pressure without a container, but you deny its existence, right? And then you go to
What
the
is that?
argument from ignorance, right? By saying because you don't have any other examples besides one you provided, which I don't believe in, therefore your claim is false, which is analogous to you can't recreate God creating the universe. Must not have happened then. That's an argument for ignorance. You keep relying on that. I'm trying to tell you that's a bad argument. Find a new argument.
No, it isn't a bad argument because you definitely need gas to have gas pressure. You definitely need a container.
Yeah,
Other
we
than
have one.
that,
It's the Earth.
no, it's
Sorry,
not.
but
The container's not an
he
Earth.
he presents he claims our argument is bad argument by using a straw man.
Right. So for you to have gas pressure next to a vacuum without it being contained is impossible to demonstrate.
Nobody said it's next to a vacuum.
No, y'all all do
Yes,
say
we
it's next to a vacuum.
It's
What
a
are you talking
gradient
about?
of a vacuum.
No, you're
What do you
heliocentric
call
model.
space?
Fuck's sake.
Come on.
What's a
Sorry.
gradient of a vacuum? Come on.
So if you go up high in an airplane, how much air do you have? Not a lot, right? You go higher, how much
What's a
air?
gradient?
Even less.
You said not next to a vacuum for my boy's argument here, and then you said it's a gradient of a vacuum. So where does it end? And let my boy keep speaking.
I want to hear what Truth Prevails does too.
Who you calling my boy?
Limitless was trying to get in before. Limitless.
What about at the first part
Hold
where
on,
the
Don.
edge is?
Hold
What
on,
about
Don.
the first fucking part? How do you have the first fucking edge of the pressure? Okay, if that part's next to the vacuum, right? The tip of the fucking gradient. Like, guys, let's be serious. And Matthew, that's why I find it difficult to do the hand up the car examples or even the open tank with the fucking heavy gas, like because everything is still in the
Bowls
atmosphere.
of
Like they still have a
argon.
little. It feels hard. It feels hard. I just want.
Okay, Limitless. Go ahead, bro.
Okay, so if you have a hermetically sealed chamber, as in a clean room, and you take iron filings, like rust, and you bring it to incandescence, right? Burn it, get it really hot, and then put it in an autoclave, which is like a high pressure steam chamber.
This
as well
sounds
as a
expensive.
Centrifuge. Yes, it's expensive, but it's been done already. So you don't need to redo the experiment if you don't want to. That's fine. It's already been done. Life will occur from the iron filings without anything that is introduced. It spontaneously occurs. I'm finished.
Oh shit.
Yeah, you guys.
Was that the example of gas pressure without a container? Or?
It was life
No.
spontaneously.
Life from nothing.
Okay, but we're talking about gas pressure.
He was talking about the creation example from earlier.
Right.
Yeah, fuck that dead horse, dude. They ain't giving you no room on it. I mean, what
Okay,
the hell?
what I'm gonna say is not. It doesn't have anything to do with spontaneous life or creation. It's just about the gas pressure. So if we know that gases can be polarized and can affect them and move them with magnetic fields and electric fields,
That's what I said.
There's no reason to think that couldn't, because everything seems to be, even what they claim gravity is, like according to Walter Russell, is electrical and magnetic. So there's no reason to think that it couldn't be organizing the gases closer to the Earth, like according to the polarity of the gases. But that also doesn't. That also, at the same hand, on the other hand, it doesn't like confirm that there's gravity as they present it as being in warping of space-time, which if we think of the ether as having a fabric type structure to it where it's all interwoven, everything is divided according to polarities, and it's like they kind of hijacked that concept and called it something else, but it doesn't mean that there's any evidence of this outer space with galaxies or anything like that you can travel outside of it until we can confirm something like that. But it could definitely be electromagnetic, and polarities. Just like if it's got an opposite polarity, it's going to repel it. It's going to push it away. If it's got a black polarity, it's going to attract it.
It could be, but we're waiting on a demonstration.
That was lovely. Thank you.
I think that
Matter, antimatter, dialect.
Demonstration, please.
I personally, I was only trying to demonstrate. I didn't appreciate getting kicked like that. That was seemed inappropriate.
No, that's not. Hold on, dude. That's for a hot mic. So you were hot micing. There was loud background sound. So when people do that, we have a little hot mic room. So you just move yourself back. That's why that happened.
You guys remember Get Beget? He used to go into this. It went on for a while, and he did have a very slow mannerism of talking, and you would have to really pay attention to what.
Where'd Matthew go?
Well, I was trying to get a hold of him and tag him because I'd like to know have the actual experiment. But he used to talk about this. What Limitless posted, that gives a good demonstration how you can move gases just with changing the polarity. You can.
Hey Matthew, you still here?
Like a negative ion stream as an example.
Yeah,
which I showed in the video.
Yes.
Get used to talk about this demonstration with helium, and he would say that the helium would. I don't remember enough about it. That's why I was tagging him. But if anybody, I don't know if anybody else remembers it. He used to talk about it all the time, and the helium would rearrange itself in a reverse direction. So if you change the polarity of the medium or the polarity of the gas, it's like the gas has a polarity. If you change the polarity of the medium it's moving through, you can change the direction it moves.
Truth.
Right.
Can I ask something?
Correct.
The gas in the example you're talking about, is that in a container or not in a container?
It can be either, depending on
No,
what
I'm
you
just
define as the container.
no, but I'm not trying to I'm trying to ask a simple question. Like the gas that you're referring to that you can do that, is that gas that you're doing that with, is that in a container or not?
Like
According
I said,
to who is it in a container? Context matters.
Tagged him and asked and I've DM'd him. I'm asking him for the experiment because I really don't.
Yeah, no, that's all right.
I don't know the intricacies of that particular experiment.
That's fine. That's fine. Now to him who was just asked me be specific with container, I believe I went over that with the definition of container and object already. So when the argument is gas pressure requires a container, if every example you provide is gas in a container, you haven't provided an example of gas pressure without a container. I'm sorry, but
I'm not saying that I'm providing that example.
I didn't say you said you were. I asked a question, and then you asked me to be specific on container. That's the issue.
Well, I was asking that too. Yeah, in terms of the nature of the container. If you're talking about the heavenly realm, the celestial heavenly realms, to that level, in terms of what that is that in your viewpoint upside down, are you saying it's in terms of a physical container because of the of gas pressure requiring a container on Earth, or are you also open to it being contained by something other than what we would consider like a physical barrier, meaning like something made of stone or something, but perhaps like plasma, electrostatic fields, other possibilities as to what could be containing it, and to what degree of that we could even kind of define that as physical.
Yeah, so beyond man's comprehension, completely possible, something that he'll never understand or be able to break down within science, right? But the available knowledge we have to us is it's a physical container. Flat Earth, if you align with the flat Earth, thing, you understand that rockets can't go anywhere because something stops them. So
I would ask real quick, Geo, back to what you were saying about gases. Do gases separate themselves?
in what respect?
Do gases separate themselves if they're not contained
From each other? From each other?
if they're not, yeah, sure. But I was asking Geo, not you, but you can answer
Why?
too. Okay.
Well, that was kind of my question too, though. If that's what you're asking, are you saying from each other or within themselves? Because there's
Gases, yeah. Do they separate themselves? You know what I mean?
Different gases
From each other?
separating from different gases. So if you have two types of gases in a container, will they separate into their respective? That's what you're asking?
Yeah, kind of like that, right? If we had a container with two different gases, right? One's heavier, one's lighter. Let's just say helium and oxygen or whatever, right? They would separate themselves, right? You know,
Have you ever
just
done welding?
Yeah. So
Do you
you're
know
saying,
why you
how about we put sulfur hexafluoride and helium in a container? The sulfur.
Do you know why when you
sink to the? Because if you guys don't know, but sulfur hexafluoride, it basically acts like a fluid. So you can like pour it. You can literally pick it up with a cup and pour it, even though it's a
Yeah.
gas. So it's not a liquid. It's a
yeah,
gas.
it's actually amazing, right?
And it's very dense, so it falls down. So if you had a container in theory that had those helium and sulfur hexafluoride,
But
one
we
would
do
think
have a
that
container. The
one would
thing is,
think
we
that.
do have
Hold
a
on, man.
container.
Hold on, dude. That just don't interrupt. Just you can go next. But no, I'm just saying that the sulfur hexafluoride would sink to the bottom and the helium rise to the top, and would be quite defined in their spatial.
And the sulfur be illuminated? Not sure as far as that one.
So Jill, okay, all right, go ahead. You
No,
guys
the
go
helium
ahead.
can be.
Yeah, and somebody asked me if I'm a welder, and I said yes. I am.
somebody,
I've never
do
welded in my life.
I asked you that.
Well, welding is very
That's
important
why
part.
my avatar is.
Okay, you don't need to know how to weld. I was asking you a simple question because you were asking about gases separating themselves. Yes, they do. That's why I asked you. Do you know why when you weld you need a tank of argon and a tank of oxygen, and they're not just all in the same tank? Do you know why?
You should already know this by
I
the
didn't
questions I asked you. Okay, of course I know this. Yes, to protect the weld itself.
No.
From
Why don't they just
immediate
put argon and oxygen in the
oxidization.
same
Come
tank?
on, dude. Come on.
Yeah,
And
you
I've
guys,
done that.
you guys gotta please stop.
Well, yeah, we can drop down the room if we want to talk
I can
about
tell
that.
you why, because it's more expensive to have a mixed gas.
No, it's not.
No.
Oh no, it's
No, it's
not.
not.
Yeah, you're talking to somebody who does it. You know how much
You
more I'm
just
going to charge you for
done
mixing
welding.
gas?
What the?
Guys, she is. Okay, stop talking about welding. We're talking about flat earth.
Literally
here.
just
We're
said
talking about
something to somebody
gases.
who makes
Welding.
multi gases.
This is what I get with a lot
Have
of
you
flat
guys seen
earthers.
my
All right.
avatar?
Welding has the same thing to do with flat earth as flat earth has to do with this, right? Like they're all connected, man. Welding requires gas pressure. You can't have gas pressure without a fucking flat earth, without a pressurized system. Fuck's sake, man.
What the fuck?
Okay,
You could find somebody that's going to charge less than me.
Hold on a second.
We
Hold on.
gotta go one at a time. Hold up. We gotta go one at a time. Tig, you have a big echo on your mic. I think you were going first. Let's let him go. Go ahead, man. You guys, please don't interrupt. Let's let everyone actually have their, because all the clipping and interrupting, it's hard to follow. So go ahead, Tig. You got
Flat Earth could have.
I was just trying to figure out what's going on because I've been welding for a long time, and all of what I've been hearing sounds like complete nonsense.
So do you use two tanks or one tank?
What you were referring to is oxyacetylene, and it's got nothing to do with protecting a weld. Like that's not.
I didn't say that. Someone else said that. Someone else said it's to do with protecting the weld. My argument was that his original question was, do gas separate themselves? And I was like, do you ever wonder why when you weld you need two tanks and not just one?
Well, it depends on. I mean, when you say weld, all right. What you were referring to is oxyacetylene welding, I assume, and that's got nothing to do with like protecting. It's.
I didn't say it as protecting.
That was phase one.
One gas.
Yeah.
One bottle has the oxygen, and one gas has the fuel.
Why? Why don't they just put them all in the same tank?
Well, it's just not how that works. It's
because they separate from themselves.
Just told you in a text.
No. It's because you want control. You want to be able to modulate both gases in order to control the flame.
But one is always heavy.
But couldn't you do equal parts in there? So when you just set it to 100%, it's at equal parts. Like you have 25% argon in there and 75 oxygen. Couldn't you do that?
It's used for cutting steel, not welding it.
Because they function differently. It depends on what you're trying to do. Like if you're trying to just heat up a bunch of metal, then you don't need a lot of oxygen. But if you're trying to cut something, then you want a lot of oxygen.
Yeah, but the question was, do they separate themselves? And all I was saying to him was, of course they do. Otherwise, they just put them in the same fucking tank.
I don't follow.
That was my
Oh, well,
question. Do gases
yeah, well,
separate themselves? Right?
They do not. In the atmosphere, we have nitrogen and oxygen and carbon dioxide
In
all mixed
different
together.
layers? In different layers?
No, all mixed
Really?
together.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So they don't separate themselves.
They do not.
Yeah. Right. But they kind of do a little bit, right? You know,
It depends on the gas, yeah, and the
If it's really
they
heavy,
kind of
so
do, you know.
Which, by the way, would create a gradient by itself, but you would also need a container to hold those gases in.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry about that, sir. And they're all created at the ground, which would make it more dense at the ground level anyway. But
Yeah.
some rise faster than the other, which creates your gradient, but they all are in a container.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Exactly, Rakia.
I don't know, man. I'm trying, but
I hope all the flat earthers don't like pile up on me or think that I'm because this is not
Gases
defending
are
anything.
separate.
This is not defending anything about what the globe is saying. This is like to the contrary because there's an assumption that is made that it needs contained that there is an outside of all of this that has a vacuum. That's not like there is no evidence of that. So if that doesn't exist, would there even need to be a container?
Yes, it's not a vacuum, it's just low pressure. But you'd have to have the container to create the pressure in the first place.
Right. That's why we take an HVAC machine and you suck the air out. If you want to make a, MacGyver vacuum chamber, you don't have to have, an $8,000 vacuum system to be able to do it. I've done it with a $200 piece of crap. Like literally Harbor Freight stuff. I can do that.
Yeah, you
It's
have
not
a
good, of
vacuum.
course.
You have a vacuum in every AC in your house.
Right.
Contained.
So if it's just low pressure, where does the low pressure stop? Because the higher we go, the less the PSI being breed when we take measurements. Where does that end?
You still have pressure, don't you?
Yeah, who knows? Good question.
Well,
Do you
in
have a
my
part
work,
where?
the
Did you
reason
have
why
a
we
part?
use a vacuum is because it takes much less joules or energy in order to cause the illumination of the plasma tube if you vacuum it. I can, of course, illuminate a plasma tube that is high pressure, as in I can put 2.0 bar if I want. But then I need literally nuclear fusion level capacitors to fire it. That's how much more energy it takes.
Rakia, I asked the question, do gases separate? That's all I asked, right?
I don't know. Do they?
That's what I asked.
So you don't know?
If it's in a vacuum or and it's the same gas.
Well, it can't be in a vacuum
Yeah, it's
because
gonna
a
spread
vacuum is a
out
space
wider.
devoid of all matter. Like, you need to get it right.
If
You
it's
need to
under
stop
high
calling.
pressure, it's
You
gonna
need to
be
stop
more
calling your other
condensed.
little contraption what you call a vacuum. You need to stop calling it a vacuum because a vacuum is a space devoid of all matter.
Yeah, I know.
Meaning
I
the
know it's not a true vacuum. I never said it was. That's why I specified the bar rating.
So what is it then? Is it a
Would you
vacuum,
like to
which is
see
a
a
space devoid of all
photograph of the
matter,
bar
or
rating
something else?
on the tube?
Well, that would imply gas pressure.
Well, let me just say real quick, there are actually different definitions of the word vacuum. So the first definition, I'm just looking here. So the first one is a space entirely devoid of matter, which is exactly what Upside Down is saying. But then the second definition is an enclosed space from which matter, especially air, has been partially removed so that the matter or gas remaining in the space exerts less pressure than the atmosphere.
Referring
So
to the
it's a
second
contained.
definition.
But I'm saying
Dude, so
that just means the air being removed, but there could still be matter within it, which is kind of what
so
they.
it contradicts.
It's
So
kind
it
of how they
contradicts
describe
the
space.
first one. It's a
Sorry.
contradiction. Yeah, so it contradicts the first definition, which is fine. But then, even in the second definition, it admits to a contained system. Yes. It calls space.
Of course,
It
because if
calls
you let the
outer
valve
space.
open, it
Yeah.
depressurizes.
Fuck's sake, you don't even get it, man.
Yes, it is an enclosed space. So yes.
You don't need to get your definition. I know how to do the work.
Well,
No,
I was just bringing
you're
that up.
posturing yourself as knowing how to do that, but
I was just bringing that up because the way that NASA and other space agencies try to claim what outer space is, they don't necessarily say there's no matter in it because they have all kinds of balls and terrestrial worlds out there, but they're trying to claim that essentially the pressure is different and the air is non-existent. The regular air that we breathe.
they call it a near vacuum because they can't call it a vacuum because the definition is a space devoid of all matter. So they call it a near vacuum because they say it's so vast that all those stars and planets and blah blah fucking blah in it, compared to the comparison of it, it's so minute. It's just fantasy, right? That's the point.
Can I?
Thank you, sir. From now on, I will say near vacuum when I'm in this channel.
Could
Well,
I?
isn't Go ahead.
Could I separate gases and put them into separate tanks? Could I do that? Right?
And
You know we can, right? How do we do that? Right? There
By
has to
freezing
be a
them.
container to put it into another container, right? Okay, cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Instead of saying near vacuum, just say lower pressure.
But
And isn't there claim that it goes from it transitions like immediately from a 50 tour? I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's what I recall.
But
that the
Truth,
claim was
you-
like it transitions from 50 tour to a 10 to the negative 17 tour.
Yeah. But Truth, can you know the claim like that, like the 10 net? Can any of you fathom those fucking numbers? Like it's all made up fantasy bullshit. Sorry.
The fact that you don't understand the numbers doesn't mean it's made up.
No, I understand them just like she does, but can you fathom them? That's different. Fathom. Can you? Can you?
Humans aren't.
We can all make up. We can all make it up, right? It's 1 million trillion light years away.
The light years is a whole thing, yeah, in terms of fathoming for sure, in terms of those dramatically, unbelievably large numbers, trillions of miles and all that. But when it comes to the 10 to the negative 17, I mean, what do they claim? They claim to have gotten something like 10 to the negative 9, or what's the
10
exact
to the negative 17 tour.
No, but I know, but what they've achieved on Earth, I'm saying they've
think
achieved like 10 to the 8, I think
8,
10 to 9.
8, yeah.
Yeah.
8.
So if
To
they've
8.
achieved that, then it's fathomable from 8 to 17. But the light years thing, I would agree that's a whole nother trip.
Geo,
Yeah, I don't think they can get to this. From 8 to
Geo.
17 is way more.
do you have an argument that you would say that would fit the girlfriend analogy?
Yep, gas pressure.
Thanks, Geo.
You're welcome.
Like that girlfriend analogy.
It's a straw. They want to keep going to the girlfriend analogy. Like, since he said the girlfriend analogy, now the whole argument on their side is provide something that equates to the girlfriend analogy, or therefore the Earth's a globe.
Does
It's
gas
retarded.
separate or does it like coagulate? Like what does gas do?
Well, it's entirely
It
reliant.
spreads out. It spreads out in many directions with a slight downward bias due to its weight.
Can you show the downward bias, please?
Does it
Sure.
does it
pressure
does it
gradient.
separate or coagulate? Come together.
It spreads out. It spreads out.
Oh, it does. Okay. So you just said like down here on Earth, like it spreads out. That's what you said.
Yeah, it spreads
It
out
must
in
come.
all directions.
So
with a
we're
slight
not
downward
breathing
bias.
oxygen, or we're just breathing one gas, or you know what I mean?
Nitrogen
What are-
mostly, and some oxygen, some carbon dioxide. Those are the three main things.
So it goes down and it spreads over the Earth's surface, and they call it atmospheric pressure because, like, there's They claim that gravity is pushing all the air like towards the center at equal parts. They call gas pressure atmospheric pressure. That's it.
Yeah. Pretty much.
I mean, surely you understand their claim, right? Like, that's their claim.
Right. The weight of the atmosphere is what causes the atmospheric pressure.
Yeah, the cause is the effect. The effect is the cause.
No,
It doesn't work like that.
The weight is the cause. The effect is the pressure.
So weight causes pressure. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Right. I think you're confused on pressure and gas pressure.
I'm talking about gas pressure. Gas pressure is basically particles of
Well, gas pressure
hitting
is
a
the
surface.
force. Well, gas pressure is the force exerted on the walls of the container. You were conflating pressure, which is the pressure exerted on the surface of an area, like the weight. When I press down with my foot, I exert a certain amount of pressure.
So air
on that
pressure is
surface.
air pressure is created by the force of gas particles running into a surface.
Pressure
Well,
pushing down on me, pushing
Someone
down
muted.
on you.
So the air is made up of the gases.
Yeah, the gas particles. That's right.
Yeah, so therefore it's gas pressure.
Yeah,
and gas pressure requires a container. So
no, it doesn't. Gas particles hitting into the surface is all that is required for air pressure.
So you're saying that gas pressure doesn't require a container. Can you provide an example, please? Provide an example, please.
Yeah, the definition of air pressure is that it is the force created
Air
by
is,
gas.
but the air is made up of the gases. So gas pressure requires a container. Can you provide an example of gas pressure without a container?
Yeah, gas pressure does not require a container. Gas pressure is created.
So can you just provide?
Bro, I'm just gonna tempt you. You keep interrupting. You gotta let him fully say his thing, please.
Sure. So the gas pressure does not require a container. Gas pressure is created by the force of gas particles running into a surface. That's it. There are lots of different examples. Sure, a container is one example where gas particles run into a surface, namely the container walls. But the strictest definition of gas pressure is just particles running into a surface. So it could be the wind load on the side of a building. It could be air running on your hand when you stick your hand out a window. That would be differential gas pressure. So the simplest definition of pressure is just particles running into a surface. That's it.
Isn't the definition of gas
God
pressure,
bless this
formula for gas pressure? Isn't it force over area?
Right. So force over area. So force
What's
on
an area?
Surface.
Thanks for muting me, by the way. But
surface is just an area?
so he says that gas pressure doesn't require a container.
That's right.
Can he just? Okay. So can you provide an example?
I think that atmospheric pressure is an example.
The atmosphere is made up of gases.
Yes.
Making it gas pressure. It doesn't
Yes.
matter what you call it.
You're correct. It's gas pressure, and it's an example of gas pressure.
So then can you... No, but that's a claim. You're claiming that there is no container.
Right.
So that's your one example. Why are you speaking over me when I was muted for you?
Oh my God.
Well, why are you speaking over me when I was muted for you?
I'm answering each question. You were asking a series of questions. I'm asking.
Was I finished talking? No.
Jesus
I'm asking
Christ,
you.
dude. Are you a woman?
This guy.
I'm asking you for an example of gas pressure without a container. And now you're saying that the atmosphere, which is gas pressure, is the one example. So that's your one example. Something
Listen to the fucking man. He's trying to explain this shit to you. It's pretty straightforward. Stop being emotional. Just listen to what he's trying to say.
Something that you can't demonstrate.
No, he's explaining it to you, but you're too stupid and emotional to understand it.
Well, there we go with the personal bullshit because, at the end of the day, what's happening is gas pressure requires a container. You can't provide an example, therefore you're debunked in gas pressure not requiring a container.
He demonstrated it, but you're saying
No, he didn't.
that it needs a container for that to exist. You're presupposing the container
That's how available... I'm not presupposing. That's the available knowledge known to man. That's why specifically I say... Oh, jeez. That's why specifically I asked you, if you have a claim that such thing is not true, then you provide the example. That's how it works.
Sure. And I'm happy to provide an example. I submit.
And go. I asked you 10 times now. Provide the example.
I submit to you as an example, atmospheric pressure. And if you're going to say that because it's pressure, it has a container, that would sound like circular argument.
Yeah.
No, because the difference being gas
Begging the
pressure
question.
requiring contain.
Don't
Sorry, bro.
interrupt.
He's begging the.
He's interrupting me, bro. So the
Someone,
gas pressure.
I don't know who it was. Someone was. Whoever, just please don't interrupt. Let him go, and then one at a time. Yeah, go ahead.
So he's accusing me of being circular reasoning. That's what he's doing. The available knowledge, every example we have, terrariums, kettles, deodorant cans, balloons, is gas pressure requires a physical container. So we default to the available knowledge until an example is provided to us. That's just the way it is, whether you like it or not. So
No.
when you come along, yes. So when you come along and say, sodium, uranium. So when you come along and say, there is an example of gas pressure not requiring a container, we are fine with that. All we ask you to do is provide an example. If you can't do that, don't keep telling us about what you believe in.
Upside down. He keeps saying the Earth as the atmosphere is the demonstration, but that's just begging the question.
Correct.
Just
But that's
because
my
you can,
point.
just because you can artificially increase or decrease pressure via a container doesn't mean that we are therefore in a container.
No, he's missing the point, and this is what I'm telling you. Every example we have.
Also, he's
every
missing the point of the question. Does gas separate itself? Like, will gas by itself separate itself? You know, from argon to helium to does it separate itself, or what does gas do? Anyways, go ahead. Sorry.
No, you're right, but the point is like, I don't like to let him dance around it. It's quite simple. I'm not trying to win anything here. It's just a simple statement. Gas pressure requires a container. If you disagree with that, I don't have a problem with that, but just provide an example. Don't just sell me, nah. Provide an example.
Okay, so let me get this right and make sure that I understand your question. You said all gas pressure requires a container. And
you have 2 points. You have 2 points to deal with, right?
Dude,
Does
you
gas
guys,
separate?
Please don't interrupt, Matthew.
Yeah, please don't interrupt, man. We could do this, and okay, there's a couple things we could do. Modding, we could have it go back to the mod every time. Elbow has done that. We've done that before. I don't know, Elbow, if you want to right now. But like between every person talking goes back to the mod, then the mod sort of like has the next person speak, because otherwise, I don't know. Or we can do like a queue, like a voice queue, and put people on and then even do a 30-second timer and stuff. But because there's still interruptions happening. If you guys could just let's just like slow down and give everyone a full 20, 30 seconds just to get their full thing out. And then no one should respond until there's like a good couple seconds of quiet. And I know that sometimes the quick back and forth question and answer, but at least right now it's too hectic. So Matthew, go ahead.
And I'll be quick. So it sounds like your question is, because we know that all gas pressure requires a container, give me an example of something where it doesn't require a container. And I said atmospheric pressure, and you said no. We know that's not an example because we know that all pressure requires a container.
Hold on. So can I please answer you? Right.
Yeah,
I asked you. Yeah. So I can provide examples of gas pressure requiring a container. I gave you them. I said deodorant cans, balloons, terrariums. I gave you examples. When I say to you, if you say there is an example of such thing, then provide the example. I didn't ask you to make a claim or tell me about your beliefs. Me telling you a terrarium, I can show you a terrarium. Me saying balloon, I can show you a balloon. Deodorant can, I can show you one. You saying atmosphere is a claim. It's not something that you can show me.
Okay, so you're right. I can't show you an example on a small scale because my claim is that the only time that gas pressure doesn't require a container is on very large scales like the atmosphere.
Correct.
Yeah, well then you would have to redefine. You would have to redefine gas, liquids, and solids 101 because gases assumes the shape and volume of its container. Otherwise, that's the definition of it.
Yeah, on a small scale, I would say the atmosphere is like a black swan for that.
I'm not finished. But thank you.
Well,
But the
then
other
that's
guy, you're
that's the
completely
problem
right what you
because
said.
A gassy black swan.
You go. No, you go. Let the other
making
let the
bubbles
other
in the water.
yeah, let the other guy go. Like he said, he needs to redefine it, right? This is what I'm saying to you. It's the same with the people who talk about seeing the curvature. You need to be really high enough. Yeah, the Earth is really big. Yeah, but you just keep talking about beliefs and stuff that you can't show us. So that's fine. You have a belief system. That's cool. But that's what we've demonstrated here. You have a belief system. Don't put like, purport yourself as being more intelligent than us because you're not.
I've never said I was.
Then cool. You're just as dumb as us.
I wouldn't
Same
put
boat.
it that way.
Okay, well, people don't like to admit they're dumb or that they've been lied to or they don't know fuck all. But and
Do
that's where
gases
that's what.
repel each other? I mean, come on, let's do it.
But that's how the
you
heliocentric.
are kind of arguing out of ignorance, Matthew, because you're saying that because we have Earth and it's next to a vacuum. You really don't know that.
It seems likely because we observe gas gradients or pressure
Likely
gradients.
is not scientific.
Like I said, you really don't know that.
It seems likely that there's a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. I just haven't been able to reach it yet.
No, here's why. We observe gas pressure gradients. The higher altitudes we go, the less and less gas pressure.
Well, we also
and then
observe
there's
that
no
on the flat Earth, right?
and then there's no container that's ever been observed way up there. Nobody's ever.
Well, you
observed
can tell it's sweet because it tastes so sour.
Matthew, could you say that again, dude? There was sort of two interruptions. Could you say it again?
Sure. We observe pressure gradients by going higher and higher altitudes. We see less and less pressure. So that, coupled with the lack of any positive
Circular
evidence for a physical
reasoning.
container at the top, means that that's why I assume there's no container.
Circular reasoning. You keep.
You know what?
No observation.
You keep going around and around in circle into pressure gradients. In order to have a pressure gradient, you first require pressure.
Yeah, but that's
It's
because
sad.
we have the pressure.
Hey,
and how do we get that pressure?
The weight of the
Gravity
atmosphere.
against the atmosphere or the
So
Earth's
there you
surface.
go. So there you go. Like I said, in the heliocentric model, gravity is the claimed container.
No, it's not.
They,
The Earth's surface is the container. Gravity presses matter against the Earth's surface, creating pressure.
So hold on a sec. What's containing it? The surface. It's bouncing off the surface into what? And then coming back down to the surface.
Gas particles.
All right, so then it'll be easy to just contain what is it? Sulfur hydrochloride and just throw it on the floor then, right?
So like in Matthew's examples with the arm out the window creating pressure, there actually is a container there creating pressure. It's his hand that's creating pressure.
Again,
the
so
gas
if
pressing
I-
against the container, aka his hand.
No,
Again, so
is
again,
the surface of the Earth.
Again, so with sulfur hydrochloride, since it has a lot of weight, you could throw it on the floor outside and it's gonna stay there, right?
No, I'll show you something.
Hold
I'll
on.
demonstrate something.
Hold on, I'm asking a
I'll demonstrate
Right?
something, please.
Holy shit.
I'll demonstrate something.
Shush.
I'll demonstrate it. You watch this.
I swear, dude. Apo, can you do this? Throw sulfur hexachloride on the floor outside. Because of his weight, it's gonna be contained there.
Can I?
What are you asking?
You're saying that weight is the cause of the gas pressure, and it's all in. So therefore, since sulfur hexachloride weighs a lot more, you should be able to throw some on the floor, and this should be contained on the floor.
Yeah.
Outside.
Yeah, unless other forces act upon it.
What forces?
You're just saying.
So if you had
that
like
imaginary
wind,
ones?
or if you had momentum, any force that could otherwise act upon it, it would
No.
stay there.
Why do you use the wind? when you say the word wind, the wind is made up of the air moving
I
in a
agree.
certain direction.
Yeah.
The air is you agree, do ya? So the air is made up of oxygen, nitrogen, and other various gases. Argon, right? That's the wind you're referring to. The very thing in question.
He asked me if it would move. I said no, unless it was acted upon by another force, aka those forces.
So the effect is the cause of the effect. So does gas pressure require does
You're
gas
overly
pressure require?
confident, my friend.
I'm not.
If you
I'll
put it in
demonstrate
a
something to you if
vacuum,
you give me a chance. If you give me
You
a chance, I'll
put it in a
demonstrate
vacuum.
something to you. I'll demonstrate something to the audience right now. So
Vacuum
whatever
requires
your
a
name
container.
is, or Matthew
Sorry.
learns. This is a very simple question, and it's a yes or no. Does gas pressure require a container?
yes.
It does require a container?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Then the argument's over. We're in a
No.
contained system.
How do you reckon?
You just
Because we measure 14.7 psi at sea
I'm
level.
just asking upside down. Please just upside down respond. How
I
does
would
that
I would argue that gas
Is your
pressure
name
does not.
upside down?
I would argue that gas pressure does not require a container because gas has inertia.
Okay, so for 2 seconds. So this guy said yes, gas pressure requires a container.
Sure,
I
mute
appreciate
that guy. It's like you muted me. Okay.
So his answer is we're in a contained system because we measure 14.7 psi at sea level.
No, it's gas pressure requires a container. Well, not
And
some
no, it doesn't.
omnidirectional container.
It doesn't
The
require a container.
is the surface of the Earth.
The surface can't be a container because you're saying to me, I'm trying to answer you. So you're telling me that the gas bounces off the surface and then bounces up into the air, which is not a surface in your claim, and then bounces back down to the surface because
The
gas pressure
can also contain itself.
Why do you do
that's
this?
incorrect.
Why do you just respond like that? So if you say that it's the surface of something, then therefore, in your example before, the other guys like bowls and tubes, the gas would always stay in that vial or always stay in that bowl. It would never escape because it's simply bouncing off the bowl.
You guys are
And you
talking
say-
past each other, by the way. You're talking about containers
I'm
versus
not.
completely enclosed containers, and then also
No.
physical containers versus non-physical containers. So decide what you mean.
Definition of container is an object. The definition of object is a material thing. You don't
Completely
get basic
enclosed?
concepts.
Can I ask I don't mean to. I know I'm the new guy, and I don't mean to.
Before you do.
Guys,
Before
just
you
no
do,
one has to interrupt anyone, guys. Just no interruptions. Just let whoever's speaking gets the mic. So go ahead, Tig. You're good. Go. As long as it's on. I'm hoping it's.
You were asking something. You said you're the new guy. You were going to ask something.
Yeah, but I'm hoping it's on topic.
Kind of put me on the spot now. I just felt. Well, it was directed towards you. I was just trying to, dude. You seem very aggressive with your arguments. It seems. I don't know, man. It doesn't seem necessary. It seems like you're just trying to shut everybody down. If anybody makes a counterpoint.
You haven't been around as long, all right? We got books from the 1800s talking about the same shit. So,
check this out. Gases have no set volume. Point number one. And so it can't contain itself. Completely
they're compressible. So
completely. Hold on. Yeah, compressible because you have to have something to contain it to compress it. Anyways, gas have no.
No, you
set
don't.
volume.
No. The gas itself has inertia.
Let him finish.
Let me finish, bro. I haven't finished reading. Gases have no set volume. Completely fill their container, and hand takes the shape of that container. It does not matter how much or how little gas is present. A gas will always fill its container.
All right, but you can compress gas without a container.
Oh, then show the example, man.
Well, you can just see it by looking outside. It's the sun.
No, that's a claim. That's a begging the question.
No, it's physics.
Logical fallacy.
In fact, you know the reason it rains. No, it's most certainly physics, man. I'm telling you. I guarantee
No,
it.
you don't know the first thing about physics. You don't know anything about physics. You've never done any physics. You never studied physics. You never done a simple experiment in physics. You don't know anything about it.
Right? Yeah, you say the same to me.
Tick.
Yeah, weren't
How
you the
far
one that
away?
says rockets don't work in a vacuum? That's not physics.
Hey, let me ask you a stupid question here. Is our moderator still here?
Tick.
Gio, this guy's tearing me apart over here. I said one thing earlier, and you muted me at every opportunity, and this guy's just been doing nothing but.
Don't come in here.
Yo, what's up, everybody?
Face,
Hey,
stop.
how's everybody doing?
Well, you know what?
There was somebody.
It's not so much a it's not a whiny thing. It's just.
Okay.
Tig, listen.
Perfect. I got it.
The dude's a child. He's a confidently ignorant child. Like, don't be
Here, wait.
angry at him.
It's whoever muted him. Yeah, no, don't do that. Definitely don't unmute him. That's not chill.
No, I mean
Just-
I'm temporarily muting them when they're being out of hand.
Well, from my
I would
experience,
say just give him like a 10-minute timeout. Just cool.
Stop.
Well, from my experience,
I've been listening the whole time, and I'm at my wit's end. It's not. I don't think it's appropriate behavior.
That's
I think
what I'm
it's
saying.
pretty
I listened
just,
for
like
2 hours.
inappropriate.
you know what the thing is though? I can totally tolerate that because this guy's clearly, this English dude over here is clearly a moron. He's doing his thing, but the problem is.
Okay, insults. Yep.
That we're not. See, we're gonna have to mute everybody that's speaking because everybody has been. I mean, y'all need to chill out.
Why make ad
Stop.
like I
Upside
haven't even
down.
done that.
Upside down. Stop.
I haven't even done that.
Like, I'll try to advocate for you. I guess the conversation is over then, flat.
I mean, no. If you want to moderate him and like be on him the whole time, that's fine with me.
Yeah, what do you mean? Did you just time them out?
No, I did not.
Oh, okay. I thought he just got timed out because he just
No,
disappeared
negative.
when I muted.
No. I went back to playing my video games. I've been listening.
I'm about to do that.
It's just been super aggressive. It's kind of frustrating.
Yeah, it is. Gio and I have been trying to.
I haven't been
calm it down. We're trying not to have them to be so interruptive, but for some reason they have like a lot of sugar today or something.
Well, let me know when I can talk. All right, let me know when I can talk.
When the big boys finish speaking, you can talk.
Well, there you go. So you're the mod, right? And you're talking about when the big boys are being condescending.
They're trying to decide how to moderate
like
this
a child.
conversation.
You're acting like a child. You can't hold your. You cannot.
No one's acting like a child.
You're doing it again. You're.
Oh boy.
I've had enough of this place. I'm out of here.
You keep speaking while somebody's trying to speak.
Hey, can I say something?
Hold on. Yeah.
I assume I'm not getting muted immediately.
Before you say something, upside down. If you leave again, yeah, well then you're not gonna. I'm just gonna time you out.
Hey,
hold on.
Gio.
All right, Tig has to stay on mute because his mic has a terrible echo, and I've asked him 100 times. So that's that. Upside down looks like he joined and we left a few times. So
yeah, because he doesn't want to hear. Sorry, he doesn't want to hear me tell him that he needs to chill out. And so he's been every time I speak, he leaves because he doesn't want to hear it.
Yeah, Tig, use headphones.
All right, I'm gonna unmute Limitless. I think he was fine. Face one, you've been interrupting nonstop. Please don't do that. Sydney, you're only muted because you were hot micing, but okay.
Yeah, I only give him 5 minutes for him to chill out.
Yeah, but you can't time out the raging poop slinger. Like, that's why who we're talking to.
That's fine. He'll come back in 5 minutes.
I mean, it's not really what this place is. I'm not trying to have a big poop sling. Yeah, not really. I mean, somebody correct me if I'm wrong. A mod, I guess.
Well, I mean, I don't want to. Now that he's not here, I don't want to talk
I can
about
handle
him.
both. I love you guys.
No, I mean, I don't want to. If he's not here, but I mean, Upside Down was being fairly rowdy. Let's just say,
dude, this was like angry Crocodile Dundee. Just like needs to chill.
I mean, it was raising the hype level of the room to super hype. It was super hype, but it was also kind of fun, and there was a lot of action, but it was intense. Yeah.
Yeah. So
He
one of the
reminds me
things
of a
that
guy from Gem.
sorry, go ahead.
He reminds me of a guy from Gems. Sounds exactly so.
Yeah, but like so condescendingly, confidently wrong. Like
Nah,
that's enjoyable.
he wasn't wrong though. I mean, I could give you a
Okay.
citation that says that if gases are not held in a container, dense, heavy gases like carbon dioxide will flow under the influence of gravity, like a fluid. Light gases like helium, on the other hand, will quickly escape from an open container and mix or diffuse into surrounding gases. So, yeah, he's not wrong.
Well,
He's just condescending about it.
he's wrong about the part that we live in a container because you can artificially increase or decrease gas pressure via the various things that we see around us. And if you cannot reproduce the atmosphere, therefore we live in a closed container, which is an argument from ignorance. He's clearly wrong on that.
It isn't from ignorance because this is actually demonstrable.
Can you elaborate?
Yeah, you can demonstrate gas pressure only in a container. You increase the gas pressure in a container, or you can just have it lightly in the container. It still needs a container. And I just read you something that says if gases are not held in a container, it will freely flow.
Yeah, but you can generate gas pressure by sticking your container out the window and having gas press against it. So it doesn't need to be an omnidirectional container.
All you need for containment is a force, right? So the force can be caused by the air's weight, or it can be caused by the walls acting on the gases that are moving inside the container.
Wait, Zanuck, have you been here the whole time?
Those sources are the same.
I just stopped in.
No
There's
way.
no
Did
way.
he just get tapped in? That's so
Yeah, he just got
dumb.
tapped in, bro. There's no way he was here.
Did he really just say that you? Did he really just say that you don't need a
My
container?
NASA show shift is
you
over,
need a
and now
container?
Zanuck has taken over. So we're doing a shift change here.
Thank you,
For the-
Matthew.
among
Have
the
a blessed
NASA
night.
Yeah, you don't need a container. Thanks, Matthew. Appreciate the intro.
Zanuck, have you had the new Mountain Dew?
The new Mountain Dew? No, I haven't.
So you're saying that
Yellow
gases have a
sauce.
set volume then?
What's that? What does it have volume?
So you're saying that gases have a set volume?
A set volume? No, gases don't have a set volume unless you want them to be set. Do you have
So
a set
what do
amount
you
of
need
money?
to have a set
Do you have
volume?
a set amount of what?
No. Stop saying. Stop going somewhere else. Because if you're saying the Earth, it has a set volume because it's in a, it's not contained, right? The gas, there's no container
It's not contained.
for the gases, right? So that means the gases have a set volume in a greater scale.
No, because the gases are contained by virtue of the force. We all have to agree that those Gaussian forces are no different between the walls of a container acting on a gas or some other force acting on the gas. And the other force that can act on the gas is its weight. And by virtue of its weight, it'll be going in all directions. But the key thing you have to understand is that the one thing different between all directions and gas having weight, you put them together, they're still going in all directions, but they're going faster in the down direction.
But you don't have pressure.
That's what causes pressure. That is the fundamental cause of hydrostatic pressure. If you want to argue that, I would suggest you just look up hydrostatic pressure and study a little bit. I'm not going to argue with you because that's exactly why. And you can simulate this too. You can put gases in a centrifuge and create the same kind of pressure that the Earth has by spinning gases in a centrifuge.
In the container.
Well, you want to have it stop against something.
Okay, there you go.
So if gases have weight, so you go back to the thing I always talk about. If you put gases in a container,
It's okay. So it has a container.
Hold on, real quick. Put gases in a container. I'm proving why you don't need a container. Why there is forces acting on them. If you put gases in a container and you weigh the container, why does the gas have weight? How does the gas interact with the scale when it's inside the container? And why is there a gradient inside the container?
Because usually when gases are put in containers, they become a liquid, bro.
No,
you can actually shake a fucking helium tank and feel it and hear the liquid sloshing around in it, man. Come on.
Okay, no,
I got
you
a
don't come
question
on me.
about this
I'm
centrifuge.
an expert. Hold on. I'm an expert in containment of gases and put them in a 10-pound container, for example, from like nitrous oxide or helium or nitrogen or even oxygen, and at a certain pressure and temperature, it will liquefy. I'm talking about having high pressure, say 500 to 800 psi in a container, and have the gas not be in any liquid state whatsoever based on 500 psi.
Using a centrifuge to be
So we know
analogous
the
to the
gas.
Earth.
Hold on.
Do gases separate
You
themselves?
took a break,
Gio
and I'm
just
wanting to
fucking
address.
muted me for no reason. Sorry, go
You
ahead.
took a break. You took a break, and I'm wanting to address this centrifuge that you spoke of like 5 minutes ago. If you use a centrifuge and you're spinning gases, right, and you're using that as an analogy to the Earth and how it behaves, that's not analogous because when centrifuge, the gases go to the outrage,
No,
right, and on the Earth.
That's not the analogy. Analogy is that you can apply a force, a fictitious force, like gravity is a fictitious force, and apply a fictitious force to gases and have them create a gradient of pressure. So now if we can then take that one step further and show that gases not in a centrifuge have weight, and you have to ask yourself, how is that gas put inside a container, not a liquid? How is it interacting with the scale if they're going in all directions inside the container? And one more thing, and there is a gradient in that container. This is basic.
But it's still a container. But it's still a container.
No, we don't. You're getting ahead of yourself. First, we have to accept.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is, because we don't have to worry about.
No, I'm not, dude. You're literally like using the word to define the word.
No, the
This is what
container is giving
happens
all
every
these
time.
things. Hold on.
Just
All these
unmute
things are
me.
giving a
Thank
foundation.
you.
Can I finish? All these things are giving a foundation with gas, how they behave. So if we can have gases in a container and they're bouncing off the walls
In a
but having
container.
velocity in a container, yes, this is property of gases in a container, and we're measuring weight. How are the gases interacting with that container so that the scale can measure weight? Once you figure that out, and then you take
We're
gases
not
in a
measuring weight.
Dude, I don't give a fuck because it's got a container.
So you don't want
Give
to have
me
a
an
conversation.
example where it doesn't have a
I
container
thought you wanted to learn
and you're
something
able
about
to
this.
measure
It
it.
just sounds like you don't want to learn it. Okay, it's fine.
Dude,
Okay,
you know
so
what? How
I want
about
to
you
say,
do this in the middle of a room instead of a container? Put some gas in the middle of a room and fucking tell me what the pressure of that is, dude.
Zanuck, you'd do better if you asked them questions.
Does anyone want to make $100,000?
yeah.
How do you think gases
So,
register on a scale? Register weight on a scale. How does that happen? How does the gas?
I would love to make.
okay, so
How do the
I
gas?
actually have a Glober friend who's willing to do a contract, and he
Who,
says
McToon?
the flat earther can give the details of the experiment, and he's going to predict what he thinks will happen, and the flat earther will predict what they think is going to happen. It's going to be either one person is right, and one person is wrong, and
What
100K is on the
experiment?
line. And
What
you
experiment?
can
We
choose
have.
the experiment. You can choose the experiment.
Well,
So you choose the experiment, and then he agrees to it and tells you what he thinks will happen, and you tell him what you think will happen, and it's done by contract.
okay, I've got 500K up against someone who can show gas pressure without a container.
Gas on my wrist. Yeah,
500K.
right now.
Hey, first.
I've got
I'll raise it
500,
right-
500 million if somebody can show me gas pressure in a container. I'll do it.
5K is
Positive.
the prerequisite.
That's if you
Yeah,
experiment. You can
100K is
actually
chump
do.
change.
You want to see it? You want to see it? Gas pressure without a container on my race car wing, top and bottom. There is a differential pressure, higher and lower, higher in the bottom. Excuse me, higher in top, lower on the bottom because of the shape of the wing. And you can make this even further onto an airplane wing and see that air condenses on top of the wing in a high G turn, low pressure on top of the wing, high pressure on bottom wing. No
Then
containment.
stop. Only
just
because
an
you're in a
airplane moving
flat
through the
earth
air.
container, you fucking genius.
The wings. The
Yeah,
wings of the
dude.
plane.
Wait, are
Like
you
your
saying
example
you
that
have
you're
gas
giving?
pressure? Are you saying you have gas pressure but without a container?
Yes, as long as
Yeah,
that
that's what
wing
he's
is moving
saying.
through the air, you'll have a gas
the
pressure
wing.
without a container.
The wing.
Yeah, well,
Okay,
then,
so
That's because you're in a container.
why are you talking? Why are you talking? So what walls is it exerting force on?
There are no walls. I said, remember, there's no difference between the Boolean forces of gases acting on a container, walls, the force acting on the walls, and the walls acting on the gases, or the weight, the collisions
But then
of
it's
the
not gas
molecules. Hold
pressure.
on, can I finish? Let me finish. The molecules themselves acting on each other. Those forces are no different, and they did not know the difference between on each other or on the walls. So we have gas
Okay.
without a container. All they're acting on is the wing, and the wing is moving them out of the way, and they're creating high pressure zones without any containment. As long as that wing is
Okay.
floating through the air, there is pressure without a container.
Are you finished? Very long-winded. So gas pressure is the force exerted on the walls of the container. So
Or the
if that's the
or the
definition,
molecules themselves.
why are you talking? No, I didn't talk over you. So if that's the definition of gas pressure, can you show me an example of gas pressure that contradicts the definition?
Yeah, Zanuck is also what you're referring to is not contained.
Yeah, it's no containment. There's just a wing going through the air,
That's
and
not
there's high pressure on the high pressure on the bottom.
Yeah, but he's not talking about just random pressure. He's talking about contained pressure. Pressure.
Plus, you're describing already pressurized gas. You're
we're
just
talking about
taking gas
something
pressure and then
higher.
what you can
We're
do
talking
with it.
about
Yeah,
something
I know
higher.
what the other guy's saying. I know what the other guy's saying because it's the same. It's if we're in a contained system to begin with, then everything's contained to begin with.
That makes no. There's not. It's a non sequitur because if you have contained gases and you move something in the contained gases, and you can have a differential pressure based on the forces acting on those molecules, then there is gas pressure increase without a container, even though it's inside of a container. But the example let me finish. Let me finish. I'm almost done. I'm trying to talk as quickly as possible and as clear as possible. Now, in the atmosphere, there is no container, and all we have is a gradient that we can see and measure of gas pressure being high at the bottom, low at the top, no container because by the virtue of the gas having weight. And this is exemplified
therefore we
by.
default.
Let me respond to that. Hey, can I respond to that? First off, what's in contention is the atmosphere. Okay, what's in contention? Let's be very crystal clear on this. Is what we're walking around in. Okay, so now when we say show us the pressure without containment, so to example this, we've got to start with some size vacuum or the highest vacuum you could get or imagine in your thought experiment. We've got to start with no gas. Okay, if you're going to example anything, don't use already pressurized gas. And don't use the atmosphere and assume that that it's not contained because that's what we're arguing about. That's what's in contention.
We're not assuming that, right?
So example something inside a vacuum chamber, like a let's say a 10-mile high, 10-mile wide vacuum chamber, and start from there.
Yeah, no problem. You start introducing gases; they'll pile up at the bottom, and there'll be a differential pressure. Very easy. And
Where'd you get the gas from?
You hold on. You can introduce it from a bottle. You can have a bottle of contained gas. Let it go into some 10-mile by 10-mile container. Look, you guys are fighting the obvious. You can take a balloon
So
up.
gas pressure does require a container.
No, it does not.
Janik, you're using
then why did you invoke a container?
Hold on, let me concede. Let me concede something. Yes, it requires containment. It requires containment, but the containment can be either by virtue of its weight or a physical container. Containment doesn't mean it's going to be a physical. So you're just going to say nah, but I'm telling you that this is the way it is.
I'm not
I
saying
made it 10 miles wide. Hold on, real quick. I made the container 10 miles wide so he didn't use the edges of the fucking example. That's why I made the thought experiment.
I took it that way.
Oh, what did he do? He goes straight to the edges of the 10-mile container.
No, I didn't.
Okay, Janik,
I didn't.
8 years, man. 8 years.
You'll figure it out eventually. You're a little bit
so
confused on a lot of
what's
this
You still haven't figured it out, Zach.
what's the PSI that's required to be able to measure gas, man?
What's the PSI required?
Required? What kind of question is that?
Yeah.
Any PSI, we can measure any kind of PSI. We have certain detectors that can actually measure.
Okay,
Are you saying? Hold on, give me a second. Are you asking what does the PSI stand for?
No, I'm asking.
That's not what he asked.
So, what range of PSI do you need to be able to measure the gas and to be able to measure gas?
0.1.
0.2, 0.00005, 0.00006. We can do 0.001. We can go all the one. We can do 5. We can do 15 zeros in a 1. We can measure it.
Any reading
Depends
that's
on the
not
device.
zero.
No, we have techniques. We have
Geo,
technology.
can we
It's the
Listen,
impact.
man.
Geo, can we talk? Hey, Geo, can we talk man to man?
It depends on the device you're using
I'm
to
not talking to
measure.
you. Shut the fuck.
Was I talking to you? Did I swear? Did I curse at you?
Don't worry about
No.
it upside down. Don't worry upside down. Don't worry. Continue on what you were saying.
Yeah. Yeah. So it doesn't matter if I'm right or it doesn't make me right, right? But what I'm telling you is in 8 years, the argument always goes the same. They start talking about pressure gradients and all this other bullshit, and never do they ever provide one single example of gas pressure not requiring a container.
Give you one. Top of the wing, bottom of the wing. Gas pressure.
No, you made a claim. You didn't provide an example. That's not gas pressure. You're claiming something's happening.
As long
Yeah,
as the
Xan,
wing is in the air, there's gas pressure. As long as the
hold
wing is moving through the air.
That's just a weak cop out, dude, because it's really not relating to the same thing. Just because you can have pressure, like on a wing or whatever it may be, he's referring to
Not on a wing.
I have to
Not
mute
on a
you.
wing. Around.
I have to mute you just to speak. Anyways, I was not finished. So he's not talking about just pressure in or around or near a wing. He's talking about the existence of gas pressure, the pressure itself, and that pressure state, the state of pressure and entropy, etc., requires a containment as part of the antecedent to the pressure itself. That containment has to be an entire containment because that's how gas pressure is created. It's the antecedent to the actual pressure.
No.
That's what he's referring to, which involves the actual containment process that exists. It's not just pressure between two parts of a wing. That's not the same thing.
They're literally arguing against the definition of freaking gas pressure. It's so funny. I love this argument, dude.
What's crazy is they want to say that they want to say that the floor of the earth is the surface which contains it.
Okay. The wing, I didn't say between two wings. I didn't say on the wing. Gio, you had it right for one of the things after you came back and blew muted me and then kind of repeated what I said. It's about the surface interacting with the air molecules and then there being a pressure gradient that is a higher pressure than the bottom side of the wing. So we have a wing that's moving through the air and creating a volume of air on top versus the bottom. One is high, one is low. Both are contained only by the fact that a wing is moving through them. There's nothing around it containing it, creating this gradient. The only thing creating this pressure is the wing moving through it. No different than the surface of the Earth being the container. All we need is a surface for all this air to bunch up against, and that gradient caused by hold on, almost done. By virtue of the air's weight causes this gradient. That is the containment.
Stop telling us about your belief.
It's not a belief. It's scientifically proven.
No, the cause cannot be the effect. The cause is not the effect.
I didn't say it was.
Then you're
misinterpreting
saying
what I
that
said.
no, yes, you are, because you're saying that the effect, which is the gas pressure, is caused by the actual pressure to begin with, the weight of the other pressure. It doesn't work like that.
I didn't say that. You're putting words in my mouth.
You might say you didn't. You might say you didn't say that, but your own words were the weight of the other gases.
I'm just going to mute and unmute you guys so it can be clean audio if you two are going to go back.
I'll try harder. Gio, I'll try harder. Sorry about that. But no, I'm saying that the weight, by virtue of the weight of gas, the fact that gas has weight, no matter where you are in the atmosphere, you add weight, add gas to some areas and volume, it will pile up downwards. It's called hydrostatic pressures. And that hydrostatic pressure is caused by the air's weight. And you can easily determine what the pressure is by any type of temperature and type of gas as you go up in an uncontained, with only a surface to bounce off against container.
I got a good one for y'all. I got a real good one for y'all. Okay, so we take a helium balloon, right? And let's say it's a water balloon and it's real tough. And we weigh it, let's say it's 5 grams. Okay. We got a 5-gram helium balloon and we fill it just like with 1 PSI of helium, which is almost ambient, but a little more dense than ambient. And then we put it on the scale. Obviously, it's not going to weigh anything. Okay, so then we feel much pressure. Let's say we got to get it to 20 psi before it can no longer fly away. Okay, now what we do is we put that helium balloon with just the 1 psi pressure, the one that floated away. We put it in the vacuum tank and with some gauge on it, and we do the math and we start evacuating the air. Right. So now we evacuate the air. And then when it gets to 20 psi and it trickles down, we weigh it, and I bet you that it'll weigh less than the 5 grams that the balloon itself weighs. In other words,
Have you
the only
done
way
that
to get
yourself?
no, but I've seen it a bunch of times, and I'm almost positive, but I ain't 100% positive. But it's just it's almost common sense. But the point is gases don't have weight unless they are contained themselves, and also because that's why we measure gas and pressure. Uncontained gas has got
In,
it's
or-
gonna have pressure in every direction, right?
in order to weigh the gases, you need them in a container to place that container on a set of scales. You can't just weigh the gas.
Yeah, I
It
agree.
needs to be in a
I agree.
container. Fuck, man.
I mean, kind of went past
It's
that. But
painful. It's
I made
painful.
that obvious. But
It's the
here, for the
most.
Glovers to be right, then when that helium balloon in the vacuum chamber trickles down, it's going to have to weigh more than the 5 grams of the balloon itself. And I know that's not going to happen.
And it does. It's exactly what that's an easy test that's done 1,000 times, Brian. You just don't
No, it's
you
not.
said you
Oh, here he
yes.
goes, Dan.
You have a helium balloon
Yeah, we've
in
all
a
seen it.
vacuum. You can have a mylar, something has structure to it with gases in it that will weigh the structure plus the helium or oxygen or whatever gas you have in there. In a vacuum, it will weigh more than the balloon itself. That's just being silly now. You're guessing.
How do you
You even
weigh it?
said you were guessing.
How
No,
do you
it
weigh
won't,
it?
Dan. It'll float away.
On a scale, it won't float away. It could be in a vacuum, it won't float away. If you
No,
this test is done
no. Why do you let him do? How do you weigh it? How do you weigh it?
on a
In a
scale.
container.
It'll go to the bottom of
Okay.
this container. There'll be a very sensitive scale. You can weigh a helium balloon. It's been done
Why is
1,000
he
million
allowed to
times.
just do this, man? So you need a
Why do you
container to weigh
why
it.
do you
Is
think
that
you
what
know
you're
something you
saying?
don't know?
Why
Why
is
do
he
you
just
think you know
talking?
something you don't know?
So in order to weigh it, you need a container. Is that what you're saying?
Well, he already set the stage in a vacuum. A vacuum
I'm
scale
asking
inside
you.
of it.
I'm asking you. You
Yes.
said we can weigh
Yes.
it. So in order to weigh
No.
it, do we need a
Of course.
container?
No.
So
I
then,
can do it other ways.
So how? What's your other way?
Well, the other way, just weigh the balloon. Just get the force of the balloon acting on a scale.
So you need the balloon.
You want the balloon? You have to have helium. He wants to weigh a balloon full of helium.
So, but you need
know
it.
its
So you
weight.
need helium contained to weigh it.
No, you can put helium in a tank.
See, this is the third. No, so this is third strike, right? So then, in a tank now, a container.
But you want to weigh it. How else are you going to weigh something that's a gas that's going in all directions?
So you need it in a
Welcome to
container
Flat
to
Earth.
weigh it.
It needs to
So
be
you need it.
contained. Yes, it needs to be
Yeah,
contained. Yes, it
yeah.
doesn't need a
Okay,
physical
so then
container though.
okay,
Hello?
so then, how do you weigh it without a container?
You can have an open container and pour gas into an open container. Open. It has walls.
Helium?
Remember, I
A
said
container.
it needs. Hold on. It needs walls. We're measuring a force that's is all downward. So if I have a fish
I'm
tank
going
with
to
an
ask
open
you a
lid.
question.
Hold on. Let me finish my
Stop.
thought. It's my turn. I let you talk. Let me
Fuck, man.
finish. Let me talk.
You didn't
Yeah,
let
let you
me
finish.
talk, by the
I
way. You
did
didn't
let
let
you
me
finish.
talk.
Let me finish
No,
my
you
10
didn't.
seconds. Come on, don't be a jerk. Just let me finish my 10 seconds. If I have an open fish tank, that is a container,
1,
but it's open.
2,
Open container. I can pour hexasulfur fluoxide down into it,
7,
and it will actually
8,
have weight.
9, 10. So
That's it.
can you just pour the gases on a set of scales?
Don't you need walls for it to be contained? To be able to
Hold
weigh
on a
it?
sec. Can you just pour the gas on a set of scales?
Well, if it's got only one surface, it'll leak off the side. If the entire surface
You
of the earth
said
is
that.
considered a scale.
Can you just? Why are you doing? Can you
Damn,
just
that's a concession, man.
hold on a sec? Can you just pour the gases on a set
Yes.
of scales?
Yes, of course you can.
And weigh it.
Yes.
And weigh it.
Yes. Yes.
Can you show me that?
I can tell you about it real easy. So you pour gases. This is sulfhexafluoride.
I asked you to show
I'm
me.
explaining it to you. I can't show it to you. We're on Discord talking. Do you want to know the answer?
Can you show me a YouTube? Can you show me any? Can you link me any kind of like?
I'm explaining to you how. I'm explaining to you how. Just be quiet.
Can you link me the?
We'll link it after I explain it to you real quick. Stop being a jerk. Seriously, dude. So you pour the gases out of a. I know you're trying to interrupt me. You want it so bad to interrupt me. Just stop.
You're
So you
interrupting me, Bob.
Hey, dude. Thank you. So you have sulfhexafluoride and you pour it into a fish tank, which has water. Now you say without any water, just a scale. I can pour it. Why are you talking, Kevin?
He's just telling you that he left. That's all. Sorry, I muted him to just to try to get him
He's back.
to not talk over you.
He's back. Oh, there he's back again.
I think this is just
weird.
weird.
He thinks he can keep on coming back and then get unmuted.
You
So I'll
guys
explain
need
it really-
to. You guys
I'll
need
explain it
to.
really quick. Let me
Give your
explain it really
definition.
quick because I know he's answering. He's listening. Hold on. So you pour this sulfhexafluoride. He doesn't want to listen. He knows he doesn't want to listen. I have a way to do it without just on
I
to a
think
scale.
there will be more chances for you to explain this in your globe earthing career. Maybe we find something else to talk about or something, because you guys just can't seem to do it.
Well, no, he just doesn't want to hear it because he knows I have an answer.
I understand.
Hold on.
Let me tell you.
Upside
Can I tell you
Hold
the
on,
answer, and then you can tell. You can say this is what Xanax said, and you can laugh about it.
Go ahead,
Just-
Joe.
If I
Yeah,
pour,
just hold on a sec. Hold on, Xanac. I'm just gonna mute you. Upside down. You keep leaving and rejoining, dude. You just got temporarily muted because you were interrupting. We couldn't. You know what I mean? So, all right, he's just gonna keep doing that.
Yeah.
All right, maybe we just need to move on. He doesn't seem to be able to. It's like he only wants to interrupt, or else he doesn't want to be in the combo. So
it seems like it. I should have been a little.
Xanac, the thing was, he didn't. He should have accepted your concession when you said you need a container to weigh it. So,
Well, I mean,
without a container,
came in
you
as
said
kind
it,
of-
dude.
I know, but so let me.
Okay, so
answer
if you
this question
said
real
it,
quick.
if-
can I just finish that
Xanac,
thought?
if we have this is food for thought. I'm asking you a question. If we have
I was
10
trying to respond to Bookfin about this.
in a tank and we weigh, listen, if we have 10 psi in a tank and we weigh it, the only way to get it to weigh more with air is to raise the psi, right? So we raise it to 20 psi and it's going to weigh more. But in a vacuum, let's say if we have 1 psi and then we raise the this ain't helium. This is just a regular container full of gas, but in a bladder or something.
Doesn't matter what the gas is.
When we evacuate the air and get stronger and stronger low pressure, the psi is going to go up in the psi is going to go up inside the container by by differential. Is it going to weigh more with less gas being introduced?
Brian, are you listening? If you play that back and listen to yourself try to construct that thought, you'll realize that you're going down a path that you're just in unfamiliar charted territory. So here's the answer to you're looking for. If you put any gas in a container, it will create weight. It will have a weight to it, regardless of what it's contained by, whether it's a bladder or a balloon or whatever and what kind of gas it is. Anytime you add masses, liquid or gases, because they're all still moving or they'll still be resting on something with a force down or have a velocity that's mostly down or faster down, it'll all register on the scale. So yeah, your answer to your question is you absolutely certainly will. I don't care what your bladder is or yes, that the pressure in the bladder inside the vacuum changes, doesn't matter. It matters if you added the pressure into it. If you added the volume, if you added to that volume of gas in that container and you contain it any way you want, that container will weigh more.
So the introduction of no more gas at all, will it weigh more though? Is the question.
You have to add gas to it. Doesn't matter about the pressure in the bladder because it's relative to the entire container. You can actually change the pressure in that bladder versus the outside.
Okay, you just said the weight of the helium balloon.
You're confusing absolute pressure with differential pressure.
Right. You said the weight of the helium balloon would go up when the pressure goes up. It's not going to weigh more than it did.
Yes.
It's going to be more pressure, right? And it's going to trickle down, and it's going to weigh less than the 5 grams of the balloon itself because it was just weighing negative. With in other words, when we get down to a
Negative.
quarter atmosphere, hold on. When we get down to a quarter atmosphere, it's going to still be floating. Okay, it's going to be weighing negative, whatever you want to call it. It's going to
You're
be
weighing
floating.
negative. You're just
So
using.
then, when you get down to an eighth of an atmosphere, it's still going to be floating. It's never going to weigh the 5 grams of the balloon. When it finally trickles down, when you get
Brian,
near vacuum, it's not going to weigh the full 5 grams of the balloon itself, bro. You're wrong.
Brian, no, it will. And once you take it in vacuum, the more once you get closer and closer to negative, not negative, 1 psi or a fraction of a psi, you keep on confusing the negative exponents of the Torr values with, or it can also be with psi as well. But no,
I didn't
you have
mention
a point.
exponents
You
or
have
Torr value, bro.
Brian, please let me finish. You have a buoyancy factor whenever you have a volume of air in there, aside from the balloon. That volume of air and its weight will have to be matched with the weight of the balloon and the weight of the gases in the balloon, and that will be your buoyancy equation. So that is very easy to calculate, and actually even easier to do a demonstration with. But let me just talk about real quick for upside down. He talked about the scale. You can actually do an experiment in a test where you control it with sulfhexafluoride because it's very, very dense and very heavy, and you can actually pour it onto a scale and it'll start flowing off like a waterfall. You can actually see it because it's condensing the molecules in the air as well into water. But you can see it hitting the scale, and you can actually calculate the force that it hits the scale over time and figure out how much gases have been hitting it and falling off the sides. And you keep on replenishing it and figure out how much that gas actually weighs. No different than you can figure out how much water weighs by dropping
Gas fills
water on a
all
scale.
empty space.
Hold on.
It stretches and
the rate of flow.
stretches.
If you know the rate of flow, you can figure out the weight of the water hitting a scale, even though it's not being contained. So that's the answer to our little friend from Australia. Keeps on clicking in and out. But Brian, just think about the buoyancy factor.
But Zanuck, that's not going to work in a vacuum. You can pour whatever you want on the scale in a vacuum. You're not going to get no weight on the scale in a vacuum, bro.
Yes,
and all
you
the
will.
examples we're giving, when we
You
ask for pressure
you
without
say that,
containment,
but you're not
you
you're
got to
not being
start. You
accurate.
got to start with the
you ain't
void.
gonna get
Or you're
what the hell?
you're thinking you know something about something you don't, and yet you can weigh anything in a vacuum. And a
Bro, why
partial
are you
vacuum
dodging
too.
the question then?
Y'all
I
are
haven't
in
dodged it.
fucking Narnia, man. Bless it. I mean, y'all are just
Well, he's trying to use the
vacuum
buoyancy
back.
equation, right? He's trying to use the buoyancy equation when we start removing air from the vacuum chamber with the helium balloon with the real tough little water balloons, and usually they pop, but when they don't, when you get down to almost as low as the chamber will go, the bitch is still floating. In real life, and with the buoyancy equation, like you'll reach a point where it's floating halfway in the room, like in an ambient room. You can have a helium balloon where if you just let it drain out, it'll hit a point where it just floats right there in the air halfway, like it ain't going up or down. That's the
Correct.
buoyancy equation, and that
Right.
don't happen in a vacuum chamber. Okay,
It can
it
easily.
don't float halfway up. Okay,
Not
what
going to float.
happens?
It's going to have
Yeah, it
weight.
does float. The more and more
No,
air you pull
you
out,
just
it
said it
finally
one day. You
hits
say
a
it
point.
will. You're double speaking. Come on. It's not
It
going to
finally
float
hits
in
a
a
point.
vacuum. And it'll have weight. It won't be the weight of the actual the balloon and the helium until you get all the air out of it. And that buoyancy will
No,
be proportional to Brian, please. The buoyancy will
you
be.
never let me finish, bro. If you let
I
me
was.
finish, I wouldn't
You
be
did
trying to
finish,
say
and I was
anything.
responding to you. But go
I
ahead.
did not finish, bro. God damn. Anyway, I was almost done, dude. My point was, is in the vacuum chamber, when
Hey,
you in air, it'll float halfway. In a vacuum chamber, the more air you evacuate, if you can get the balloon not to pop, it'll just hit a point where it drops down. Not all that fast, but it never stops halfway. You can't just stop evacuating air. That violates the buoyancy equation on its face. Zanuck's just talking shit. Go ahead, Zanuck.
No idea what you just said there, but I'll say it again. You put a balloon in a vacuum chamber, you can evacuate it to the point where the balloon has a equilibrium. It will float, won't go up or down. Take any more air out of it, the buoyancy equation will dictate that it will now start falling down and it'll have some weight on a scale. We can figure out its weight, its actual weight, by using the buoyancy equation about how much air it's displaced and the amount of air it's displaced is the buoyancy force upward.
Actual fucking.
Okay, you just said it would be halfway. Okay, when the air is coming out, there is no halfway. It doesn't slowly go down to the bottom. It hits a point where it can no longer support the 5 grams of the balloon hypothetical weight. It gets to a point where it can no longer support the 5 grams, and it just drops, which is fascinating. Which I'd like to try to see if I can get one to float
Of course,
halfway.
it's going to drop. It's not going to. It's not going to find a. Yes, I have done that.
No, I've never. Oh, of course you've done it. I'm saying I've never
Of course
seen.
I have. I've actually had physics. I've had labs. We've done all this, Brian. Brian, when I was very young, we did all this all the time. The best part about the
I
class.
promise you haven't done this, Janet. Because you don't even know what I'm about to say. You might. Okay.
You're the
I'd
only one
like
that
to
hasn't
see-
done it, Brian. Brian, it start. Yeah, so you get a little point where it starts to fall, and it does fall because now there's a force acting on it. That force will cause it to accelerate. The only thing stopping it from continuing to accelerate is the fact that it has aerodynamic drag. If the container is large enough, I've been in large vacuum chambers and small ones. But you're
Done
partially
interrupting?
right in the. Okay, so you're not going to let me finish.
No, go ahead. I was asking if you're done interrupting. I want to make sure you're done interrupting.
I'm done interrupting.
Well, he's calling gravity a force again today.
Okay, my point is, okay, what I'm interested in seeing is because a couple examples I've seen in the vacuum tanks, it just hits the point where it can't support the 5 grams of the balloon anymore, and it goes down. Okay, what it should do is what it does in air. It should work its way down as the air is removed. The last molecules of air, I ain't talking about a perfect vacuum. I'm just talking about a low pressure. Okay, what should happen is it should ease its way down as the air is removed. Okay, and we know that it's never going to weigh. We're never going to weigh 5 grams of that balloon on the scale because there's going to be gas pushing in every direction besides down. The balloon itself is going to have air pushing in every direction, so we're never going to get to 5 grams of weight, much less 5 grams plus. But I'd like to see a balloon floating in a evacuated chamber, partially evacuated chamber.
It's not going to. Brian, I just got to explain to you. It seems almost like you're not listening. It won't float in a partially evacuated chamber. You can get it down to 12 or 10 psi, and that balloon then will somehow be at an equilibrium point. But yeah, it doesn't take much for it to find a disequilibrium. When it has disequilibrium, there'll be a net force on it. It will try to accelerate in that direction, whether it be up or down. Just like it goes up, same thing. You put a little pressure in it of helium, and the balloon expands. It has to expand, by the way. If it just sits there and you start pushing like in a Mylar balloon, you start adding more and more helium, and it's going to be the opposite. You're going to add more mass to it. It's not going to have any more volume. Then it'll start floating. So I mean, it'll start going down. It'll start falling. Falling. So what you have to think about, Brian, is that to look at the buoyancy equation, what air mass is it displacing? That air mass has weight, and that weight is the buoyant force upward. And whatever the balloon weighs itself, the rubber and the helium inside, that weight is equal to the weight it's displaced. It will sit there and not go anywhere. Once you change,
Right, and you can use a rigid bubble, Zenix,
hold
not have a
on.
balloon.
Let me just finish this last thought because thank you for giving me the floor, by the way. Once you take a little bit of air out or add a little bit of air to it, it'll have a net force and it'll try to accelerate up or it'll try to accelerate down. And that's what you're thinking is logically in your mind, Brian, and that's true. But once you take all the air out and get it to a very, very high vacuum, like under 1 psi or a half psi or a tenth of a psi, which is very easy to do, you will have the weight of the balloon and the helium in the balloon on the scale easily weighed as a force.
All right, 2 things. One, you caught yourself because you realized that the pressure going up inside the vacuum chamber isn't adding more helium, but you caught yourself, so I'll give you that. But I want you to
I
think
didn't
about
catch
that.
myself.
But 2,
I was very clear
number 2,
and deliberate about what I
Janet,
said.
please, I just let you finish, Janet. Can I please? Jesus Christ, you're impossible, dude. Let me just make my statement, man. Okay. Now, number 2 is so you just admitted that it's not going to fall. You just said it's going to be accelerating on or whichever. So are you? There's no
robotic, Brian.
equilibrium like there is in a room. You saying that? Okay. Are you saying that the buoyancy equation changes when we're talking about lower pressure? Because in a room we can in a room, it's a balloon to float. Why can't we do that in the vacuum chamber?
You can't do it in a vacuum chamber, Brian, because you won't have any buoyant forces acting upward if it's in a vacuum chamber. But you can do it in a room because you do have a buoyant force acting in a room. So, like I said, I didn't catch myself at all. I told you how it was. The buoyant force
No,
will be
Xanac,
equal.
no.
Let me finish. Let me
No.
do it one more time because you must not have got
No.
it the first time. I'm
No,
talking
you
now. I let
finished
you talk.
already, motherfucker.
Let me finish it. Hold on. So we have a buoyant force. If it equals the weight of the object, then it will sit there and not move. It'll be floating in space. Once you add a little pressure to the balloon, or remove pressure of the balloon, meaning adding mass or removing mass, which changes its volume or doesn't change its volume, both will have consequences. It'll either have a force upward or have a force downward, Brian. Make sense?
No. Brian, let me say something to him, please. We know he doesn't make sense. No, unmute Brian. I want to talk with me, if it's okay.
You guys should force each other to repeat each other's arguments so you don't spend 30 minutes talking past each other.
Yeah, holy moly. Like, Xanac, you, like, said no to him, and then you agreed, well, if it's the right thing, but you know it's going to be the right thing. He's pointing out to you,
No, he's saying, Don,
if
it's very clear.
evacuating the vacuum, right, you should see something lower. Because you still have a majority of the stuff tending to the bottom of the chamber, right, Xanac? Your gas tends to the bottom. So as you lower that pressure, that your gradient line is your gradient points, you know what I'm saying, are gonna like shift, you know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. You're still gonna have a gradient, even though your gas is getting thinner and thinner in
You
there.
can have a gradient, but it still doesn't change the fact that force upward will be weight of the volume of that air that it is displacing. If that weight
Whatever. Well, we all know you agree with them. You just can't sound like it.
No, he's not because he thinks he can't. It should be able to float when you take the vacuum, and it doesn't. And you can't have weight. It does.
You said it could.
It has weight. It will have weight. The balloon with the helium will be able to be weighed
And
in
the vacuum will always have something
Don,
in
let
it.
me finish, please. I let you finish.
Okay, are you in
The more you
Narnia?
take, Don, just shut up for a second, buddy. You take the weight out. So you take the air out. And the more you take the weight out, the less buoyant force acting in the balloon. So it'll always go down as you start taking air out of the chamber, reducing the pressure.
Oh, so
And
you
if get to a
agree.
Brian, can you just, not Brian, John, can you please just be quiet for just like
Okay.
5 seconds? I'm being really quick. It's taking a lot longer.
Ignore me and just
Interrupting
keep
me.
talking. Ignore me and keep.
Brian, Don, just stop. God, it's so frustrating. Just stop for a second.
Yeah, the difference is you interrupt me to take over. I talk
I'm not
along
going to
with
interrupt
you.
you. Go ahead. Now, you know what? You go talk.
You know, so you can't listen as you talk, bro. What the reason I don't like you interrupting me because you want to take over and cut me off. You don't want to just speak as I'm speaking.
No, I don't want to talk over
And
you,
we
and I
all
don't
know.
want you talking over me. Go ahead. I'm listening.
Well, okay. If you're admitting that there's always a little bit of gas in the vacuum as you're evacuating it, and that there's going to be a buoyant point somewhere along that gas that's equal to the object you're fucking talking about, bro, like, what's the problem? Like,
The
if you
problem
can
is
start the chamber and have it float in the middle of the chamber, and then you start sucking some shit out, isn't it just going to float a little bit lower?
it'll go to the bottom. It'll have an acceleration downward because it'll have a force acting on it that is not in equilibrium. When the buoyant force is equal to the weight of the balloon itself, it will float. When that buoyant force, because you've removed the air, got lowered, increased the vacuum in that chamber, it'll have a net force. It'll accelerate all the way to the bottom. It's not going to float at some lower level like those temperature thermometer rocks in oil. We're talking about something that's going to have weight as you remove pressure, and it will not be floating. And the more you remove, the more you'll get its actual weight until there's nothing in there, in some fraction of a psi, like a 0.1, 2 psi, you'll get the actual weight of the balloon itself and whatever gas is in there, its weight as well.
You're so goofy. The thing is, Xanac, at the beginning, there's more gas in there. right? Per
Do you not hear what I
amount of
said?
volume.
Can you take?
No, you're gonna listen to me now. You're
Can you
gonna
take
listen now.
apocryphons
You're gonna listen now, Zanuck.
Go ahead.
When you first start the fucking vacuum chamber, your 10 cubic inch object is displacing, let's say, 10x worth of fucking molecules in that 10 cubic inches. But then once you thin out those fucking molecules, Zanuck, right? That 10x of space it's not displacing as much weight equally. Okay, so we all get what you're saying, Zanuck. It's easy to understand. Okay, the thing is though, it has to displace more of that stuff now, right? Right? The stuff is thinned out, so it would have to displace more of it relative to the point before, right? Am I not making sense? I don't know the terms. It's going to be fucking terrible. I
Well,
already know,
there's
dude.
another fact that you're kind of insinuating, and let me ask you if you're talking about this.
No, you're right. You're right, bro. You got more shit to displace. The balloon would
Brian,
spread out.
you heard me
and
responding,
just
didn't you?
a little bit of
Brian,
air
you
in
heard
there,
me
it
responding,
should
didn't
float.
you? Brian, you heard me responding, didn't you? So, Don, I'm going to broach something that maybe you insinuating here. Mention it. As you increase that volume, if you have a rubber balloon, it'll increase in size. So there will be some.
No, stop.
You
We're
want to talk
talking
about that?
about
Okay.
something rigid. You can make a rigid bubble
Yes, make it
float.
rigid.
And,
Make it rigid.
and you need
So as
more
you
stuff.
remove,
I know you need more stuff to make it float, and that's why it would sink lower. But isn't there? I don't know, man. Kill us with it. Kill us.
I'm trying to help you, man. I really am. Trust me, I am. Yeah, if you have a rigid balloon that's not going to, like a Mylar balloon that can't change volume, and you're now just changing the pressure of the vacuum, you're reducing the pressure to making more greater vacuum. It'll start have at some point it pass equilibrium. It'll have a net force acting down, and that will tell you how fast it'll accelerate downward minus whatever drag would create. Eventually, as you get the pressure very low, like 0.1 psi, there will have the weight of that balloon and its contents on a scale in that vacuum, being able to read very clearly, and minus only be off by the amount of weight that a 0.1. God, I'm almost done. The crescendo is right here. You only will be off by the amount of weight that 1 psi vacuum that volume would be. So it'd be a very, very small
It still
value.
floats at 1 psi, just so you know. The balloon still floats at 1 psi.
It's not going to float at 1
Yes,
psi
it does. It's way below 1 psi. It's
Okay,
way
can I
below
tell you
1
why?
psi before it sinks.
Can I tell you why?
I'm gonna tell you
Can I
after this.
tell you
Go ahead.
why? Balloons
Next.
can, but remember the equation for buoyancy. I can have things floating at 1 psi, but I have to have a tremendous volume. Because remember, the weight of the gas that's being displaced has to equal the weight of the gas that is being weighed. If that is equilibrium, that is called a buoyant neutral object in that gas volume. So you will be floating because you have an equal amount of weight in the object and the equal amount of that volume that's been displaced. And it's basically the same gas minus whatever they are. If you have a no weight balloon, they would be floating because they're the same gas. Why wouldn't it?
Zanuck, I have a couple examples, and I tried to get you. I tried to get you to commit to something. I don't think I did. So I'm surprised you didn't come about this with like fluid. You know what I'm saying? Say, hey, something floats on water. It doesn't matter if you take, if you take all the water out of there, it's gonna float. Like that's the example we're trying to give, right? If you like lower the water, the boat's gonna float lower in the sink or whatever. But the gas,
water is not
it's
a
not
gas.
like that, right, Zanuck? You're not treating the gas
It's not
like
water.
that, right?
It's not water. We're not floating
Right,
on
but
a
see,
pool of
that's
water.
where it gets difficult. You act like it
Not
sits on the
difficult.
bottom of the container, right?
Wrong. No,
Don't
gases
you
are
act
going
like
in all
it's
direction with a velocity highest downward. Water is completely different. There's Coulombic bonds that are not broken. So it's called a liquid. It has a different type of. It still follows fluid dynamics, but it doesn't
It's like
follow.
0.1.
You can't let me finish.
It's about 0.28 psi when it finally when it goes down, and
You're
it's
talking
not
about
1
an
psi.
atmospheric balloon. You're talking about
Less than
a balloon
third
that
of
goes.
that.
Are you talking about the balloon that goes up into the 100,000, 200,000 foot range? You're correct.
No, we're talking about your hard line.
No.
John, you don't know what he's talking about. I do. Okay.
Oh my god.
The reason that balloon starts to go any higher is because it has a huge volume, and that volume of air at 100,000 feet that it is displaced is equal to the weight of all the helium inside that balloon. That's why it floats. And before 100,000 feet, the force of the weight of the air that it displaced was greater than what's inside the balloon, and that's why it was going up until
Right.
it's equal.
So
And
tell
it
about
happens
a
to be
rigid
equal
object.
at those balloons happen to be equal at about this 120,000 feet because the balloon is so massive. It's all about the volume and the weight of the gas.
It never really stops going up, though, Zach. It just pops,
It
right?
does. No, it does stop.
Who's to say that? Who's to say if it didn't top it? Who knows how high it would go?
I think it's weird when you start putting gas in the jars, and you start acting like it doesn't act like it does outside of the jar. Like, I understand that the boat floats on water because the water has like the hard line you're saying about the connectivity, right? But it's really just a medium point, a density point that's matching enough, or it's greater enough than the object above it. If you can say that you could float a bubble in the air because it's at equilibrium, we're just saying that point in the air, in the atmosphere, that's like akin to the water line, right? Saying you have a million trillion points because of your compact atmosphere. It's different dense at every point, right? Well, why all of a sudden are you taking that away when you go into the vacuum chamber, right? Like, why are you saying like, oh, something could have an equilibrium because the density of this gradient in this chamber, it's dense enough right at this point for this thing to float. But then if you take a little bit out, you're just teach us why it's impossible that there's not going to still be a density point lower than that. That same type of density point, just lower. You know what I mean? Like, why? Because
That's a good point, bro. Let me specify.
It doesn't even matter to me. It's just weird that he says no to you, and then he says but yes, but then he's like no. But I guarantee once you have an equilibrium point, if you remove any gas, the shit cannot be at another. It's going to hit the bottom immediately. Like, why does he do this?
Check this out, though. The way what you just described, like I picture it in my head as this. So if we had a fish tank that was enclosed, right, and it was half air, half sulfur hexafluoride, and we got an aluminum boat.
Exactly, and you leak exact.
Hold on. Yeah, let me finish. So like, there's a hard line cutoff of the air that is displacing the sulfur hexafluoride, displacing the air. The aluminum boat's the separator, right? But if we then suck the air out of that. If we had a lid on the fish tank and we sucked the air out, the boat would
Or let the
automatically
fluoride come out the
go
bottom.
right to the bottom.
Yeah,
Right? Yeah. So the buoyancy equations don't apply to evacuating chambers. He's wrong, dude. Dead ass wrong. He's trying to use his known.
Brian,
yeah.
what am I wrong about?
You're
Please,
acting.
What am I wrong about? So I can help. I can answer you. I don't want to argue about it.
It seems like you're saying the chamber goes empty immediately, Zanuck. That's what it seems like to me.
Okay, can I respond to that? As far as the chamber being empty immediately? No. Once the buoyancy versus weight of the object is in disequilibrium, not equal. When they're equal, it will float. When they're unequal, they will either go up or will go down, depending which direction you want it to go. That was what happens. You cannot have something floating that has a specific volume, like a balloon, in a vacuum chamber that has a 0.1 or 0.2 psi. However, almost done.
Sorry.
But a balloon in the atmosphere that's huge will be able to have that type of equilibrium at 1.1 psi. That's or even 0.01 psi.
Man, that party balloon float in front of your face.
Yeah, here's what he's wrong about. Okay, you're trying to apply the buoyancy formula and equations to a vacuum chamber with air evacuating air. There's no hard line. If there was, the balloon would trickle down. Is what we're saying. When we're describing when you're describing the buoyancy equation, it's like the border between air and water, or sulfur hexafluoride and air, or whatever. So this is what you're wrong about. When you're evacuating air from a tank, there is no hard line cutoff where you can apply the buoyancy equation, bro. It's no longer valid. You don't apply the buoyancy equation to a helium balloon in a vacuum chamber. There's no hard line to apply it to, bro.
Well, you keep saying that, but that's
Wouldn't
not
it be
true,
true? Zanuck, what if you have a party balloon that halfway fucking, whatever, and then now it's floating in the middle, right in front of your face, right? That you've seen that happen, right? Are we not admitting this can happen?
Yes, it could be at equilibrium.
Agreed. Okay, let's move on. Okay, agreed. Okay, so if that can happen, then if we were to add a little bit more gas into a little bit more, something heavier than air into the balloon, it would go down a little bit, and because the atmosphere is more denser, lower, it might find another equilibrium point and stop a little bit lower, right? Or opposite, if we were to remove some of the air, the balloon would go down. So if we were the pressure in the atmosphere was to get lower, the weight of the stuff is displacing would be less under it, so it would go down. But wouldn't it find another equilibrium point? That's all we're saying.
Of
Yes or
course, yeah.
no?
You can
Please
have
understand.
if you have a big building, let's say you had a big room with 50-foot ceilings, you would find, just like the water and the temperature, the things that float, the oil, water, those thermometers that are floating, and only by the temperature change of the water, which makes the water less or more dense, will determine where those little bubbles will float. So yes, you're right. It's very intuitive of you to bring that up.
Right,
You
I'm just
have
saying, yeah. If we
you're
have
right.
standard
I'll
pressure
just say you're right. Fine.
at 10 feet high with standard pressure, we have X compactness of the stuff, and at 5 feet high, we have 2X compactness. But if we were to remove some of the air, at 10 feet, it might be half X now compactness, but at 5 feet, it might now be 1X, right? Isn't that logical to think that the stuff recondenses, what do you call it? Whatever. It's just the
Right.
density layers just lower, right? Isn't it fair that there might be new
Yes,
equilibrium points?
but Don, we don't have
But
that
here's what
at
happens
the.
in a vacuum. That's
Go ahead,
not what
Brian.
happens though. In a vacuum, the balloon expands and it'll still float. The balloon will just expand.
Yeah,
The more air you
but
take
there's
out
going to
of it,
be
the bigger.
gravity ratios.
If given the right container, the balloon will keep expanding and keep floating up. Okay, Zanuck is wrong. If it wasn't a tight, rigid container, it would never go down ever. It would just keep expanding until it either A, filled the whole container, or just kept expanding enough to float, bro. That's reality. He's
Okay,
not with reality there, Don.
I see what you're saying now. Don and I were specifically talking about a balloon that doesn't change its shape. So you're right to a point. If you can have some kind of very elastic balloon, even a party balloon can do this. That you're right. As you reduce the pressure, the volume will change as long as that pressure expands at the exact same rate as the pressure goes down and the volume expands at the exact same rate that the pressure went down, because they have to be directly related. Then you'd be correct. Unfortunately, there is some
So you'll
force.
never weigh 5 grams, right?
Hold
You'll
on.
never
Can I
weigh 5
finish?
grams, then, right?
Brian, can I finish? Can I finish? But however, that relationship between rubber stretching and the pressure change is not proportional. So as balloons stretch, they become more and more force is required to stretch them, so that at some point
So
it
you'll
would
never
then.
weigh the 5 grams then, right, Zanuck? That's what you're admitting to. You'll never
No,
weigh the 5 grams
No,
even
you
in a
will.
vacuum.
You
It'll stretch
absolutely.
out, bro. See, he wants to answer both ways, dude, because he's stubborn.
No, I just
Well,
got to
listen,
tell you
this is
that.
where it gets hard, and I thought he was going to drop a guaranteed ratio thing like this at the beginning. And without that's why I wanted to keep questioning about it later. But
Well, if
Brian,
I could answer that question, I'd be
goes
great.
the same way for you. I'm
Well,
saying unless you know this,
in
you don't
theory,
need to be giving
Brian is
guarantees right
right.
here, or demanding guarantees.
John, I'm trying to answer the question. In theory, if you could have a container, Brian, why do I every time I start talking, someone talks over? Can I just finish?
Flush out the fucking calculator, man.
No, it's a simple. It's not even a calculator. Brian's correct. If we can have a container of the balloon, you have some kind of structure, magical structure, that for every change in pressure, it gets larger, proportionally, directly proportional. He's correct. There'll be no change in its buoyancy. Absolutely right. But that's not
Right.
reality.
If it's directly proportional, now we want you to say, well, whatever.
It's exponentially,
You
not
talk
proportional.
so
So
confidently,
helium does
Zanuck.
not drop in a vacuum chamber, then, right, Zanuck? Helium does not go down in a vacuum chamber, right?
It does. If the balloon
You have to
cannot
use
change.
something. You have to use something something tough enough to compress the helium to get it to drop. And you'll never weigh the 5 grams. I just explained why you will never get the weight of the balloon on a scale in a vacuum chamber, because it's always going to be trying to float up. Okay. The only reason it couldn't support the 5 grams is because you compressed it in differential, just by differential reasons. And but the point is if it was ever elastic, no matter how much air you suck out, no matter, you could keep sucking as much air as you ever could, it's going to keep expanding, and it's not going to drop. So you can't say gases have weight naturally, bro. The helium will never drop in a vacuum chamber, bro. It's
Oh,
wrong.
I don't know about. See, that's what Brian. I wouldn't stand on this guarantee.
Yeah, he's wrong.
Like, oh no.
He just agreed to
Yeah.
it and
He's right.
elaborated
You're right
on
in
it.
respect
Now
of.
he's going to
He said
disagree.
never. You have to have an infinitely expandable
That's fine.
containment of that gas. Brian, I mean, Don, you got to have a rubber that
Well,
will
that's fine.
expand. He has to have an infinitely expandable and linearly expandable rubber container balloon. Those don't exist.
Good, so you admit.
Okay. The unfair thing here, Brian, is the amount of gas. You're saying it'll never fall, but you know what? There's been new concepts that talk about introducing the item into the vacuum chamber like after it's been evacuated. And think about that, Brian. If you have a balloon and then you pressurize the chamber to zero, close to zero, and then you introduce a head-sized balloon that otherwise would have been sucked stretchy and stretchy and stretchy. You think as soon as you put it in there, it's gonna suck up and fill up the walls?
No.
Is that gonna
And
happen,
Janet
Xanax?
disagreed with that. No, I don't. Janet disagreed that
So it'll fall to the ground.
Janet just agreed that unless we compress the helium, like get a container that won't expand with the gradient, okay, then it will never go down. Okay, so he just admitted that without compressing the gas, we'll never weigh it, or without containing the gas, trapping the gas, compressing helium, it'll never go down. We'll never weigh it.
You won't
I've
be able to weigh it.
seen bubbles go down and
you can weigh it other. Hold on, you can weigh it other ways. So I see you're give me fantasy land. I'm gonna give you fantasy land now too. So say we have this huge container where we got this balloon that's going to continue to expand as we remove pressure, and it's always floating, always, because it just has the ability to stretch that much. But if I get frustrated saying, well, how do I weigh it now? Well, you know what? There's a little equation called F equals ma.
Oh.
And you hold on, and so you can then find an acceleration and measure the amount of velocity change this thing has by the force you apply to it. And then you can figure out what the weight of that gas is, because its weight is a force and it has inertia. And you can figure out what the inertia is, you can figure out what the weight is, what the mass is, and you can figure out what the weight is.
Where's W in that equation?
There would be, you would have a mass as a result of that. And then that mass in the presence of a gravitational field, like its weight on land, on the earth, you can then say that mass would have. We know it. For example, let's say we get a gram, we measure. Oh, you know what? It's a gram.
Be honest.
Can I just finish? Can I just finish? We measure. We measure
have a vector, dude.
We measure that. We measure the acceleration with the particular force. We say, okay, that tells us that this is how much. This is what the mass is. It's 1 gram. Now we don't know what its weight is, but we know a gram on the Earth weighs this fraction of a newton, 0.02 newtons or something. So we can say that's its weight, but we're not measuring it directly. We're doing it by using the F equals ma. We're doing it by it's measuring its resistance. So, but you're saying, but the reason we have to go this way, Brian, because you're saying that this container will have a balloon inside of it with an infinitely variable structure that no matter what the pressure is, it'll always change volume proportional to that pressure. And so you're right. I'm agreeing with you that it would never ever sink. It would never be able to be weighed conventionally. But since we don't have those situations.
Now, God, you never finished, bro. Okay, you said there's a different way of measuring the weight, and you said F equals ma. Now, the honest answer when I raised contention would be yeah, that's right. F equals ma is not a vector. That's the difference between F equals ma and W equals ma is the vector. If you were honest, you'd have said, yeah, that's true, and you thought of another way, but you're not honest. And instead, you start blurting and blabbing bullshit, dude, acting like we can't do these things with a fairly elastic example. And bro, give me another way. You wouldn't be measuring weight. You could say we're measuring a force with no vector of some sort, bro. But
No, we
just
wouldn't be
be
measuring
honest,
force.
bro. We're always trying to be
We
right,
wouldn't.
Xander.
No, you didn't even listen. You just said 4 things that were not true. I'm not measuring a force. I'm using a force and seeing what the acceleration is. Before I tell me what mass it is. Once I
You
have the
said
mass,
F
I
equals
figure out.
ma.
Yes, F equals
F is
exactly.
a force.
That's how I'm going to find out the force, which would be due to its weight, which is actually a mass in the presence of gravity. But we're not getting that by my test. F equals ma giving me the mass. We measure the mass by accelerating using, and we get the m. The m is 1 gram. Now we know what 1 gram weighs. There's your answer. We can't measure it on the scale. You're right, Brian. We can't measure it because the balloon is infinitely variable based on pressure. So as you reduce the pressure, it gets larger. So if it gets larger proportional to pressure, we'll never be able to weigh it. You're absolutely right. I agree with you. And it's the reason why we can have balloons up at 100,000 feet for that exact reason. God, why has this got to be so difficult?
Yeah. Because, dude, you're not honest, man. You always got to be right for
Don,
some
am I not
reason. No
being
matter what
honest?
I say, I've got to be wrong and you've got to be right instead of us
Don, am I not
finding a
being
little
honest right
common
now? I'm being
ground.
so honest with you, buddy. I really am, Brian. I'm being really honest.
Bro, everything I say don't got to be wrong, bro. Okay, we can find common ground, agree on some things, and
God,
then
I hear
veer off.
myself agreeing with you.
What you do, Zanik, besides interrupt every time I go to talk, is
Oh my God!
you
Come on,
blabber
just get me.
on, and
You
then
just get me
everything
banned
I
by
say.
talking.
Jesus Christ, dude. If you slow down just a little bit, you get me the same way, dude. Is my problem with it is it gets me doing the same damn thing, dude, because it's aggravating. Then if you just let me finish, like I let you finish, unless you're just throwing in a one word little, like Don said, throw in a one word little interjection or something like, "No, I don't agree," or something like that. But, I mean, but as far as trying to take over the conversation, but I don't. Everything I say doesn't have to be wrong. We can have a conversation where some of the things you agree with, but then overall, you could say why you don't agree. But what you do is every little thing I say must be wrong, and then you explain it, and then you wind up having to agree with half the shit I say, dude. And it makes you look stupid if I were to clip it out and replay it, bro.
He's a machine, though. Did he duck out on you?
I don't know, but the first thing he said is, "Oh, I've done that." And I'm like, "Of course you have." And that's why I made a video about all the other stuff he's claimed to do, which most of it he probably did, but he always throws in them couple that everybody knows he didn't see that. Or like the first thing he claimed when I said a helium balloon floating halfway in the chamber, he's like, "I've done that. We've done that." And then when he comes in, he'll say, "I didn't say that. I said this or that." It's typical Xanax, bro. The first thing he did is said that he's done it himself. Of course you have, Xanax.
What are you guys doing with this? Like, where are you going? Like, what's the point?
What's the point?
Well, it's food for thought, man. It's food for thought because, like I said, Don brought up an interesting point. Like, it started off with the pressure without containment, which is funny listening to Glover's argue against that because they're literally arguing against the definition of gas pressure. So that's always funny to listen to. But
What do
then
you
it,
mean?
it got to we elaborated on it, and then I was sitting here defining like the buoyancy equations break down when you're talking about certain things, and when they try to claim that helium drops in a vacuum container, no, that's not true. Just because it can't support the weight of the balloon, if the balloon is rigid enough to to get it to even drop to begin with, because if it's not rigid enough, it'll just pop and the helium will expand every direction, or it will expand and continue to float no matter how much. If there's enough room, no matter how and enough expansion, then it's just going to keep expanding. It's never going to go down. You're never going to measure the 5 grams that the balloon weighs because it's not going to drop. And so when they say that helium goes down in a vacuum chamber, that's wrong. Just because it can't support the weight of the balloon, and
Why?
and so then you start. Yeah, go ahead. I've been
But
long.
in a vacuum, you're devoid of gases, other gases, right?
Yeah.
And helium has an atomic weight, right?
Yeah.
So helium would then, if it has a weight, it would go down.
You'd think, just can't prove it.
Huh, interesting. But as far as like the Glober container thing, what's your take on that, Brian?
Man, my take on it is this: is that if you're going to try and prove a definition wrong or redefine it, I mean, hey, y'all should never argue against that. It's ridiculous, dude. Ridiculous.
What do you mean?
You're arguing the definition of gas pressure. You know, take NASA's definition. The container walls is like listed 3 times in the literal definition. The definition of gas pressure is what's exerted on the walls of the container. Like that's literally the definition. So when you try and demonstrate, so the argument is whether we're contained or not, whether we're walking around outside and contained atmosphere or uncontained. And the point is, we can demonstrate contained gas pressure 7 ways from Sunday to prove that what we're walking around in is contained. Now, when we ask y'all to show pressure without containment to prove that what we're walking around is not contained, we ask for a replication, and
But
you
that's
can't.
a non sequitur. Because
What do you mean a non sequitur?
Because nobody claims that, you know, it's not an omnidirectional container, right? Globers can claim that it's a single-sided container, right? That the gas is being pressed against the Earth's surface, aka.
Sure. So let's example it. We'll example it the proper way. We'll start with, we could do a thought experiment. So you don't try to use the walls of the example area. Let's just use a 1,000-mile vacuum chamber, okay? And we're in the middle 100 miles. Okay, so there's no air in there. So we're in your universe. Okay, the way you describe it. So don't try and use the walls. Please don't extend this example out past 100 miles, please. Okay, so we'll both start, and what I could do is I can inside that vacuum that we're in, inside that 100 miles, I can get a 1 mile container, whatever, and I can example gas pressure, and I could example gas pressure gradient. I could example, I could make a vacuum inside of that pressurized container. Okay. Now, what we're asking you is to show us inside of that big giant container. Okay. Show us gas pressure without some type of containment in the inside that 100 miles.
You can't have gas pressure without containment.
That's what every glober should say, man.
But we need to have our omnidirectional definitions down. Like, you don't have to have an omnidirectional container to have gas pressure.
Okay, example that inside our thought experiment.
You don't have to provide a real world example of a non-omnidirectional container for it to exist. To say that it can't exist because you cannot provide an example would be an argument from ignorance.
No, what I'm asking you to do is just in our little fun thought experiment, example this non-omnidirectional gradient or whatever you're trying to describe. Can you explain it to us inside of our thought experiment?
So you're saying you're in a vacuum, in a 100-mile vacuum.
No, a 1,000-mile vacuum. Yeah, we're in the middle of 100 miles. It's a 1,000-mile void, which is us in it.
And so it just is a vacuum. There's no container that supports this vacuum.
Sure.
Okay, now continue because it was hard to follow. I had a hard time following you.
Yeah, I'm asking you. It's just we're in a void. We're in the center 100 miles of this void. Now describe your omnidirectional, whatever you're saying. Can you example it inside of our 100-mile thought experiment?
Sure, you have a planet. It has gravity. It has gases that are attracted to the surface of the planet. And that produces gas pressure by these particles of gas being pressed against the planet and other particles of gas that are competing to reach the surface of the planet.
Well, what's any of that mean?
So you concede. Basically. Fair enough. No, I'm just joking, dude. What is the size? You know, I mean, I'm not being a smartass, but you know, we know we're not going to get a planet in 100 miles. But let me ask you a fair question: does the size of the planet dictate the amount of pressure it can contain? So, what is the? You don't got to give me the exact amount. What is the rough diameter or radius of how big something has to be to contain gas? If you're saying that gravity is the container, how big? What's minimum size? Approximate minimum size of something? Could the moon? Could the moon contain gas? Could the moon's gravity contain gas?
I would say that it's just the minimum size required for gas to be attracted to it, but I think our planet has some extra special features that prevent the gas from flying off, if I'm not mistaken. You'd expect gas to be on the moon, right? Unless gravity pulled it off of the moon and pulled it to Earth. Is there? I guess I am very ignorant of any
Yeah, there would have to be, but basically, I'm trying to open up your mind to giving the actual answers, which are goddamn ridiculous. Excuse my language, but like they're ridiculous because it doesn't work with just gravity, and it doesn't. Literally, it just. Wait, the more you think about it, you can present a problem for each case. The thing is, I just showed that in a vacuum chamber, no matter how much air you take out of it, the helium's just going to expand.
I
The
know, but
only
you're
way
just
to get
saying that. You're just saying that, though.
Yeah, I'm just saying that the only way to get it to ever drop is well, we see that in reality. We see the latex just keep expanding and expanding and expanding. As long as it's able to expand and we're not able to reach a perfect vacuum, then it's just going to keep expanding. And the only limit is the limit of the material. Okay. And unless you could prove otherwise. But the point is that gas doesn't have weight the way it's defined. You can trap it
Does it have
and
mass?
pressurize it. Yes, it does. If it mass
And what is mass?
mass is not defined by it's not defined by gravity. Mass is really. I'll ask you the same question. What is mass? I think when you say mass, I can use it mathematically, but I don't think it's defined properly.
What's the property of
I
mass?
wouldn't say mass. I'd say matter. I wouldn't use mass. I'd use matter.
But what is a property of mass?
Mass is just a description, so I can't say mass and use it as a noun. It's an adjective, okay? So I can't say length. It's like length attracts length or height attracts height. Mass is just mass is measured in newtons or in kilograms, however you want to do it. Okay, it's just a scale. It's just a measurement. It's just an amount of something. It's not a noun.
It's mass has weight.
That's the trick, though. Yeah, mass is weight.
Yeah, so
on Earth,
to say that it doesn't weigh anything is a nonsensical sentence.
It's not anything in itself. So that's like saying height has inches, bro.
You agreed that gas has mass. Mass
No,
is
gas. Yes, but mass. You're not defining mass. That's the trick. What I'm trying to point out to you is that is the trick, is to call something mass. That's the trick in itself, bro. Say matter for this point out. Don't quit saying mass. Say matter.
Okay. Does the matter that is gas have weight?
No, not on its own.
Okay, so if I fill a cylinder with gas, does the weight increase?
Not if you fill it with helium, ambient pressure. No, the weight decreases.
And what if I fill it with oxygen?
It depends on the gas, bro. If you it's all dependent on the gas, man.
Wait a
and
minute.
then how much you have.
But you said that gas doesn't have weight. So how it's not
No,
dependent
not
on
by
gas,
itself. I
the
said
type of
on
gas
its
it
own.
is?
On its own, and you immediately put it in a container. I just said gas on its own does not have weight. It has pressure. We don't measure gas in weight unless it's contained. So gas on its own has pressure, which you could say is weight, but that's in every direction. There's no vector for gas. Gas does
What about
not
the
have a
weight?
specific
What
vector.
about the weight?
Yeah, gas doesn't have weight because weight implies a specific vector.
Brian, we have scales that can measure the helium in a container, and it does weigh more with the helium in it. You could put 1 pound
Yeah,
of
but
helium.
on its own. Listen, if you trap it and if you add it to something or compress it inside a containment, yes. But on its own, gases do not have vectors. No natural gases have vectors.
You
Even could weigh the container and zero it out,
if I
yeah?
match helium, the same pressure of the atmosphere, I can weigh it.
Have you ever seen the periodic table of elements, Brian?
You could weigh it, bro. Yes, but that's a whole different argument, man. But you could weigh it, Zanuck, but it's gonna have the same weight on your tank as it is on your feet, bro.
If I have a vacuum in a container and I fill it with oxygen, I'll get a weight. If I fill it with helium, I'll get a weight. Whatever I
You've
fill
just
that,
tried a clever way to contain it, bro.
if I put a mole of oxygen or a mole of helium inside that container, I will get a
No.
specific weight that'll be different.
Yeah,
Do you not
negative
agree?
weight. If you put 1 mole of helium, anything less than ambient will subtract from the weight, bro.
No, okay,
There's
that's
no way out of this argument, bro. You're trying to think of clever ways to contain gas.
I'm not.
There's no way to argue this, bro. Gas is free to flow in every direction in free space.
Brian, if you have an empty container that has a vacuum in it, let's say it's 1.1 psi, almost really strong vacuum in that container, and I open the valve and I suck in, to use your lingo, helium, just like a pound of helium. And now it has maybe 3 psi in there, which is below ambient pressure. I put that container on a scale and it will have weight.
Container, right?
Yeah, in the container.
Not disagreeing.
Yes, in container. So even if it's ambient pressure, it still will have weight.
Yeah, but it'll lose weight. Whatever your container is, if it's an ambient amount of helium, okay, until you surpass the ambient amount, in other words, what will naturally fill that area in difference to the pressure around it, okay, no matter what it is, if you take an ambient amount of helium, it will subtract weight from that container. It will try to float.
That's not true. You absolutely add weight. If it's got a vacuum and you add a little bit of helium, which equals the ambient pressure, it will have more weight than when it was vacuum.
But Brian, how would you propose then to weigh the gas, the helium? If you
That's
can't
the best
contain
way.
Pressurize it, trap it, contain it, and pressurize it. You can.
Right. So you're saying it has to be
once
contained.
it gets past ambient, then it'll start adding weight, which it won't take much, bro. I'm just using that to be specific. It won't take much in a little, like a cylinder, to get past ambient.
Brian, but you were right about the infinitely expanding balloon. I'm contending that you're wrong about the container. If it's a vacuum and I add only as much helium, it goes to 14.7 psi in the container, absolute pressure. So I'm just
That
matching
won't
the
be
ambient
ambient,
pressure.
then will it, Zanuck?
It
That
will
won't be an
be
ambient
ambient.
amount,
Yes,
will it?
it will be ambient. It'll be the exact same pressure in the container as out the container, but it'll be of helium. It will weigh more, just as it will
That'll
weigh
be a
more.
fact of helium, bro. If you're talking about a vacuum, you're talking about adding a fucking 1 atom of helium, bro.
No, I'm not. I'm saying I want to add 14.75 pressure of helium in that container. I want to add 14.7 pounds per square inch of helium in that container. It'll still be lighter than air, but I can add 14.7 psi pressure. It'll read, the gauge will read 0, whereas before it'll read negative. We're talking about absolute pressure. It'll be 0 pressure. I'm sorry, it'll be
Bro,
relative
I
pressure
know this
0.
argument. I know this argument drives you nuts, bro. But you can't avoid the containment, bro. No matter how bad this argument keeps you awake at night, you can't have pressure without containment, dude. Period.
It's not keeping me up. I think you just said you agreed, I think. And so yes, we have a container.
Dude, you're just trying to think of clever ways to try and trick and get me to not think about the fact that it's contained, bro. Just concede that you can't have gas pressure without containment, bro. The Earth is contained. Period. Demonstrable.
And how did
That's
you prove
true
that?
on the Earth. That's true on the Earth. In the
How?
Earth's atmosphere, that's
So
probably
if it
true.
is gravity containing it, then we'd like to see that. Maybe gravity could, or electrostatic, maybe you could contain shit with that. But we want to see a demonstration of that. Don't just point outside and say, see, maybe, but can you show it? That's what we're asking for is demonstrations, man, with anything in your model, but especially that.
No, gravity would be the force that's acting on the mass to produce the pressure against the container that is the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, didn't you listen to the Tune debate, bro? He admitted that to get onto Jupiter, we'd have to get a craft as dense as possible and accelerate our ass off to get onto Jupiter. Didn't you hear that? It's not going to suck us in like you're thinking gravity. Remember now, if gravity increases, so does buoyancy. So if it rains diamonds on Jupiter, then to get beneath the clouds in the first place, to get wherever into Jupiter's atmosphere, we need to be denser than diamonds, or else we're just going to not make it past the upper clouds. So when you say that gravity, you got to think of the opposite forces, bro. It just so happens in nature, gravity doesn't have an opposite force, but if you follow it to its logical conclusion, to get onto Jupiter or anywhere near the down in it, we'd need to be so damn dense to get past the upper clouds. We'd have to fucking we need some crazy acceleration. It wouldn't suck us on there. We'd have to fucking force our way onto Jupiter.
But I don't think we're in any sort of disagreement.
I thought that was an interesting point, though.
That is interesting.
It got me thinking like a quasar or a neutron. A teaspoon weighs 14 billion pounds. Can you imagine the buoyancy? Bro, it would repel everything for fucking 2 light years. Anything within 2 light years of it, it would repel. Can you imagine the buoyancy of a neutron star?
I think there is an opposite force to gravity that they speculate.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I think it seems like there should be.
Hey, Brian, you really kicked ass against McToon. Thanks.
Yeah, man, you're welcome, bro. Yeah, it started off a little bumpy, bro. Admittingly, man, he tricked me right off the bat, and I had a bad connection. I couldn't hear him, and I didn't hear him say flat Earth, so I'm like off in the weeds in the beginning. But once I realized which way he was going to go with it, bro, I adapted and pinned him down right and left, man. But it was fun. It was fun. Thank you, Dan.
It was really good though. Good job. Did you hear the concession I got out of Rob Parks the other day? The astronomer.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, but repeat it. Everybody needs to hear it, bro.
They were just trying to get me to explain their refraction in both mathematical equation and then demonstration. And I'm like, yo, that's your claim. I mean, and I had to kind of fight them on it until I mean, it was just
when you were with Wendell, when Wendell joined.
Yeah.
That was awesome, bro. That was awesome, man. Y'all did great, bro.
I blew my mind, like, I mean, I didn't keep my cool, but I was getting gaslit the whole fucking time.
Yeah, but it was perfect, bro, because Wendell was so it made Wendell extra cool, bro. It was awesome, dude. Because you brought straight logic. He was bringing straight logic, and you were like cramming it in, dude. Like, you didn't hear?
Yeah, it was
It's like you're literally giving demonstrations, and then they're asking you questions like, "Bro, did you not just hear? Did you not just hear what we said? And you're still going to try and revert to these claims of science? We're just pretty much making it crystal clear that that's not the case and that it's never been proven, that you can't prove it. And then they're like, "Can you prove this?" It's like, wow, bro.
Before
Yeah, that
that,
was awesome, dude.
Professor Tony went out of his way to tell me if we just made the entire package, more robust, it might get more attention from the scientific community. And then like 15 minutes later, he admitted he'd never looked. He'd never looked at anything while claiming that, it just didn't have the right pizzazz to get his attention. I was like, dude, you're talking about something without even looking at it. Imagine being like a restaurant reviewer and never going to the place and writing a review.
Yeah,
like,
right.
Dude, yeah, I caught him. I'm like, get the fuck out of here, But to
called
tell
him
you
out,
the
bro.
truth,
That was epic, man.
But in his defense, I shut his ass down on his own profession. I spent an hour with him the night before. Dude's got proof of the globe, man. If his data sets are right, he's got proof of the globe.
Yeah, but bro, look at his data sets. Look at his data sets, bro. When they making these claims, like I looked at some of these numbers, and it's like, bro, then if these fucking P waves are gonna hit, they should hit Phoenix before they hit fucking Alamorada, right? I'm like, dude, there's anomalies all over the place, bro. I'm telling you, man. Just look at the numbers. Yeah, he talks a good game, but look at the numbers. Just because they can't model it on a flat Earth because they don't have the right map doesn't mean they've done it perfect on their globe, bro. By every mean, they've got explanations that that beg borderline fantasy, bro. Just making shit up, dude. In my opinion.
Check it out. I started that talk because Parks went on the air saying, I don't know why they don't believe us. And I'm like, well, because you've been learning from us. and and it's like, and who is saying anything about belief anyway? So I went on to talk to him about that, and then they fully full scientism shit on me while I was supposed to be talking about how that shouldn't happen. And they fucking both pulled it. It was fucked up. It was like, dude,
be careful letting them let them use their model to prove their model. Like if they're going to say we've got stations here, we've got buoys here, and then they show them to you on a globe and these distances and these distances, look for anomalies, bro, because I hate it when they use their model to prove their model. They're like, look, this is this distance away, and see, ta-da! Like it's like, dude, you're showing me a globe model, and now in retrospect, trying to use that modeled information, it's so that's why I said look for anomalies and listen to the explanations, and that's where the arguments are, or in the explanations and of the anomalies, dude. That's where the argument, the true argument sits, because that's when you're going to get them, especially Tony, getting mad and turning red and fucking, you don't understand, like they're just, you start asking questions and you get over the topic, over the hot spot, that's when it gets interesting, bro. But don't let them use their model to prove their model, is my point.
Well, I know now he'll talk without knowledge, so he's useless. I mean, he literally spoke saying that it was out of his field. He didn't know anything about light, and he had not reviewed our work. But he was making all kinds of comments. It's like, yo, dude, can't do that. I mean, maybe
Bro, we've
you can.
got people like, yeah, good.
Go ahead.
Well, we got people like Travis who've spent time, he's got a master's degree and other shit, but he got into refraction and read into it, and it was incomplete, bro. And the person they refer to, like Andrew Thomas Young, admits that it's incomplete. He says incomplete science, whatever you want to call it. It needs more study, in his words. And then we go out there and somebody like Travis and other people, it ain't just Travis, but he wrote a paper and they post it on the forum. They publish it online on the Georgia Tech forum, and the PhD guy, he's talking to him, one of I want to say Elder Murat, or what do you call the people who graduated, and one of the professors anyway. He was talking
alma mater.
Yeah, alma mater, yeah, and old professor, and he was really interested, and Travis was explaining things, that they really hadn't made good sense of, showing how the mirage extends off into the distance, new information, new studies, proof of it, and then like Sean and other people just start blowing this dude up, and this guy's like tells Travis he's got a insane dude saying saying you're a flat earther, like that has anything to do with anything. These are just facts of observations, and what you documented and shown and wrote up in a paper, and Sean eventually gets his thing taken down because he won't leave the dudes alone. He goes over the dude's head, and they wind up taking it down. So when they're talking about getting things published and all that, they're full of shit, dude. We can't get anything published. We're not going to get anything through peer review.
No, these fuckers wouldn't even look at my shit. He said, I
That's
don't have
false.
to look at your stuff. He goes, no, I just had it happen the other day. He said, I don't have to look at your stuff because I know it's a globe. That's what a scientist said. I mean,
Well,
that's what a guy with a PhD said.
You can get your stuff published. Don't be under the impression that you cannot get your
Well, I'm
stuff
just
published.
trying to tell you, we're getting cock blocked from censorship. We're getting cock blocked from academia. We're getting cock blocked with our.
There's people that will gladly accept your publication, gladly.
And who is going to review that?
Tell
What
us
kind
who.
of peer review is that going to get?
So,
Wait,
so
I got to
the
write
peer,
this down, dude. We got plenty to publish.
so the peer review process, right? There's tiers to it, right? You got your Pepsi, right? And then you got
Wait. You said there's plenty of people who have published it. Can you give me a name before you tell the story? So I can
No,
write it
this
down?
is theoretical. This is theoretical. This isn't real.
It's not theoretical. I promise to God, this is not theoretical.
Yeah.
There's tiers to everything, and
You got a name?
Can I
Or you
finish,
just mean
Brian?
that generally?
Can I
You just
finish?
mean that
Can I
generally?
finish, Brian? Or
Yeah, okay, dude. I just wanted to write it down in case unless you just meant that
listen.
generally. And I
So there's
apologize.
tiers to it. People want to get their shit published in the most prestigious shit. They don't want to get their shit published in the bottom tier shit, right? The most prestigious stuff doesn't want to take anybody. They want to take the best stuff, right? But there's people that are willing to publish your stuff and that are willing to take publication fees and are willing to be less prestigious. They exist everywhere. And there's blacklists that show
I was about
you.
to say without paying, we'd have to pay. I was going to say that. Go ahead.
Well, there's some people that will do it for free. I can actually look it up because I can find it in my browser history. They'll do it for free. But I don't know if they'd accept flat earth shit. But there's
maybe
places.
we can get Maybe we can get published somewhere that only professors and shit in universities can see, like the rest of the shit we can't look up that's hidden behind paywalls.
That's just it, though, dude. Travis' work didn't mention flat Earth one time. Okay, he's just showing the observations they proved, over and over and over, showing that what we thought was wrong. What we, and it never really nailed down with never cemented in concrete anyway. And he's showing where it's wrong. He's showing what's really going on. He never mentioned flat Earth, but it does have flat Earth implications. But it's not 100% proof of flat Earth. He never mentioned flat Earth, but just because he knows Travis Finley is a flat Earther, then he raised hell, and they literally took the paper down from their from their forum, dude. It's crazy, dude.
Really? That's fucked.
Yes, they took it down. I couldn't believe it.
Because
and it's reality. It was just reality. Nothing more, nothing less.
Because ultimately, there's plenty of publications that have low quality evidence, right? And that's what would be the critique of your guys' publication. Obviously, let's face it, right? So that's not unique
bro,
or different.
He's teaching the PhDs, bro. So you say things like that. That's just ego, bro. I know you're not an egotistical person, but deep down, it's your ego saying it's low. Look, he has spent more. Listen, he spent more time. Look, Andrew Thomas Young never went out in the field and did hour, day after day of observations in the same place with the same camera height and taking these readings. This is what our guy did, dude. Okay, they're just going off of certain observations done with no real grants or anything. They're going off of pictures that people have taken. This dude is literally spent years out in the field at the same place with the same camera height, and he's got all these
But that
examples,
doesn't
dude.
mean
And
anything.
he's teaching the PhD shit. The PhD from Georgia Tech is like fascinated by it because he it's like it makes perfect sense to him now what he couldn't explain previous, and so it on their website, and because this dude winds up being a flat earther, it gets taken down. So it's not the value of the information, bro. It's
It is though,
information, period, dude.
because
It's
the
not.
information that's provided is not rigorous, and that's going to be the critique. I'm not trying to diss on your information or your publication, whatever. I'm just trying to tell you, like, you will exist despite having non-rigorous evidence, right? Because there's plenty of publications that don't have rigorous evidence that exist and are quoted and are cited. So
it does sound like you're coming from ego and a lot of bias. Because how do you know something's not rigorous?
because I have yet to see a single
Making bland.
example.
You're just making bland assumptions because you have some kind of hate problem about these ideas.
No. If I had an example of a rigorous experiment from the flat Earth, then I wouldn't hold that opinion.
Well, guess what? I just, I got 35 of them. I mean, I'm really sorry. You're not looking, just like these guys weren't looking during this video I'm about to post, where they straight up said, we're not going to look. They said it. We're not going to look.
You say that you have a high quality thing, right? It's rigorous, right? But yet the critiques that are leveled against your observations are that you don't have measurements of like temperature, right? So how could you say that you have a rigorous observation?
Well, because knuckleheads in your field will throw in things. They'll take averages. They'll just toss averages in. We'll just call it a standard refraction. But you could do that. You could look up average temperatures.
But we're not talking about them. We're talking about you.
Oh, really? So
because you're going to publish it.
You're going to pretend now that you found flaws in our data sets because you've reviewed it, right?
That's what you're saying. I'm just saying you want to provide.
But you suggested that. That's what Gio was saying. You're making bold suggestions of flaws that aren't there. Fuck off. Totally fuck off, dude. Totally fuck off.
You said you haven't made these measurements of temperature, right?
No, you said that.
Well, you agreed to that the other day, right?
No, man. Everyone just says it. Everyone just says it, right? Because when I really whip the shit out, they won't look at it. I am exhausted from 2 days of trying to share videos showing how science won't look just like Brian explained it to you just fucking right now. And you're still over there going, well, they'll publish it in some bozo journal. Like we want to be in a bozo journal with no peer review? Fuck off. Really,
how about
man?
PhD in spectroscopy, flat earther, Doctor what you call it, man? God dang it, I'm forgetting his name. I'm brain farting, but he sit there and did the peer-to-peer at like 2 foot, at 3 foot. They got measurements the whole way down in between every foot, but reasonable distances. He's did Dr. God, I was about to say Dr. Phil, but his name don't matter, dude. He went out there and he's documented his time, showed his positions where he was and documented the oil or the windmills and showed the temperatures, showed the water temperature, all this stuff, and day after day, and got to predict what he's going to see out there. And he's got days where multiple days, most days, because he knew when to go, of just an infinite horizon. Basically, there is no horizon. It's just a blended position as far as you could see. The only limit was the atmosphere and how far you could see through it, man. You could even almost see like land way behind the boats that are like, who knows how far out there, just beyond the 12-mile windmill at 2 feet, bro. Like we've done, some people just go and see if they could see things and don't get the temperatures and all that. But since y'all started asking for things like, people have got the data, and it just doesn't matter. It just, another excuse will come up. It's just, I don't know.
I had him say, I will not look at that because I know it's a globe. In English, that's what he said. And before that, he pretended that it wasn't robust enough. He said, if your data was just, more complete, more robust enough, it might get our attention. What does he want to be hit in the head with a white paper? Fold him up and smack it, smack him like a dog? I don't understand. If you're not looking, you're not looking. And if you're stonewalling over there, we're going, well, you could get published in some hokey paper. Think about that.
What?
You even said some paper that doesn't care if it's right or something like that.
Exactly. It's a whole industry that doesn't care what your publication contents
Well,
are.
that's not interesting to us.
But you at least get published. You can put it out there. Everybody can view it.
You want us to be published. We want to be heard. Nobody reads
That's how you get heard, is you get published.
No, nobody reads publications. We can't. They're behind paywalls. I just explained that to you. They're behind paywalls.
That's why you use Sci-Hub, and you get around those paywalls instantaneously.
What is Sci-Hub, and what is this something I should be using or paying for?
So Sci-Hub is free to you. It's a service that believes in free access to information, to publications. It's basically a big middle finger to all the paywalls. It's constantly being taken down. But if you go to like ilovephd.com, I think it's something to that effect. Just Google like I love PhD Sci-Hub working links, and it'll give you it's the first hit. Click on that, and there's something called a DOI, and you just put the DOI of any publication you want to read in that working Sci-Hub link, and it will unlock it for you.
DOI meaning docket information, something.
Yeah, it's like document identifying number, something like that.
Thanks. We're looking for the papers on the refraction at the Salton Sea.
Yeah.
We only
you can also put the title of the publication. Now, it's not every single publication, but it's damn near.
God, it's too bad I can't get you to do it for
me.
Since you're so helpful.
Yeah, let me just put in the link. So I'll put in text the link. So that's you click on that, and you scroll down, and it'll give you a bunch of links. I'm just going to click on the first one. I'll also post in chat. .wf. And if you put the DO,
so where do I find this number on the document?
You can also put the title. Do you have a link to?
It's called well, it was published in something called the Journal of the Optical Society of America. It's called Effects of Temperature and Humidity Fluctuations on the Optical Refractive Index in Marine Boundary Layer. That was pretty long.
It's called the globe. Hey, it's called the globe is bullshit.
But it's about refraction at the Salton
So 1975.
Correct. You're a hero. There you go.
Okay, so yeah, it's only showing you the abstract. So what I would do in this case is I would just copy that title and paste it in there.
All right.
And then
thanks a lot.
no problem. I'll put that in chat also because it appears like it's accepting it. Yeah, it did. So that's in chat.
See that first link when you said scroll down. I didn't see first link. I didn't see the list of different ones you said.
Yeah, so the first link brings you to the list of links.
Okay, there they are. I see it. Okay, good. And Effects of temperature and humidity. Yeah, it's
I
hard
got
for
a
us to do
question though while he's doing that. While he's doing that, speaking of pressure, like if we were to suck away the air from the Earth, like let's say we sucked 1/4 of the air that's in the atmosphere, would it just thin out and remain the same psi? What is it that's giving us the psi? Is it the amount of air? Is it the amount of gravity? Or would it keep the same psi and just drop in height? In other words, the more air we took out, the same psi would prevail. It would just get lower and lower and lower, or would it thin out and pretty much remain the same height, but just keep getting lower and lower in pressure? How does that work? If we in
The PSI,
volume,
the PSI would reduce because there's less pressure above it.
what if we sucked it from the bottom?
You'd still be reducing the volume.
Okay, so the psi would reduce, so the whole thing would come down, or it would remain the same size.
Yeah, so if you removed some of the volume, which is the mass that is pressing down, it would reduce the psi at the surface because there's less mass above it pressing down, producing that psi pressure.
So would the whole thing drop down? So let's say we took half of it, even to make the math simple. We took half of it, and it was normally approximately about 20 miles high. So would it then drop to 10 miles in height, or would it remain 20 miles high and thin out?
I believe it would decrease in altitude because it requires lower gas to stay at that altitude. It requires gas beneath it.
So it would lower down. So that would increase the vacuum of space basically by a minuscule amount, but still it would increase the vacuum of space, enlarging it and reducing the area or the height. Everything about it, dude. It's just why we don't use weight. It's why it's pressure. Pressure ain't the same as weight. Like I don't know how many ways I could describe it. That pressure is not a vector. Everybody tries to give gas a vector. There's nothing about gas. There's no laws. There's no vector with gas.
But why are you
trying to force a vector?
Why are you hung up on vector?
Because trying to apply gravity, trying to apply gravity to gas is ridiculous, man.
Brian, we all say that the gas is going all direction, but we have a velocity that's slightly higher straight down. So there is a vector change with the gas overall. It has a bias.
That's because we're contained, Xanax. That's what, once again, you're referring to reality, which all you're doing to me is want me to welcome you to flat Earth, bro. You're just proving we're contained. That's all you're doing.
Yes.
And every time you speak like that, to me, you're agreeing with me. Yeah, we're contained.
We are contained. You're right. It is contained by the virtue of the gas's weight. That is a force that causes containment. There's no difference between the Boolean force, the Boolean forces of a container or the molecules hitting themselves. No difference in those forces whatsoever.
What would happen to the boiling point of water if we took away half the atmosphere?
It would go up.
You mean it'd go down?
The boiling point would go up.
You mean it'd go down?
The boiling point, if you got rid of the pressure, will go up. Meaning normally what boils at, go down. The boiling point would
See, you
go
just
down.
naturally disagree with me.
I was thinking and saying something different.
I know what you were doing. I corrected you, but your natural tendency is just to disagree with anything I say. That should be a prime example, bro.
No, we misspeak. You're trying. You do this all. Okay, Brian. I'm not going to play the game. Yes, boiling point will go down. What's the point? Because you have less pressure holding these molecules together. The pressure is what keeps the molecules together. It keeps these bonds. When you break the bonds, then you have less pressure. You need more energy to keep them together and have it so that then the bond's broken and they release and they turn into a gas.
Is the moon large enough to? Is the moon's gravity large enough to contain gas?
Of course. We have weight. We have about a third of our weight up there, so we should have about a third of the pressure if we wanted.
Really? So the moon has gas. So
how did you make that stretch? Said
there's no way to have solids in a vacuum. They automatically off gas. There's constant off gassing of any solids or liquids. It's just basic physics, okay? And so if the gravity of the moon was enough to hold them gases, you're saying if I take away half the Earth's gas, the pressure would just drop down, okay? So there should be a layer of gas on the moon, a foot high or whatever from all the off gas, and if the gravity is the container.
What off gassing are you speaking about? You said basic physics, and I don't remember any basic physics talking about.
Yeah, basic physics, dude. When they got down, any of the testing when they got down to 10 to the negative 7, and the NASA testing with the moon documents and all that shit, that they couldn't even keep up with all the information because every material off gas at different rates. It's just they off gas. There's no such thing as any liquid, of course, is gonna not any liquid, but most liquids are gonna gas.
Does stainless steel outgas?
I'm not sure. All the materials they did off gas at different rates.
No,
because we solid.
have solids don't outgas. The point is, you asked a question, Brian. So let me answer it one more time, real quick, and then take it or leave it. On the moon, if we had gases there, they would be contained similarly to the Earth and have a pressure that would be a lot lower because the weight gravitational forces on the moon are about a third of which they are on the Earth. So, and on the Earth, if you removed all, as was mentioned, if you removed half of the gases in our atmosphere, we'd have a dramatic reduction in atmospheric pressure as a peak at the surface, and that gradient all the way up till almost nothing.
Great. So all the gas that leaves the Earth, which is what, it ain't much, but about 20 tons a day or something. So any of it that for the last 4 billion years, it's been heading toward the moon. The moon must be capturing it and containing it. So at what height is the moon? What height are these gases that the gravity is containing? What height is the gas pressure on the moon?
You just made a bunch of assumptions and said that all the outgassing or the movement of the atoms. We're only losing atoms, hydrogen atoms at the outer edges of the atmosphere are escaping, and a lot of things are being blown away from the atmosphere due to the solar effects, solar particles.
Yeah, about 20 tons a day. So I'm just saying, over 4 billion years, some of that gas is going to make it toward the moon, right?
It's not going to make it to the moon. The moon has to be in a spot where it's actually in line for where and by the way, the moon has no atmosphere and no magnetosphere, so that anything that goes that direction might be attracted would just be blown, because these are single atoms, and the plasma and everything else that is ejected from the sun, solar rays that are hitting the Earth and the moon would preclude it from actually resting upon the surface of the moon.
Very good, bro. Very good. You're getting somewhere. So now any gas we release on the moon is going to fuck off into space, right, Zanik? Or is it going to puddle? What's it going to do, Zanik? Be honest. It's a vacuum, right? So
if you had a tremendous amount of, say, oxygen, for example, and you let it go, it would puddle. Yes. Eventually it would disperse, though.
You're so stupid, dude.
Where do you think it's going to go?
You'll say anything at all, dude. It's so funny, dude.
Why would it?
If I put
it would stay attracted to the moon until it was blown away by. It's still going to go in all. It's going to disperse madly, because how do you release oxygen on the moon when the pressure is an absolute vacuum. So it's going to, like you always say, all flat earthers, it's going to, Brian, it's going to fill the void. It's going to fill the available space. So it's going to go in all directions. So take a tremendous amount of
it's
gas.
gonna puddle. What are you talking about? It's gonna puddle. You just said it's gonna puddle.
I didn't know you meant by puddle like accumulation. Yes, you could add all this. If you did it quickly and gave like half the atmosphere of the Earth onto the moon, it would have an atmosphere. Wouldn't last for very long, but it would have an atmosphere.
You just said it's going to expand in every direction. Then you said it's going to accumulate and puddle.
Well,
bro,
you'd have to have enough of it.
Anything at all, bro. Just drop.
You have to have enough of it where it bounces off of each other and it creates this hydrostatic force. So you'd have to. You can't just put open an oxygen bottle, think it's going to stay in place. It's going to go in all directions and leave. Yeah, right. It'd be blown off into space because it's trying to fill the vacuum.
No, very good. So the moon's gravity is not going to pull it down, right? No downward vector
there is a
on
little,
any gas, right?
There is a little bit of gravity that will, like the Earth, that would try to keep it containing and create hydrostatic forces. But you need a lot of
atmosphere. You just said it would go into space, Danik.
Yes, but if you have a lot of it, it could then have the hydrostatic forces to accumulate and press it against the surface. You'd have to fill the entire circumference. You have to fill the entire circumference of the moon for it to actually stick to the moon. You have the whole moon.
I got you. So if I filled the entire moon all at once, then it wouldn't go off into space. But
eventually,
while trying to fill it up, it would just all go off. So gas on the vacuum of your contained moon, your gravity contained moon, gas is not. There's no vector for that gas. Is there, Zanuck? If I let a cubic ton of any gas on the moon, it's not going to go down, right? So gas doesn't have a vector due to gravity, right, Zanuck?
Let me answer the question. So yes, there is a vector change. The vector changes, remember, direction or velocity or speed rather, and you would have a higher speed down because there's a gravitational effect on mass. But you'd have to basically have a 1 psi container releasing gases for a very long time until the entire moon was covered in 1 psi.
You just said it would go off into space, Zanuck.
If you let it go long enough, there is a bias downward. There's a velocity. The speed is a little faster directionally to the moon, and that directional change. The only thing that's different, going in all directions, but there's a velocity change that's different going down, and that will eventually give it a hydrostatic effect. You would be able to have an atmosphere on the moon for a short period of time.
No mass of gas is going to go down, right? Will you admit that no specific amount, no matter what you want to call it, no specific amount is going to go down on the moon?
Yes, a very large specific amount will go down. And it will go down because there'll be hydrostatic forces acting on that.
You just said large, bro. And you just said large specific.
Yeah, you have to fill the entire moon. You have to fill the entire.
So any unspecified amount, any reasonable amount, okay, of gas. So you can't say mass, gravity acts on mass. If you're going to call helium mass, so if I get 100 cubic tons of helium and let it go on the moon, the gravity is not going to pull that mass down, right, Zanuck?
Wrong. The velocity will always be faster downward, even when upward, bouncing off another atom or molecule of whatever gas you've released. It'll always have a velocity greater downward. If you have enough molecules, they will accumulate at the surface, and it will have hydrostatic forces, meaning they will be bouncing off each other.
They're not going to suck off into space then.
Why do you have to? But on top of that, they will be blown away by the solar.
Retract your claims, bro. All I got to do is ask a different question. You answer differently. So earlier you said that it would get sucked off into space. Now you're saying it would go have a downward vector.
I never said that.
Which is it, dude?
I said
that's
the vector is magnitude and a direction. The direction is all directions. It has a velocity, a speed, a magnitude in one direction that is greater than any other direction for every molecule that is just moving. If it's moving, it has a directional bias downward. It has a vector
you have
change.
Any integrity, bro?
Every single atom when they're making, or every single collision, they're having this, after the collision, they have a bias downward. Even when it's going up,
okay,
having a deceleration. Hold on, they have an acceleration too downward. It's called, like, you want to call it deceleration, whatever you want to call it, it's fine. It's going up, but it's having a deceleration due to and it till it hits another molecule. And all this slight increase in speed to the moon's surface will eventually, if there's enough molecules, create an atmosphere and pool up, as you
So
said.
all right, so let me get this straight, okay? Because I want to just see if your claims jive with each other. Okay, so if I let go a cubic ton of gas on the moon, you said it would go off into space. Is it going to go off into space, or is it going to puddle on the surface? Is the gravity going to hold it, or is it going to go off into space? Can you at least be
You
specific
have to
and
have enough
answer
of it,
one or
or
the other?
you have to have
I
enough
just
of it.
told you how much it is. I just said how
No,
much it is.
then that all will go off into space. That all will go off into space. There.
Okay, so the gravity does not have a direct effect on that amount of mass.
It does. It's called in that vector, there is a velocity change. The velocity downward of all those molecules bouncing off each other while they're bouncing, but they're going to get farther and further apart very quickly because they're going off into the vacuum to fill the available space, as the flat earthers like to say. And they're right. In this case, it would go off into space. It would not bounce in all
They're
directions,
not going to be
and there would be a
contained by
bias
gravity
down.
then.
Ryan, can I finish the thought? I mean, I want to be able to interact with you, but I don't want to talk over you. So just let me finish the thought before you okay? So yeah, you're right, Brian. The 1 ton of whatever gas is going to go off into space. Have a slight bias. There is an effect, as you asked, but it's not going to be enough of an effect to create an atmosphere. It's not going to spread evenly around.
This is how you access the Sci-Hub for anybody that wants. I'm streaming it. You just go to ilovephd .com, and then you scroll down. It'll give you a list of links here. I just clicked on the first one. And then in this area, you can put the DOI or the title name. And then this is the one that you were looking for.
Oh, this is like the dark web version of getting scientific articles that are behind paywalls.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
So I just copy pasted the title there. You just paste. And then you click open. And usually it'll tell you right away if it doesn't have it. But it does on this one.
Oh, really? I got fucked on that because I didn't type the whole title then. Shit. Is there a link you can drop on that so I don't have to do it again? No, it's inside, right?
Which one? The link to unlock it, or the link to this?
To this PDF.
This, yeah. I'm gonna put it in the text.
Sweet. Thanks for your help.
Yeah, for sure.
Man, I
So
got
you can see how
more questions about this outer space
none of
puzzling
us
gas.
knew about that, We all think we're researchers and we didn't know how to get behind the paywall. We didn't think you're allowed to do that, to tell you the truth. We're law-abiding citizens.
Just because we don't believe in outer space gas puddles, you can't knock us for that, man. It goes
I
against
just
any
figured it
kind
was
of
harder. Figured it was a lot harder than that.
got to eat vacuum puddles.
Have you
I
ever
wonder
looked
what
at
if I
there's this one called IP torrents, and you can like request a book and put a bounty on a book, and it's basically you get this currency by hosting the stuff that you download. You can get books or magazines or like let's say you got a crazy expensive textbook or something.
Now, let's say I didn't grab the right article because I only have the abstract. How would I search if I was looking in general?
So usually they'll only give you the abstract as like a teaser.
Somewhere else, you mean?
But you'll still be able to get the publication name from it, or the DOI usually.
But no, but let's say I type in right now Salton Sea and I don't find it. In other words, I thought this was the article I was looking.
Oh, so you can search for articles,
but I don't know that it is till now that I got it. Okay, Salton Sea's mentioned 9 times. I'm okay.
You can go to Google Scholar and then put in what you want, and it'll pull up keywords. Same thing for PubMed or JSTOR.
Google Scholar. Exciting. Refraction. Salton Sea. Yeah, I think there's going to be more than 9 pages on this, so I just have to look out for the difference between light refraction and seismic refraction, because the place is big on seismic activity.
I was looking into it the other day. There's actually a pretty predatory underworld of publication of journals, which target people who are very eager to get published. Like they promise a low turnaround time, like a low entry barrier to entry, essentially. But it's like a scam to some degree, and there's varying degrees of it. And people have produced like blacklists of scam ones, and they rate the quality of some of them. I didn't mean to be derogatory in any way, but
can it just be papers, bro? Can it just be papers?
I'm sorry. Can you say again?
Does it have to be field experiments, or can it just be papers?
So I mean, to my understanding, it's just like a publication, like a paper. So it would, if you I would think it would be both. Like you'd have to have some experiments in there to justify any sort of conclusions or.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna write me up a couple papers, man. Back them with some experiments. We're gonna rock the boat. I'm gonna be a part of it.
What's a bib code? I see a bib code. You know what that is?
I don't. Bib code, also known as a ref code. They object identifier used by several astronomical data systems.
I'm going to try it where it asks for the DOI. What the hell? Didn't help. Okay. I'll try the full. This is almost fun. Dependence of optical refractive bulb. Let's see it.
I think that's like another DOI, like another form of a DOI.
Looks like it. Got a new title that here. I'll try that. Not having as much luck as you do.
What one are you trying to unlock?
I'm looking around for anything else that mentions saltancy and refraction, and I came up with one from a year earlier with this bib code. So I assume I'm not looking at the entire piece, just
Yeah.
looking at a paragraph.
Are you looking for optical refraction or seismic refraction?
Optical. The fluctuating refractive index field at optical wavelengths. Man, this is complicated shit no matter what. It really is out of my league. Dependence of optical refractive index on humanity and temperature. Ooh, the similar to button is kind of interesting. Shit, these are all abstracts. Fuck. Oh, here's the DOI. Are all the DOIs this long?
Some of them could be shorter and some of them could be longer.
Thanks.
Unless it's like ridiculous.
Ooh, got it. Oh, I'm having a good time now. How am I going to understand this? The combined effect of temperature and humidity fluctuations on the refractive index. Great. So, can I ask you a question? Do you know a lot about science and stuff?
Probably not about refraction.
Because I was blown away. Like we've been playing with it for a long time, thinking a lot about moisture, humidity, and heat and stuff. And then I started looking at the refractive index because I didn't know what it meant. It was like 1.00000 for air, 1.00001 liquid. Like it got up to 2 in liquids and 16 in diamonds, and I'm like, what are these numbers? And so I hassled Jesse, actually, who was in here, and I said, "What do these numbers mean? Are they degrees? Degrees of temperature? Degrees of angle? What are these numbers?" And the refractive index, believe it or not, represents a time lag in the speed of light. And I'm like, what? And it's like, yeah, if your light hits something, it's probably not straight, and one side or the other is going to have a speed reduction. And that might cause it to angle off. And I'm like, what? Because to me, speed of light's fairly instantaneous. And if I'm working at 5 and 10 miles, the last thing I'd expect to be talking about is the speed of light. It's fairly instantaneous. I don't think we're covering enough space for the speed of light to have altered enough from one side or the other to my laser beam, pencil beam, at that point. I don't see it happening.
Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to investigating that and then isolating refraction, because there's clearly more than one types of things that we group in as so there's lens anomalies, weather anomalies, and then the characteristic of the focal points and all these things that I think we're muddling together. Temperatures, pressures, they're throwing all that in I'm not sure it's affecting light in these short runs. 10 and 20 miles, light bending because it's slowed down. I'd be real surprised.
Yeah, and I don't know how much each of the factors influence it, like humidity or temperature of the surface of the air or of an object near the air, or I don't know how.
Yeah. Forgive me for getting excited with you, but I just spent a couple of days arguing with everyone because I spoke to a couple of friends that were professionals, PhDs and professors, and they wouldn't go through this with me. They just pretended kind of that it was just out of possibility that we had anything to talk about as flat earthers. It was really fun. They're like,
Oh,
well,
it's
you're
all
a
good.
flat earth. You're a flat earther, therefore we didn't look into it. It's like, it's like,
Yeah.
So I appreciate you taking the time, really, especially after.
Oh yeah, no worries. No worries.
This is very productive. Even if I don't understand. Hey, there's a picture. I'm going to that. This is real science. I'm going to pictures, looking for charts and diagrams. Something I could understand.
See if you can find a paper on how scientists are able to make a cell. Like an actual working, a cell, like a cell in your body. See if you can find a paper that shows that they can make a cell. We won't find one.
There was just a meme about. I can't remember. It was funny though. There's no way I can understand this stuff. The effects of a non-subrange of the refractive index spectrum on optical propagation theories and models is not considered here. But it should be noted that the value of C over blah 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 or C over da 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 loses significance because by definition an inertial subrange is assumed. Oh, by definition an inertial subrange is assumed. I should have known. This is way beyond me.
Just go down and look at the summary.
I tried. I couldn't find it. Or I got distracted by the pictures.
Yeah, a lot of these publications are damn near impossible to.
Imagine if there was a magic Google button you could press and you could find an article you didn't really understand because there's too many big words. And if you could just press a button called Read Between the Lines, asshole, and it'll just give you a basic summary and like fifth graders understanding.
That would be cool.
A Read Between the Lines button.
Isn't that kind of what ChatGPT does? You throw it in there and it'll summarize it for you.
I thought it made shit up, but yeah, maybe.
Well, these AI things, some of them can do that. They'll like you could maybe even put that paper in, and it would ask it for a summary, and it would try to summarize it for you.
I wanted to listen to these talks and convert it to graphics. So if you're busy at work or something, you could just look down like a flip book and see what we're talking about.
Yeah, it's like that's the far
cool.
way, right? Graphic
It'd be
instruction.
super weird. It'd be super weird to see what it came up. Visual interpretation of what we say all day. Wow.
It'd be just like road signs. Can't fucking understand them anyway. They're changing every day.
You're funny.
There was this one road sign that drove past today. It had so many instructions on it about like how do you change lanes. And had like pictures of like trucks and motorbikes and cars and dotted lines. It's like I literally had to stop, slow down, and take a photo because there's no way I'd understand it. What
Read
is
it
it
when you
telling
get home.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny.
Have you guys ever heard of the pyramid of evidence?
Not sure. No.
I'll post it in chat. So the pyramid of evidence is you have studies, right? But there's a bunch of different kinds of studies. So there's like if you have a case study, that's like a specific instance of something. It's a very low quality of evidence because it's just a singular case. Like like, all right, my dog, had his leg cut off, and you're only investigating like one dog in one instance. So it's not a very robust set of data to draw any conclusions on. But it's not nothing also, right? It's better than just like hearsay. So the pyramid of evidence basically is like the quality of evidence of the research. So at the top is like what's called a systematic review. It's also so it basically analyzes a bunch of different studies at once, and it draws a conclusion. So it like let's say you have a study that says aspirin causes cancer, and then you have another study that says aspirin cures headaches, and you don't know what to believe. That's where a systematic review comes in handy.
It's interesting that it says unfiltered information, meaning whatever's out there. And then when it really gets under review, it changes.
Yeah. So like if you want to, it's also let's see here. If you ever wanted to find out like the real deal of something, like, all right, is this drug effective or whatever, then you would want to look for meta-analysis or the systematic review of the available literature. So like there's some contentious topics in here, right? But you can search like Google Scholar for the systematic review on XYZ or if this pill works. And it'll give you a better understanding because people can make claims one way or the other. You don't know what to believe. So
So there could be on that pyramid structure, the second rung down and the third rung down, two different opposing opinions and results, absolutely opposite each other in every way with their results, but one might just be one rung up than the other, and so that makes that one, the winner.
kind of, yeah. It's so like systematic reviews and the meta-analysis, they're like the chiefs, but the way they're done, they're very good at filtering out bias and like bullshit results essentially. So
wow, I wonder who monitors this and who's the judge, who's the referee.
It looks
Yeah.
like a natural
Who's the guy
process.
that holds it?
I think it's charted here as a natural process. I mean, it doesn't look like it's a
Natural?
scheduled
How?
process. It just
Like
happens that way.
who's playing Tetris here? Like moving these layers? Like who's the one to say that this one is
I think it just thins out. It's just thinning, I think, as it goes through the process.
thinning it out, like separating the chaff, like basically getting rid of
Dumping
the
the
bullshit.
shit. And then at the end, you finally can compare the things that are comparable, because they've met your criteria for enough data, I guess,
exactly. Like if you wanted to know if aspirin, causes hemorrhoids, well, you'd you wanted to do a systematic review or meta-analysis on that, you'd look at all the available research, and then if you ever looked at these, or if you ever go on to look at them, they'll say, all right, we got like 10,000 different studies, we eliminated 8,000 because they didn't meet our study criteria or whatever, and so they'll filter them out, like a bunch of them off the bat.
Imagine the wages you'd have to pay if you were the boss of this system. Like who's sorting out this shit, man? There must be a big office somewhere that someone's just like in the books all day long sorting out this shit. Do you think there's a physical place? Is there a physical place with workers?
No. This is just how it happens. Like, I mean, does it make it to book form would be one thing. Does it make it to paper? Right? So you throw out anything it's hearsay, like you said to begin with. Or
Yeah, but
unrepeatable.
don't you think there would be some influence and bias on the way because some things just don't want to get let to the top?
Absolutely. And that's where these meta-analysis systematic reviews really shine, is reducing the publication bias. They're not perfect, but if you look at like 10 systematic reviews, right, or 10 meta-analysis on the same subject, you can kind of get a feel of what the deal is or what the claim is. If absolutely this drug works for it, or if it absolutely doesn't, or if it's inconclusive.
Wish it was that easy to find a patent. Just type in the name and there it goes. It's like it actually takes weeks to find a patent sometimes, because their system is it's run by humans.
You can't search for patents?
Sometimes it takes days and weeks to find one. Because sometimes they're hidden and they're under pay. What's that word? Like you have to pay to get them as well. Paywall. Because some patents are secret, right?
Oh, interesting.
And I'd say with white papers, there might be a privileged layer that like you just would never be able to get to. And it's like it's the cream of the crop. It's like the good stuff. It's like the black goo. I'm sure like the higher echelons of our philosophical and scientific leaders library, I bet you there's like the equivalent to the Vatican Library out there, not like way beyond this underground sort of a search. I think the pyramid is way bigger. Is what I'm trying to say. Because the web is truly a web. It's like it's a form of consciousness, and it's ever. I don't think there's a limit to the size of the internet. What do you think, Gio? One day this internet will become consciousness, or at least part of it.
They released the first robot wife, and they let her walk around, and people couldn't tell. She said it was kind of fun. She said it was interesting, is what she said. That people didn't notice.
Wow.
That'd be fucked up. We're gonna fall in love with our robots.
Oh, they're already doing it in Japan. They're doing it in Japan today as we speak. They're marrying them. They're getting married with them.
Whoa. It's got to be efficient, too. Probably don't get divorced. The divorce rate probably isn't there at all.
Well, that's a coincidence, me talking about Japan and like sort of in a condescending way. Today is China's National Day of Shame, the 18th of September. It started in 1931 when the Chinese actually say that's the beginning of World War II. And we all know that the mainstream narrative is 39, yeah. So, but there's this period of time,
what year did you call it?
1931.
Interesting.
So the Chinese say that's when World War II actually started, and that time between the mainstream narrative and then there's a whole lot of shit that went down, and the Japanese invaded from northeast of China, and they took over like a massive percentage.
Island after island, right?
I wouldn't even want to like mention on air like how many people they've claimed to have slaughtered and massacred, but it's millions and millions. So I've been to the museums and the sort of the Holocaust style museum up in the north of China there in a place called Changzhou, and what they tell you is it's just unbelievable. Like what the Chinese know about their history is the world doesn't get that knowledge. And anyway, yeah, it just reminded me today is the Chinese National Day of Shame when Japan invaded back in 1931.
Do you know anything about the relationship with the U.S. at that time and the U.S. protecting their gold in a loan by picking up 3 shiploads of gold? And it was on a 70-year loan. And every time they tried to come get it back, we tell them just go take some more manufacturing, make some more Tupperware, make some more plastic for us. And every time they came around asking, we would say, you're not the right family. This isn't the right paperwork. And they finally went to The Hague to try and get their money, like an international court. And when they came to the U.S. demanding their money, like 3 shiploads of gold, we had the nerve to tell them that was their gold at the World Trade Center that got melted, and it's all gone. So when you hear about, like, we hear a lot about debt that we have with China, which makes no sense because we buy everything that they make. But the debt goes back to then, to 1938, when we took all that gold. And imagine the interest on that gold at this point, too. So that's an argument that could never be fixed, really. And that's why there's contention. I heard that's why there's contention between us and them, because it's just impossible to settle. In the meantime, we built a massive middle class for them there. Like they didn't have a middle class before. So it's an interesting part of history we don't hear about, and why the U.S. is indebted to China. That's why. But
I believe a lot of the places. I believe a lot of places where gold is stored around the world, like their secret spots, they're all on these sacred places, like temples. Like if you go to Taiwan, there's a temple mountain there, and they say that's where most of the that's where a lot of the gold is actually hidden there in Taiwan. But like that's what a perfect place to keep your stash is to where they're sort of out of the nothing to do with politics. They're protected, you know. Religions are protected in a way, like anyway, like churches don't have to pay any tax. Not here anyway, not in New Zealand. And there's these churches with the credit card slots on every seat in the church, like hundreds and hundreds of seats, all with these individual slots. And you can, when the pastor goes, "Give me some money for Jesus," they just swipe away, and don't have to pay any tax. It's just cash in the bank. It's kind of a little bit off topic from what you guys are talking about, but yeah, for most of the audience, I guess you'd have to be able to actually, visualize some of this stuff you're talking about, so light refraction and lenses and atmospheric temperature reduction and fucking ozone layer. Hey, no one even talks about the ozone layer anymore. It's kind of like AIDS was forgotten, so was the ozone layer.
That's true.
They don't talk about it down here because there is no ozone layer. A giant hole. Apparently, what they say is a giant hole right above us.
Yeah, imagine all this pressure in a vacuum story, but there's a hole in it. It's like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it just decided to make a hole, and it chose us, right here, because of some unknown anomaly.
Hairspray, because of hairspray.
Yeah, fuck. 5 million New Zealanders in the whole world. We used a shitload of fucking. You know what it is? It's the cows farting. That's what it is.
What? I thought you have sheep there, not cows.
Oh, we have probably more cattle, but I don't know. There's like 44 million sheep, but yeah, our cattle is kind of like on par with Argentina.
Hey, what the fuck's with you guys in music? Never heard anything out of New Zealand ever.
You're joking. Oh.
Who? Say it. Name it.
Salmonella Dub.
Okay. Good job. I've never heard of them. But you had an
You've
answer.
never heard
so
of Salmonella Dub?
No.
Oh. Okay.
I've never heard any. The culture of New Zealand is mixed in with Australia to me. It barely has an identity. So since they're a prison colony, and they are like 1700s. So when they were you there beforehand, or did you come after them?
There were people here early on, like in the 1500s, but the colonization started in the late 1700s, and the treaty between the native people was 1841. So we're about 250 years old as a colony.
Is treaty the same word as eradication, like we have here?
Yeah.
It's like, okay, we'll stop killing you. It's a treaty.
Yeah, but the thing is here is like it actually worked, and they're actually getting all their land back, and they're actually, getting looked after pretty well. They have their own like help system in the way of funding, so they can get funding twice. They can get the mainstream that everybody else is a privilege to. They also have their own, so they're one step ahead. But I think the government protects them to their last dying breath, because they don't want the word to get out that these colonizers weren't actually the first. I mean, the local natives weren't actually the first ones here. There were
Oh wow.
explorers and civilizations here way before then. And so if that's the case, when the colonizers came in the late 1700s and said, we're going to claim this land for the crown, well, they wouldn't be able to claim that land for the crown anymore, because there was another civilization here that had already done that.
What crown? Dutch crown?
The King of England now, yeah, the King of England. Our land is all crown land. If it's government land, it's crown land, just like England. We're the Commonwealth. Australia, Canada, New Zealand, South Africa, and did I mention Canada and England? Yeah.
And what about wildlife? Do you have more normal wildlife than the way Australia does? They have such unique wild.
We have all the same stuff. We all have all the same sort of stuff as Australia, except for our birds are smaller. Everything is downsized, except for the humans, of course. But and our egos. But like New Zealand, you can go anywhere. There's almost nothing to worry about. There's like almost nothing. Like there's no snakes, there's no poisonous spiders. There's a couple of poisonous spiders. If you got bitten, or even if you saw one of these poisonous spiders, I tell you, go and buy a lottery ticket right now, because like you can go anywhere, and mosquitoes sometimes are the only things you really have to worry about. Like if that. I'm talking about going into the deep forests, and there's nothing to worry. There's,
Well, that's
there's
different. Australia is nothing of the sort. That place is a maze of.
It's opposite, right? It's opposite. Yeah. We don't have wild crocodiles. We don't have any dangerous snakes. You can just go and camp in the bush, and you just bring your insect repellent, and that's all you need.
So, did the smart people go to New Zealand, and the criminals went to Australia?
Actually, Australia's history is a little bit longer than here as far as colonization. So you could be right. Actually, they were like, "Oh, that looks pretty good over there," and didn't tell them. But it's probably a bit colder here originally, so I don't know. Australia's nice and warm.
Interesting. And what do they call the two land masses? North and south, east and west. What do they call the difference?
You're making fun of them now. I mean, everyone makes fun of them about, like, couldn't you come up with a name? You just called it North Island and South Island. What the
Why?
hell?
What do they call it?
North Island and South Island.
Oh, okay. No, I never realized it was two land masses. I also thought it was north of Australia. I was very surprised when I looked at a globe close, and I went, "What? What?"
Yeah. It's called Land of the Long White Cloud in the local language. That's the translation. Land of the Long White Cloud.
It's got to be one of the safer places on Earth these days.
All the billionaires are moving here, so it might be a good sign. I don't know.
And is everything? Is it all coastal communities? Like in Australia, you have the coast, and then you have the vast inland. You don't have such a vast inland. So is everything on the coast?
It is surrounded, obviously, there's islands, right? But like It might look small on the map, but if you're someone that lives inland in New Zealand, you're rarely ever going to go, like, except unless you go on vacation, you're rarely ever going to have any need or want or desire to travel to the coast, like, on a regular basis, because population's so small. A lot of people don't venture out, right? They stay in their little bubble. I know a millionaire, he's like 90 something years old. He's lived in the city of Christchurch his entire life. He's never, ever left Christchurch. This one place in his whole life. Yeah.
Did you ever watch the video of the shooting?
On Facebook, no, someone in my family did, and we had a big fallout about that because he saw it on Facebook.
It
Must be
looked a little silly. It looked like a game. It didn't appear normal, but not that I know what a normal shooting looks like. But it didn't seem right. Seemed like part of the things that they did here to make it. Although they never made the grab here, they to round up to turn around later and round up guns. You don't have guns there comparatively, right?
anyone can go and get a gun as long as they pass the normal sort of criminal check, and there's a test that you have to do, and then you can buy a gun. But you got to follow the rules and keep it locked down when you're not using it, and yeah. But specific types of guns, like the good stuff, that's just not, you can't buy it. Yeah. Is it stuff you use on a shooting range, or for for hunting, or just for playing around on the farm, hunting? But I don't know anyone that you can't carry a gun anyway, a concealed. Like, if you want to, because you can't carry a concealed gun, but if you've got a license and you're transporting it, you can't carry it in a concealed case either. If you're walking down the main street, you actually just have to hold the gun in your arms and just legally carry it, because you're going to go and get it fixed or whatever. But if you get stopped, you have to have like an excuse. You have to say, well, I've got an appointment here, or you're not just going to get away with carrying a gun in public unless you have a good reason. No one I know owns a gun.
I don't know any gun types really. In terms of like the type of person.
Actually, I forgot. Actually, I forgot my half brother. He's got a gun, and he makes his own bullets as well. I forgot about that. He makes his own bullets. He's got like a press where he presses them in his basement. Yeah. But it's all legal. It's like there's nothing wrong with what he's doing, but like, yeah. You can do there's all sorts of hobbies you can do here. People make their own, their own stuff, crossbows, that type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you should come down this way. It's very hospitable.
Drop by on my way to South Pole.
Antarctica. Yeah.
Exactly.
Next time you come to Antarctica, just stop off, say hello. It's amazing how close we are to Antarctica, yet in the summer it does get pretty hot. It gets hot. There's been all sorts of things found in the ground here and in the rivers, buried. Sometimes I wonder about these mounds that are everywhere. There's just mounds everywhere. They blame it on the volcanoes. They blame all these mounds on the volcanoes. Yeah. And golf courses, very suspicious. I'm suspicious about golf courses. The amount of money they lose on golf courses every year here is crazy, but they still manage to stay open. Yeah. Well, you're going to be happy for days to come because of your new found way to look at white papers.
Yeah, no, I actually need it because I'm starting to talk to people of higher value that only value that stuff. You know, like if it's not published, they don't want to see it. They don't want to hear it.
Yeah. Maybe one day you'll write a book, because that's the only place you can kind of have free speech, right now anyway. It's like you try to write a controversial book, literature, and like publish it on the internet or online or anywhere, especially YouTube or whatever. It's like it's not gonna last long, but if you put it in a book, you can say whatever you want, man. And what a good way to get free advertising about a book is write something so controversial. They say, we're not going to publish this, and then someone publishes something about someone not being able to publish something, and that just makes it more valuable. And eventually, when it becomes so valuable because people talk about it, the big publisher's going to take it on. There must be a paper that studied peer review. That would be quite interesting to know what their opinion and authenticity and legitimacy that peer review actually has.
It's strange though. You'd need a writer if you were a scientist and you'd done some experiments. You essentially need a writer to make it colorful enough and eloquent enough to make sense. Like it wouldn't make sense if you just put numbers. It's not interesting. You have to explain, the premise and the the pretext and the summary and everything in between that is technical and uninteresting, theoretically uninteresting. The repeats and rigorous documentation seems to be the hardest part of most things.
Yeah, it's because it's so difficult, right? It has to be so difficult that you can't understand it.
Right, like this hydrogen car stuff looks easy now, right? I mean, they've been doing it since the 70s here. So it's like, why is it not happening again? It's literally because somebody owns the oil business. People that run this country run the oil business. So they're not going to let oil go yet. Even though it's about to happen, I think the big paradigm shift towards a better world is really close because moving all that oils and maintaining military structure to keep our pricing down so we can police
Well,
the world. I think that shit's over with.
we have
US
our red and our blue parties here too, and currently it's the red party, and then the blue party said that if they get in next year in the elections, they're going to open up the um, undersea oil exploration, and the amount of oil that they say that we've got here in New Zealand is enough to supply New Zealand and Australia for the next 100 years. And we've been shipping our oil. we've been buying it, man, the whole time, because all the greenies, they don't want you to go digging around, right? So that's why our petrol prices are probably much higher than yours. We pay like more than we pay $3 something for 1 liter. That's like $12 a gallon, man.
Fuck.
No, more than that.
That's twice what it is here. And it got expensive here. But I guess it's always been relatively cheap here. We just don't notice.
I mean, it's always a good sign when water is still $2 more per liter than petrol. Because water's supposed to be free, right? But they put it in a plastic bottle that costs about half a cent to make, and they sell it for $2 more per liter than petrol. That's crazy. That's crazy, right?
Mm-hmm.
How come water is so expensive? Like literally the bottling expense is so minimal. And even the distribution, because there's only two factors to it, is the bottling and the distribution. The rest of it is just sales and markup. So when this distribution system is set up pretty much by one company called Coca-Cola, you know, yeah, and where's their head office? I want to know. I bet you it's right next to BlackRock.
Do you know what fucking Coca-Cola stole? Are you ready for this? Do you know what they stole? Like stolen. Santa Claus. Uh-oh. I got a Skype call coming.
People steal shit all the time. There's a group of people in the world that stole the rainbow.
Hey, Carlos, I gotta go. I'll talk to you later, okay?
Okay, ciao, brother.
Thanks.
They literally stole the rainbow. Now, if you use the rainbow for anything, it's like they look at you sideways, right? Or even the square spiral that it's just a symbol, but there's a group of people that monopolize that as well, and that's like pedophilia, the square spiral. You can't use that anymore, otherwise people look at you sideways as well. They're going to monopolize all the symbols eventually, like even the play button, that sideways triangle. They'll take that play button from you one day. Don't go out there getting tattoos of your favorite symbols, because like in the near future you will want to get them removed. Like I used to know this guy that had Guns N' Roses tattoos. Like I didn't even have any. Like, and he had like these Guns N' Roses tattoos all over his arms, Axl Rose, and I was just crossing my fingers, hoping that this band, Guns N' Roses, was just going to be legit forever for him. Because like, if they did anything like negative, you know, he'd be covered in these tattoos. It's like, what would you do? Fucking hell. And a tattoo is kind of like it's kind of like your the way that your belief system works as well. I think like you know, it's tattooed on your karmic record. There is such a thing. Yeah. Shit, there's like 75 people watching the chat right now and no one's talking. Did someone change their name? Is that you, Jazza? Did you change your name to shame on you, motherfucker? What? It's probably late where you guys are, or early. Maybe it's early. It's 8:47 p.m. here on a Monday. And I've got a really bad cold, but I'm still drinking a small glass of wine just to keep me warm. Someone gave me a little bag of magic mushrooms. I'm not sure what to do with them. Do you eat them, chew them, smoke them? What do you do? Make them into tea? It's only a tiny little bit.
tea.
Make tea. Does it like make it work better than just eating it, or?
Have any wine as well?
Oh, you need citrus, do you? Specifically lime.
No, wine, like a little bit of alcohol, wine.
Oh,
Yeah.
what
If
do
you
what
do
do you do?
both like heat and also alcohol, you'll get better traction.
Hmm. Okay, so a little bit of
That's like true for anything, you know what I mean?
Next time I'm up in the mountains in the snow slopes, I'll get my hot toddy. You know what a hot toddy is? It's basically fortified port, which is, it's heated up in a carafe, so it's nice and warm, not too hot, but that I could just imagine that going down really well with some mushrooms, because I've been told they're going to be beneficial. I mean, when I was younger, when I was a teenager, we found some in the paddock and we ate them raw, straight from the ground. And that was an experience, but this is the first time I've ever been given some dry ones. Rolling around in the paddock, just like as soon as you mention the Smurfs, it's like you can't get that out of your mind. It's like mushrooms and Smurfs. I was thinking, Lion, some people have a vendetta against God, and I think some of these ballers have the same opinion, the same feeling against the flat Earth. Because when you're faced with truth, it's very difficult to break that cognitive dissonance, and you the only reaction you have is blaspheme or some type of retaliation so that your paradigm doesn't get squished and squashed and broken. Yeah. Because I think it's hard for some people to admit, like, maybe some of the reasons for them not wanting to admit it, because like admit when they've come face to face with the truth is their familiar situation and their paradigm, their way of life, their social interaction, their little bubble of existence might get popped, and that's a hard pill to swallow. Like, you know, because it would be an upheaval and a change, and most people, I think most people don't like change. You know, everyone likes there to be stability, you know. And as soon as there's an sort of an uprest and uproar or unrest in the society, and things are unsure, you know, we're on a good path now because people are asking questions. I think we're in an age where people are actually starting to, because we're just flooded with so much information, right? But the good thing is that the people that are doing the research, it's when you want to find something, yeah, it can be difficult, but it's still there to be found, like where it wasn't available before, but it is now. You know, it's actually there if you're willing to look for it, and if you have the right search tools, you can find what you're looking for. And like-minded people, you know, this is like a think tank where we are right now. It's the corner of the internet, the think tank on the edge. It's like what the philosophers back in the day would have dreamt of, you know, instead of having to sit on stone seats and wear these funny leather sandals and only allowed to eat chicken and grapes. You know, that's what you think of when you think of people that lived in Greece. You know, they're eating chicken and grapes. No wonder why they felt irritable all the time. It took them hundreds and thousands of years to figure it out. It's like if they had the internet back then, wow. But probably they would never have come to any conclusions with the, because like the reason they were able to think so clearly is because they had no distractions. Life was simple, you know, and there was no light pollution, you know, in the city of Rome or Atlantis. So they tell us anyway. Do you think we're the first civilization to have light bulbs? Like, really? Has everyone relied on animal fat and candles, like before the two dudes came along and gave us, you know, light bulbs? Just only a couple of 100 years ago or whatever. So the whole world's been in the dark, pretty much in the dark until 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 these dudes came along and said, "Hey, look, it's a light bulb." And metaphorically speaking, like us looking back at them and the history before us, we're in the dark. We've got light bulbs, but we're in the dark because we don't know shit all about what happened. Not really. History could all be made up by fucking AI. I noticed you changed the color of your heart on your name there sometimes, Geo. Sometimes it's red. Is that a code for like, hey, it's grey, I'm sleeping now, leave me alone? And sometimes it's red, it's like I'm here, but I'm multitasking.
What up, Carlos?
Salam alaikum. How do you say it?
Assalamu alaikum.
Yeah, shalom.
No, but there's a similar Hebrew phrase. It almost sounds the same. It's like shalom
Salam
alaikum.
alaikum. Shalom alaikum. Shalom alaikum. Yeah, we just say g'day. G'day, mate.
Good day,
Just like
mate.
on the movie. Just like on the movies, we actually say that. We actually say g'day, mate. Just like Russell Crowe. G'day, mate.
Good day, mate. Good day, mate.
Hmm.
Crikey.
G'day.
What a beauty. That's a beauty. Nah, I grew up watching Steve Irwin, so that's what he would always be like, crikey. Or like, I don't know how to say it exactly, but
Top of the morning.
top of the morning. Would you like some tea?
Yeah, you'd have to form a full sentence to make it believable, like for you to actually live in London.
No. Not because there's like aristocratic English, and then there's like the ghetto English, and then there's like, I don't know, like the country English. There's a lot of different English accents, bro, I realize. But they all kind of sound a little bit the same, but not really. I don't know.
My wife can't tell the difference. Like English is English. She like if it's coming from someone that's not Asian, she can't tell like the difference between an American or an Australian or even a Finnish person. Like someone that's speaking English, she doesn't know. Sometimes she says they've got a bit of a slur, maybe.
Bloody, they use bloody a lot. You bloody fool. You bloomin' idiot. They'll say stuff like that. Like, it's like funny. Like, Americans don't say those phrases. Ever. Never, ever, ever.
Yeah, it. They've got a dry sense of humor, right? So they use dry words, and they try to be all intellectual about it, you know. And they use a lot of old words as well, you know. And they try not to use the profanities of the youth as often. I don't know. Even the young ones, they don't use those really harsh, crass obscenities like the F word, like that. They don't. I think they believe they don't need to because they don't need to go down to that level. Yeah, some of them they think like that.
Interesting. That's very interesting. I like that, though. I mean, I honestly would rather refrain from using any of those words. Sometimes I naturally slip up and end up using those words, but there's a part of me that wants to not use those words so I can relate to that understanding. But if you're coming from an understanding of like superiority or like a superiority complex, and you think because you don't want to relate with the heathen or with the degenerates, I mean, I get it. I wouldn't come at it from a superiority complex. necessarily, but yeah, I get it.
Well, if you're at a dinner party and you're all standing around with your cocktails or your glass of wine or your beer, and you're mingling with like all different types of society, and the reason why that party would have different types is maybe because it's an event that brings the interest of all levels of society into one forum. And I don't know how you would like how you would, you know, like LinkedIn, like if you want to make friends in society, like if you want to rub shoulders and you want to be able to sort of get somewhere and have some inside knowledge, like insider trading, you've got to walk the talk and talk the walk. You've got to speak their lingo, and there's some certain things in your body language and in your speech that are going to give it away that you're just not on the same level. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There is a class system, and you have to admit that. You know, if you're seriously wanting to get real information and have your life move in a particular direction, which is hopefully, you know, up, you know. So like it's one good thing to learn is how to I think acting is a really good um, talent
Well,
to have, you know, acting.
before we change subjects and get into acting and stuff, I just want to ask you. So you believe in class systems, right?
I don't believe they are justified, but there are obviously classes in the world on a world scale.
Are you okay with class systems?
Okay, so on a small scale, I think it's favorable for those who want to achieve their goals, but unfortunately, once it gets on a bigger scale, the corruption only gets bigger too. So I'm not favorable of this class systems overall. I'd rather everybody, which is it's never going to happen, right? This utopia, this
I believe it will at one point. But anyways, go on.
Oh, you think there will be this like community, this giant? There may be so, but and this community may grow to be really big. But I don't think it's possible to have a blanket like overall society. There will still be pockets. There will always be pockets of the opposing, you know, opposing class.
I get what you're saying. In my philosophical understanding, there will be a complete restoration of the heavens and the earth. But without getting into the philosophy or the spirituality of it, I just wanted to talk about the class system and this kind of the sociological aspects of it, because like the idea that we got the poor class, right, the impoverished, or maybe I think right now tax code, I think it's like under 30,000 a year. They're considering you're impoverished.